In the state of Yin, within the grand confines of Daju Mansion, lies the enchanting Yunming Mountain and its surrounding marshes. Under the scorching midday sun of summer, waves of heat envelop the mountains and forests, causing the flora to rustle softly. Jiang Ming, in a daze, slowly opened his eyes, only to be beset by excruciating pain throughout his body. With great effort, he turned his head, realizing he was lying amidst a bed of rubble, clad in coarse garments and stained with blood. What has happened? Just moments ago, he had been comfortably seated in an air-conditioned room, singing and scrolling through images of captivating young women. How had he suddenly found himself in this predicament? Suddenly, fragmented memories surged into his mind. There existed another boy, also named Jiang Ming, who had just turned 16, orphaned at a young age, frail in health, and surviving by foraging for herbs in the mountains. This Jiang Ming had discovered a rare medicinal plant on a cliff today, and, in a reckless venture to collect it, had slipped and plummeted from a height of over 10 meters, resulting in a tragic death. Damn! As an esteemed figure in the realm of literature, Jiang Ming swiftly comprehended the gravity of his situation, and no more pretense. It was time to confront the truth. I have traversed into another realm. Taking a few deep breaths to steady his nerves, he glanced at his left palm, where he found himself gripping a vibrant crimson herb. As he delved deeper into the memories of his predecessor, he learned that he had entered an unfamiliar world where individual prowess reigned supreme and martial arts were held in the highest esteem. The state of Yin was founded by an invincible martial arts master, and there were legends of celestial beings who could traverse the heavens and the earth. It seemed he had unwittingly crossed over into a realm of cultivation. Yet, what relevance did this hold for him? At this moment, Jiang Ming was merely a hapless soul, grievously injured, on the brink of death. Is there no system to rescue me? A simulator? Deep blue points. No response came. Panic began to set in for Jiang Ming. How could one navigate such a dire beginning while gravely wounded? Suddenly, he perceived something within himself. In his mind, a singular point of light fluctuated, as if it had existed since time immemorial. That moment, the light burst forth like a supernova, radiating an infinite brilliance. This luminescence, imbued with boundless strength, seeped into every muscle and drop of blood. Within him, all of Jiang Ming's wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the broken bones reconnected, restoring him in an instant. When he regained his senses, the point of light had contracted its brilliance, resembling a star that would never fall, now residing in his consciousness. Simultaneously, a thread of information entered Jiang Ming's awareness. The eternal source light could ensure the host's immortality, rendering them indestructible for all eternity. Is this my golden finger? Jiang Ming murmured, realizing through this fragment of information that the eternal source light had fused with his consciousness. Even if his physical form were to perish and his soul disintegrate, he would still be able to regenerate and attain immortality. He attempted to rise, finding no discomfort in his body, indicating that his life was temporarily secured. However, Jiang Ming did not allow himself to become overzealous. Immortality is a concept I've encountered too often in films, with various unfortunate souls being bound, caged, dissected, and drained as they sought eternal life, some even reduced to sustainable food sources. A shiver ran down his spine. This golden finger bore a striking resemblance to the flesh of Tang Sung, and he must not attract undue attention. He could not afford to tread the path of a brash hero yearning for fame and glory. Certainly. Aside from that, this extraordinary boon is indeed quite remarkable. Longevity does not equate to invincibility, however. It signifies boundless possibilities, whether in past lives or the present, be it within the realms of technological civilization or the cultivation of immortality. The limitations of lifespan perpetually affect individual development and even the progress of civilization itself. In previous incarnations, scientists, constrained by their finite lifespans, often spent decades merely acquiring the knowledge of their predecessors. By the time they possessed the resources and capability to ascend to greater scientific heights, they were left with but a flickering candle of life, regrettably withdrawn from the stage. The same holds true in the realm of cultivation, no matter how extraordinary one may be. Ultimately, they all return to dust. Who among us can attain true longevity? Who can achieve immortality? A limited lifespan is akin to an endless abyss, confining individuals within a narrow well, desperately striving to leap free, yet perpetually thwarted in their aspirations. Now, Jiang Ming resembles a frog that has leapt from a deep well, though feeble. He possesses infinite potential, as long as he lives steadily for a century, a millennium, or even tens of thousands of years. One day, he shall stand atop the highest peak of the world, gazing upon the endless vistas. The premise of all this is to remain undetected by the powerful, lest they capture me for experimentation. Jiang Ming mused to himself, I must endure, survive until the end, and then possess everything martial arts masters. Worldly immortal, since you all have perished, I shall excavate graves in search of treasures. Just as Jiang Ming indulged in his whimsical thoughts, a sudden sound of rustling footsteps reached his ears from not far away. Before him appeared a middle-aged man, bearing a basket of herbs, his clothes tattered and worn. Ming, the newcomer, expressed surprise. Jiang Ming looked up to see a gaunt figure with sunken eyes, exuding an aura of depletion, fixating on him with a gaze that flickered with intensity, a crude knife glinting in his hand. Jiang Ming recognized him as a herbalist from the mountains, known only as Huang Lao Gui, with whom he had little interaction. Each herbalist possesses their own routes, and the locations of rare herbs remain closely guarded secrets. Encountering another herbalist in the mountains is seldom a cause for celebration. Jiang Ming regarded him in silence. Have you been injured while gathering herbs? Is it serious? Huang Lao Gui inquired with concern, his gaze lingering on Jiang Ming's hands, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. Jiang Ming's heart sank. He realized, in his earlier excitement, he had let his guard down. Oh, it's not serious. I just need to rest for a moment, he quickly replied. Huang Lao Gui rasped a laugh. That's a relief. Ming, you're truly fortunate to have discovered a fire cloud herb. It could fetch 30 taels of silver, enough to sustain you for several years. I must also venture into the mountains and see if fortune smiles upon me. He waved his hand and continued onward. Jiang Ming exhaled, seemingly easing his vigilance. Yet, just as the two were about to pass each other, a sudden ferocity flashed in Huang Lao Gui's eyes. You little rascal, perish. He raised his crude knife and lunged it toward Jiang Ming's chest with alarming intent. Curse you! Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. He had anticipated the man's ill intentions, but never expected him to attempt murder outright. The local gangs displayed a shocking lack of decorum. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ming drew a medicinal spade from his waist and viciously slashed towards the neck of the old yellow ghost. The spade, honed by the relentless grind of mountain stones over the years, was sharper than an ordinary blade. A mere cut would surely result in blood spattering in all directions. Yet, the old yellow ghost regarded him with disdain, thinking the lad was still too inexperienced and too slow to react. With a sickening sound, the cleaver plunged into Jiang Ming's heart, piercing through his back and erupting in a spray of crimson blossoms. Ha ha ha! With this fire cloud herb, I shall. The old yellow ghost laughed with glee, reaching out toward the coveted herb. In his eyes, Jiang Ming, with his heart pierced, was devoid of any strength to resist. However, in that fleeting moment of lower guard, a glimmer of cold light suddenly flashed before him. Swift and merciless, the spade sliced through flesh, as effortlessly as a knife through parchment, revealing a line of blood across the old yellow ghost's neck, which soon gushed forth like a tidal wave. You how? He gazed at Jiang Ming in disbelief, but blood choked his throat, rendering him speechless. Before him, Jiang Ming, with the cleaver still embedded in his heart and blood pouring forth, grimaced in pain, yet remained steadfast on his feet. Since time immemorial, who among us has escaped death? Why must we only strive for the fleeting moments? Jiang Ming fixed his gaze upon the old yellow ghost and spat a mouthful of blood. Under the old yellow ghost's terrified gaze, Jiang Ming gasped for breath, slowly withdrawing the cleaver from his chest, aiming once more at the ghost's neck, and struck again. With a splatter, blood surged forth, sealing the old yellow ghost's fate. The pain was overwhelming. Jiang Ming finally exhaled a sigh of relief, discarding the axe and collapsing onto the ground, breathing heavily. This marked his first experience with taking a life, and it was indeed somewhat exhilarating. Yet, Jiang Ming felt no remorse. Had you lived, you would undoubtedly have caused me a great deal of trouble. Thus, your sacrifice for the greater good was inevitable. As the wound on his chest gradually healed, he glanced at the lifeless body beside him, devoid of any compassion, instead gaining a deeper understanding of his own predicament. When one's strength is feeble, life is as worthless as dirt, easily trampled by anyone. According to the memories of his former self, even if he had not encountered the old ghost Huang today, selling the fire cloud grass would have subjected him to layers of exploitation, possibly even attracting disaster. A herb worth 30 taels of silver might net him only a handful of copper coins if he were fortunate. To continue living like this would be utterly stifling. Survival also requires a method. A turtle that retracts its head into its shell may endure until the end of time. Yet it remains merely an old turtle with its shell marred by scribbles. Jiang Ming did not wish to be that old turtle. Survival through retreat is not cowardice. One must grow stronger to ensure a more stable existence. Therefore, his foremost goal was to secretly train in martial arts, to become formidable and live a better life. As Jiang Ming organized his thoughts, he felt a clarity wash over him, a sense of enlightenment, and proceeded to collect his discarded axe and medicine basket from the cliff's edge, preparing to leave this place. Regarding the corpse of the old ghost Huang, he felt little concern. He recalled that this fellow had always acted alone, often disappearing into the mountains for a month at a time, rarely interacting with others, yet always returning with considerable gains. By the time someone thought to seek him out, he would likely have been reduced to a pile of bones by wild beasts. Each year, several herbalists met their demise in the mountains, whether by falling from cliffs, encountering wolves, or consuming poisonous mushrooms. The loss of one more would hardly be noteworthy. However, with him dead, especially in this sweltering heat, it was no easy fate. I cannot suffer a wound in vain, Jiang Ming muttered to himself as his hands reached for the corpse of the old ghost Huang, beginning to search. A handful of copper coins, only about 20, pest-repelling powder, a few pieces of dry rations. Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He had unexpectedly unearthed 2 pieces of silver, totaling approximately a tael. How could he be so wealthy? Jiang Ming felt a surge of suspicion. Silver is no ordinary commodity. 1 tael of silver is equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. An average herbalist would take years to amass such wealth, let alone carry it into the mountains. This man harbored secrets. Jiang Ming's curiosity piqued, and he began to search more meticulously. However, after a lengthy search yielding nothing, just as he prepared to abandon his efforts, he suddenly noticed something amiss. On the old ghost Huang's tattered clothing, there was a seemingly inconspicuous gray-white patch that felt more like fine leather than coarse burlap. With a swift motion, Jiang Ming tore off the palm-sized patch and examined it closely. This was. His gaze sharpened. The reverse side of the leather patch was densely inscribed with tiny, dark characters. Fortunately, having learned to read from an elderly neighbor for a few days, Jiang Ming was able to decipher the content with some difficulty. A medicinal formula? Jiang Ming suddenly comprehended the reason behind the wealth of the old yellow ghost, as well as his perpetual appearance of physical exhaustion. The formula he had stumbled upon utilized human blood as the primary ingredient, yet it was intended for the consumption of animals. Typically, birds and beasts that ingested this potion would develop a modicum of sentience and gradually yield to the will of their blood provider, becoming obedient subjects. In his previous life, he recalled the old yellow ghost indeed having nurtured cats, dogs, and rabbits. It appeared that he had employed his own blood to concoct the medicine, compelling these animals to venture into the mountains on his behalf to gather herbs, thus amassing a considerable fortune. However, the memories revealed that the creatures the yellow ghost had raised had undergone numerous replacements. After all, even the most seasoned herbalists could sustain injuries in the wilderness, let alone domesticated animals that had only just acquired their newfound awareness, which would make them easy prey for wild beasts. As for why the old yellow ghost did not directly tame the wild animals, Jiang Ming surmised it was due to the greater difficulty in subduing them, necessitating a larger quantity of the potion. Being merely an ordinary man, the task of nurturing the common cats and dogs had already drained him of vitality. He would hardly dare to entertain thoughts of wild beasts. For an average person, this was akin to a perilous and debilitating sorcery. However, such concerns were entirely irrelevant to him. Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had a premonition that this recipe could yield tremendous benefits in his hands. Carefully stowing the animal hide close to his chest, he took the silver coins and provisions, refraining from disturbing the remaining possessions of the old yellow ghost, lest he attract unwanted attention. Reflecting upon the familiar routes for herb gathering, Jiang Ming donned a tattered bamboo hat and hoisted the herb basket onto his back, continuing his trek into the mountains with a mix of deep and shallow steps. Along the way, he relied on his memories to collect various herbs, though some resembled each other too closely, forcing him to discern their qualities by taste. For other herbalists, consuming random herbs would be an exceedingly perilous endeavor. For Jiang Ming, however, it was merely a matter of distinguishing between the palatable and the unpalatable. Even the most toxic plants would only cause him temporary discomfort. As time passed, Jiang Ming found himself sampling nearly every plant he encountered, categorizing them in his mind. Stomach ache, highly toxic. Stimulating, but causes diarrhea. Bitter taste, slightly poisonous, possibly possessing unknown medicinal properties. Fairly pleasant flavor, reminiscent of sweet potato leaves. I should gather more for dinner. Poisonous mushrooms. As the hours slipped away, Jiang Ming navigated through the dense forest, utilizing a variety of tools such as his herb shovel, small hoe, and sickle, gradually refining his foraging skills. Since he had traversed into the life of a herbalist, he resolved to embrace this role fully, for as the saying goes, one must excel in their craft, necessitating diligent practice to master their skills. The dusk in the mountains arrived silently. Before one knew it, the pines stood solemn, the stones dimmed, and the shadows of trees swayed gracefully in the mist. The air grew heavy, and dark clouds swirled above, suggesting an impending deluge. Jiang Ming adjusted the basket on his shoulder and quickened his pace towards a cliff that resided in his recollections. The night in the forest was more perilous than the day, with venomous creatures and fierce beasts lurking about, and a moment's inattention could lead to dire misfortune. Every herbalist had a few familiar hiding spots. Soon, the ominous clouds obscured the last rays of sunlight, and the distant rumble of thunder could be faintly heard. Before Jiang Ming lay a chaotic array of rocks, resembling grotesque dark monsters lurking amidst the forest. He began to ascend, brushing aside a tangle of withered vines at the midpoint of the rocky outcrop, when suddenly a small cave appeared before him. Inside the cave, he discovered a shattered pottery jar, 2 broken bowls, several dry twigs, and remnants of desiccated animal droppings. Thankfully, his memory had not failed him. Jiang Ming exhaled a sigh of relief as he set down his medicine basket along with the scattered items, taking a moment to tidy the cave. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and rain the size of soybeans began to pelt down, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the forest, and in the midst of the profound silence, all creatures lay still, awestruck by the divine might of the storm, as the sounds of wind, rain, and thunder resonated like a celestial decree, instilling both reverence and enchantment in the hearts of all living beings. Tonight appears to be safe. Jiang Ming smiled to himself. Animals, at times, exhibit greater wisdom than humans. They possess an innate understanding of the forces of nature and refrain from foraging recklessly during such storms. He carried the broken pottery jar to the cave's entrance, rinsed it with rainwater, and filled it with fresh rainwater in preparation for a hearty stew for dinner. After much effort, he finally ignited the dry wood using flint, placing the pottery jar over the flames as he began to prepare the ingredients. The main ingredient was the prized fire cloud grass, which he casually chopped into segments and combined with leaves resembling sweet potato greens, tossing them into the jar. Although the fire cloud grass held significant value, Jiang Ming was acutely aware of the adage that possessing precious things invites peril. This herb could incite murderous intent in the likes of Old Man Wang, and stir greed in others. Rather than risk a meager profit of a few copper coins, it was wiser to consume it himself. His curiosity piqued. He had heard that this herb could replenish qi and nourish blood, serving as a potent supplement for martial arts training. Given his frail state, Jiang Ming eagerly anticipated the effects of the fire cloud grass as he sought to strengthen his abilities. Next, he retrieved a colorful assortment of mushrooms from his medicine basket, unceremoniously stuffing them into the pottery jar. Watching them bubble in the boiling water made him swallow hard. In his previous life, he had yearned to taste such delicacies but dared not. Now, he finally had the chance to indulge. It was said that the more toxic the mushroom, the more delectable it became. Soon, an enticing aroma enveloped the cave, causing Jiang Ming's appetite to surge. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, shrouding the night in a melancholic gloom. Within the cave, the crackling firewood harmonized with the bubbling broth. Jiang Ming sat quietly, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. The confusion of arriving in this new world, the fear of being discovered, the anxiety of seeking immortality, and the restless excitement of aspiring for strength and exploring the unknown. Gradually, these myriad emotions began to dissipate, leaving only the rain that fell steadily, bridging heaven and earth. Having entered this realm, what was there to fear? It was merely a descent from sky to ground. In the dim, chilly cave, flickering flames cast a soft glow, and the fragrant mushroom soup wafted through the air. Jiang Ming regained his focus, scooping a generous bowlful with a broken dish. The golden broth shimmered with a hint of fiery red, appearing quite extraordinary. This bowl of soup could likely fell an elephant. Gazing at the vibrant assortment of mushrooms within, Jiang Ming couldn't help but grimace. Then, while blowing on the steaming broth, he eagerly took a sip. Hiss as the rich soup slid down his throat, its freshness threatened to dissolve his very tongue. The various fungi were delectable to the utmost degree. Infused with an indescribable fiery vigor that surged from his stomach to his limbs, propelled by the warmth of the soup. A soft moan of comfort almost escaped Jiang Ming's lips, as the chill of the rainy night was instantaneously dispelled, leaving him enveloped in warmth and vitality. Was this the power of the fire cloud grass? Jiang Ming was astounded. This frail body seemed to rejoice, yearning intensely for the soup before him. He immediately indulged, consuming the remaining broth with fervor. As he drank, he fancifully perceived tiny figures dancing before his eyes, only for them to vanish moments later. As his body gradually warmed, so too did his thoughts enliven. Fire cloud grass, beast mastery elixirs. Such wonders were not mere trifles to be found in an ordinary martial arts realm. Indeed, this was undoubtedly a world of cultivation. Yet, he pondered, did true immortals exist in this realm? The path of immortality is ethereal, and speculation is futile. For now, martial arts remain the sole avenue for strengthening oneself. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ming suppressed his doubts, settled beside the fire, and gradually succumbed to slumber. Outside, the tempest raged on, thunder cracking intermittently, as the flickering light of the fire dimmed, surrendering to darkness. On the following morning, the rain had ceased and the clouds had dispersed. The sky was as clear as a mirror, with beams of sunlight filtering through the vines, illuminating the cave. Jiang Ming, hunched over, stood up, somewhat bewildered, and glanced downward. What was hardest in the world now was no longer steel. The potency of this medicine was overwhelming. Jiang Ming was speechless, feeling an intense heat coursing through him. He pushed aside the vines and exited the cave, inhaling the refreshing post-rain air deeply. Clambering atop a massive rock, he began to practice a set of physical conditioning punches. Medicine and martial arts are intertwined. Herbalists are not entirely unrelated. They possess their own methods for strengthening the body and nurturing energy. The punches Jiang Ming practiced lacked a name, yet showed some efficacy. He repeated the movements over and over, feeling the medicinal energy unfurling within him, his strength gradually augmenting. Even his frail physique seemed to grow a bit sturdier. Such potent medicine seemed not solely from the fire cloud grass. Even those toxic mushrooms bore astonishing medicinal properties. Alas, ordinary individuals are unworthy of such benefits. If this is indeed the case, then the Yunmeng Mountain and Marsh is a veritable treasure trove for me. Rare herbs like fire cloud grass are hard to find. Yet some highly toxic fungi or medicinal herbs should pose no challenge in locating. In his memory, certain herbs contained remarkable medicinal effects, albeit with deadly toxicity that most herbalists could scarcely handle. Even if they could, the cost would far outweigh the benefits, rendering them largely untouched. If Jiang Ming were to utilize these herbs and toxic fungi as resources for martial cultivation, his journey in martial arts would surely yield significant rewards with minimal effort. After practicing for over an hour, the intense heat finally subsided. Next, herbal gathering. With a clear objective, Jiang Ming was invigorated. After munching on some rations, he strapped on his herb basket and proceeded along the route etched in his memory. After the rain, the mountain forest is vast and refreshing, with droplets clinging to the blades of grass. The occasional chirping of insects and the calls of birds echo through the woods. In the depths of the forest, Jiang Ming wanders alone, akin to a thirsty apprentice in pursuit of knowledge, incessantly sampling each herb and familiarizing himself with various foraging techniques. Most herbs are delicate. Some roots must remain intact, others require only unopened buds, and certain fruits must be harvested in the early morning to prevent the pods from bursting. Even with the memories of a previous life, Jiang Ming has unknowingly damaged countless herbs before sensing a notable improvement in his skills. 2 days later, on a clear morning, the waning moon still hangs in the sky. Jiang Ming treads through the morning mist as he exits the Yunming Mountains, droplets collecting on his conical hat. A bamboo basket brimming with herbs slung on his back, arriving at a settlement at the foot of the mountain. Although Jiang Ming could remain in the mountains longer, he adheres to the habit of his former self, typically retreating after 3 or 4 days for rest. As a newcomer, he prefers not to attract undue attention. Read in wisps of smoke, a scattering of humble thatched huts appears ahead, bustling with life. Initially, only a handful of herb gatherers resided here, but soon, the unfortunate souls unable to survive in the grand city of Diyun began to congregate. When the local officials ventured to the outskirts, they benevolently bestowed a name rich in meaning, Pingan Town. As Jiang Ming approaches the town's entrance, a young clerk clad in tattered garments saunters over, glancing lazily at Jiang Ming while drawling, "Inspection." Jiang Ming deftly hands over 2 copper coins, eliciting a satisfied smile from the clerk, who casually rummages through the herb basket, absently pocketing 2 pieces of rhizome before waving Jiang Ming away. In his benevolence, the official had not forgotten to be cautious, warning of potential bandits in the mountains, thus dispatching clerks to guard this area and ensure the absence of troublemakers. Grateful townsfolk offer gifts of silver and local specialties, a gesture deemed appropriate. Yet, to this day, no one has ever encountered a bandit. Life is often absurd and challenging. Fortunately, the world remains relatively peaceful. Jiang Ming, embodying the restraint and humility of his former self, has not stirred trouble and intends to maintain this low profile, lacking any fervor for rebellion. Upon entering the town, he greets several familiar herb gatherers before stepping into a modest tavern. Though labeled a tavern, it is merely a larger thatched shelter with tattered banners and a dim, chaotic interior, its tables and chairs in disrepair. Yet, it stands as one of the few entertainment venues in the town. The tavern is quite lively, filled with rugged men in worn clothing. Herb gatherers mingle with hunters and woodcutters, enjoying drinks while exchanging tales of their adventures. Due to the mountain's dampness, many patrons come here for a drink to ward off the chill and moisture before or after their excursions. Over time, the tradition of morning drinking has become unique to Pingan Town, with many feeling compelled to enjoy a bowl, even without any pressing matters, to momentarily distract from life's burdens. Jiang Ming tosses his herb basket onto an empty table and strides directly to the counter, placing 2 copper coins down, a bowl of rice wine, and a plate of smoked tofu. "Please." The runtung is the most affordable spirit here, priced at merely a copper coin per bowl, distinguished solely by its potency. A single sip renders the tongue numb, enveloping the body in a warm embrace, making it an unparalleled remedy against the chill. Behind the counter stands the tavern's proprietor, Old Jiang, his hair a sparse silver, well acquainted with the herbalists like Jiang Ming. He chuckles, "You look radiant. Your harvest must have been fruitful?" "Fruitful? I nearly fed the wolves." Jiang Ming retorts whimsically as he settles down with a bowl and plate. He first takes a hearty gulp of the liquor, the fiery sensation surging from throat to belly, then picks up a piece of aged tofu, its surface tinged with smoke, dipping it into chili sauce before devouring it. The aromas of the strong spirit and the tofu intertwine in his mouth as he savors the moment, listening to the surrounding patrons boast and banter. "I heard the Wang family's bounty has risen to 50 taels of silver." One exclaims, "So what? Fire cloud grass isn't as common as cabbage. Where would we find it?" Another quips, "If I could find it, I'd first secure the famed courtesan of Qinghe Tower. Mishue, for 3 days and nights. Little Lu, you might as well be stirring a vat with a bamboo skewer. Can you handle it?" Laughter erupts around the tavern as Jiang Ming merely raises an eyebrow, sipping his drink in silence. Patrons come and go, some familiar herbalist stopping by, to whom Jiang Ming greets with nods. No one mentions the old ghost, as only a few days have passed, and many venture deep into the mountains for 10 days or more. As the sun climbs higher, Jiang Ming finishes his tofu dish, drains the last of his drink, and, with his medicine basket swaying, departs. Having drained his cup, he reflects, "In this world, I am without acquaintances." In the early morning, when the world remains dim and a cold wind seeps through, Jiang Ming, bare-chested and with trousers rolled to his knees, practices his martial arts in the bamboo-walled courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Sweat, the size of soybeans, cascades down, soaking the earth beneath him. Only when the light begins to brighten and distant voices stir from the fields does he pause, panting, his body steaming, and the contours of his muscles faintly visible. Having returned from the mountains 2 days prior, Jiang Ming has maintained his morning practice, the residual effects of fire cloud grass and poisonous mushrooms enhancing his efforts, fortifying his physique significantly. Jiang Ming is no longer the frail individual he once was. His strength rivals that of an average adult who is trained. Yet, he knows the importance of perseverance. Although he has gained longevity, unforeseen troubles will not simply vanish, and vigilance is necessary. One must remain alert in this unfamiliar world. He murmurs. After drawing water from the barrel, he refreshes himself with a cool wash, and the rice porridge simmering on the stove is nearly ready. He serves himself a generous bowl, enjoying it with pickled vegetables, indulging heartily. With his belly full, he reclines in a bamboo chair, gazing at the distant mountains, where a delicate mist lingers, cloaking the peaks. The gentle sunlight refracts through the haze, resembling a layer of golden gossamer. I should procure some tea leaves, brew tea here at the foot of the mountain, and spend my leisure time foraging for herbs and flowers. Truly a paradise of dreams, Jiang Ming muses, taking in the beauty before him, before sighing. Alas, one must ultimately bow to the demands of daily sustenance. The previous incarnation left behind little in the way of wealth. If Jiang Ming wished to cultivate his martial skills, he must devise a means to earn money, whether it be through apprenticing under a master or procuring martial arts elixirs. A considerable sum of silver was required. The path of martial arts is not one meant for the impoverished. Jiang Ming hurriedly rose, hauling out a basket brimming with fresh herbs he had gathered over the past few days, spreading them out on the ground to dry. For certain stubborn roots and tubers, he needed to kindle a fire to carefully desiccate them. Some herbs left by his predecessor required further processing. He placed them in a pot, stirring them gently over low heat to avert spoilage. By the time he completed these tasks, the sun was setting. As he gnawed on a hard biscuit, his thoughts wandered. Tomorrow morning, he could venture to the herbal market. With the herbs he inherited and the newly gathered ones, he should be able to earn some coin. After quenching his thirst with a substantial bowl of cool water, he cleared his throat and began sorting the herbs into bundles, tying them with grass twine, and placing them meticulously into his basket. The following day, at the break of dawn, Jiang Ming opened his eyes, practiced his martial forms a couple of times, and extracted the concealed basket from beside his bed. He covered it with a worn animal hide and set out. The herbal market was situated on the outskirts of Ping'an town, enclosed by a rudimentary bamboo fence. Even at such an early hour, a significant number of people had already gathered. Upon entering, Jiang Ming found a vacant spot, unfurled the hide, and arranged the herbs neatly, squatting down to set up his stall. However, before any customers arrived, a burly middle-aged man with a menacing scar across his face approached, flanked by a few ruffians. Ming, bringing out such a bounty today? Are you saving up to marry? Jiang Ming looked up, mentally cursing the man's ancestors, yet maintaining an expression of deference. Good morning, scarred elder, he replied, fumbling in his pocket to produce 5 copper coins, placing them in the man's hand. The scarred elder was a low-ranking leader of the old snake gang in the capital, which had spearheaded the establishment of this herbal market. In Ping'an town, every herbalist was obliged to sell their wares at the market, and all vendors were required to pay a fee for the space. These were the rules. Some had attempted to sneak into the city to sell their herbs, only to have their legs broken as punishment. For the herbalists, the chance of rising above their circumstances was nearly impossible. Jiang Ming sighed inwardly, reflecting on the plump officials of the capital, who were astute and shrewd. With such a lucrative trade in herbs, they would never allow these commoners to prosper. Behind the old snake gang stood numerous families and officials. The scarred elder smirked, playfully kicking at the herbs, almost trampling a few of them. With such a large quantity this time, the market fee seems a bit excessive. Your wisdom is unmatched. Scarred elder. Jiang Ming quickly smiled, offering 3 more copper coins. Fortuitously, he had not brought back any fire cloud grass. Otherwise, he would not only have failed to profit, but might have found himself in dire straits. Jiang Ming thought, maintaining a facade of cheer as he watched the scarred man depart. After bidding farewell to the scarred elder, a short while passed, and as daylight broke, a few scattered individuals began to enter the herbal market to make their purchases. As Jiang Ming gazed into the crowd, he noted that most of the patrons purchasing medicine were impeccably dressed, their skin smooth and delicate, unmistakably hailing from the city. Many were accompanied by attendants. Such is the nature of the medicinal herb trade, a realm inaccessible to ordinary folk, with herb gatherers merely occupying the lowest tier of the supply chain, subjected to the relentless exploitation of merchants and gangs. Observing the city gentry as they strolled and perused, Jiang Ming's attention was finally captured by an elderly gentleman clad in a gray robe, who approached him directly. How much for the Zhuling? Jiang Ming promptly straightened and replied, You seem familiar. If you wish to take them all, I can offer you 25 copper coins. Zhu Ling is rather scarce these days. And this price is quite reasonable, would you agree? Harvesting Zhu Ling demands extensive experience and is notoriously challenging. However, if one locates the right spot, they could unearth dozens or even hundreds of pounds. Jiang Ming considered himself fortunate to have stumbled upon a fruitful site, a veritable treasure for his sustenance. In his eagerness to sell quickly, he had set a relatively low price. The old man raised an eyebrow. You have a way with words. Very well, pack them up. He signaled to his attendant, who promptly stepped forward to pay and collect the herbs. Before departing, the elder added, black tea medicine, shui jinteng, the price has doubled. And, hui yun xiao, a hefty reward for its discovery. Jiang Ming did not inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. This was one of the unspoken rules. Patrons sometimes specified urgent medicinal needs to herb gatherers, akin to bounty tasks, which usually offered generous compensation but also involved searching for elusive herbs. Particularly, Hui Yun Chao stirred something within Jiang Ming. It had once been rarer than a millennium-old ginseng. Yet this year, it seemed to have proliferated, though it remained elusive, with whispers of 2 or 3 individuals having found it. Not to mention the one he had consumed. Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The bounties offered by city families and gangs were steadily escalating, especially from the Wang family, whose current reward had reached 60 taels. If only Jiang Ming possessed 60 taels, it would suffice to enroll in a reputable martial arts school in the city for several years. Alas, that path was barred to him. Thoughts of the town's mountain guards, the scarred elder, and the smirking patrons brought a tranquil resignation to Jiang Ming's mind. Such a windfall was far beyond his current reach. Hey kid, do you still have Zhu Ling? A gruff voice jolted Jiang Ming from his reverie. He looked up to see a familiar face and quickly offered a sheepish smile. I sincerely apologize, but they are all sold out. A flicker of annoyance flashed in the man's eyes as he turned on his heel and departed. Jiang Ming shook his head in silence, aside from Zhu Ling. His other herbs were not particularly rare, rendering future sales increasingly difficult. As noon approached, the city gentry had mostly departed, leaving half of Jiang Ming's stock unsold and neglected. Over the course of the morning, he had managed to sell a mere 60 copper coins. After deducting the tolls imposed by the local officials and the scarred elder, he was left with only 50 copper coins. This even accounted for the remnants of his previous inventory. Sighing, Jiang Ming gathered the remaining herbs into his basket and purchased a modest supply of rice and flour in town before making his way home. Perhaps it was time to experiment with that herbal prescription. On his way home, Jiang Ming lowered his head in contemplation. Late at night, silence enveloped the world, and the candlelight in the thatched cottage flickered dimly. Jiang Ming spread out the grayish-white beast skin he had acquired from the old man Huang on the table, scrutinizing it closely. 2 mountain dragon eyes, 2 liang of snake flower roots, 1 pig heart, 3 qian of cicada slough, leeches, and 9 fragrant insects. Boil with 3 jin of pure water. Add 1 liang of human blood at the hour of the rabbit. For 3 consecutive days. At noon, during the blazing sun, seal the crimson liquid for future use. Jiang Ming's lips twitched. No wonder the old man Huang looked so gaunt. Drawing 1 liang of blood daily for 3 days, who could endure such a regimen? However, this prescription seemed tailor-made for me. Jiang Ming's eyes glimmered. It appeared that his path to wealth lay within this formula. Some of the medicinal ingredients were rare in the mountains, so he would have to try his luck at the apothecary market. In the days that followed, aside from gathering herbs and practicing martial arts, all of Jiang Ming's thoughts were devoted to this prescription. Each time he visited the apothecary market, he would set up a wooden sign and write down the herbs he needed in charcoal ash, deliberately listing only one type of herb each time to avoid drawing attention. Over a month later, deep within the Yuming Mountains, a live figure maneuvered deftly among the cliffs and pines, plucking a dark plant that grew precariously on a steep precipice, then leaping lightly to secure a steady landing on the cliff face. A month prior, he would have struggled to acquire this black tea herb. Jiang Ming carefully placed it into his herb basket, his face brimming with delight. Now, Jiang Ming seemed entirely transformed. Beneath his loose garments, his muscles rippled with strength, exuding explosive power, and his eyes sparkled with clarity and vigor. The paths he once feared and the herbs he hesitated to gather had become as accessible to him as walking on level ground. Surely, 3 or 4 ordinary adults combined would not stand a chance against me, he mused. For over a month, he had diligently practiced his martial arts daily, consuming various wild herbs and unknown fungi as if they were free. It seemed that these toxic mushrooms contained an unfathomable potency, allowing Jiang Ming's strength to swell, now comparable to several times that of an average person. Were these fungi harmless? I doubt I would be the one consuming them, Jiang Ming exclaimed, astonished that such venomous substances harbored effects beyond imagination. However, it seemed the growth had plateaued. Since 2 days prior, his strength's increase had slowed significantly, yielding minimal progress. The ordinary methods of physical training no longer sufficed. He needed to find a way to delve deeper into martial arts. During this time, Jiang Ming's understanding of the world had deepened. Legends spoke of celestial beings and the existence of martial pathways. The so-called martial arts were not merely rudimentary combat techniques but a transcendental practice. It required not only external training but also the integration of corresponding internal breathing methods to embark on the martial path. The nameless fist technique Jiang Ming practiced was, at best, a rudimentary external method. Were it not for his relentless supplementation, an ordinary person might spend a lifetime without achieving any notable skill. The pressing issue was to resolve his financial situation. Jiang Ming has discerned a path to martial arts training. Yet truly embarking on this journey cannot be achieved with merely a handful of copper coins. With this thought in mind, he set off in another direction. In a familiar cave, a jar of pungent medicinal liquid lay upon the ground, its surface adorned with a translucent layer of pale red liquid, quite extraordinary in appearance. This was the very place where Jiang Ming had spent his first night upon arriving in this world. He gazed intently at the medicinal concoction before him, his eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping that this time it might succeed. Reflecting on the past month of trials and tribulations regarding this prescription, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The medicinal herbs had long been gathered, yet the prescription inscribed on the beast's hide was exceedingly vague, lacking clarity on numerous details, such as the duration of boiling or whether the leeches should be alive or dried. This ambiguity had led Jiang Ming to numerous failures before he finally began to grasp the essence of the process. Eventually, he took to the mountains with both herbs and provisions, gathering while concocting, and at last, this medicinal liquid appeared to resemble something promising. As noon approached, Jiang Ming carried the jar out of the cave and positioned it under the blazing sun. Finally, at the zenith of the sun's intensity, the pale red liquid within the jar gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue, akin to a glassy blood diamond, emanating a fragrant aroma of vegetation. It truly had come to fruition. Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily produced a vial to pour the crimson liquid into, sealing the top securely. The next step was to find a suitable animal to test the efficacy of this elixir. By evening, Jiang Ming returned to the cave with a gray wild rabbit in tow. "Once you drink this, we shall be friends," he declared, freeing one hand to uncork the vial. A grin reminiscent of a cunning wolf gracing his face. The moment he opened the bottle, the rabbit emitted an urgent squeal, its limbs thrashing as it leaned towards the vial, as if the liquid within held a fatal allure. This concoction indeed possessed some merit. Jiang Ming observed with intrigue as he poured the crimson liquid into a chipped bowl, subsequently tossing the rabbit onto the ground. The rabbit immediately dashed towards the bowl, licking fervently until it consumed every last drop, then stood motionless, rooted in place. Jiang Ming waited patiently, and soon a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Half an hour passed. Just as he began to wonder if the rabbit had perished, it suddenly jolted, raising its head to gaze at him, its ruby-like eyes twinkling with a glimmer of vivacity. Then, it turned and bolted. With quick reflexes, Jiang Ming seized it. The effects must not yet be sufficient. He mused aloud, not entirely surprised. It seemed that wild animals were indeed difficult to tame. He bound the rabbit within the cave and commenced a new round of alchemy. 3 days later, the gray rabbit drank yet another vial of the elixir, its gaze now even more animated. Jiang Ming attempted to release it, however. Instead of fleeing, it became increasingly unruly, sniffing and nibbling about the cave, proving quite bothersome. Once more, 3 days later, after the rabbit consumed the third vial of liquid, Jiang Ming distinctly felt a faint connection forming between himself and the gray rabbit. Surely, this time would yield success. Jiang Ming stroked his chin, rummaging through the medicinal basket until he unearthed a black tea herb, placing it before the gray rabbit and inquiring tentatively, "I require this. Can you assist me in locating it?" The rabbit sniffed a few times and promptly darted outside the cave. A flicker of delight crossed Jiang Ming's face as he hurriedly followed. As dusk approached, deep within an unassuming mountain ravine, Jiang Ming stood upon a slab of green stone, gazing in astonishment at a depression mostly concealed by thickets. In the hollow, a dozen ebony black tea herbs thrived exuberantly, the smallest among them surpassing the one Jiang Ming had harvested. "This is utterly outrageous," Jiang Ming murmured, his expression frozen as he leaped into the hollow, collecting the precious herbs as if reaping a harvest. On the green stone, the gray rabbit hopped about, exhibiting an air of contentment. 2 days later, Jiang Ming surveyed the cave, now strewn with an array of medicinal herbs, rendered utterly speechless. Black tea herbs, water gold vines, and pig's gall. All were invaluable ingredients, likely fetching more than 2 taels of silver collectively. It was worth the 9 days of bloodletting, he sighed. Grey Master. As long as I have food to eat, you shall never go hungry. The rabbit's recent behavior had endeared it to Jiang Ming, prompting him to affectionately address it as master. The cats and dogs nurtured by that old scoundrel, Huang, could never yield such remarkable results. This epitomized the disparity between wild creatures of the mountains and domesticated pets. In one corner of the cave, the gray rabbit lay sprawled, nonchalantly nibbling on a carrot that Jiang Ming had procured from the town. Within the cavern, various medicinal herbs were piled high, yet Jiang Ming found himself lost in contemplation. With the assistance of Old Gray, his efforts to forage for herbs in the mountains had become remarkably effortless. However, the conundrum lay in transforming these herbs into silver coins that would fill his purse. Carrying them all down the mountain for sale was tantamount to courting disaster. The only option was to consume the expensive restorative herbs entirely, while gradually transporting the rest down for sale. Those seasoned herbalists possessed secretive locations for their foraging. After spending so many years in the mountains, it was only natural that he would stumble upon a few fortunate spots. Perhaps this would still attract envy, but it would merely result in a few extra coins, a matter Jiang Ming was indifferent to. He had ample time to accumulate wealth. The following morning, Jiang Ming returned to Ping'an town. In the herb basket slung over his back, a substantial portion comprised common herbs, while the remainder included 6 stalks of black tea herb and some pig fungus. What splendid fortune! The little clerk at the town entrance had reddened eyes. Jiang Ming hastily pressed 7 or 8 copper coins into his hand, and the clerk departed, glancing back multiple times. At the herbal market, buoyed by good fortune, Old Scar, with a casual remark, took 20 copper coins from Jiang Ming. A look of pain crossed Jiang Ming's face, yet he felt a sense of relief within. It seemed that as long as he avoided rare herbs like fire cloud grass, these officials would not resort to outright robbery, merely exploiting him a bit more. The market for black tea herb had recently surged, with each stock fetching no less than 20 copper coins, amounting to over 100 coins, sufficient to recoup his costs. He calculated in his mind. Indeed, several dark stalks of black tea herb drew considerable attention, and before long, a young man clad in a lavish purple brocade robe, waving a folding fan, strode towards him. Jiang Ming was taken aback. The clientele at the herbal market were typically familiar faces, and he had never encountered such a flamboyant character before. However, before Jiang Ming could speak, the young man coldly declared, 100 copper coins. I shall take all the black tea herb. Jiang Ming halted, slowly raising his gaze to meet the young man's, and calmly replied, Young master, you possess discerning taste. My black tea herb is of the finest quality. The brocade-clad gentleman waved his hand in annoyance. Dare to pass off inferior goods as superior, and I shall have your hand chopped off. He tossed a handful of coins before turning to leave. A servant stepped forward, taking all the black tea herb, and cast a mocking glance at Jiang Ming, snatching a handful of pig fungus before departing. Jiang Ming maintained his smile, yet he etched the appearances of these 2 individuals firmly in his memory. As the sun ascended to its zenith, he had nearly sold all his herbs and decided to visit a small tavern. Ming, I've heard you've struck it rich this time? Old Ginger, behind the counter, chuckled. Jiang Ming sighed heavily. I lost 50 copper coins on the road. Would you call that good fortune or misfortune? Old Ginger paused, taken aback. Is it truly that outrageous? When has it ever not been outrageous? Run your mouth. Smoke the tofu. Double portions. Jiang Ming replied with a bitter smile. After ordering his food and drink, he greeted several familiar herbalists and took a seat at a table already occupied by one person. What a coincidence, Joe. This meal is on me. He slid a serving of food towards the man. Ming, you treat this old fellow daily. It makes me rather anxious. Before him sat a frail old man with wispy white hair, seemingly as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Yet, despite his appearance, the elderly gentleman's movements were remarkably swift. His trembling hands adeptly grasped tender tofu, devouring piece after piece until the bowl was entirely empty. With a hearty gulp, he downed the entire bowl of wine, then spoke earnestly. Ming, my martial arts teachings are incomplete and quite detrimental to the body. It would be unwise for you to pursue them. Jiang Ming's gaze remained calm. Old Master Zhou, I am still young. I must take a chance. Old Zhou was the sole practitioner of martial arts in the town. In his heyday, numerous aspiring students sought to learn from him. Yet most either emerged with numerous injuries or found themselves financially ruined by the resources required for training. None ever achieved notable success. In recent years, the topic of martial arts had nearly faded into obscurity. Observing Jiang Ming's determination, Old Zhou could only offer a wry smile. Very well, when you feel prepared. Come find me. Perhaps, after a few days, you will abandon the endeavor. Thank you, Old Master Zhou. Jiang Ming replied eagerly. The atmosphere soon lightened, and the two joined the nearby herbalists in their lively banter. This was a primary reason for Jiang Ming's frequent visits, to gather new information and swiftly acclimate himself to this world. By the way, does anyone know about the newcomer in the herb market? What is his story? Jiang Ming suddenly inquired. The one in the purple attire? Someone responded immediately, whispering. I must warn you, do not provoke that individual. He is said to belong to a newly prominent martial artist family in the city, the Shu family. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. To attain any level of skill in martial arts qualifies one as a martial artist, categorized into first, second, third tiers, and those unranked. Even an unranked martial artist can contend with 10 ordinary adult men. A first-tier martial artist is said to be capable of facing 100 foes. And even in the military, they would command respect as a leader. Within the grand city of Dalian, a first-tier martial artist could easily establish a formidable faction. Historically, the number of first-tier martial artist factions in Dalian had never exceeded a handful, yet now, a new contender had emerged. I've heard this family is on the rise. Several herbalists here have gone missing due to their disobedience. Another voice murmured, nervously gesturing across his throat. Zhang the Lame, Lu the Chubby, Huang the Old Ghost. Duan the Big Head. I haven't seen any of them for quite some time. The last time I was at the herb market, that purple-clad scoundrel attempted a forcible robbery and killed an herbalist on the spot. A somber mood enveloped the group, their hearts heavy with indignation. Yet they felt powerless to express it. Jiang Ming lowered his head, quietly sipping his drink. He had not anticipated that Huang the Old Ghost would have someone to bear the blame for him. Remembering the lost copper coins, he resigned himself to the notion of it being a price paid for the unjust burden. The world is indeed a harsh place, Jiang Ming lamented, feeling a profound sense of discomfort. While the Shu family had taken the blame for Huang, two of the missing individuals had been decent and kind-hearted friends of his. The Shu family, he murmured softly, his yearning for martial arts growing ever more intense. In an effort to dispel the oppressive atmosphere, a young lad, even younger than Jiang Ming, took the lead in shifting the topic of conversation. By the way, did you all hear? Lu Laosan delivered some fire cloud grass to the Wang family and received 70 taels of silver. He then went to enjoy a splendid time with Miss Shuer. No way, is that true? The group of men suddenly turned green with envy. There's no doubt about it. When Lu Laosan comes to drink, you can ask him yourselves. I've heard the same. And the Wang family offered such a high price because Miss Wang has a hidden ailment that requires fire cloud grass for treatment. It's said she has already recovered and, to express her gratitude, she plans to personally release some spirit fish by the riverside at the foot of the mountain in a few days. What? Are the fish large? The young lad exclaimed in surprise, lamenting his delayed awareness of the news. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Was that really the crux of the matter? I must take my leave and quickly fashion a fish spear. Laughter erupted throughout the tavern. Jiang Ming silently finished his drink and departed, his thoughts lingering on Lu Laosan. As time passed, the disappearance of a few herbalists was akin to small pebbles dropping into a lake, causing momentary ripples before returning to calm, and no one mentioned them again. The forest remained as tranquil as ever. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as an arrow flew forth, striking a large tree with precision. It was not a difficult feat. A dozen paces away, Jiang Ming held a hunting bow, his expression serene. Since that day when he reached an agreement with Old Zhou about learning martial arts, the latter had generously shared foundational preparations necessary before engaging in formal training. The pursuit of martial arts was no trifling matter. Inadequate fundamentals could lead to debilitating outcomes. First and foremost was physical fitness, and Jiang Ming's physique far surpassed that of the average person, posing no issues. More crucial, however, was the internal cultivation of breathing techniques. If external training was like the arrow that unleashed explosive power, then internal breathing techniques served as the bow that controlled that power. Missteps in breathing could not only hinder one's martial path but also lead to injury. To master the internal breathing techniques, one must first gain control over their breathing patterns. Archery, demanding precise control of one's breathing, became a skill Jiang Ming sought to refine. To practice this control, he spent 30 copper coins on a hunting bow and had been diligently honing his archery skills in the mountains, making rapid progress. Now, within 10 paces, he could accurately strike a tree as thick as a person, still significantly behind seasoned hunters, yet far ahead of the average individual. Perhaps it was due to my immortal nature. While practicing archery, I felt no impatience to achieve mastery, and in maintaining a calm and focused demeanor, my progress accelerated. Jiang Ming mused. Indeed, internal cultivation is profoundly linked to one's mental state. Martial arts training requires patience, and the more one craves immediate results, the more likely one is to falter. Approaching dusk, Jiang Ming shook his sore shoulders and shouldered his hunting bow as he returned to the cave that served as his dwelling. Inside, the medicinal herbs had diminished by more than half, most of which he had transported down the mountain in batches. Apart from selling a portion for himself, he had also discreetly shared some profits with Old Zhou. After all, to learn martial arts from Old Zhou, one must offer some benefits in return. The following morning, the sky was shrouded in clouds, and a gentle drizzle fell. As per his usual routine, Jiang Ming finished his martial practice and set up a small stove at the cave entrance, where a clay pot simmered, releasing steam as the tea bubbled within. He casually seated himself on the ground, pouring a bowl of coarse tea for himself, savoring it slowly while nibbling on dry cakes. Life is long, and one must learn to enjoy it. Suddenly, a plump gray rabbit appeared, hopping around Jiang Ming in circles. "Gray sir, have you found any herbs again?" Jiang Ming exclaimed with delight. "Which kind?" The rabbit promptly dashed into the cave and rummaged through a pile of assorted herbs, emerging with a yellow tuber the size of a thumb, which it proudly presented with its forepaws. "Really? Let me there quickly." Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled as he sprang to his feet. To train the rabbit in herb foraging, he had spent hundreds of copper coins acquiring various precious herbs. And this yellow tuber belonged to a top-tier medicinal plant. If it could indeed be found, it would surely lead to great fortune. Soon, the pair set off deep into the forest. Half an hour later, in a glade that rarely saw sunlight, Jiang Ming cradled a golden tuber that resembled a fusion of a worm and ginseng, his face alight with joy. Golden worm ginseng. One can fetch 500 copper coins for just one. Moreover, where there is one, there are bound to be more nearby, Gray sir. You are amazing. With me around, you shall never go hungry. The rabbit bounced in triumph, then, in a sudden burst of energy, darted deeper into the thicket. Wait. Just a moment before Jiang Ming could finish his sentence, a deafening roar erupted from the forest. Immediately, a cacophony of chaos ensued. By the time Jiang Ming reached the scene, he found a scruffy wildcat viciously tearing at the rabbit's neck. Without hesitation, he brandished his axe and swiftly dispatched the creature. Yet he could only save half of the rabbit's remains. Gray sir, you acted impulsively. Jiang Ming sighed, digging a grave for a proper burial. He had long been prepared for the sacrifice of his companion, knowing well the perils of the wilderness. He just hadn't anticipated that the day would come so soon. Without you, Gray sir, I have no desire to forage for herbs. Jiang Ming lamented, deciding to take a few days off to mourn. Of course, there was another reason. He needed to procure materials for refining the beast-taming red liquid once again. After indulging in the pleasures of effortless gain, he found it impossible to return to a life of hardship. In Ping'an Town, everything remained as usual. The disappearance of a few herbalists seemed inconsequential, and even the tavern's discussions had ceased to mention them. However, Jiang Ming noticed an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing him. In the tavern, Jiang Ming sat at a table with Old Zhou, this time ordering the more expensive aged ginseng wine, along with a couple more dishes. As the coins in his pocket gradually increased, his standard of living improved significantly. Even his tools for entering the mountains, such as axes and sickles, had been upgraded. Ming, do you still remember that Lu Laosan? Old Zhou, munching on peanuts, squinted and inquired. Jiang Ming replied calmly, What? Is he dead? Old Zhou was taken aback, lifting his gaze toward Jiang Ming as if seeing this herbalist youth for the first time. He chuckled bitterly and shook his head. No, he hasn't died. But his tongue was cut out, and he's lost all his money. Now he wanders about in madness. During this time, you've sold quite a bit of medicine. Many have taken notice. Old Zhou gestured towards the dishes on the table, hinting meaningfully. Jiang Ming smiled lightly, dismissing it. I haven't sold much. Those people wouldn't break the rules over such a trifling sum. Old Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. The old scar and those officials certainly don't care. But there are plenty of idle ruffians in town. Old Zhou. Jiang Ming downed the wine in his bowl and sighed deeply. There are more ways to survive than one. I have my own methods. Just wait until I save enough money to come learn martial arts from you. Old Zhou was momentarily stunned, then sighed, choosing not to say more, thinking the youth was merely youthful and reckless. Perhaps he needed to endure a few more hardships to be tempered. Jiang Ming, too, refrained from further argument, knowing that only the final outcome holds true persuasion. In the morning, he drank, and in the afternoon, he strolled about leisurely, purchasing some tea and rice flour. Jiang Ming returned home, swaying along, enjoying this tranquil and lively life. In such a hurry? Jiang Ming suddenly slowed his pace. This was a narrow, muddy path through the fields, usually deserted. Yet today 2 unruly youths were blocking his way. He turned to look behind him. A few ragged boys were also edging closer, their eyes darting nervously. Ming, I hear fortune is smiling upon you these days. The leader ahead, a dark-skinned, sturdy young man, swaggered forward with a machete in hand. My brothers are a bit tight on cash lately. We've come to borrow some silver from you. On the narrow path, Jiang Ming stood calmly, unperturbed, and smiled faintly. Guahaizi, it's just a bit of silver, mere trifles. I can give it to you. No need for bloodshed. With that, he produced a handful of copper coins from his pocket, waving them before the group. Guahaizi's eyes brightened, while one of the thugs beside him laughed derisively. I told you, this Jiang Ming is a coward. Hold him down and search him for all his silver. Behind Jiang Ming, the initially timid boys, upon seeing the coins and Jiang Ming's apparent weakness, suddenly grew bold, their eyes gleaming with greed as they charged toward him. One unassuming, skinny lad even pulled a wooden stick from his sleeve, swinging it towards Jiang Ming's head. However, the anticipated scene of Jiang Ming bleeding did not occur. He pivoted slightly, his left hand darting out with remarkable swiftness to grasp the skinny boy's wrist, rendering him utterly immobile. Let go, the youth cried out in agony. His face contorted in a grotesque manner, feeling as if a ferocious tiger had ensnared him, the very bones threatening to shatter under the pressure. And no amount of struggle could liberate him. A wooden stick slipped from his grasp, and Jiang Ming deftly seized it, swinging his arm with precision to strike the scrawny boy's calf. A crisp crack echoed, and the boy's leg twisted alarmingly, his screams rivaling those of a slaughtered pig. There is no need for bloodshed, is there? 10 copper coins, remember that, Jiang Ming remarked coolly, tossing the coins aside, sending the boy tumbling several meters into the muddy field, where he lay groaning in despair. The other impoverished youths, terrified by the initial scream, recoiled in fright, their bodies chilled with shock. They were accustomed to petty theft, but they had never encountered such ruthlessness. To have a leg broken over a mere disagreement was beyond their comprehension. In their minds, only figures like Scar and the local officials wielded such power. Guahaizi, filled with rage and indignation, pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Ming, exclaiming fiercely, "Do you know what my relationship with Scar is? How dare you harm someone on Scar's turf? Aren't you afraid he'll have your hands chopped off? You owe me 20 copper coins," Jiang Ming retorted, pointing the stick at Guahaizi's head. "You're seeking death," Guahaizi bellowed, inciting his companions to attack. "Chop him." 2 thugs brandishing cleavers charged at Jiang Ming. But to him, their movements resembled the frantic pecking of a wild chicken. Over the past month, Jiang Ming had diligently practiced his punches, surpassing the limits of ordinary strength, speed, and reflexes. Even though he was training with a basic martial art, it was more than sufficient to handle a couple of village ruffians. In an instant, the stick danced through the air like a flurry of rain, striking Guahaizi and his companion with a series of resounding thuds. Ow. Their screams mingled with the crisp sound of bones breaking, echoing across the fields. "So, you wanted to pin me down earlier, did you? Brave of you. 25 copper coins," Jiang Ming declared, tapping the thug on the head, leaving him battered and weeping. "Come here, all of you." Jiang Ming beckoned, unleashing another flurry of blows, leaving several more with panda-like bruises in the muddy field. "You're asking for death. Scar will never forgive you." Guahaizi continued to wail, "You're doomed. My fate is of no concern to you," Jiang Ming replied nonchalantly. "Weren't you here to borrow money? Just take your share." "What do you mean?" Guahaizi's mind struggled to comprehend. Jiang Ming untied the string of copper coins and tossed him 20, then distributed the previously mentioned amounts to the thug and the scrawny boy. The remainder he carelessly scattered on the ground, addressing the bewildered youths with a gentle smile. "Collect the coins and heed my words." Several bewildered panda heads gathered together. "Firstly, I did not provide you with any monetary compensation. Rather, I ambushed you at your doorstep, administering a thorough beating and seizing all of your silver. Secondly, tomorrow morning, you must venture into town and lament your unfortunate encounter, articulating it precisely as follows. Thirdly, you may confide in Scar Old Man, but remember, as long as he does not eliminate me, I shall ensure your demise. Of course, should you divulge this to Scar Old Man, not only will you have endured a beating, but the silver you managed to acquire will likely be lost as well, rendering the whole affair a fruitless endeavor. Jiang Ming spoke with deliberate calmness before turning to depart, leaving behind a group of increasingly perplexed panda heads, huddled together in hushed murmurs. The following dawn, a remarkable spectacle unfolded in Ping'an Town. A motley collection of bruised and battered individuals roamed the streets, weeping profusely as they recounted tales of being mercilessly beaten and robbed. That was my last bit of money for sustenance. He is intent on my ruin. How cruel. He barged into my dwelling and shattered my leg with a single blow. All I desire is to live a humble life. How could I have encountered such a villain? Outside a small tavern, Guahaizi sat at the entrance, his arms swathed in white cloth, weeping as if on the brink of death. That Jiang Ming is utterly malevolent. Within the tavern, conversations erupted, and the patrons wore expressions of disbelief. What on earth has transpired? Jiang Ming, the affable youth who greeted everyone with a smile, dared to commit such a ruthless act? Old Zhou and old Jiang, stationed behind the counter, exchanged bewildered glances. Combined, they had lived for over a century, yet had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. Suddenly, Guahaizi outside fell silent, as if his voice had been snatched away. The sound of rustling footsteps emerged, and a young figure entered the tavern, greeting the gathered patrons with an air of calm. He ordered food and drink, taking a seat opposite old Zhou, indulging in his meal unperturbed. The tavern descended into silence, and curious glances were stealthily directed at Jiang Ming. Is this your strategy? Old Zhou whispered, his voice trembling. Do you wish to court death? Guahaizi is affiliated with Scar Old Man. Jiang Ming looked up at him, sighing lightly. Zhou, you have aged. You no longer perceive the intricacies of this world. Sometimes, desiring a peaceful existence does not merely entail retreating or tolerating everything. The more one endures, the more individuals will seek to exploit you until they crush you entirely. I aspire to learn martial arts and earn a living, which will inevitably draw attention. If I do not wish to be oppressed by villains, then I too must embrace villainy. Old Zhou listened, somewhat perplexed, and hesitantly replied, but will Scar Old Man spare you? He will not only spare me. Jiang Ming picked up a piece of spicy smoked tofu, relishing its piquant flavor, and chuckled. He will also smile at me, attempting to win me over, to take me as a brother. Old Zhou, absorbing Jiang Ming's ramblings, found himself momentarily speechless, unsure if the youth was truly confident or merely deluded. Ah, the youth of today are indeed markedly different from my own generation. After a prolonged silence, Old Zhou shook his head with a bitter smile. He then cautioned, I hope events unfold to your liking, but I advise you to brace yourself. If circumstances take a turn for the worse, you ought to flee without hesitation. Jiang Ming nodded, resuming his drink. Old Zhou chose not to elaborate further, remaining seated, his mind already racing with thoughts. If chaos were to erupt, surely, with his modest influence, he could secure Jiang Ming's safety. Outside the tavern, Guahaizi continued to hum his tune, while the number of patrons inside steadily increased, all eyes converging upon Jiang Ming, accompanied by a chorus of whispered speculations. How could Jiang Ming, typically so unassuming, engage in such nefarious deeds? Perhaps he had endured oppression for too long, yearning for an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. Yet, while his anger may have been vented, the consequences would be dire, at the very least. He was bound to lose a hand to Scar Lord. At least two hands, one fervently asserted. What manner of person is Scar Lord, that he would tolerate such provocation? Indeed, this young man was brimming with reckless audacity. He had yet to witness the true nature of Scar Lord's wrath amidst the buzzing discourse. A significant portion of the crowd was merely eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Even many who had previously suffered under Scar Lord's tyranny now wore flushed expressions, drinking while speculating on how many bones Jiang Ming would likely have broken, their excitement bordering on the incomprehensible. Jiang Ming absorbed their words, quietly smiling, comprehending their mindset. Those who had long been subjugated often found that when confronted with someone daring to defy their oppressors, their initial thought was not to cheer for the rebel, but rather to ponder, what gives him the right to resist? Does this not highlight my own impotence? After all, he is merely a commoner like myself. How dare he act so defiantly? He must be taught a lesson, brought low, so that my own heart may find solace. Cattle and sheep, kept in pens for too long, lose the will to resist. Jiang Ming shook his head, choosing to dismiss such thoughts soon. A commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. A scarred visage materialized within the tavern, his face half-lit and half-shrouded in shadow. Reminiscent of a fierce wolf, invoking an instinctual awe. The tavern fell into an immediate hush. Scar-Lord's cold gaze swept the room, finally locking onto Jiang Ming. As he strode forward, pulling a chair to sit with an imposing demeanor. Behind him, a gaggle of henchmen encircled the table, intensifying the atmosphere with palpable tension. Ming, you certainly possess remarkable skills. Scar-Lord's voice was gravelly as he seized a bowl of liquor and downed it in one gulp. The onlookers were electrified by the anticipation. Jiang Ming was about to pay the price for his actions. Jiang Ming maintained his composure, smiling faintly, compared to Scar-Lord. I am still vastly inferior. Scar-Lord appeared amused, leaning back in his chair and thumping the table as he commanded, Now, enlighten me. What transpired? I expect an explanation today. Many in the crowd craned their necks, eager for Scar-Lord's impending wrath. However, Old Zhou and several seasoned individuals exchanged glances of concern. This was not characteristic of Scar-Lord's usual demeanor. In ordinary circumstances, should someone dare to offer a few less coins for tribute, the scarred old man would promptly sever a finger, uttering not a single word of protest. Yet, in the wake of such a significant disturbance caused by Jiang Ming, it is perplexing that the old man remained relatively composed, even granting Jiang Ming the opportunity to explain himself. As Jiang Ming contemplated his words, the elder Zhou coughed lightly and interjected, Jiang Ming, explain yourself properly. If you face any difficulties, feel free to speak to Scar. His implication was clear. Jiang Ming should absolve himself of blame and shift it on to Guohaizi and his associates, for everyone was well aware of their unsavory characters. Jiang Ming shook his head inwardly. He had spent several dozen coins not to play the role of the virtuous. Moreover, to act benevolently now was akin to a sheep feigning pity in the presence of wolves, merely a self-imposed predicament. Without much hesitation, he casually remarked, I've been incurring substantial expenses lately and find myself somewhat strapped for cash. I heard that Guohaizi and his gang have been up to no good, causing trouble in the neighborhood, so I decided to pay them a visit to teach them a lesson and perhaps borrow some money in the process. It was merely a matter of breaking a few bones. They'll heal eventually. It's no big deal. Jiang Ming's demeanor was nonchalant, and he spoke of breaking bones as if it were akin to crushing a few ants beneath his foot. It seemed that his previous facade of humility and honesty was merely a disguise. Today, his true nature was unveiled. At the tavern's entrance, Guohaizi leaned against the threshold, tears streaming from his two blackened eyes, lamenting how his lines had been stolen. Inside the tavern, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, who gazed at Jiang Ming in disbelief. They had presumed Jiang Ming to be a meek individual who could no longer endure the bullying, prompting his furious retaliation against these ruffians. No one could have anticipated that his apparent honesty was a mere ruse, for he was, in fact, a ruthless bully, committing acts of violence and theft with an air of indifference. Jiang Ming had concealed his true self far too well. It was as if they had nearly been deceived by his former guise of innocence. The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet curiously, as Jiang Ming revealed his tyrannical persona, the earlier expressions of schadenfreude gradually faded into silence, replaced by looks of fear and respect. Old Zhou was left speechless, having believed he knew Jiang Ming inside and out. Yet he could not fathom why Jiang Ming would choose to project such a villainous image. However, upon hearing Jiang Ming's words, Scar fixed his gaze on him for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well, I never realized, Ming, that you were such a character. Those good-for-nothings have long been a nuisance. I've been wanting to deal with them myself. I never expected you to take the initiative. I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Jiang Ming remained silent, fully aware not to take this comment at face value. Scar then instructed old Jiang to bring 2 bowls of liquor, rising to his feet and raising one bowl high. Since there are no great grievances between us, let us drink this bowl to settle today's matters, shall we? Jiang Ming finally smiled, lifting his bowl in agreement. As you wish, Scar. With a resounding clash of their bowls, they downed the contents in unison. Brother Ming, should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek out old Scar. Scarface set down his bowl and spoke in a booming voice. His expression then turned solemn as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ming. This was an offer of allegiance. Jiang Ming understood the implications of those words, yet he remained indifferent. The old scarred man ran this peaceful town as if it were his own kingdom, but Jiang Ming knew he would eventually leave. Whether he bowed or not mattered little to him. What he sought was merely a permanent resolution to his troubles. In that case, thank you, Scarface, Jiang Ming said with a smile, downing another bowl of liquor. Only then did the old man burst into laughter, calling to his entourage, who streamed out of the tavern, vanishing into the outside world. Everyone was left in stunned silence. After a prolonged quiet, hushed whispers began to fill the tavern. Was it truly over? No one could comprehend what had transpired. Scarface's arrival and departure took scarcely the time for a cup of tea. What was expected to be a violent spectacle had concluded instead with a toast of reconciliation. Old Shou remained dazed for a while, a glimmer of half-understood insight appearing in his eyes. I seem to have grown too old. As noon approached, aside from old Jiang, only Jiang Ming and old Shou remained in the tavern. In the eyes of the townsfolk, Jiang Ming, though not comparable to Scarface, was still deemed a villain to be avoided. Who would dare linger here? Old Jiang's gaze bore a hint of resentment. That old scarred man. Having drunk 2 bowls of my liquor for nothing. Jiang Ming grumbled, casting peanuts into his mouth. Old Shou, rendered speechless, replied, "You have become a notorious villain. Yet you still lament over those 2 bowls of liquor. Ah, you only speak half the truth." Jiang Ming promptly corrected him. "It is indeed true that I have become a great villain, but whether everyone truly seeks to strike me down remains uncertain." Old Shou fell silent, then sighed deeply. "Having lived a lifetime, today has finally broadened my horizons." "How can you be so certain that Scarface will spare you?" he inquired, still perplexed. With a smile, Jiang Ming replied, unhurried, "If I were a simple man resisting a tyrant, Scarface would surely break my legs. For even the most raucous cattle and sheep are but a meal to a wolf. Should they disobey, they are swiftly devoured. However, if I am a villain of the utmost kind, I stand in opposition to the cattle and sheep, who will fear me, while the wolves will regard me as one of their own. Even if there may be conflict among the wolves, it would never arise from provocation by the cattle and sheep. To Scarface, I represent a young wolf capable of forming alliances. If he can recruit me, so much the better. Why expend energy on conflict? As for those ruffians led by Guahaizi, in Scarface's eyes, they are merely foolish and unaware sheep, useful when needed, but discarded when not." Old Shou exhaled slowly, suddenly reflecting on his younger self. Had he not been so persistently yielding, perhaps his life would have taken a different course. It turns out, despite decades of martial training, I remained but a sheep. The youth are indeed formidable. Disheartened, old Shou poured himself a jug of wine and slowly departed. Behind the counter, the old ginger head watched Jiang Ming with keen interest. "Your reputation in the town is thoroughly ruined. Even if you clarify now, it would be difficult. Do you not care at all? To gain something, one must relinquish another. What I seek now is tranquility, and I am willing to sacrifice my image for it." Jiang Ming savored the old wine, feeling an immense sense of contentment. The old gingerhead realized, "So, you never intended to associate with the scarred one." "The scarred one?" Jiang Ming stood up, holding his bowl, and chuckled. "What is he really? Enough of this." He finished his last sip of wine and turned to leave. The old gingerhead observed the figure gradually disappearing around the street corner, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. What a formidable young man. He cares not for reputation or face, willing to forsake everything for his goals. The old gingerhead felt a chill. He could see that Jiang Ming was genuinely indifferent to the scarred one. Their earlier toasting was merely a charade for the sake of peace. This youth's essence might be far more terrifying than the tyrant persona he feigned. Half a month later, in a bamboo-fenced courtyard, the bamboo chair creaked as it swayed. Dappled sunlight filtered through lush leaves, casting warmth upon Jiang Ming. One hand rested beneath his head while the other held a tattered, yellowed book that he read with rapt attention. The book narrated the story of a young physician who, through good deeds, ascended to become a royal doctor in the palace. From Jiang Ming's perspective, it was a poorly written tale, yet it provided numerous insights into the customs and culture of the Yin Kingdom, enriching his understanding of the world. Growing weary, he covered his face with the book and drifted into slumber. Until evening, when he stretched, rose, picked up the book that had fallen on the ground, dusted it off, and placed it aside. He then kindled the fire, boiling water while kneading dough, rolling it into noodles 2 fingers wide. He sought wild vegetables and dried bamboo shoots and lard, layering them atop the boiled noodles that had been rinsed in cold water and drizzled on the chili sauce he had borrowed from the old gingerhead. Jiang Ming devoured the dish with gusto. After finishing the entire bowl, he closed his eyes in satisfaction. This is what life truly is. "White deer, eat your fill," he exclaimed, patting the white rabbit gnawing on a carrot at his feet, with grand enthusiasm. "As long as I, Jiang Ming, have a meal, you shall never go hungry." The rabbit, full of spirit, nudged Jiang Ming's pant leg, crunching the carrot with relish. "Calculating my savings, It amounts to about 4 or 5 taels of silver. Jiang Ming mused while petting the rabbit. It seems my archery skills won't improve much in the short term. It's about time I sought Master Zhou to learn martial arts. Since the last tumult, Jiang Ming's life had become much more comfortable. The newly nurtured white deer was clever, guiding him back to the path of prosperity. Now, as he returned from the mountains with herbs, the local officials regarded him with indifference. As the market unfolded, the old scarred man ceased to charge him for the stall space, instead treating him like a brother. Jiang Ming understood that the old scarred man was merely leveraging him to consolidate his influence in Ping'an Town. After all, even the newly notorious Jiang Da, feared by many, regarded him as a brother. Who would dare to provoke this increasingly formidable figure? However, Jiang Ming was indifferent, no matter how much he earned. No one in the town dared to trouble him anymore, which was the greatest blessing. Knock, 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 a sound echoed at the door. Outside the rickety wooden door stood a young lad with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, waving enthusiastically at Jiang Ming. Aiming. Tomorrow morning by Hongyan River. Miss Wang is going to release fish. Watch me perform, he exclaimed, brandishing a tattered fishing net in his other hand. Jiang Ming chuckled and called out, "Be careful not to return empty-handed." "Hey, I've been practicing for almost a month. Just you wait." The lad, Fei, replied with a grin, dashing away like a ragged kite that couldn't quite take flight. Jiang Ming shook his head in bemusement. Fei was the same boy who had hurriedly crafted a harpoon upon hearing that Miss Wang intended to release fish. He had since found a dilapidated fishing net and practiced daily by the river. Interestingly, aside from a select few like Old Zhou, no one in the town knew the truth about Jiang Da. Most people avoided Jiang Ming, yet Fei remained unfazed, maintaining their friendship without a care for others' opinions. Even if people suggested that Fei was merely trying to cling to Jiang Da's coattails, he never argued, simply pursuing what he loved without altering his course due to others' words. With nothing pressing to attend to, Jiang Ming mused that fishing the next day could be delightful. He stroked his chin, considering that it would be an opportune moment to learn martial arts from Old Zhou and present a couple of large fish as a gift, enhancing his stature in the process. The following day at Hongyan River, which connected Dayun City to the serene Yunming Mountains, the common folk were oblivious to where it extended beyond. Ping'an Town was nestled against the mountains and was not far from the river. That morning, a throng gathered by the riverbank, and Jiang Ming, munching on a corn cob, surveyed the scene. When people had leisure, they were inevitably drawn to the excitement. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out from the treetops. "They're coming." Dust billowed in the distance as a procession approached the river, stirring a palpable excitement among the crowd. They finally arrived. It said that Miss Wang is as beautiful as a celestial being. Today we shall behold her. It appeared that many had come, perhaps all for the release of fish. But how would it all unfold? An elderly man squinted at the approaching cloud of dust, puzzled. "Have you never seen a fish release in your life, old Zhang?" Someone nearby laughed, eliciting a blush of indignation from the old man. Others joined in, eager to listen. After all, who among them had not sought a bit of excitement? Some elderly men and farmers were even unaware of the concept of fish release, having only heard that large fish were present in the river, armed with wooden sticks to catch them. "Actually, I know quite well." The man reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention, boasting, "Last year, I constructed a house for a wealthy family in the capital, where I happened to witness a spectacle by the banks of the Zhuejin River." Do tell, urged the crowd. "For the release of life, one must first set up a wooden table covered with a red cloth, prepare water and branches, and then place a statue of the Bodhisattva upon the table." "That wooden table and red cloth, surely you mean an incense altar," interjected someone nearby, unable to contain themselves. "Are you still listening?" The speaker's expression soured, and only when the surroundings quieted did he continue. "Once everything is prepared, one must invite a bald monk to chant scriptures, burn incense, and pay respects to the Buddha, sprinkling water on the fish with branches, circling the fish while ringing bells. Ultimately, it culminates in tossing the fish into the river." "But aren't the fish already in the water? Must they be sprinkled with water? Isn't that akin to removing one's trousers to fart?" Old Zhang queried in confusion. "What do you know of the affairs of the affluent? Best not to pry." Amidst the ruckus of a disheveled group, the distant sight of horse-drawn carriages grew clearer. There were 3 carriages in total, followed by several ox-drawn carts carrying large wooden barrels, presumably filled with the fish for release. "Oh, there must be hundreds. Truly worth the trip," exclaimed several peasant women, their sleeves rolled high. Others, too, were wide-eyed with excitement, having seldom tasted meat. "Determined to catch several today?" Standing beside Jiang Ming, a Fei was equally exhilarated. The Wang family possesses considerable wealth, Jiang Ming remarked, pondering that even an ordinary family could hardly afford such extravagance. A Fei gazed enviously at the ox carts. Indeed, aside from the officials, the Wang family is likely the most formidable in Diyun Prefecture. Their ancestors have held positions in the capital. No wonder. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. The subsequent proceedings mirrored what the earlier speaker had described, setting up the incense altar, chanting praises, lighting incense, and venerating the Buddha. However, many individuals disembarked from the carriages, including servants and portly monks, yet the so-called Miss Wang was nowhere to be seen. It was not until the final step of the release that a graceful figure emerged from the carriage, gently took a fish, tossed it into the river, and then swiftly returned to the carriage. Her fleeting appearance incited a chorus of cheers from the onlookers. Goodness, what a figure, such grace and beauty. I wonder how she compares to that girl Shuer. A Fei's eyes sparkled. Have you even seen Shuer? You're here spouting nonsense with your eyes wide open, Jiang Ming replied. Exasperated. I don't care. The one who brings me fish is the best enough of this. Let us get to the river, a Fei exclaimed, brandishing a fishing net as he plunged into the water. Following Miss Wang's release of the fish, the servants began pushing barrel after barrel to the riverbank, tipping them over. Large fish, each over 2 feet long, flailed as they leaped into the water, creating immense splashes. There are indeed fish. Quick, grab them. Plop, plop. The impoverished folk of Ping'an Town, their eyes glinting with greed, immediately took off running, leaping into the river like dumplings, ready to intercept these sizable fish in a shallow stretch downstream. Jiang Ming too had jumped into the riverbank early, though he brought nothing but a long rope. Your preparations seem quite inadequate. A slippery fish requires at least a sturdy stick. Jiang Ming turned to see the old tavern keeper, holding a fish spear, poised to strike. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming chuckled. Master Jiang, let us compete to see who can catch more. The loser must present the winner with a fish. Humph. Young one, I fear you may have little to wager. Ah, look. The old keeper, his temper flaring, charged forward with his spear. With a fierce thrust, the old keeper soon speared a fish and tied it with a rope. My prowess remains undiminished, he boasted, turning to show off to Jiang Ming. However, upon glancing back, he froze in disbelief. What on earth? Are you a herbalist or a fisherman? Not far off. Jiang Ming had a rope wrapped around his arm, the other end submerged in the water, where 3 hefty fish were thrashing about, still alive. The contrast between the 1 dead fish and the 3 lively ones was unmistakable. Are you conceding early, Master Jiang? Jiang Ming teased. Another one. Under the astonished gaze of the old keeper, Jiang Ming lunged forward, his hand darting into the water with such speed that the old keeper could hardly follow. Splash. In an instant, Jiang Ming emerged, clutching a large fish. He deftly untied the rope from his arm, threaded it through the fish's gills and mouth, and resecured it. With swift movements, no fish could escape his grasp. Jiang Ming winked at the old keeper. With his physical prowess, he needed no equipment to catch fish. He simply acted. The old keeper fumed. Such a lack of technique, so brutish. If you keep talking, all the fish will slip away. Jiang Ming laughed. Just remember, you still owe me one. The old keeper's beard quivered in frustration as he turned to continue his search for fish. Fellow practitioners, stop fishing. Please. Cease at once. Suddenly, shouts erupted from the shore. The fishermen in the river paid no heed, continuing their pursuit. Jiang Ming glanced over to see several monks, who had previously conducted a release ceremony for Miss Wang, now anxiously calling out from the riverbank. You gluttonous fools, how does our fishing interfere with you? A Fei retorted, undeterred by their outcry. Indeed, if you discard these fish, may I not catch them? The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement. The lead monk, with a round belly, lamented. Fish are living beings too. Miss Wang, with her compassionate heart, performs good deeds by releasing them for the blessings of the people, that you slaughter them indiscriminately. Do you not harbor a shred of kindness in your hearts? I am happy. I desire this. What business is it of yours? A man shouted back. The monk's face quivered with indignation. You may find joy, but what of these fish? Do they deserve such a fate? Damn it. Enough of your prattle. A Fei retorted. The last time a monk came to beg, he said that what brings joy is the Buddha. Now that I am so happy, why do you wish to hinder me? Tell me, are you truly of the same lineage as the Buddha, or are you a false monk? You. The stout monk, furious to the point of smoke billowing from his 7 orifices, found himself at a loss for words when confronted by this unruly crowd. Regardless of how profound his Buddhist teachings might be, Ah, at a loss for words indeed. Clearly a fraud, with a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. A Fei felt a surge of enlightenment and, forgetting about fishing, shouted, "Damn it, what is Buddha? I see these plump fish as the true Buddha. For they can bring joy to Miss Wang and to us as well. We can feast on their flesh, which is a greater joy than hers." On the riverbank, several monks, their faces flushed, were nearly taken aback by a Fei's tirade. Fallacies, mere fallacies. The stout monk, unable to contain his wrath, pointed an accusing finger at a Fei. The Buddha teaches that karma is cyclical, and good and evil will be repaid. You shall face retribution. Fallacies are truths. The essence of survival is the ultimate truth. Jiang Ming, having strung together a dozen fish on a line, ceased his fishing, hefted the catch onto his shoulder, wrung out his damp garments, and smiled at the stout monk. The common folk suffer if you have not sacrificed as the Buddha did by feeding the eagle. Do not use Buddha's teachings to promote yourself or educate the masses. To wield Buddhism as a means of intimidation is no different from a fox relying on the might of a tiger. Jiang Ming gestured towards the upstream bank. Furthermore, the master has fled. Cease your barking here. The stout monk followed Jiang Ming's, only to see the horse-drawn carriages beginning to turn around and depart. A delicate hand lifted the curtain of one carriage, and Miss Wang glanced over at the fishing scene before letting the curtain fall again. Drive. The coachman cracked his whip, and the carriage sped away. You shameless rogue, will forever be estranged from Buddha. The stout monk, suddenly flustered, cursed while retreating with his followers, chasing after the carriage. Hey, this old thief, plump as he is, runs surprisingly fast, leaving me no chance to savor the moment. A Fei, shouldering his heavy basket of fish, grumbled with lingering dissatisfaction. Estranged from Buddha? Why do those officials and nobles seem to have such a close bond with him? Old Jiang, hands on his hips, climbed ashore with a scowl, handing Jiang Ming a fish with a sigh. You two are still too young. What is the point of squabbling with those bald donkeys? They can turn the dead into the living and bear grudges. In the future, keep your distance and don't get entangled. Jiang Ming chuckled as he pushed the fish back. Put it on the tab. Consider it the cost of 3 rounds of drinks. You little rascal. Old Jiang nearly jumped, feeling like he was being repeatedly fleeced. Jiang Ming simply grinned and remained silent. Old Jiang tossed the fish to a Fei. If you don't want it, take it as a contribution. Pickle it for a feast later. It will be a fine dish. Thank you, old Jiang. A Fei joyfully accepted. This is mine. Jiang Ming tossed another fish his way. Though young, a Fei had already secured a wife, merely awaiting a good day to host a banquet. This is the life of the common folk: survival, procreation, and eventual demise. Upon reaching the town, Jiang Ming purchased coarse salt and returned home, where he cleaned and salted a large portion of the fish in a clay jar, keeping a few alive in a water tank, and selecting the 2 largest to bring to Old Zhou. Old Zhou, having lived longer than Old Jiang, had suffered injuries in his youth from martial arts training, rendering him incapable of even fishing in the water now. His willingness to teach Jiang Ming martial arts stemmed from a desire to leave some wealth for his descendants. In the evening, Jiang Ming procured a bucket, sprinkled salt and spices at the bottom, then filled it halfway with clear water before stepping outside. This season was ideal for catching cicadas, yet most townspeople, even if they ventured out to catch them, often sold the majority to the officials in the city, seldom indulging themselves. The following morning dawned bright and clear. Jiang Ming first visited the tavern to purchase 2 pounds of wine, then returned home with 2 plump fish and a bucket of cicadas, carrying silver coins as he made his way to Old Zhou's residence. You are being quite extravagant, Old Zhou remarked, somewhat taken aback as he accepted the wine and meat from Jiang Ming. Although he knew Jiang Ming to be a good person, he also recognized that he was no ordinary individual. Despite his usual amiable demeanor, he likely held little regard for anyone in Peaceful Town. He never anticipated receiving such respect from a young man like Jiang Ming. Those who achieve mastery deserve to be mentors. If you feel uncomfortable, please take the time to teach me well, Jiang Ming sincerely stated, unhesitatingly placing 5 taels of silver into Old Zhou's hand. He never hesitated to pay the tuition that was due. Good. I, Old Zhou, will certainly do my utmost to impart all my knowledge to you, Old Zhou replied. Touched, he then called out, Axiu, come out quickly. A girl of 13 or 14 emerged from the house, greeting them sweetly. This is my granddaughter, Zhou Wenxiu, whom I mentioned to you. Both her parents have passed away, Old Zhou said, his eyes glistening with tears. I don't have many years left. If you achieve great success in the future, Ming or Old Zhou, Jiang Ming replied with a faint smile, his expression unperturbed. Old Zhou, feeling a bit embarrassed, wiped his tears, realizing he could not sway Jiang Ming, and refrained from further words. He instructed his granddaughter to take the wine and meat back inside while he and Jiang Ming sat in the courtyard. He then called to the house. Fry the cicadas quickly. If left too long, they will spoil. Seems like you're the one craving them. Zhou Wenxiu's cheerful voice echoed back. Old Shou touched his nose, hastily poured a cup of tea for Jiang Ming to mask his embarrassment. After a brief conversation, Zhou Wenxiu returned with a basin of golden fried cicadas, emitting a delightful aroma. Old Shou immediately grabbed one, popping it into his mouth, the sound of crunching filling the air. He turned to Jiang Ming with a serious expression. You must think carefully. Do you truly wish to learn? My body is a testament to the toll martial arts have taken on me. He patted his knees. Though you are young and strong, you must not act recklessly. Jiang Ming also took a cicada and began to chew. Old Shou, do you know how long these cicadas can live? A couple of weeks, perhaps. Why? Old Shou inquired. Puzzled. No, it's 7 years, Jiang Ming replied, shaking his head. They lie dormant in the dark earth for 7 years before breaking through the surface. And then they die within a month. Old Shou, perplexed by Jiang Ming's meaning, could only respond, that sounds rather pitiful. It is indeed quite pitiful, but certainly better than sleeping underground for a lifetime, Jiang Ming remarked with a smile. Old Shou, suddenly enlightened, offered a wry smile and said, Very well, since you, Ming, have made up your mind to learn, I shall refrain from further idle chatter. As for the path of martial arts, I am but a novice myself. He sighed, reflecting on his past. In my heyday, I was merely an inconspicuous martial artist, believing I could roam freely, only to be taught a harsh lesson before I even left Dalian Prefecture, ultimately nursing my wounds here in Ping'an Town. Shaking his head, he clearly preferred not to dwell on those memories. He continued, the martial art I practiced is called the Tiger Subduing Fist, a fragmented technique said to allow one to reach the level of a second-rate martial artist, should you attain mastery. Even powers like the Wang family would regard you as an esteemed guest. Alas, even my master, after a lifetime of practice, remained but a third-rate martial artist. Old Shou lamented, the challenges of martial arts are beyond the comprehension of the average person. Then we cannot delay any longer. Let us begin today, Jiang Ming joked lightly. Old Shou chuckled, very well, from this day forth, I shall teach you the external techniques of the Tiger Subduing Fist. Once you have grasped it, we will integrate it with internal breathing, refining your vital energy and transcending the martial artist realm. Refining vital energy? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Having only heard of martial artists before, this concept was new to him. Old Shou nodded, explaining. The greatest distinction between a martial artist and an ordinary person lies in their vital energy, whether through external techniques or internal breathing. The ultimate aim is to refine this energy and transform it into strength. Only by cultivating this vital energy can one approach the threshold of martial arts and be deemed a low-tier martial artist. Otherwise, regardless of how proficient your techniques are or how immense your strength, without this vital energy, you shall forever remain an ordinary person, devoid of any chance against true martial artists. Upon cultivating vital energy, if one can further control its flow throughout the body, achieving the ability to lift extraordinary weights and traverse great distances effortlessly, one may be considered a third-rate martial artist. It is said that the transition from third-rate to first-rate martial artist fundamentally revolves around different applications of vital energy. In the first-rate realm, one's energy surges like a rainbow, capable of challenging thousands. Old Shou mused, as for whether this is true, I cannot say. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow and inquired, and what lies beyond the first-rate? Ha ha. Old Shou burst into laughter. Ming, you truly have an imagination. A first-rate martial artist is already a prominent figure in Dalian Prefecture. Did they not meet your standards? Jiang Ming smiled. I am merely curious. Merely achieving martial artist status can exhaust a lifetime of effort for many, and those who enter the ranks are scarce. Beyond martial artists lies the rare martial master. Old Shou's gaze turned wistful. And then? Jiang Ming blinked. Then? I know not, Old Shou replied somewhat irritably. I am no great figure. Knowing this much is already a testament to my experience. Let us commence. The auspicious moment for martial practice has arrived. Old Shou removed his upper garment and began to warm up. Despite his frail, aged frame, muscles rippled beneath his skin like worms. Jiang Ming silently acknowledged. If not for Old Shou's underlying ailment, even the old scarred man would likely bow and address him as Master Shou. In the first stance, the fierce tiger sits on the mountain. Old Shou, slightly crouched, had his legs firmly anchored like iron rods to the ground. This is the fundamental technique of the Fuhu Fist, and the quality of its practice determines your ultimate achievement. In this moment, Old Zhou seemed to merge with the earth, remaining steadfast even amidst howling winds and torrential rains. Jiang Ming did not follow suit in mimicking the movements, but instead concentrated on committing Old Zhou's actions to memory, striving to comprehend this form. It resembled an advanced version of the horse stance, primarily focusing on the lower body and core strength. Jiang Ming mused that this truly was a crucial step. After approximately 15 minutes, Old Zhou completed a full demonstration of the external techniques of the Fuhu Fist, encompassing a total of 24 forms. The first 12 were for practice, while the latter 12 were for combat, expansive and ferocious, as lethal as a tiger. Regrettably, the Fuhu Fist was excessively forceful and could easily lead to injury. Panting, Old Zhou paused. Minger, when practicing your fist techniques, do not be greedy or reckless. Be mindful of your vitality. You may practice at most 3 times a day. How long until I can sense my vitality? Jiang Ming inquired. Only upon sensing your vitality can you practice the internal breathing techniques. If fortune smiles upon you, it may take 3 to 5 years. If luck is lacking, it could be a lifetime. Old Zhou's gaze turned distant. In my youth, it took me 8 years to sense my vitality and 10 years to refine it into blood force. I was exceedingly fortunate to become a martial artist. Yet, looking back, what is the use? Now you understand why I tried to dissuade you from pursuing martial arts, don't you? Jiang Ming fell silent. Realizing why there were so few practitioners in Ping'an Town, training in martial arts consumed energy and wealth, while the chances of becoming a martial artist were minuscule. Hardly a pursuit for the impoverished. He pondered, how long would it take for him? He was not afraid of injury. The limit of 3 practices a day was of no concern to him. Suddenly, Old Zhou added, of course, if supplemented with nourishing herbs such as golden worm ginseng and red bloodvine, your progress in martial arts would accelerate significantly. Additionally, there are secret elixirs. The martial arts schools in the city concoct auxiliary medicines that can hasten the sensation of vitality. If Minger has sufficient funds, you might inquire with the gentlemen who procure these herbs. Jiang Ming's eyes brightened. Thank you, Master Zhou, for your guidance. I shall demonstrate a set for you now. Please point out any discrepancies. With that, he recalled Old Zhou's movements and began practicing each technique. Old Zhou chuckled, savoring the golden, crispy cicada larvae, while attentively observing Jiang Ming's forms. His willingness to share so much stemmed from his appreciation for this promising disciple. After all, he too had once been a martial artist, and even the scarred veteran treated him with respect. Had it been anyone else seeking martial training, Old Zhou would not have been so diligent. As he watched, Old Zhou's expression shifted to one of surprise. Although Jiang Ming's movements were slow and clearly demonstrated a novice's clumsiness, they were executed with remarkable precision, embodying a certain aesthetic of strength in every gesture. Excellent! Old Zhou exclaimed, clapping his hands in praise. Minger, you surpass me by leaps and bounds from my early days. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes internally. After practicing for a month or 2, if he were not better than Old Zhou's past self, then all his efforts would have been in vain. In the days that followed, each day was dedicated to martial arts practice, meals, and when fatigue set in, foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains. Unbeknownst to him, over a month had slipped by. The autumn winds howled, ushering in a cascade of fallen leaves, and the cloud Dream Mountain had donned a resplendent golden attire. Deep within the mountain's embrace, a figure, agile as a tiger or a monkey, leaped from the cliff's edge, grasping a protruding rock with one hand. The crimson blood vine was now within reach. Jiang Ming skillfully severed a vine, no thicker than his little finger, with his herb sickle, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In spring, he gathered lush leaves, in summer, vibrant blossoms, in autumn, roots, and in winter, dried flowers. Each season yielded its unique medicinal treasures. Now was the prime time for harvesting the crimson blood vine. Since Old Zhou had mentioned several herbs beneficial for martial arts, Jiang Ming had shifted his focus towards these valuable materials. From atop the cliff, a plump white rabbit peeked its head, seemingly cheering for Jiang Ming's successful foraging. "Ha! Truly my lucky star," Jiang Ming exclaimed, climbing up the cliff to affectionately ruffle the rabbit's head. "Dear Bayer, tonight I shall treat you to a feast. As long as I, Jiang Ming, have a morsel to eat, you shall never go hungry." Later that night, in a cave, a small pot simmered with crimson bloodvine, golden insect ginseng, toxic mushrooms, and various other herbs. Jiang Ming lay on the ground nearby, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. He was but a step away from sensing his vital energy. He would try again tomorrow. Over the past few days, he had occasionally caught a faint glimpse of his inner vitality, yet it eluded him to maintain that sensation. Each day, He practiced the tiger-subduing fist a minimum of 10 times, and he had never ceased consuming various herbs, but he had never expected his progress to be so swift. Perhaps this was the essence of quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation. The difference between practicing thrice daily and practicing 10 times could not merely be summed up. He looked forward to the morrow, maintaining a tranquil mind as he closed his eyes to sleep. The following morning, outside the cave, before dawn broke, Jiang Ming had already practiced the tiger-subduing fist 7 or 8 times. With each repetition, he felt a vigorous energy within him, as if it could burst forth at any moment. Had he only practiced thrice daily, he would never have sensed this energy. Jiang Ming murmured to himself. No wonder old Zhou said it takes 3 to 5 years. Mastery in martial arts requires perseverance, diligent study, and relentless practice. Yet the tiger-subduing fist, due to its overwhelming nature, is indeed fraught with flaws. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the tiger-subduing fist could find its way into the hands of common folk like old Zhou. Jiang Ming paused momentarily, then raised the herbal broth he had simmered throughout the night, drinking it down heartily, leaving not a trace of the herbs behind. This pot of medicinal concoction could fetch 6 or 7 taels of silver if sold. If he could sense his blood energy, every effort would be worth it. Feeling the surging potency of the herbs coursing through him, as if torrents of warmth flowed through his limbs, Jiang Ming's gaze burned with determination as he resumed his practice. 10 repetitions. 20. 30. The sun rose and fell, the forest enveloped in silence, save for one solitary figure who persevered in their training. As the night deepened, the waning moon hung high in the sky. As Jiang Ming practiced his martial arts, a sudden flush crept across his face. Sweat evaporated from his skin, rising in delicate wisps of white mist. The blood coursing through his veins surged like a gale sweeping across the vast grasslands, akin to thunder cleaving through the depths of darkness. In that moment, a thread of vital energy erupted forth. Finally, he sensed the essence of blood. It was neither mere blood nor mere energy, but a power residing within his very bones, intangible yet profound. However, this essence, akin to water and smoke, existed within him, eluding his grasp entirely. Jiang Ming focused intently, attempting to hurl a stone the size of a human head far away. His strength had indeed increased 2 or 3-fold. Next, he would seek out old Master Zhou to learn the inner breathing techniques, for only through such practices could he master this vital essence and forge it into his power. In Ping'an Town, a palpable stillness settled in after the onset of autumn. The mountains grew cold, and as autumn waned into winter, many frail elders would depart this realm. Yet, the townsfolk preferred to remain, distanced from the capital city, enduring hardship yet finding solace and stability. In the small tavern, familiar faces still gathered, but in the corners, a few unfamiliar visages mingled with some herbal gatherers, their faces alight with enthusiasm, engaged in lively conversation. Brother Ming, Afei greeted with a smile. Months had passed, and he seemed to have aged somewhat, shedding much of his youthful naivete. Perhaps he was troubled by thoughts of impending nuptials. Other herbal gatherers also greeted Jiang Ming, whose notorious reputation as the great villain of Jiang remained undiminished. Recently, a few ruffians had decided to test their mettle against him. Believing he had taken advantage of Guahaizi and his companions' inattention, they presumed that in a real fight, he would not fare well, and thus, they resolved to put it to the test. Consequently, the town had gained several more limping geese. Jiang Ming nodded in acknowledgement and approached the counter. Old Jiang, the usual. Ah, a rare guest. Old Jiang teased while pouring the liquor. Jiang Ming lifted his eyes slightly, inquiring, what is going on? Old Jiang glanced around and lowered his voice. Lately, I cannot fathom what has transpired in the capital. Many factions have dispatched representatives to Ping'an Town, seeking to recruit herbal gatherers like you, especially the Wang family, who even sent their esteemed young lady to personally engage with us, generously offering aid daily. I even had a bowl of porridge from her. Several have already departed to work for those factions in the capital, reportedly to explore and gather herbs in the Yunming Mountains. Jiang Ming paused for a moment, then exchanged a glance with old Jiang, both sensing a flicker of unease in the other's eyes. Whatever events were unfolding, they could not bode well for Ping'an Town. I've heard the compensation is quite favorable. Surely nothing ill will arise. Old Jiang murmured, uncertain whether he was reassuring himself or Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming shook his head, preparing to depart with his drink and food, when old Jiang suddenly remarked, by the way, you should also be cautious. Your recent successes in herb gathering have made you quite renowned in town, and you may very well attract attention. Jiang Ming halted abruptly, turning back to the counter, where he deftly picked up a piece of smoked tofu with chopsticks, savoring it bite by bite, before downing an entire bowl of wine in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he spun around and departed, stating that he had some matters to attend to at home, hence he could not linger to drink. His words faded as he vanished from sight. The old man, Lao Jiang, stared in astonishment, then chuckled in disbelief, remarking on the cleverness of the youth. His gaze flickered, as if contemplating something deeper. At Lao Zhou's residence, Jiang Ming approached directly, requesting, "Master Zhou, please teach me the breathing technique." Lao Zhou appeared somewhat befuddled, responding, "Why learn it now? It would be of little use." He could hardly fathom that Jiang Ming had already sensed the flow of vital energy. For even with daily consumption of potent tonics and martial arts elixirs, such proficiency seemed implausible. Jiang Ming sighed, "Master Zhou, cannot you see that Ping'an town is no longer peaceful? First, herbalists have been mysteriously vanishing and being murdered. Now, those in power have donned new faces and are recruiting again. I fear being captured, perhaps never to return. It would be wise to learn what I can while I still can." He refrained from mentioning that he had already grasped the breathing technique, yet did not speak untruths, as these were indeed his concerns. Besides, given your age, it would be prudent to impart this knowledge. "Ah, my temper," Lao Zhou retorted, nearly leaping in exasperation, before sighing. "Indeed, it is somewhat tumultuous. Very well, I shall teach you today." He retreated to his room and returned with a yellowed pamphlet. "This outlines the breathing technique in detail. Since you have yet to sense your vital energy, even if I demonstrate today, you will struggle to grasp its essence when you truly practice. You will have to refer to this guide." "Thank you, Master Zhou." After a brief moment, Lao Zhou began to demonstrate the breathing technique. Later that night, Jiang Ming departed from Lao Zhou's home and returned to his own. Upon arriving, he noticed the dilapidated wooden door had collapsed to the ground. Under the moonlight, he discerned a footprint upon the door. It was evident that someone had visited. Jiang Ming kicked the door aside, not pondering the identity of the intruder, and gathered his herbal gathering equipment, hastening into the depths of Yuming Mountain. As for any invitations, he resolved to evade them with a swift departure, refusing to engage. He was all too aware of those lofty figures. Initially, they may extend warm overtures, but should they fail to gather sufficient numbers, their demeanor would swiftly shift from cordial to predatory, with abduction being a light consequence. The targeting of herbalists indicated a pressing need for a substantial quantity of herbs. Nestled in a cave, Jiang Ming cradled a steaming bowl of mushroom soup, sipping thoughtfully. It is either a great plague or war. The plague is somewhat expected. But war, that would spell trouble. After the rain, the mountains were adorned with a delicate mist. The autumnal hues were breathtaking, yet concealed peril. Venomous creatures like mountain leeches and wasps began to stir, while wild boars and black bears ventured out in search of food, posing a lethal threat to the unwary. Most herbalists, during this season, chose to operate only on the fringes, gathering a few hazelnuts and wild vegetables, and collecting firewood in preparation for the harsh winter ahead. Nevertheless, the prices of seasonal medicinal herbs in autumn and winter have surged, prompting some daring herbalists to venture into the mountains. Jiang Ming encountered two individuals in the mountains, from whom he gleaned that the situation in the town had become increasingly lively. Approximately half of the herbalists had been summoned by the officials from the capital, reportedly to assist with road construction and extensive herb collection. It seemed that a conflict had erupted somewhere, significantly increasing the demand for medicinal materials. Such disregard for nature was disheartening. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ming could not help but shake his head. Although the herbs in the mountains appeared to grow haphazardly, they thrived in unique environments. The indiscriminate clearing of land for roads would be catastrophic for their survival. Moreover, those officials were unlikely to show the same care as the herbalists, who would at least attempt to leave roots undisturbed. Where they passed, it could be expected that nothing would flourish. However, none of this affected Jiang Ming, who relished the tranquility of the mountains. Each day, he immersed himself in the breathing techniques of the tiger fist, and when fatigued, he would sip tea, read books, or take a nap. Outside the cave, the autumn wind howled, occasionally accompanied by a light drizzle, allowing him to enjoy a life akin to that of a carefree recluse. Yet, such a way of life could not persist indefinitely. He needed to construct a dwelling. Idleness often leads to restlessness, and as Jiang Ming surveyed the disheveled cave, he found it increasingly intolerable. While he cherished a leisurely existence, he had no desire to live like a destitute cave dweller, having to travel great distances even for basic needs. Furthermore, with the situation in Ping'an Town remaining uncertain, he had no intention of returning anytime soon. It would be prudent to create a place to reside. In his hometown, there was no opportunity for such projects, but now, he finally had the chance. Yet, Lacking tools and basic provisions, he concluded it was time to visit the capital city. Having spent months in this world without setting foot into Yun City, he was eager to explore it. Contemplating this, he shouldered his herb basket and exited the cave. The recent rain had caused wild mushrooms to sprout abundantly on the forest floor. Jiang Ming filled his basket with hazel mushrooms, preparing to sell them in the city. For wild goods could fetch a decent price. Entering the capital required a fee, and villagers descending from the mountains often brought along some mountain produce to sell. Entering empty-handed would only draw attention. The timing was not ideal for transporting herbs, so Jiang Ming settled for gathering other items. The hazel mushrooms, particularly delightful when stewed with chicken, would certainly not be difficult to sell. The following morning, Jiang Ming set off with his herb basket and a few coins. Descending from the mountains and circumventing Ping'an Town, heading straight for Yun City. All his savings had been taken with him, leaving only a few salted fish preserved in jars, making there little reason to return home. After walking along the earthen road for nearly 2 hours, a weary Jiang Ming finally beheld a sprawling city sprawled before him. The city walls, constructed of bluestone, rose over 10 meters high, reflecting a cold sheen in the sunlight, creating an imposing sight. At the city gate, a long queue had formed, primarily comprising villagers and small-time traders, humbly paying the guards to gain entry through the side gate. The main entrance was reserved for officials and nobility, with carriages rolling past as the guards bowed and flattered the departing dignitaries. Jiang Ming lingered at the rear of the group, gradually making his way to the city gate, where he paid 2 copper coins before gaining entry. As he passed through the archway, he noticed several proclamations affixed to the left front wall, depicting the grotesque visages of notorious criminals. Nearby, a clerk clad in dark attire was vociferously reciting the notices, presumably for the benefit of the illiterate populace. The notorious flower bandit, Jia Shun, has heinously slain 3 maidens and has been on the run ever since. He stands 6 feet tall and bears pockmarked skin. A reward of 800 coins for his capture. Furthermore, the infamous butcher, Wei Yin, has committed numerous atrocities, engaging in arson, robbery, and pillaging. Any leads will earn a reward of 500 coins, a bounty of 50 taels for his apprehension. As Jiang Ming strolled, astonishment flickered in his eyes. What misdeeds had this butcher committed to warrant such a substantial bounty from the authorities? Surely, such a reward was not easily acquired. Jiang Ming shook his head, surmising that the butcher was likely a martial artist. Otherwise, it would not merit such a lavish reward from the government. The city thrived with vibrancy, being the capital of the province, with shops lining both sides of the street and establishments such as tea houses, taverns, rice shops, and salt merchants. Among them was Qinghe Tower, renowned for its celebrated performer, Miss Shuer, who was often the subject of daily conversations. Vendors squatted by the roadside, hawking a variety of trinkets and local delicacies: wooden stools, bamboo baskets, firewood, wild mushrooms, mountain fowl, and animal hides. Jiang Ming, taking in the sights, soon found himself at a nearby marketplace, where he sold his wild mushrooms to a merchant for 50 copper coins. Having initially intended to disguise his identity, he was disinclined to set up a stall for selling. Thus, he opted for a quick sale at a low price. Subsequently, he browsed a few ironware shops and purchased the cheapest axe he could find, followed by a bag of broken tea leaves from a street vendor, along with some rice, flour, oil, and salt. As he continued on his way, he halted in front of a sprawling estate, his eyes widening in surprise. The entrance bore the impressive inscription Hunter's Lodge in flamboyant characters, exuding a remarkable aura. The gates stood ajar, revealing a vast courtyard paved with flagstones, where several robust men, bare-chested, busily surrounded a table. On the table lay a magnificent striped tiger, its eyes shut, having succumbed to death some time ago. The men were engaged in skinning and butchering the beast. Truly, the prowess of the Hunter's Lodge was commendable for having captured such a magnificent creature, which must be worth a considerable sum. Indeed, the master of the lodge was a top-tier martial artist. This display seemed designed to attract the attention of youthful aspirants eager to join the lodge, as such an open gate would be unusual otherwise. A number of passers-by paused to observe and chatter about the scene within. Jiang Ming lingered a moment longer, his heart stirred not by the tiger itself, but by the recollection that old Zhou had once mentioned that his Fuhu fist was learned at this very Hunter's Lodge. Given that the lodge's master was a premier martial artist, it suggested that they possessed a more comprehensive martial arts philosophy. However, considering he was not even a martial artist at present, such thoughts felt premature. Jiang Ming shook his head and continued onward. Not far ahead of the Hunter's Lodge was a medical clinic named Jishir Hall, bustling with patrons and thriving business. When will you cease to be a mere gatherer of herbs? Opening a medical clinic could be a splendid venture, each day traversing the verdant expanses of Yiming Mountain. Jiang Ming's expertise in herbal medicine has already surpassed that of an ordinary herbalist. If he were to diligently pursue the medical arts with the passage of time, he might indeed rise to become a renowned physician. Perhaps it is time to engage in such studies. The path to immortality is long and seemingly endless. Thus, acquiring knowledge, observing, and experiencing more can also be a source of joy. In the eastern part of the city, a wealthy family was celebrating a birthday. Having invited a troupe of performers to entertain them, Jiang Ming, along with a gathering of freeloaders, squeezed against the wall to listen to 3 or 4 performances. As the sun began to set, he emerged from the city gates, his basket laden with herbs. At the city gate, a few ragged individuals, resembling beggars, meandered about, their eyes scanning the comings and goings of those entering and exiting the city. One of them, spotting Jiang Ming, muttered, "Ugh, ill fortune," while the others, disinterested, shifted their focus to seek a more promising target. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ming, his prudence had inadvertently spared him from trouble. He hummed a cheerful tune on his way back to the mountains, his spirits high as he envisioned how to construct his future home and where to cultivate his garden. After all, wherever one may venture, the intrinsic desire of his homeland to cultivate a courtyard, dig a garden, and plant seedlings is inescapable. Suddenly, Jiang Ming halted in his tracks, sensing impending trouble. The twilight cast a dim light upon the path, with thick woods lining either side, their shadows dark and foreboding like a black abyss. However, his heightened senses allowed him to detect subtle, irregular sounds emanating from the shadows. "You possess quite the vigilance," a somewhat familiar voice remarked, as several figures emerged from the woods, 3 in front and 2 behind, effectively cornering him. Narrowing his eyes, Jiang Ming scrutinized them. "You are the merchants from this morning who purchased my hazelnuts?" Indeed, these were the very individuals who had bought his mushrooms at the market. Yet now, they brandished glinting iron-long knives, clearly intent on murder. A sigh escaped Jiang Ming. Their pursuit beyond the city indicated that he must have inadvertently revealed something about himself. "However, you truly ought not to have come," he spoke with a cryptic sigh. He preferred to remain inconspicuous and avoid trouble, but faced with such a predicament, he recognized that there was only one course of action, for even if he were to comply and feign submission, it would not alter the fact that they had already discerned his predicament. Should they survive the night, they would undoubtedly become a greater source of trouble for him. "You're quite bold," the leader of the group said with a calm smile, though his eyes gleamed with disdain, as if regarding a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Surrender all your belongings and strip off your clothes. Then I shall ask you a few questions and let you go." This calmness was not feigned. These men, seasoned in the shadowy dealings of the city and the wilderness, had engaged in unspeakable acts, and preying upon solitary, unsuspecting victims was merely routine for them. As for letting you go, naturally, that would be a blatant lie. In this line of work, they have never left a single witness alive. The other merchants burst into mocking laughter, brandishing their long knives as they closed in. "We will hand everything over to you, but I have a question." Jiang Ming seemed startled, hurriedly placing down his basket of herbs. He then pulled out several strings of copper coins from his pocket and tossed them onto the ground. His curiosity piqued. "How did you know I still had wealth? Don't play dumb with me." The leading merchant cast a disdainful glance at the coins and scoffed. "The hazel mushrooms you collected bear silver-white patterns, and they only grow deep within the forest. Ordinary foragers could never reach such a place. Reveal your safe route for gathering hazel mushrooms, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise," he menaced, swinging his knife, a glint of malice in his eyes. To these merchants, it was evident that Jiang Ming must have been exceptionally fortunate to have discovered a safe path into the depths of the mountains, allowing him to harvest the finest hazel mushrooms. The value of such mushrooms is several times that of ordinary ones, and with the current peak growing season, possessing such a route would undoubtedly lead them to prosperity. "Oh, I see." Jiang Ming suddenly comprehended, realizing the adage, "A different trade is like a different mountain." He was well versed in foraging herbs, but utterly ignorant of mushroom picking, having never noticed these distinctions. However, there is one point you have misconstrued. Having grasped the truth, Jiang Ming decided to abandon the pretense and smiled. "My mushroom gathering does not rely on any safe route. Your efforts are in vain." Refusing a toast only to drink a punishment wine, the merchants shouted angrily, advancing with their long knives. The first 2 blades flashed past, crossing in a deadly arc aimed at Jiang Ming's arms. Even at this moment, they still harbored thoughts of coercion, hoping to force Jiang Ming into revealing his safe route. Jiang Ming's gaze remained calm as he suddenly darted to the side, his upper body leaning back to evade the knife's edge, then swiftly straightening up, delivering a punch as quick as lightning that struck one man in the neck. With a sickening crack, the man's head twisted at an unnatural angle, and his body flew like a rag doll, lifeless before it hit the ground. The merchant's eyes widened in disbelief, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, seemingly unable to fathom that he had been slain by a mere lamb he had intended to prey upon. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming had already leaped back, retrieving the axe he had just purchased from the basket, standing tall like a pine. Something's off. Kill him. The sudden turn of events filled the leading merchant with a mix of rage and fear, and he roared with fury. Damn it, you little brat. Four men surged forward from both sides, the wind howling as their four long knives seemed to form a deadly net descending upon Jiang Ming. In the midst of the battle, Jiang Ming's understanding of the tiger fist technique appeared to deepen immeasurably in an instant. His body moved like a fierce tiger, the axe becoming an extension of himself. In that moment, the axe seemed to take on a life of its own, deftly bypassing a knife that was poised to block. With a powerful and forceful swing, the axe cleaved horizontally through one merchant's chest, erupting in a spray of blood and shattered bones. A gaping hole was torn open in the man's torso, blood gushing forth like a fountain, his still beating heart pulsating within his chest cavity, even as his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Damn it, old four. This young man has trained in martial arts. A cacophony of startled exclamations erupted, and the leading merchant's countenance darkened, losing the tranquil demeanor he had initially displayed. Today, they had unwittingly targeted a ferocious tiger instead of a fat sheep. Jiang Ming bore 2 fresh wounds on his arms and back, staining his garments a vivid crimson, yet he remained unfazed, bellowing, "Come on!" Despite his injuries. Charge! The lead merchant roared, enraged that 2 of his men had fallen for the sake of a single plump lamb. The loss was indeed grievous. However, merely a dozen breaths later, as the third assailant collapsed with a shattered skull, the lead merchant and the lone survivor were left in a state of sheer terror. How are you still alive?" he gasped, his eyes fixated on the long blade protruding from Jiang Ming's abdomen, his face a mask of horror. Jiang Ming sighed, "Your flaw lies in your overly keen eyesight." The other man, now utterly deranged with fear, dropped his blade and turned to flee. It was far too late to run. Jiang Ming withdrew the long knife from his abdomen and hurled it, piercing the fleeing man's chest and pinning him against a large tree. In an instant, the once formidable band of 5, intent on robbery, had been reduced to the lead merchant, who collapsed in fright, stammering, "Please, don't kill me. I want to tell a soul." Jiang Ming's gaze was as calm as an ancient well. "From the moment you sought me out, there was but one outcome." With a swift motion, the axe cleaved into his neck, silencing the pleas for mercy. "Phew, that nearly exposed me." Jiang Ming exhaled deeply, surveying the motionless 5 with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "I can continue to survive." On the tranquil mountain path, the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Jiang Ming's wounds had fully healed. He glanced around, wasting no time, and immediately began to search the bodies. They seemed to possess considerable wealth. From the remaining 4 merchants, Jiang Ming uncovered 3 or 4 taels of silver, but within the leading merchant's garments, in addition to over a dozen taels of silver, he discovered a banknote worth 50 taels. Altogether, it amounted to nearly 70 taels of silver. Simply relying on the haul from the mountains could not yield such a fortune. Jiang Ming's gaze sharpened. It seemed this group had engaged in numerous acts of robbery and murder, and this was likely not their entire wealth. What is this? Jiang Ming retrieved a thin booklet from the lead merchant's clothing. Disguise techniques. Observing the 3 bold characters on the cover, Jiang Ming's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He tested the blade against the corpse's face and, astonishingly, scraped off a thick layer of makeup, revealing an entirely different visage. No wonder they had been so audacious in their thievery as merchants. Even when caught, they could simply don a new face and continue their nefarious deeds in Dao Prefecture. Truly a splendid tool for murder and plunder. However, this was not the time for research. It was best to make a swift exit. Stowing the silver, banknote, and booklet into his garments, he retrieved his axe and medicine basket, choosing not to linger over the corpses, and hastily departed the scene. He still did not head to Ping'an Town, but instead ventured directly into the Yunming Mountains, returning to his cave. After cleansing himself in the stream, washing away the blood, Jiang Ming finally regained his composure. Although it was not his first experience with taking a life, the unsettling feeling of being embroiled in trouble and losing control still left him feeling uneasy. All his fears stemmed from a lack of firepower. With tea bubbling on the stove, Jiang Ming, draped in animal skin, warmed his body while reflecting on the day's battle. My strength and speed far surpassed those merchants. Yet my lack of combat experience rendered me ineffective. Even though my mastery of the tiger fist was profound, I scarcely managed to utilize it today, resulting in unnecessary injuries for Jiang Ming. Being wounded was not a significant issue, but it was a situation that could easily invite trouble. Imagine a person slashed and broken, yet bouncing back to life in mere days. Who wouldn't harbor doubts? Moreover, had those individuals been a tad stronger or more cunning, sensing danger and fleeing, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them all. That would lead to considerable trouble. What if I attracted a formidable figure, who would then capture me and dissect me? Jiang Ming's expression turned grave, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Such a scenario must never transpire. I must grow stronger, strong enough to avoid injury, strong enough to vanquish all adversaries. With unwavering determination, Jiang Ming resolved, even with utmost caution. It is impossible to remain entirely without flaws. Thus, I must eliminate all who discover my vulnerabilities. Only in this way can my secrets remain undisclosed. This is the path of invincible survival. Jiang Ming's gaze burned with intensity in the days that followed. Jiang Ming remained in the mountains. Each morning, he diligently practiced the tiger breathing technique, while afternoons were spent chopping wood and constructing his dwelling. In his leisure, he indulged in tea, experimented with herbs, foraged for mushrooms, savored the wild delicacies of the mountains, and marveled at the breathtaking landscapes, all while studying the properties of various medicinal plants. Half a month later, deeper within the forest, a modest wooden house was taking shape on the flat terrain upstream of a river. Jiang Ming had constructed 2 rooms, a main house and a medicinal storage room. Living alone, he conducted his daily activities, cooking, sleeping, reading within the main house, while the storage room was dedicated to preserving and researching the herbs he gathered. Additionally, he had cultivated several plots of land, intending to plant vegetables and herbs come spring. As for the latrine, he simply built it by the river, allowing nature to carry away his waste immediately. As for whether anyone downstream would drink or cook with that water, it was beyond his concern. As autumn faded into winter, the world grew desolate, and the mountains became increasingly silent. It had been many days since Jiang Ming had encountered any herbalists venturing into the mountains. The last time he had seen anyone, he learned that the turmoil in Ping'an town had subsided, as the onset of winter dramatically reduced the number of herbs available in the mountains, prompting the city's forces to withdraw. Nevertheless, the prices of medicinal herbs continued to soar, reportedly shipped northward, where the conflict seemed dire. Prosperity brings suffering to the common folk. Calamity brings suffering to the common folk. Jiang Ming sighed softly, realizing that if the warfare persisted, the unrest in Ping'an town would certainly not come to an end. It was time to return to the town and take a look. Jiang Ming entered the apothecary, gathered some well-dried medicinal herbs, and filled his basket before making his way down the mountain. In the bustling market of Ping'an town, Scarface was collecting venue fees with a group of followers when one of them suddenly pointed in Jiang Ming's direction, exclaiming. Scarface, following the gaze, immediately felt a heaviness in his heart. Jiang Ming, how dare he return? Let's go. In a corner of the market, Jiang Ming was squatting on the ground, setting up his stall to sell herbs. Previously, he had heard from those who ventured into the mountains that Scarface had been searching for him after his disappearance. Upon returning to Ping'an town, he knew he could not evade Scarface's watchful eyes, so he decided to make an appearance at the market first. Indeed, it wasn't long before Scarface, accompanied by his entourage, approached with an aggressive demeanor. Jiang Ming, I thought we were brothers. Scarface exclaimed, his expression sour. The gentleman from the capital came to select herbalists, and I personally recommended you. Why did you vanish? Jiang Ming, observing Scarface's grim countenance, realized his previous suspicions were correct. This man was indeed the enforcer for the city officials, collecting protection fees and engaging in nefarious activities in Ping'an town. He silently cursed, thinking, do you consider me a brother only to push me into the fire? Unfortunately, I have been quite busy these past few days, Jiang Ming replied with a sincere expression. You must give me an explanation for this. Scarface's tone turned harsh. Otherwise, you shall not leave the market today. Scarface had begun to piece things together. Perhaps Jiang Ming had been toasting with him merely as a shield to evade trouble. Please, Scarface, do not be angry. Jiang Ming had no intention of confronting Scarface at this moment. These thugs were insignificant, but attracting the attention of the lurking serpent gang would lead to many troubles. If he were to deal with Scarface, it must be with lethal precision, ensuring no one else was aware. With this thought, Jiang Ming's smile grew warmer. I assure you, the next time those gentlemen seek herbalists, I will be the first in line. This time, it was my error. I recently harvested 2 stalks of golden worm ginseng, which I specially prepared to bring down the mountain as an apology to you. I hope you will accept. As he spoke, Jiang Ming retrieved the 2 dried stalks of golden worm ginseng from his basket and offered them to Scarface. Scarface's eyes lit up. The current market value of 2 stalks of golden worm ginseng was nearly 2 taels of silver, a sum he might not earn even from several weeks of protection fees. After all, he had a band of brothers to support and a significant portion to remit to his superiors. Very well, it seems my judgment of you was mistaken. Scarface laughed heartily. Everyone disperse. There is nothing to see here. My relationship with Brother Ming is quite good. In a corner of the market, Scarface's followers watched as Jiang Ming packed up to leave. Scarface, are we letting him off just like that? One of the followers could not help but ask. Scarface snorted coldly. What else can we do? After all, the lad has truly broken any rules. I have been managing affairs in Pingantown for many years. Though I am known for my ruthless demeanor, I always adhere to the rules in the public eye. If I were to act against this young man in broad daylight today, it would undoubtedly undermine my authority in Pingantown in the future. Scar's intention is clear. We must act discreetly. The underling's eyes darted around, seemingly grasping a different meaning. The old scarred man toyed with 2 golden ginseng roots, shaking his head and muttering. This fellow possesses some skills. Dealing with him might cost us several men. Our organization is already short-handed, and we cannot afford further complications in Pingantown. However, he has crossed me multiple times, and I shall eventually reclaim my dignity. The old scarred man's eyes gleamed with menace. Let Jiang Ming frolic for a few more days. Once winter passes, our organization will send reinforcements, and at that time, this old scarred man, surprisingly, is easier to manage than I anticipated. As Jiang Ming strolled through the town, he felt a tinge of surprise. It seems the notorious reputation he had cultivated in the past still holds some sway, no matter how brazen the old scarred man may be. He is merely an ordinary person, relying on the reputation of the old snake gang to intimidate the fearful commoners of Pingantown. Yet, the audacious cannot intimidate the bold. Jiang Ming, the notorious rogue who fears no one, single and unencumbered, would not hesitate to break a few legs if provoked. Even the old scarred man would have little recourse against such defiance. After all, strength governs all, Jiang Ming mused. In the small tavern, the winter bustle intensified. Whether it be herbalists or mountain travelers, those unable to venture into the hills now spend their days drinking and idling away time. The tavern was filled with raucous chatter, and the old gingerhead beamed with cheer, even hiring a fay as a temporary server. Suddenly, the wooden door swung open, and a gust of cold wind rushed in. The patrons near the entrance glared, ready to unleash their ire upon whoever dared to leave the door ajar. Oh, who are you glaring at? Jiang Ming asked with a smirk. Minggu, you're back? The patron stammered. A moment of silence enveloped the tavern. The notorious Jiang Ming had returned. Behave yourselves and drink quietly. Don't glare around. It invites trouble, Jiang Ming admonished, playfully patting the patron's head as he maintained his fearsome persona and strode towards the counter. Half a pound of liquor and some side dishes, please. He placed 10 coins on the counter. Minggu, it's been a while. You still carry such authority, the old gingerhead jested. In this world, merely surviving is a feat, Jiang Ming replied, shaking his head. Spotting old Zhou, he joined him at the table. Fewer herbalists are around these days, Jiang Ming lamented. Old Zhou sighed bitterly. You, a rogue without ties, gallivant into the mountains while chaos reigns in the town. Many are reluctant to venture forth, as the old scarred man has threatened their families both openly and covertly, causing utter pandemonium. Such reckless behavior? Jiang Ming frowned. Do you recall the Sher family? A newly risen prominent clan that has slain several herbalists. Now they are entangled with the old snake gang. Who dares to speak against them? And as the new year approaches, they still Haven Tea release the captives? Jiang Ming inquired, given that during this season, larger groups cannot access the mountains. Old Zhou lowered his eyelids, sighed deeply, and slowly replied, I've heard. Some herbalists have already been sent to the northern battlefield to serve as military doctors. Uncertain of how many would return, Jiang Ming stood astonished. What sort of magical operation was this? Could a herb gatherer truly be akin to a physician? Was warfare merely a jest to be treated so frivolously? The consequences could be dire. What was truly happening? Jiang Ming was bewildered. Who was fighting whom? Rumors spoke of a rebellion in the north, with the territories of the 3 prefectures besieged. The capital had dispatched troops to quell the bandits. mandating each prefecture to contribute manpower and resources, including medicinal herbs, weaponry, and military doctors. Was the Dayun prefecture truly so careless? Hadn't their herb gathering been rather enthusiastic? Jiang Ming's confusion deepened. Careless? Suddenly, a head poked over, belonging to a cunning herb gatherer. How do you know it's carelessness and not intentional? Moreover, regarding those herbs, it was said many were intercepted en route by the rebel forces. The lords in the city were more cunning than anyone else. Now Jiang Ming understood. There were indeed traitors involved. Yet, upon reflection, this was only natural. Throughout history, dynasties flowed like water, while established families remained steadfast. These clans placed their bets in advance. Some would wager on the royal family, while others would back the rebels. Perhaps there were even those betting on both sides. Given the current circumstances, it was conceivable that the officials of Dayun Prefecture were entangled with the rebels as well. If the war does not conclude by next year, we may well face conscription, sighed old Zhou. By the way, while you were in the mountains, a significant event transpired here. The weight of this topic was too heavy. So old Zhou shifted the conversation. A gang of marauding bandits that had long plagued Dayun Prefecture was eradicated on the road to the prefectural city. The scene was utterly brutal. Immediately, someone interjected. I heard one leader had his head smashed, while another was nailed to a tree, unable to be removed truly. A swift execution. The government had even issued a proclamation seeking the valiant hero responsible, offering a reward of 100 taels of silver. Where is this hero? If it were me, I would have claimed the silver and reveled by now. You? Faced with such a scene, you would surely soil your trousers mentioning this matter. The tavern erupted into a cacophony of voices, clearly finding this topic more thrilling. Jiang Ming listened quietly, occasionally sipping his drink. Reveal myself? What a farce. How could those incapable of even wielding a weapon be labeled as bandits? They had supposedly dominated for so long. If true, it could only mean one thing. A formidable power supported these fraudulent merchants, perhaps one of the influential families in the city. Should Jiang Ming dare to show himself, he would likely find himself thrown into a well before he could even claim his silver by the time he was retrieved. Who knew if the second industrial revolution would have occurred? By noon, Jiang Ming had procured some necessities in the town and returned to the serene confines of Yiming Mountain. He discovered a fondness for this lifestyle, practicing martial arts, gathering herbs, sipping tea, and reading, occasionally descending the mountain to experience the warmth of human life. As time passed, the weather grew increasingly frigid. The rivers in the mountains were encased in a thick layer of ice, and snow fell continuously, blanketing the landscape in pristine white. Jiang Ming ventured outdoors less frequently, yet he still managed to forage for medicinal herbs every 2 or 3 days. In winter, the prices of seasonal herbal materials peaked, and when spring arrived the following year, he could sell them for a handsome profit. In a secluded mountain gorge, wrapped in thick animal hides, Jiang Ming beheld a breathtaking sight that filled him with both astonishment and joy. Amidst the white snow, a patch of vibrant green caught his eye. It was a small area, scarcely 3 feet square, adorned with lush green grass, and in the center stood a delicate crimson herb swaying gently, seemingly exuding warmth even in the frigid air. The fire cloud herb. At long last, he had come across another one. Jiang Ming was elated. He had consumed the last one without fully harnessing its potential, as he had not yet begun his martial training. Now, at a critical juncture in his quest to become a warrior, this fire cloud herb arrived just in time. He patted a rabbit beside him, saying, "By see ye. Remember this appearance and scent. Should you find another one, I promise that as long as I, Jiang Ming, have food to eat, you shall never go hungry." Carefully extracting the fire cloud herb, Jiang Ming's thoughts drifted back to the day he first arrived in this world. Everything had begun with that very herb. In this realm, the sole principle was survival of the fittest. Without becoming a warrior, all else was mere folly. The cold wind howled down from the towering, steep peaks, sweeping through the surrounding snow-blanketed valleys, traversing the jagged ice rivers and snowdrifts, sending up clouds of glistening frost. Bare-chested, Jiang Ming stood atop the icy river, practicing the tiger fist repeatedly. His chest rose and fell rhythmically as he inhaled and exhaled, emanating a fierce aura, each movement akin to that of a true ferocious tiger, captivating all who beheld him. If the external practice was form, then the internal practice was intent. Only by harmonizing form and intent could the full power of the tiger fist be unleashed. With each breath, Jiang Ming's skin gradually flushed a deep crimson, releasing wisps of white vapor. Yet ultimately, it receded, as the blood energy within him remained beyond complete control. He had nearly mastered the breathing technique, but he still fell short of refining his blood energy. Jiang Ming murmured to himself, slowly ceasing his movements and returning to his wooden cabin. The aroma of herbs filled the air inside, where a cauldron simmered over the fire, containing ingredients like blood vine, golden insect ginseng, and poisonous mushrooms. Yet the most crucial component was still that fire cloud herb. After spending considerable time in this world, Jiang Ming realized the rarity of the fire cloud herb. Even among the exalted warriors, it was a coveted treasure, invaluable for advancing in martial arts. Once the medicinal concoction was prepared and cooled slightly, Jiang Ming drank it all down, leaving no herb uneaten. With a sigh, as the herbal brew settled in his stomach, he instantly felt tendrils of searing energy coursing through his limbs and bones, and in that moment, he felt as though he possessed boundless strength. The blood energy within him seemed to awaken, surging with newfound vigor. Jiang Ming discarded the empty pot and dashed outside, standing amidst the icy expanse to continue practicing the tiger fist. With each repetition of the technique, he sensed the tumultuous blood energy within him. As if a raging torrent surged freely through his body, he instinctively practiced his breathing technique, attempting to guide and control the surging torrent of heat within him. Yet to no avail. Jiang Ming's eyes, struck by the fervor of his blood, appeared somewhat bloodshot. In the midst of his agitation, a sudden clarity emerged in his mind. To subdue the fierce tiger, one must be fiercer and more ruthless than the tiger itself. This was the true essence of the tiger suppression fist. Endowed with the power of immortality, Jiang Ming had always believed there was leeway in any situation, which had prevented him from truly unleashing his ferocity. Even when he had slain those merchants, his actions were largely dictated by rational considerations. During his martial training, although Jiang Ming was diligent and persistent, he lacked the unwavering conviction to press forward relentlessly. He would take breaks when fatigue set in, thinking that his life was infinite and that he would eventually succeed. However, the spirit of the tiger suppression should not embody such hesitance. Rather, it should embody the fearless brilliance of a courageous victor amidst adversity. It was not merely a matter of choosing to fight, but rather an imperative to engage. With this realization, he resolved that he would not relent until he had subdued his opponent. A fierce determination surged within Jiang Ming as he exerted himself to practice the tiger suppression fist with all his might. Gradually, his breathing seemed to synchronize with the rhythmic flow of his blood, becoming indistinguishable from one another. Boom! As Jiang Ming delivered his final punch, he abruptly halted. At that moment, he naturally employed his internal breathing technique, his breath deep and resonant, exuding an inexplicable aura of power. Beneath his skin, a flash of crimson light flickered, and the vitality coursing through him synchronized with his breath, a chaotic energy now harmonized and refined, evolving into a novel force, blood energy. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, channeling this blood energy into his fist, and struck the surface of the ice. With a resounding crash, ice shards erupted, revealing a hole the size of a human head, through which the flowing river beneath became visible. Jiang Ming shook his slightly numbed arm, unharmed. Months of rigorous training had finally culminated in his emergence as a martial artist. From this day forth, he felt he had genuinely embarked on the path of martial arts. Filled with exhilaration, Jiang Ming became increasingly convinced that a path of cultivation must exist in this world, for the sheer power of martial arts had astounded him. As he shattered the thick ice with a single punch, emerging unscathed, such strength could not possibly belong to an ordinary person. He exhaled deeply, however. The consumption of blood energy was considerable, having depleted a significant portion with that one punch. He realized he must continue his training to master the circulation of blood energy throughout his body, aspiring to reach the third tier of martial prowess, thereby gaining control over greater reserves of vitality. As for the second tier of martial artists, they required the refinement of their skin through blood energy, with the most elite among them being nearly impervious to blades and bullets, a class of extraordinary warriors. Yet, to ascend to the second tier typically demanded a decade or two of rigorous training, an endeavor not to be taken lightly. Although time was not an issue for him, it was indeed time to leave Peaceful Town. After the initial exhilaration of breaking through as a martial artist subsided, Jiang Ming began to contemplate his future path. The multitude of medicinal herbs within the Yunming Mountains and marshes was a treasure, yet he lacked the formulas for martial elixirs, resulting in wasteful concoctions that often squandered much of their efficacy. In the past, it was inconsequential that he was not a martial artist, but henceforth, if he wished to continue his martial training, such a method would likely prove ineffectual. Perhaps even consuming tin cans would yield no result. Jiang Ming aspired to delve into the profound depths of martial arts, to grasp the true essence of combat, or perhaps to utilize elixirs to aid his cultivation. These were things that Ping and Town could not provide. Only within the grand city of Diyun would he find what he sought. Moreover, he could not remain a mere herbalist indefinitely. The path of survival is not a rigid adherence to modesty. Rather, it necessitates adapting one's approach according to one's strength and the opportune moment, thereby enabling one to navigate the vicissitudes of life with grace. When Jiang Ming was weaker, being an ordinary herbalist, secretly amassing wealth and honing his martial skills was entirely acceptable. However, now that he had become a martial artist, he needed to earn more to sustain the expenses of his training and to invest effort in seeking higher realms of cultivation. To continue masquerading as a herbalist would only render him increasingly out of place. After this winter, he would journey to the city. Jiang Ming reflected on his previous visit to the city, gradually arriving at a resolution. As the bitter winter approached its zenith, Ping'an town was bustling with activity. Many residents, who typically labored in the city, had returned home as the year-end festivities drew near, preparing for the new year by slaughtering pigs and chickens. Though their lives were fraught with hardship, for these impoverished folk, returning home for the new year, regardless of their financial means, was perhaps the greatest hope of the year. Jiang Ming traversed the snow-covered path, returning from the depths of the forest. He cherished tranquility, yet he was not a recluse. During the festive season, a semblance of warmth and festivity was essential. Furthermore, his acquaintance A Fei was to be wed in the 12th lunar month, and he had contributed a sum of money. Thus he ought to partake in the celebration. As he greeted both familiar and unfamiliar faces along the way, he carried his medicinal basket back home. After months away, he feared his abode would be overrun with weeds and disorder. Upon reaching his doorstep, Jiang Ming paused in surprise. On this frigid winter morning, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings. He scrutinized his courtyard with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, it was his home. Yet, something felt amiss. The area before the door was immaculate, devoid of overgrown weeds or fallen branches and leaves, cleaner than when he had last resided there. Even the wooden door, which had been damaged by an unknown assailant during his hasty departure, had been repaired and reinstalled. It felt robust, far superior to its previous condition. Could it be that someone had taken residence in his absence? Jiang Ming mused, pondering whether his reputation as Jiang the evildoer had waned. However, upon pushing open the door and stepping into the courtyard, it was as he had initially envisioned, dry, with overgrown weeds strewn about and layers of decaying foliage piled high. Evidently, his concerns were unfounded. Just then, he heard voices nearby. "Father, the meal is ready. No rush. Let me finish fixing this chair from old Wang's house." Jiang Ming turned to see a young woman, clad in coarse cloth, with a somewhat delicate appearance, moving food to the eaves of the neighboring small courtyard, handing it to an elderly man with graying hair. The old man, hunched and with calloused hands, clearly bore the marks of a lifetime spent in arduous labor. He was engrossed in repairing a dilapidated wooden chair, casting a fleeting glance at his rice bowl before resuming his task. Is someone living here? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. From the memories of his previous life, he recalled that the adjacent courtyard had been uninhabited for over a decade. In a state of disrepair so profound that even newcomers to the town shunned the idea of tidying it up, preferring instead to construct anew. At that moment, a young woman noticed Jiang Ming and promptly waved, introducing herself. "We have just moved in. My name is Li Qingqing, and this is my father. If we have disturbed you, I sincerely apologize." Jiang Ming smiled, replying, "I must thank you for cleaning up in front of my door and repairing the courtyard gate." The neighbor on the other side was a plump woman, yet she lacked the benevolence to engage in such acts. It was already a blessing that she did not dump her refuse on Jiang Ming's property. "How did you know it was us?" Li Qingqing inquired with surprise, then smiled shyly. "After we moved in, we tidied up and noticed the weeds growing at your doorstep. We took the liberty of clearing them away. But I didn't dare enter the courtyard, fearing it might upset the owner. As for the gate, my father repaired it. His craftsmanship is quite impressive, isn't it?" As she spoke, her tone became inexplicably proud. "Indeed, it is remarkable," Jiang Ming praised earnestly, exchanging pleasantries before offering her some dried wild mushrooms as a token of gratitude. The surroundings were in disarray, both inside and outside, and Jiang Ming, feeling rather indifferent, tossed aside his medicine basket and stepped out. In the town, a lively atmosphere prevailed. The townsfolk had their own ways of life, distinct from those in the city. A single pig was divided into small portions. Some requested merely half a pound. Others took only the skin, while some were content with a bit of fat. More common were the wild vegetables from the mountains, dried or pickled, ready to be steamed or boiled into several dishes. Stir-frying was reserved for those who could afford the fat. If any household could present a few air-dried wild rabbits or mountain chickens at this time, they would surely ascend the social hierarchy among their neighbors. After all, while it was said that one lived off the mountains, not everyone could thrive in such rugged terrains. The local tavern remained unchanged, albeit appearing even more dilapidated. Old Shou seemed to have aged further, now unable to indulge in spirited drinking, confined instead to a medicinal wine for his health. Supported by his granddaughter as he made his way home. Such is the fate of martial artists. In old age, winter becomes a life and death struggle. The establishment was sparsely populated, and old Jiang rose to join Jiang Ming at a table, sighing, "I hope old Shou can live a few more years. I remember when old Shou and I could drink Tianjin together." Old Jiang rambled on about the past, weaving tales that blurred the lines between truth and embellishment. Jiang Ming, however, remained silent, sipping his drink. It was rare for the elders to find someone willing to listen. For now, simply being attentive was sufficient. As the conversation flowed, old Jiang, slightly inebriated, succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table. A fay, draped in a towel, tidied up several tables and approached, shaking his head in resignation. "This winter has claimed several elders. It appears that much of Jiang's spirit has departed as well." Together, they lifted old Jiang and carried him to a bed in the inner room before returning to the table. "How are the wedding preparations?" Jiang Ming inquired. A fay chuckled. "On the 19th of the 12th month, we shall host 2 tables of delicacies in my courtyard. You must attend, Mingo." Jiang Ming slapped the table with his chopsticks. "What nonsense is this? I've already contributed my share. How could I not come? You wish to take advantage of me for my fish, do you? I would never dare." A fay jested, then added, "By the way, have you met your new neighbors?" Jiang Ming nodded. "They are quite pleasant. They even repaired my door." Indeed, old Li's carpentry skills are renowned throughout Ping'an Town, and many seek him for furniture repairs, a fay remarked, shaking his head. "And then there is his daughter, Li Qingqing. She too shall soon wed, merely a day after me." A fay mentioned another name, and though Jiang Ming had only met him a few times, he found him to be honest but not particularly distinguished. Life in the town was simple, notions of social standing or lineage were absent, and people simply made do. As the days drew nearer to the new year, Jiang Ming fully relaxed, spending his time weeding at home, wandering the town, and purchasing provisions for the festivities. His rapport with his new neighbors flourished. Old Li and Li Qingqing frequently visited to assist Jiang Ming in tidying his yard. Jiang Ming found great interest in old Li's carpentry work, often accompanying him to learn the trade. For Jiang Ming, a life solely devoted to spiritual practice seemed rather dull. Acquiring new skills added a touch of enjoyment to his days. He even contemplated seizing the opportunity to learn the brewing techniques secretly possessed by old Jiang. On the 19th of the 12th month, a fay officially wed, clad in a pristine outfit, while his bride was adorned with a red veil. Ushered into the bridal chamber amidst a lively celebration. Old Shou, bedridden, could not partake in the joyous feast, so Jiang Ming covered his share. On the 20th of the 12th month, Jiang Ming accompanied a fay to old Li's house to partake in Li Qingqing's wedding banquet. The young man, an orphan, was effectively joining the Li family. The festivities proceeded without a hitch, and Jiang Ming even encountered Li Qingqing's brother, who, it was said, served as a servant in a prominent family in the capital. He had taken a leave of absence to attend his sister's wedding. However, the brother made only a brief appearance, raising a toast at each table before vanishing once more. What else with that brother, so mysterious? A fay wondered. Just as Jiang Ming was about to respond, a commotion erupted outside, followed by a piercing scream. "Murder! There has been a murder!" The sudden outcry silenced the raucous banquet, plunging it into chaos. "What is happening? Is someone dead? Run!" Panic ensued as guests hurriedly pushed towards the exit, dishes and utensils clattering to the ground. Forgotten in the face of impending crisis. "Father," this Li Qingqing rushed to old Li's side, her demeanor fraught with uncertainty. Old Li, attempting to maintain his composure, reassured everyone. Do not panic. We live our lives honestly. No calamity shall befall us." However, witnessing the wedding banquet devolve into chaos, old Li's demeanor reflected a sense of helplessness and despair. Just then, a furious voice erupted from outside the courtyard. "Get lost, all of you. Back off." A flurry of pushing ensued as the crowd that had rushed out was forcefully shoved back, creating a cacophony of shouts. Jiang Ming, his expression darkening, recognized the owner of that voice. True enough, in the next moment, the scarred man led a group of ruffians into the scene. "Someone's been killed. A murder is at hand. This is outrageous." Behind the scarred man, a plump woman was being manhandled by several thugs, thrashing and shouting in a frenzy. Jiang Ming squinted and realized Isn't this the overweight neighbor from the other side? I heard her husband works for the authorities in the city. She has always been overbearing. Even the scarred man dared not provoke her. What has transpired today? With a forceful throw, the ruffians unceremoniously tossed the plump woman into the courtyard. One of them delivering a sharp kick, warning, "Shut your mouth, or I will make you regret it." The crowd fell silent, some murmuring softly. The last two words were uttered almost inaudibly, as being targeted by the wife of an official was hardly a desirable fate. Nonetheless, the plump woman continued her tirade. "Scarred man, release me at once. Have you lost your mind? Do you not fear my husband's wrath upon your return?" The scarred man, his eyes gleaming with menace, stalked towards her and struck her across the face, warning, "Scream again, and I will truly kill you." The woman fell silent, her fleshy face paling with terror as she pressed her lips tightly together, no longer daring to utter a word. Though she had been audacious, she was not foolish. She recognized the scarred man's genuine anger today, and should she continue her outburst, he might indeed resort to violence. In a corner, Jiang Ming pondered, perplexed. Though the scarred man typically employed ruthless tactics, he was known to bully the weak while fearing the strong, never daring to provoke old Joe. The audacity of the plump woman, who seemingly had some influence, struck him as peculiar. His gaze suddenly fixated on a middle-aged man in a plain black robe standing beside the scarred man. The latter moved with a steady gait, and the glint in his eyes suggested he was a martial artist. Such skilled individuals were not typically under the scarred man's command. "Today, without my command, none shall leave." Having dealt with the plump woman, the scarred man stepped over her, his fierce gaze surveying the crowd. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in black shifted his eyes, scanning each individual in the courtyard before subtly shaking his head at the scarred man. The scarred man's expression darkened slightly as he turned to Old Li, sneering. "Old Li, your daughter is getting married, yet your son hasn't returned to celebrate?" Jiang Ming exchanged glances with a Fei, both recalling the mysterious young man who had briefly appeared and then vanished. "I just saw his son, Li Zhuang, earlier. Where could he have gone now?" Someone nearby whispered. "It has come to my attention that Li Zhuang has taken up a position as a servant in a prominent household in the city. Could it be that he has encountered some trouble?" Old Li's expression shifted dramatically. Could this group of ruffians be here for his son? He stammered, his pallor evident. "What has happened to Zhuang?" Old Scar snorted, poised to explain the situation, but suddenly his gaze flickered and he remarked, "He has been gambling in the city, accruing a considerable debt to the gang. I cannot locate him, so I came to inquire with you." Old Li stood momentarily stunned, shaking his head vigorously. "Impossible. Zhuang would never engage in such behavior." "Ah, 30 taels of silver. If your son continues to remain elusive, you shall be responsible for settling this debt." Old Scar chuckled, adding, "I hear you have been quite prosperous in town lately. Surely you must have saved a fair amount of money." Old Li's form became more stooped, his face a mask of terror as he trembled. "Old Scar, I am but a humble carpenter, merely earning enough to support my family through woodwork. How could I possibly save any money? That is of no concern to me. I only recognize currency." Old Scar shot him a sidelong glance, a sly grin playing on his lips. "And considering you have resided in Ping'an town for quite some time, have you paid any rent for the months you've occupied your lodgings?" "Rent?" Old Li's face blanched in panic, trembling as he replied. "When my daughter and I first moved here, we gave all our money to the local magistrate, who directed us to a courtyard for our stay. I have never heard of any rent." Old Scar sneered. "The magistrate collects land fees. I collect rent. Can they be conflated?" Old Li's lips turned pale, silenced by fear. With a heavy sigh, Old Scar feigned generosity. "Out of pity for you, your son's gambling debt combined with your rent amounts to 40 taels of silver." "What?" Old Li was chilled to the bone by this figure. In his entire life, he had never earned such a sum. Li Qingqing, equally incensed, was about to confront Old Scar, but was restrained by both her father and husband. Old Scar, noticing Li Qingqing, smirked at the family, casually stating, "It is only right that debts be repaid. I shall grant you one day. If by this time tomorrow the money is not forthcoming, then your daughter shall suffice as collateral to be sold at Qinghe Tower. She should fetch a handsome sum." Old Li's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, fervently bowing his head. "Old Scar, I will do anything you ask. Please do not take my daughter. Remember, you have but one day. Do not even think of fleeing. Such an attempt will only bring about greater suffering." Old Scar showed no mercy, kicking Old Li aside as he swaggered away with his band of thugs. Before departing, he cast a menacing glance at Jiang Ming, evidently having taken note of him. With Old Scar's disturbance, the banquet was rendered untenable, and the courtyard soon lay desolate, a scene of devastation. Old Li sat helplessly on the ground, muttering incoherently. How can one continue living like this? What are we to do? Li Qingqing merely supported her father, lost in despair. Uncertain of their next course of action, Jiang Ming crouched beside them, whispering, above all, do not seek out Li Zhuang. He could not comprehend the true reason behind Old Scar's commotion, but he was certain it was not merely about wealth. The crux of the matter lay with that Li Zhuang. Once he was found, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Brother Ming, what do you suggest we do? Old Scar is surely keeping watch. Escape is impossible. Old Li gazed at Jiang Ming with a face full of hope, as if he were the only lifeline. Li Qingqing also wiped her tears and looked towards Jiang Ming. With a sigh, Jiang Ming reflected that he held a favorable impression of this family and did not wish to see them come to harm. However, he was not an altruist. If Li Zhuang had indeed committed an offense in the city, leading to this situation, it would be hard to blame anyone else. Uncle Li, if you require funds, I can lend you some, Jiang Ming stated after a moment of silence. But how to handle this matter is beyond my capacity to decide. You must consider whether giving the money to Old Scar will truly resolve the issue. Old Li's expression wavered, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately he only sighed heavily. It appeared that Old Li was indeed aware of some underlying truths. Jiang Ming mused internally, yet he refrained from saying more and returned to his own home. In the chilly room, steam rose from the tea on the stove. Jiang Ming watched the bubbling water, softly murmuring, after the new year, I shall journey to the capital to study martial arts. It would be unwise to seek unnecessary troubles. The individuals surrounding Old Scar were likely experts from the Old Snake Gang. It seemed Li Zhuang had committed a serious offense. Otherwise, he would not have been pursued from the capital to Ping'an Town. Moreover, what exactly Li Zhuang had done, whether good or ill, remained unknown to him. Immortality. The troubles he would encounter in the future would only multiply. If he were to address them all, when would he find time to cultivate? Provoking the Old Snake Gang was contrary to the path of survival. If he chose to disregard this matter, he would incur no personal loss, but should he intervene, it might attract significant trouble. Jiang Ming sipped his tea, his eyes half closed, calming his thoughts. The fact that he was willing to lend some silver was already quite generous. Who else could muster such an amount to assist Old Li in resolving his troubles? Yet the tea on the stove continued to boil furiously, the bubbling becoming increasingly irksome. Jiang Ming decided to lie down on the bed, covering himself with a blanket in preparation for sleep. However, after tossing and turning for quite a while, he nearly kicked a hole through the bedboard. Damn! Jiang Ming threw off the blanket and, with his disheveled hair, stepped outside. As evening approached, the air was frigid, and heavy snow fell, rendering the streets nearly deserted. Jiang Ming walked restlessly, leaving a trail of uneven footprints in the snow. At the tavern, old Jiang stared at the disheveled Jiang Ming, somewhat taken aback. What has happened? This was the first time he had seen Jiang Ming in such a state. Master Jiang, what do you know about Old Li's son? Jiang Ming asked directly. That Li Zhuang? Old Jiang's expression shifted with alarm as he glanced around, whispering, what are you planning? Today, Old Scar has invited experts from the Old Snake Gang in the city. Jiang Ming remained silent, sipping his wine. Old Jiang shook his head helplessly and slowly continued. What I've heard is limited. All I know is that Li Zhuang works as a servant for the young master of the Shi family. He rarely stirs up trouble, only expressing to his father his reluctance to continue serving the Shi family, who are not virtuous individuals. I suspect this incident is related to the Shi family. Jiang Ming stuffed a mouthful of smoked tofu, realizing why the Old Snake Gang would intervene. Currently, the Old Snake Gang is akin to a dog for the Shi family, doing all their dirty work. Please, do not act impulsively. If you provoke the Shi family, no one in Dayun Mansion will be able to save you. Old Jiang urged, recognizing the thoughts swirling in Jiang Ming's mind. How could that be? Jiang Ming forced a grim smile and gulped down a drink. I just feel a sense of dissatisfaction. Old Jiang sighed, saying, nothing is more important than living. Everyone has their own fate, regardless of what befalls Old Li's family. As long as it is not caused by you, there is no need for guilt. Jiang Ming silently continued drinking, and before long, night fell upon them. In the deep of night, even with Jiang Ming's warrior constitution, he felt the effects of intoxication, yet his heart grew increasingly restless. Old Jiang, I must take my leave. I haven't enjoyed my drink, Jiang Ming declared, taking a jug of wine and turning to depart. The small town lay in silence as he walked alone, gazing at the starry sky, when suddenly he recalled the hopes he had when he first acquired the golden finger of immortality. One day, he would rise to the highest pinnacle, surveying the endless landscape. If such a day comes, and I am invincible, looking down upon all. Jiang Ming mused to himself, will I remember today? Will I recall Uncle Li and Li Qingqing's plight? As he walked, Jiang Ming approached his home. At that moment, he noticed a glow ahead, seemingly coming from old Li's house. A sense of dread washed over him, and he quickened his pace towards old Li's residence. From a distance, he could already hear voices. Ha ha ha, old Scar's calculations are spot on. As expected, troubling old Li would bring this fellow back. We haven't been here long, yet we've caught him red-handed. Hey, I say, why not tie up his sister as well? Let the brothers have their fun before sending them to Qinghe Tower. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Hey, you clever lad. Upon rushing into the yard, Jiang Ming beheld Li Zhuang, whom he had encountered earlier, now bound tightly with coarse hemp ropes, blood streaming down his face, in a pitiful state, unconscious. Old Li and Li Qingqing were kneeling on the ground, pleading desperately for mercy. Their pleas were directed at the three ruffians from earlier, who now loomed over the Li family with torches, their faces brimming with arrogance. Jiang Ming shook his head in the shadows, realizing that old Scar's so-called gambling and renting were merely tactics to force Li Zhuang out, not expecting such swift capture. He had advised old Li against searching for Li Zhuang, yet he could not restrain Li Zhuang from walking into a trap. As Jiang Ming burst into the scene, all eyes turned towards him, revealing a mixture of incredulous joy on the faces of old Li and Li Qingqing. In stark contrast, the three ruffians wore grim expressions. With their leader immediately barking, Jiang Ming, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, you shall be taken as well. Jiang Ming chuckled softly, waving his hands dismissively. How could I dare to interfere? I am merely curious about what heinous act Li Zhuang has committed to warrant such a gathering of you all. Humph. Blame him for seeing what he should not have and hearing what he should not have. One of the ruffians scoffed. A mere nobody thinks he can escape the grasp of the Shijia and my old snake gang? He truly knows not the heights of heaven nor the depths of earth. The two ruffians seemed rather carefree. Enough talk. Let us keep our words to a minimum, the leader snapped, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Ming. Don't presume that just because you've dealt with a few lackeys in Ping'an Town, you are significant. This matter is beyond your capability. You'd best make yourself scarce. Jiang Ming nodded slightly, realizing that the issue at hand was not one of wrongdoing, but merely of knowing certain truths when it not to. The Shijia, he murmured, recalling the herbalists who had vanished months prior. They, like Li Zhuang, simply sought to survive in this world. What fault lay therein? Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? The leader of the ruffians stepped closer, pushing against Jiang Ming's shoulder. With a soft thud, the leader's voice was abruptly silenced. He slowly glanced down, only to find a fist had pierced through his chest without his realization. Withdrawing his hand from the man's chest with a casual demeanor, Jiang Ming remarked, You were too loud. Coughing and gasping. The ruffian's face contorted in terror as he struggled to utter words, yet life swiftly ebbed from him until he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Jiang Ming's gaze remained serene. After so long in this world, it was perhaps his first act of taking a life. It felt somewhat perilous, yet. What of it? He did not aspire to be a hero. He merely wished that, countless years hence, when he gazed upon the splendor of the world, it would not be marred by today's regrets and sorrows. On the snow, warm blood flowed freely, emanating wisps of steam. Ah, how dare you? The remaining two ruffians trembled in fear, their faces ashen as they glared at Jiang Ming. They could scarcely fathom that he had the audacity to slay one of their own. Moreover, the fact that he had punched through their leader's chest left them utterly aghast. Was he perhaps a martial artist? The revelation of a martial artist concealed within Ping'an Town was truly astonishing. You're as good as dead. One of them, pale as a ghost, shrieked in a desperate yet feeble tone, daring to kill a member of the old snake gang. Even if you are a martial artist, you shall meet a most tragic end. Is that so? Jiang Ming replied with a cryptic smile. Then as long as no one knows it was I who killed him, won't that suffice? What? The two were momentarily stunned, their bodies growing cold as they gazed at Jiang Ming in sheer horror. What was this man planning? Run. The two individuals, in a moment of unspoken agreement, turned and fled. However, to Jiang Ming, a martial artist, their speed appeared painfully slow. With a powerful push of his feet, snow and ice scattered around him as he leapt forward like a ferocious tiger, instantly landing behind one of the fleeing men. He seized the man by the neck with one hand, his grip like a claw, and twisted fiercely. A crisp crack echoed as the man's neck broke, flesh tearing as easily as decayed paper, and his head was sent flying, blood erupting from his chest in a fountain, splattering high into the air. The other ruffian, hearing the commotion behind him, felt his legs weaken, tripping over a stone and collapsing into the snow. Panic-stricken, he turned to see a foot descending from above, landing squarely on his chest. The impact was like a bursting balloon, crimson blood and shattered bones mingling on the ground, creating a butterfly-like spray. Upon returning to the Li residence, Jiang Ming found old Li and two others untying Li Zhuang, who was slowly regaining consciousness, still disoriented. Li Qingqing and her husband regarded Jiang Ming with expressions of dread. Ming, you. Old Li's face was filled with guilt. He understood all too well the trouble Jiang Ming's actions would bring upon him. Jiang Ming replied coolly, if you truly feel remorse, then pack your belongings tonight and leave Dayun Prefecture with your family, never to return. Old Li's expression froze. In this freezing weather, how can we escape? Li Zhuang, just awakening, could not help but interject, this is akin to seeking death. Jiang Ming shot him a glance. If you remain here, your demise will come swifter. Li Zhuang fell silent. By morning, I do not wish to see any living souls in this courtyard, Jiang Ming said, casting a deep look at old Li before turning to leave. A shiver ran through old Li as he perceived this usually calm young man now exuding an aura of menace. He and Qingqing had witnessed his lethal prowess. Realizing the implications of Jiang Ming's words sent a chill through old Li, leading him to comprehend the gravity of their situation. Enough. There are vast places to flee in this world. We shall leave Dayun Prefecture. It's settled. Li Zhuang stared blankly, but old Li, being a wise man, knew what needed to be done. Jiang Ming, contemplating this, casually picked up a hatchet from the corner of his yard and, striding purposefully towards a direction, raised the jug of liquor he had brought from the tavern, drinking deeply. If he was to kill, he would cleanse the town of its troubles. As the strong liquor coursed down his throat, Jiang Ming felt the ferocity within him awaken. In his 2 lifetimes, he had lived merely a few decades. How could he, like an ancient demon of thousands of years, turn a blind eye to injustice? Old Scar, you have extracted so much money from me these past few months. Let us settle that debt as well. His footsteps crunched in the snow, the world around him enveloped in stillness. Every household in Ping'an town had locked their doors. The events of the day instilling fear in the hearts of its residents, leaving the streets devoid of any brave souls. After finishing the last sip of his drink, Jiang Ming casually tossed the wine jug aside. On this dark and windy night, a scene of chaos and violence was unfolding. Within a modestly sized stone-walled courtyard, the warm glow of lights illuminated the raucous laughter and boisterous shouts of revelers. Standing in the shadows outside the wall, Jiang Ming listened intently to the brazen voices of Old Scar and his ruffian companions emanating from within the dwelling, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Scar, your scheme is quite clever. It will surely draw out that Li Zhuang, a deep, unfamiliar voice remarked. Old Scar chuckled heartily, responding in a coarse tone. Compared to your methods, this is nothing, Master Tong. Once we capture Li Zhuang, I will invite his sister over for you too. Sample, shall we say? That may not be appropriate. Ha ha ha. The unfamiliar voice clucked, then erupted into gleeful laughter. Master Tong, you are destined to become a formidable warrior in the future. We shall rely on your guidance. Old Scar seized the moment, lamenting, there are too many troublemakers in this town. It truly vexes me. Oh, who dares provoke our old snake gang now? Master Tong scoffed dismissively. Old Scar quickly replied, there is one named Jiang Ming. I've heard he trained under Old Shou for a couple of days. His skills are remarkable, and my brothers cannot handle him. Remarkable skills? Humph. Master Tong sneered, after we settle this matter with Li Zhuang, I shall see just how many punches this Jiang Ming can withstand. Thank you, Master Tong. Old Scar's voice brimmed with excitement, and Jiang Ming, standing outside the wall, could almost envision his obsequious demeanor. You old fool, you wish to ensnare me? Jiang Ming silently chuckled, revealing a pouch of pale yellow powder in his hand. With a gentle breath, he sent the powder drifting towards the courtyard, seeping through the gaps of the windows and doors into the interior. After months of foraging, Jiang Ming had sampled a variety of herbs and plants, discovering many substances with remarkable properties. This pale yellow powder was made from a type of toxic fungus, dried and ground. It was not lethal, but it would render those who inhaled it weak and helpless, as if they were mere clay. With a sudden rush, Jiang Ming brandished a machete and kicked open the courtyard gate, striding inside. Who goes there? A thug, caught off guard while relieving himself against the wall, turned abruptly but found his limbs weakening, collapsing to the ground. Without a glance, Jiang Ming swung his blade downwards, cleaving through the thug from neck to abdomen, severing him in two. Blood gushed forth, staining the blade crimson. Emotionless, Jiang Ming held the dripping machete and forcefully pushed open the door to the main room, stepping inside. Inside, the revelers were caught off guard, their merriment interrupted by the sudden intrusion of Jiang Ming. "Good evening, Scar." Jiang Ming greeted with a smile, though the blood that coated his body and the dripping machete in his hand rendered his grin somewhat menacing. Jiang Ming, what have you done?" Old Scar's face turned pale, and he attempted to rise, only to find his limbs turning weak, collapsing back into his seat. "What is happening? I cannot move." "Me neither. Could there be poison in this food?" "Nonsense. I personally bought and prepared it. How could there be? It must be that Jiang Ming's doing." The other ruffians soon sensed something amiss, and chaos erupted within the room. Everyone was reduced to a state of helplessness, crawling or kneeling as if they were mere clay. Old Scar, slumped in his chair, forced himself to maintain composure as he gazed at Jiang Ming, uttering in a deep voice, "Jiang Ming, employing such despicable tactics. It truly invites mockery." Jiang Ming, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "Mockery? Once you're all dead, who will be left to mock me?" Having resolved to take action, Jiang Ming spared no mercy. After all, why engage in a direct confrontation when it was far more efficient to eliminate them without exerting unnecessary effort? What if one managed to escape, rendering his efforts futile? And heaven forbid, should he sustain an injury, that would be quite painful. This was all wisdom gleaned from his previous experience in taking lives. "You, how dare you?" Old Scar was taken aback. "Do you even realize whom you were provoking?" "The old snake gang, the Sure family, who else?" "Speak their names for me to hear." Jiang Ming replied nonchalantly. "And do you comprehend the fate that awaits those who cross such powers?" Old Scar's voice turned grave, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Perhaps had he been an ordinary citizen, he might have truly instilled fear. Yet, Jiang Ming regarded him as if he were a fool. "Of course I know. That is precisely why I intend to eliminate all of you, to prevent any word from reaching them." Old Scar nearly choked on his breath, but upon reflection, he was compelled to concede that Jiang Ming possessed a point. Cursing internally, he swiftly donned a warm smile. "Brother Ming, this is all a misunderstanding. Spare me today, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future. As for that promised reward, it could wait until his next life." Jiang Ming cast him a sidelong glance. Opting not to waste further words, he slowly approached the table, grasping a ruffian's head, scrutinizing his features, and remarked indifferently, "Was it not you who assisted in capturing the herbalist when the Sure family executed him, as per Jiang Ye's account? And no, please spare me." The ruffian wept profusely, pleading for mercy. Jiang Ming's expression remained impassive. One hand clutched the head, while the other wielded a cleaver, methodically gliding it across the neck as one would when dispatching a chicken. With a splatter, blood erupted, splashing across the faces of those present. Discarding the lifeless body, Jiang Ming took a few steps forward and seized the next victim's head. "During the summer, did you not break old son's legs? He did not survive this winter." With a swift motion, blood gushed from the neck, and Jiang Ming cast this victim aside, continuing towards the third. This deliberate method of execution instilled an oppressive terror throughout the room, enveloping it in a suffocating atmosphere. They watched helplessly as their companions fell one by one, fully aware that their turn would soon arrive, yet powerless to alter their fate. Help me." One ruffian, unable to withstand the horror, fainted, losing control of his bodily functions beneath him. Old Scar trembled uncontrollably, his gaze filled with desperation as he turned towards a man clad in black robes. "Tong, save me." But Jiang Ming had already approached the man in black, his hand lifting his head, the cleaver poised to strike his neck. The old scarred face revealed a countenance of despair. Yet, in the next moment, the previously languid figure cloaked in black suddenly leaped up, his eyes blazing with intensity as he aimed a punch at Jiang Ming's forehead. The old scar's eyes brightened. "Humph, a mere young fool dares to plot against me, unaware that I am a master attuned to the blood's essence. Although under the influence of the potion, I still possess the strength for a decisive blow." Before his fist could reach its target, a look of derision and arrogance spread across his face, as if he could already envision Jiang Ming's brain splattered everywhere. With a soft sound, reality jolted Tong Yi from his fantasies. Jiang Ming raised his left hand slightly, effortlessly blocking Tong Ye's full-force punch. His palm remained unmoving, as unyielding as steel, even causing a slight numbness in Tong Ye's fist. Both the old scar and Tong Yi were taken aback. Could he really sense the blood's essence? Jiang Ming smiled gently and said, "Perhaps you should strive harder in your next life." He had discerned the unusual nature of the man in black during the day. How could he not be prepared? You are a martial artist." Tong Ye's body weakened further. Astonished, he exclaimed, "How is that possible? A mere country bumpkin of such tender age could achieve this." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Ming swiftly severed his throat with a knife, blood erupting onto the beams above. Indeed, a practitioner of martial arts. Jiang Ming was momentarily startled, then expressed his admiration. Tong Yi died with his eyes wide open. As if casting a final glare at Jiang Ming continued his onslaught, and within moments, only the old scar remained alive in the room. After experiencing extreme highs and lows, the old scar's mind began to unravel, his eyes losing focus as he slumped in a chair, repeatedly muttering, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Jiang Ming calmly observed this scene. The once dominant Scar Lord of Ping'an Town was merely an ordinary man, revealing his true nature when confronted with life and death. Without hesitation, he delivered a final blow, severing the old Scar's head, which rolled to the corner of the table. The scar on his face starkly visible. "Phew, I have survived." Only then did Jiang Ming release a breath of relief, surveying his surroundings. A profound silence enveloped the space. Excellent. A flawless infiltration. Jiang Ming awarded himself full marks for this operation and soon began to eagerly search the bodies. The thugs yielded nothing of value, their pockets jangling with only a few copper coins. The old Scar, however, possessed a few taels of silver and a handful of copper coins. The wealthiest among them was Tong Yi, who had stuffed in his bosom a 50-tael silver note and a thin booklet. "This is a prescription for a martial arts elixir?" Jiang Ming flipped through the pages, his eyes brightening. Fortune indeed favors the prepared. Since his breakthrough as a martial artist, his cultivation speed had plummeted, rendering this prescription even more enticing than the silver note. It must have been Tong Yi, who, in his quest for martial prowess, had spent a fortune to acquire it. Jiang Ming speculated, now unwittingly bequeathing it to him. He quickly tucked the silver note and the booklet into his bosom, and upon entering the inner chamber, he discovered over 30 more taels of silver in a box. This old Scar truly was a plump target. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow and unceremoniously stashed it away. Suddenly, Jiang Ming searched for a clean outfit within the confines of his dwelling, donned it, and then kicked over the warming stove before striding out with purpose. In the darkness, tongues of flame swiftly leapt upwards, rapidly engulfing the entire abode, followed by the small courtyard. The piercing light of the fire erupted into the night, soon drawing the attention of onlookers. "A fire! A fire! Quick, extinguish it." "But wait, that direction is Old Scar's house." Indeed, should we still go?" A turmoil spread through the town as many townsfolk, initially ready to rush forth and combat the flames, hesitated in their tracks. Old Scar has a legion of fierce subordinates. "Surely, our assistance is unnecessary," murmured an elderly man, discarding his water bucket and pulling his grandson back inside. "What are you staring at? Get the dishes ready, oh no. Go to bed." Perhaps Old Scar was simply celebrating the new year with a fiery display. In another household, someone feigned seriousness while their tone betrayed an unmistakable glee at the misfortune. Thus, an odd spectacle unfolded. Not a single soul in the entire Ping'an town rushed to quench the fire. Countless eyes watched, wide open, as the flames grew ever fiercer, enveloping the entire courtyard. Within a radius of several dozen meters from Old Scar's residence lay an expanse devoid of life. Typically, no one dared to approach. And now the chaos had spared other homes, prompting a collective nonchalance, as if they were merely witnessing a fireworks display for the new year. At the Li family's courtyard, as Jiang Ming passed by, he cast a glance at the now desolate space, where only a few corpses lay quietly nestled in the snow. It appeared that the Li family had departed this world. Their fate now rested upon the whims of fortune. Without changing his expression, Jiang Ming turned and returned home. He had done all he could. Ultimately, survival depended on oneself, for no one could provide perpetual assistance. After cleansing himself of the bloodstains, Jiang Ming lay quietly on his bed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Through this experience, he finally grasped what he truly desired. While eternal life may be appealing, an unjoyful existence akin to that of an immortal specter holds little meaning. I can endure for quite some time. Perhaps a decade or a century may merely pass like fleeting shadows nonetheless. Each day must be lived with fervor and delight. Yet, my strength remains insufficient. Only by becoming more formidable can I swiftly settle scores. Were I a top-tier warrior, I could directly breach the ranks of the old Snake Gang and the Sure family, eliminating anyone who might pose a threat to me, thus ensuring greater security. Jiang Ming engaged in introspection, deeply reflecting until he finally succumbed to a profound slumber. The following morning, the clamor outside roused Jiang Ming from his sleep. His mind was crystal clear, yet he emerged from his door, bewildered. A throng had gathered before the Li family's courtyard, pointing and chattering excitedly about the gruesome corpses, each face aglow with exhilaration. as if they had stumbled upon a gold mine. Jiang Ming stood momentarily in shock. This was far from his expectations, as he had anticipated a climate of fear and trepidation. This scene was truly bizarre. He shook his head in disbelief. Brother Ming, how can you still sleep? A calamity has befallen us. A Fei stood outside the door with his hands tucked into his sleeves, hurriedly beckoning. It's all over. All over. What is all over? Jiang Ming wore a suitably bewildered expression on his face. That old scarred gang has been completely wiped out. A Fei lowered his voice, his mouth stretching almost to his ears. 3 died right at the entrance of the Old Li family, each more gruesome than the last. And over at Old Scar's yard, it was set ablaze, leaving behind nothing but charred remains. Jiang Ming's expression shifted to one of shock. I wonder why no one was putting out fires last night. It turns out they were all roasted alive. What a pity, what a pity. An old herbalist sighed deeply. What are you lamenting about? A Fei asked, perplexed. I regret not witnessing it myself. Such a joyous occasion, and I miss seeing it with my own eyes. The old man slapped his thigh in frustration. Jiang Ming was at a loss for words. Your theatrics surpass even mine. Soon, a disheveled clerk rushed over, his face a picture of distress as he barked. Everyone disperse. Anyone lingering will be treated as a suspect. Humph. If you have the ability, go catch the real culprit. The townsfolk gradually dispersed, yet a celebratory atmosphere quietly spread throughout Ping'an town. Some households, under the guise of celebrating the new year, hung red lanterns high, while others even began to affix couplets in advance. And some went so far as to exchange early New Year greetings. Jiang Ming had initially intended to keep a low profile. However, even his neighbor, a plump woman, had hung 2 large red lanterns and donned a bright red cotton jacket, clearly affected by the chaos caused by the old scar. If I don't do something, I might seem out of place. Thus, Jiang Ming purchased a couplet and affixed it to his door. Observing several individuals next door tending to the bodies, Jiang Ming pondered, surely assistance should arrive soon. After all, Old Scar was the overseer of the old snake gang here, not to mention that the infamous Tong Yi had fallen as well. Indeed, that afternoon, a contingent from the old snake gang arrived in a flurry at Ping'an town, knocking on doors and demanding to know what transpired last night. Yet, no matter the threats or intimidation, they encountered only ignorance. In the cold winter night, no one was wandering about, and no one dared to approach Old Scar's gang, resulting in no witnesses to the murderer. Ultimately, the only piece of information was that the Li family had vanished without a trace. Damn it. The leader of the old snake gang wore a sullen expression, his eyes ablaze with fury. Not only had they failed to capture Li Zhuang, but they had also lost a skilled blood tracker. It was a complete loss. However, upon seeing the bodies, that fury seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water, extinguishing instantly. These wounds are undoubtedly inflicted by a martial artist. The leader's heart trembled. Perhaps it was not just one person. Even a martial artist would find it difficult to annihilate Tong Yi and Old Scar's men all within one courtyard. It could very well be an enemy of the gang. The leader felt a chill run through him. The old snake gang had grown accustomed to arrogance, accumulating enemies aplenty. To a martial artist, the old snake gang might seem insignificant. However, if they resolved to covertly undermine from the shadows rather than confront directly, even the old snake gang would find themselves in a precarious situation. It was imperative to report this back to the gang. They could no longer act with such impunity in peaceful town. The leader contemplated that while it was manageable in the capital city, where no one dared to confront the old snake gang, should their enemies target peaceful town covertly, they would truly be at a loss. That very night, the members of the old snake gang retreated like a receding tide, as though nothing had transpired, leaving the townsfolk bewildered and in awe, unable to comprehend the events that had unfolded. They had succumbed to fear. In the late hours at the tavern, only Jiang Ming and old Jiang remained. Old Jiang was taken aback, murmuring, afraid. So, these officials in the city can indeed experience fear. Jiang Ming smiled faintly, suggesting that even if the old snake gang were to send new representatives to oversee affairs again, life in the town would likely improve considerably. Old Jiang poured a bowl of liquor for Jiang Ming, expressing his gratitude towards the unknown hero who had intervened. As time passed and the new year approached, the snow continued to fall relentlessly, blanketing everything in white. The charred remnants of the burned courtyard at the town's entrance were completely concealed beneath the snow. Merely a few days had transpired, and Old Scar seemed to have vanished as if decades had passed, with no one daring to mention him again. The old snake gang acted swiftly. On the 3rd day following the incident, they dispatched a new manager to oversee the medicine market. This new manager remained tight-lipped regarding the previous events, feigning ignorance while establishing numerous new regulations. For instance, the site fee for the medicine market was set at a mere 10% of the sales revenue, and those selling medicine in the town without permission faced a tenfold penalty. The townsfolk of Peaceful Town did not express dissatisfaction. Rather, their smiles multiplied, each feeling a renewed sense of hope for their lives. Although the rules remained stringent, they were infinitely more favorable compared to Old Scar's arbitrary whims. Such is the nature of common folk. They harbor no grand aspirations, merely seeking to survive and have enough to eat to find contentment. Beneath the eaves, Jiang Ming gazed at the snowy landscape while sipping hot tea, reflecting, "It is unfortunate that some officials only think of squeezing every last ounce from them." At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside. "Young Master Ming, Manager Dong requests your presence." Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Manager Dong was the newly appointed overseer from the old snake gang whom he had yet to meet. The fact that he sought Jiang Ming now raised suspicions. Perhaps something had transpired. Yet, it seemed unlikely that there would be a request for him if it were dire. They would have stormed in directly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Ming rose and followed the messenger outside. The messenger, a young man in his 20s, bowed and smiled ingratiatingly, saying, "Young Master Ming, do not overthink it. Manager Dong seeks you for a momentous occasion. In the future, the brothers will rely on your support." Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at him. This man was a familiar face in the town, named Wu Yi, who had previously been modest and unassuming but now appeared to have aligned himself with the new power in Peaceful Town. However, he did not elaborate much. In the world of rivers and lakes, the new generation replaces the old. Each individual has their own way of living. He disliked instructing others on their methods. At worst, when he grew weary of someone's presence, he could simply confront them with a blade. Wu Yi, receiving no response, felt a sharp pang of disappointment and thought to himself, as expected of the notorious Jiang. Soon, the two arrived at Old Jiang's tavern. The establishment was sparsely populated, with a burly middle-aged man quietly seated at a table. Upon seeing Jiang Ming's arrival, the robust man rose with a smile. "I have long heard of the infamous Jiang. I did not expect you to be a dashing young man. Please, have a seat." "Thank you for your kind words, Master Dong." Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow and boldly took a seat. At this moment, he was indeed the notorious Jiang, and he intended to maintain his demeanor. He took a hearty swig of his drink and, with a casual air, inquired, "I wonder, Master Dong, what brings you to invite me to the tavern? If it is merely for a drink, I shall indulge wholeheartedly." Master Dong, observing Jiang Ming's attitude, revealed a flicker of concealed disdain in his eyes, but sat down slowly. His smile unwavering. "Of course, drinking is permissible, but I have an important matter to discuss today. I wish to invite you to join my old snake gang." As anticipated, Jiang Ming's expression shifted to one of astonishment, though he had already foreseen this. Having dispatched Old Scar's group entirely, Master Dong, newly appointed and devoid of any subordinates, was undoubtedly seeking allies within the town, and the notorious Jiang would be an exceptional asset not to be overlooked. However, Jiang Ming had no intention of acquiescing. He vigorously shook his head and declared, "Master Dong, you jest. I am quite averse to forming factions. The more people there are, the more cumbersome it becomes. I prefer to gather herbs and trade for wine alone, and once I have saved enough, I shall visit Qinghe Tower to see Miss Shui. Now that is true enjoyment." Master Dong appeared poised to argue further, but Jiang Ming shook his head repeatedly. "Please, Master Dong, do not insist. Such matters are truly beyond me." Sighing, Master Dong conceded, "Since you are so resolute, I shall let it be. It is a loss for my old snake gang." He wore an expression of regret. "Then let us drink. Today, the wine is on me." "Splendid." Jiang Ming laughed heartily and began to drink voraciously. After a while, Master Dong excused himself, and Jiang Ming, his face flushed, continued to indulge until he eventually collapsed onto the table, prompting old Jiang to summon Ah Fei to carry him home. Master Dong, Jiang Ming, ultimately succumbed to drunkenness and had to be sent home. In the late hours of the night, within a room, Wu Yi was reporting to Master Dong. After a moment of contemplation with closed eyes, Master Dong opened them. "Do not concern yourself with him any longer." Once Wu Yi departed, Master Dong retrieved a booklet from beneath the table, opening it to reveal a dense list of names, many of which had been crossed out. A rebellious youth, fond of drink, lacking self-discipline. He cannot be the one, Master Dong murmured to himself, ultimately drawing a line through Jiang Ming's name. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Ming lay in bed, his gaze remarkably clear, devoid of any signs of inebriation. I believe I performed adequately. This matter should be considered settled for the time being, Jiang Ming mused. He was acutely aware of his lack of exceptional acting skills. However, no one would believe that a mere teenager from a rural town could be a martial artist. It seemed that the overseer was merely conducting a routine assessment, not truly focusing on him. Yet, this overseer was unlike ordinary individuals. Jiang Ming felt a stirring in his heart as he observed the other's every move. Unmasked and exuding an extraordinary presence, clearly a person trained in martial arts. It was even conceivable that he was a martial artist himself. It appeared that this seemingly insignificant ping in town harbored some secrets, but as I was about to depart, all of it would no longer concern me. On New Year's Eve, every household was bustling with activity, wafting aromas of cooked meals filling the air. Even the most diligent laborers returned to the town to reunite with their families. Jiang Ming had intended to spend the new year alone. But old Zhou sent his granddaughter to invite him, prompting him to bring wine and meat to old Zhou's home. Ah, it seems everyone is here. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, noticing that old Jiang and the couple, a Fei and his wife, were also present. A Fei was busy tidying up the courtyard while his wife was in charge of the cooking. As for old Jiang, he sat in front of old Zhou's bed. The two elderly men engaged in conversation, occasionally erupting into lewd chuckles. Jiang Yi, if you let my grandfather drink again, I'll smash your tavern. Zhou Wenxiu had just returned and spotted old Jiang producing a wine gourd, immediately placing her hands on her hips and shouting, I haven tea drunk, I haven tea. Old Jiang, resembling a child caught in mischief, hastily concealed the gourd. On this snowy New Year's Eve, a group of people gathered in the small house, creating a festive feast. May everyone survive the new year. Old Jiang raised his wine bowl earnestly. After the new year, the spring chill lingered, and the ice on the river had yet to completely thaw. The herbalists of Ping and town began to shoulder their baskets and venture into the mountains, commencing the labors of the new year. Deep within the forest, the ice and snow atop wooden roofs slowly melted, dripping onto the ground, creating small puddles where nameless water bugs flitted about. Beneath the eaves, a small clay stove crackled with warmth, the tea bubbling enthusiastically. Jiang Ming reclined casually on a bamboo chair, his eyes half closed, humming tunes from a past life. I am atop the city tower, gazing at the mountains, listening to the tumult beyond the city. He had intended to linger in town a few more days, but unexpectedly, after the new year, a multitude of strangers arrived in Ping and town, wandering mysteriously, rumored to be preparing for extensive construction. Jiang Ming, disinterested in further inquiries, entrusted his home to a Fei's care, shouldering his medicine basket and retreating into the mountains, practicing his martial arts and sipping tea in tranquil leisure. The formula for the martial arts elixir he had obtained was thoroughly studied, though a few herbs were unavailable in the mountains, resulting in a concoction that always fell short. Yet, it was infinitely superior to a hodgepodge, and daily, he consumed a bowl of this medicinal soup. His vitality now surpassed that of when he first entered martial training, being 3 to 5 times more robust, with only a single step separating him from becoming a third-rate martial artist. It was time to venture to the capital to further his martial studies. Jiang Ming exhaled a long breath, rising from his chair. Remaining any longer held no significance. A single step away could also be an insurmountable chasm. Old Zhou, having wandered through the fringes of society for a lifetime, never managed to cross that threshold. Now, with a head full of gray hair and a body ravaged by illness, he found himself in a dire state. Jiang Ming entered the nearly empty apothecary. Most of the medicinal herbs had already been sold at the market. Only a few rare and expensive herbs remained, which Jiang Ming carefully placed into his basket, intending to sell them in the city for prices that would far exceed the market's purchasing rates. As for the risk of hefty fines, he dismissed it. He had no intention of returning to the life of a herbalist anytime soon. The next morning, shrouded in a cold mist with the crescent moon hanging above, Jiang Ming released a white rabbit back into the mountains, waving goodbye. In winter, the wild beasts of the mountains lay dormant, yet the fourth master had managed to survive, feasting on the herbs Jiang Ming had collected. The rabbit, reluctantly bowing with its front paws, vanished into the forest. Jiang Ming, with his basket slung over his shoulder, departed without returning to Ping'an town, heading straight for the capital. Upon locating a pharmacy, he sold the herbs from his basket, earning over 20 taels of silver, and then set off for the tiger hunting villa. It was here that old Zhou had learned the tiger fist technique, and if he wished to continue his martial studies, This was undoubtedly the most suitable place. At the entrance of the villa, the gates stood wide open. Two robust men, exuding vitality, loomed by the entrance like fierce tigers, deterring any casual approach. Jiang Ming, with his pack on his back, approached them slowly, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Jiang Ming, a herbalist from Ping'an Town, here to seek a path to survival." "Enter," one of the sturdy men replied, barely lifting his gaze. As spring approached, it was a prime time for various factions to recruit, and the tiger hunting villa was no exception. Many had already come to register and await their assessments. Crossing the heavy, dark gates, Jiang Ming, guided by a servant, traversed the front courtyard and gardens before arriving at a training square paved with blue stones. At that moment, the square was bustling with a dozen individuals of varying ages, including a dark-skinned woman with a sturdy frame and a steady gaze, clearly a seasoned martial artist. In front of them, several uniformly dressed individuals were engaged in a sparring match. Specifically, 7 or 8 of them wielded wooden swords and sticks, surrounding a bare-chested giant. The man, with a rugged beard and towering height, fought with the ferocity of a tiger, effortlessly overpowering his multiple attackers. The sound of wooden weapons striking his body echoed, creating a cacophony of groans as one disciple, exerting too much force, broke his stick in two. "Behold, this is our villa's most formidable hunter, Master Guanfeng," the servant proudly proclaimed to Jiang Ming. "If fortune favors you and you pass the assessment, remember to pay your respects when you meet Master Guan in the future. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood," Jiang Ming quickly responded, a smile dancing in his heart. It was evident that Guanfeng's prowess far surpassed that of the others present. Should he truly engage, a mere flick of his hand could send several flying. His ostentatious display of strength seemed deliberately crafted to impress these outsiders. "Ah, it must be the hour of Qin." Guanfeng seemed to finally notice Jiang Ming and his companions, commanding, "Close the gates and commence today's assessment." The servant hurriedly departed, while Guanfeng turned his gaze. Fixating on Jiang Ming and the others, he radiated a palpable heat, his fierce eyes causing anyone they swept over to tense as though they were prey under the watchful gaze of a predatory tiger. "I am aware that you all have come here to join my tiger hunting manor," Guanfeng proclaimed after surveying the crowd. "I trust you are familiar with our rules. We do not accept your silver. If you fail the assessment, even if you offer us money, we will not accept you." He continued, "Should you pass the evaluation, you will henceforth be considered a member of the tiger hunting manor, sharing in both glory and shame. Within the Great Cloud Prefecture, wherever you may face indignities, you may seek me out, and this manor shall assuredly stand up for you and restore your honor." A resounding cheer erupted from the square, excitement palpable as everyone yearned to join the tiger hunting manor. Jiang Ming too felt an admiration swell within him. This approach was incomparably superior to the martial academies in the city that charged 10 taels of silver for a mere month's tuition. However, the assessment at the tiger hunting manor would likely prove to be quite the challenge. Before long, the crowd was led into a narrow alley. The passage measured 2 to 3 meters in width and extended for dozens of meters, filled with wooden training dummies. Remarkably, the bases of these dummies were thick and elongated, intertwining with those of other dummies. "This is our wooden tiger formation," Guanfeng explained. "Every hunter, myself included, must practice diligently within this formation each day. The faster you navigate through it, the higher your status within our manor will be. Completing the course within a single incense stick's burning time grants you admission to our manor. Within half an incense stick, you may join the tiger hunting team. And if you can finish in 10 breaths, you can become a head hunter." This brutally straightforward method of assessment sent a wave of exhilaration through the crowd, quickening their breaths. There was no need for cunning or connections. Mere strength would yield commensurate rewards and status. The seemingly simple rules were enough to captivate anyone. Observing the Navi novices brimming with excitement, Guanfeng, anticipating their reactions, grinned with ulterior motives. "Allow me to demonstrate. Simply follow my lead. It's quite simple." In the narrow alley, a bare-chested figure suddenly burst forth, striking the foremost wooden dummy with a forceful palm. Bang! The dummy responded with a rotating motion, clearing a narrow path. However, its base collided with that of an adjacent dummy, triggering several others to rotate in unison. Clatter, clatter. The bases collided, and the limbs of the dummies danced wildly as Guanfeng charged into the wooden tiger formation, barreling forward with unrestrained vigor. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever he passed, any obstacle in his path was either struck aside by his palm or narrowly evaded as if he were a tiger leaping aside. Soon, The wooden figures in the narrow alley began to whirl, their shadows darting, and the sounds of their strikes echoing ominously, poised to deliver a sudden blow to Guanfeng. Even a formidable second-tier warrior like Guanfeng endured several heavy hits from the wooden figures, yet he pressed on, undeterred, propelled by his formidable physical strength. In less than 5 breaths, he had surged through the wooden tiger formation, standing at the opposite end of the alley. The onlookers at the entrance were left utterly astonished. Those who dared to participate in the Tiger Hunt Academy's assessment were no ordinary individuals and could readily discern the formidable nature of this wooden tiger formation. With a gulp, a burly man with well-developed limbs expressed his dismay. Is this what they call simple? Jiang Ming's expression was grave. The wooden tiger formation was a web where a single thread pulled would affect the whole. The faster one charged through, the quicker and more numerous the attacks became. Perhaps even more potent. In contrast, a slower approach might yield less harm. However, the assessment required completion within the burning of an incense stick, leaving no room for a leisurely pace. Ordinary individuals could scarcely navigate through. Jiang Ming calculated in his heart, feeling a surge of excitement. This experience was indeed worthwhile. Merely confronting this wooden tiger formation had opened his eyes. If he could practice here daily, his agility and techniques would see tremendous improvement. These were indeed his weaknesses. Let us begin, Guanfeng suddenly declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him, a man from the Tiger Hunt Academy held a fire stick, ready to light the incense. A profound silence ensued. Damn it, I'll go first. The burly man gritted his teeth and stepped forward. I am Li Daniu, training in martial arts for 3 years. Today, I shall show my skills. Whoosh bang. Ouch, that hurt. In less than 5 breaths, Li Daniu had completed his assessment. 2 of his front teeth shattered, covering his mouth as he was escorted out. The crowd grew increasingly solemn, realizing that the threat was not solely from the wooden figures. The often overlooked wooden legs could be equally perilous, capable of tripping or toppling one with a moment's inattention. One by one, failures followed. Some sought speed, only to have their ribs broken by the swift strikes of the wooden figures, while others proceeded cautiously yet ultimately exceeded the time limit. A few found themselves caught between advancing and retreating. Ultimately, the first to succeed was a dark-skinned woman, who, with her agile and nimble movements, breached the wooden tiger formation just as the incense was a quarter burnt. The first successful candidate, Huang Xiaoying. With the first success, the remaining participants felt a surge of confidence. Soon, a second successful candidate emerged, a boy of similar stature to Jiang Ming, named Feng Lai, who completed the course even quicker than the woman. After 2 had succeeded, it was Jiang Ming's turn. I am Jiang Ming. He appeared somewhat anxious as he clasped his hands and slowly approached the wooden tiger formation, taking a deep breath before pushing his palm toward the nearest wooden figure. Clap! The wooden tiger formation sprang to life, and Jiang Ming gritted his teeth, as if facing death itself, charging directly into the fray. His speed was not particularly swift, yet his movements were both expansive and graceful, deftly evading obstacles with remarkable precision, akin to a hunting tiger dashing through a dense forest, skillfully avoiding all rocks and vegetation. This is... Guanfeng's interest was piqued. The tiger fist. Within the wood tiger formation, Jiang Ming boldly advanced, seemingly facing peril at every turn. Yet his heart remained tranquil. The individuals who had previously passed through were oblivious to the aura of vitality, while Jiang Ming, as a martial artist, found the challenge to be exceedingly effortless. However, he chose not to reveal his true capabilities. The strength he exhibited was akin to that prior to sensing the aura, just sufficient to pass. As for employing the tiger fist, Jiang Ming did so intentionally. Having learned from old Zhou that the hunting tiger manner did not oppose the dissemination of the tiger fist, but rather actively supported it, inviting those who had mastered it to join the manner. This, too, served as a method of talent selection. As the incense dwindled to a mere 10th, Jiang Ming finally emerged, somewhat disheveled, having endured a barrage of heavy strikes. Just as he steadied himself, Guanfeng inquired, "You practice the tiger fist?" "Indeed." Jiang Ming mused inwardly, while outwardly he responded with feigned humility. "I learned this from the elders in town." "Very good," Guanfeng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "To have mastered the tiger fist at such a young age is truly remarkable. With the training of our bullhide tiger bone technique, your strength will undoubtedly soar." The others looked on with envy. Although Jiang Ming was the slowest to pass, he was the only one to receive Guanfeng's commendation. Next, remove him. Afterward, no one else managed to pass through the wood tiger formation, and ultimately only 5 succeeded in joining the hunting tiger manor. Peng Lu, take them to their quarters to rest, explain the manor's rules, and tomorrow morning, we will begin training here. Guanfeng commanded before leading the way out. Follow me. Once Guanfeng had departed, the man responsible for tending to the incense gestured and began to walk ahead. The manor, in truth, had no stringent regulations. You need only remember, the man named Peng Lu explained as he walked, to practice your punches at the hour of the rabbit, and meals will be served at the hour of the dragon. In the mornings, you are to assist with the manor's chores, such as handling the remains of prey or selling goods. After 3 months, if you wish to stay, you will receive a monthly stipend of 1 or 2 taels of silver. One individual immediately expressed confusion. Is there really anyone who would not want to stay? A monthly salary of 1 or 2 taels, where else could one find such a good opportunity? Peng Lu chuckled knowingly, remarking, our hunting tiger manor is not like those flashy martial arts schools. Once you experience bloodshed, you will understand whether you truly wish to remain. The group exchanged glances. After a moment, Peng Lu led them to a courtyard. Pointing to a few small rooms clustered in the corner, you are now official members of the manor, and each of you will receive a room. Though they may seem small, they are far superior to the shared quarters of the servants. Thank you, Brother Peng. They all expressed their gratitude promptly. Once Peng Lu departed, the individuals each selected an empty room to settle in, though a few rooms remained tightly locked, seemingly occupied by others. The room was narrow and stifling, permeated by a musty odor. Yet, Jiang Ming was utterly unconcerned, collapsing onto the bed in a haphazard manner, falling into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a violent banging on the door jolted him awake, accompanied by the harsh sounds of curses from outside. Trouble seems to follow me wherever I go, Jiang Ming muttered to himself, unfazed. Nevertheless, this very predicament served as his greatest motivation for martial training. No matter how much he tried to avoid trouble, it was inevitable. Thus, he resolved to become stronger, to conquer all challenges, and to continue enjoying his tea while watching the snow. He rose and stepped outside, only to find Fong Lai and others cornered against the wall by a group of 6 or 7 unfamiliar men. Who allowed you newcomers to settle here? A burly man with a brutish face, standing atop a stone bench, barked menacingly. Clean up the courtyard and the toilet, and wash our clothes. Don't even think about sleeping tonight if you don't finish. Ah, this is dormitory bullying, Jiang Ming chuckled inwardly. All right, we shall comply. 2 companions who had arrived with Jiang Ming quickly bowed and complied, for in this world, who had not bowed their head at some point? Huang Xiaoying remained silent, while Fong Lai spoke up, unyielding yet composed. I refuse. This is not my responsibility. Hey, looks like you've got some guts, a lean, dark-skinned youth sneered, raising his fist to strike. Jiang Ming stepped forward, calmly stating, we all reside in the same courtyard. None of us is more noble than the other. However, you arrived here earlier and still reside in such a dilapidated place. Your standing in the village must surely be at the bottom. Despite being new and wishing to keep a low profile, Jiang Ming understood that showing weakness at this moment would only invite further trouble from these individuals. His words incited fury among the group, and the previously poised dark-skinned youth charged at him. You little bastard, what did you say? Before he could finish, a fist, propelled by fierce momentum, struck his face. With a thud, the youth was sent sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from his nose. Why you dare hit me? The dark-skinned youth, taken aback by Jiang Ming's audacity, rose, humiliated and seething, exclaiming, I'll kill you. Jiang Ming, however, remained silent, rushing forward to kick him down, then mounting him and unleashing a barrage of punches. Though the youth had some martial training, he had been caught off guard and was unable to retaliate. With each blow, the youth's face swelled grotesquely, blood streaming as he screamed in agony like a slaughtered pig. Damn it, it escalated so quickly. The burly man was also taken aback, not expecting such boldness from the newcomer. After all, this was the tiger hunting manor. He abandoned his stance, hastily leaping down from the stone bench, intending to pull Jiang Ming away. Suddenly, a broomstick came crashing down from behind him. As the burly man turned at the sound, he was struck on the head. With a dull thud, he was sent flying, landing in a heap, dazed and disoriented. Fong Lai cast aside the broom, placing one foot upon the back of the burly man, and squatted down to deliver a series of sharp slaps to his head, exclaiming calmly, I merely wish to learn martial arts at the tiger hunting manor. It is unjust to make me sweep the floors. The burly man's head buzzed. Were all newcomers nowadays insane? He recalled receiving a similar beating upon his arrival, and now he found himself on the receiving end once more. With his face pressed against the ground, tears seemed to moisten the earth beneath him. Jiang Ming, meanwhile, had the slender, dark-skinned youth crying out for mercy. Only ceasing his assault after a moment, casting a frenzied gaze around, he sneered. So, does anyone else wish for me to sweep the floors? Misunderstandings abound. The others retreated in fear. They were not foolish. Upon witnessing Jiang Ming's relentless grip on one victim, they recognized him as a true menace. They had merely come to make a living and had no desire to provoke such a lunatic. Yet, one individual, with a fade of bravado, threatened. Release them at once. If you don't, I shall call for help. Go ahead, summon the bounty hunters. We can all be expelled from the tiger hunting manor together. Jiang Ming retorted with the demeanor of a rogue, unabashed. The group fell silent, their bravado dissipating. They were all assigned to this courtyard due to their lack of connections. Having only recently joined the tiger hunting manor, none were willing to risk expulsion over a display of bravado. Jiang Ming, having discerned this, acted without restraint. However, he had not anticipated that Fong Lai, despite his serene appearance, would engage in combat with such decisiveness. Are you convinced now, Sunshine? Jiang Ming mocked. Noticing the group's intimidation, he slapped the slender youth on the head, eliciting a whimper of submission. Indeed, I am convinced. Please, spare me, Grandpa. The youth sobbed earnestly. If you lack the strength, do not feign bravado. Do you understand? Jiang Ming stood, pulling him to his feet. Observing this, Fong Lai rose from the burly man's back and exchanged a knowing smile with Jiang Ming. For some time hence, we shall all be neighbors. Let us introduce ourselves, Jiang Ming suggested. I am Jiang Ming, formerly a herbalist from Ping'an Town. The burly man scratched his head and replied, reporting to you, Brother Ming. I am Wang Dong, hailing from the west side of the city where my family slaughters pigs. My father sent me here to learn some self-defense techniques. We've only just arrived a few days ago. I am Zhao Xiaolu, having trained at the martial arts hall for several years, always getting my wages docked. I heard that the tiger hunting manor provides ample sustenance, so here I am. Wang Dong chimed in, adding, this lad may lack in many areas, but his agility is akin to that of a monkey. Jiang Ming chuckled, but Wang Dong fell silent, recalling how Zhao Xiaolu had been knocked out with a single punch. My father is an educator. Fong Lai interjected earnestly, stating, the sages and books expound many profound truths, which I once held as absolute. However, one day I witnessed officials overturning a vendor's tofu stall and attempted to reason with them, only to be beaten myself. Thus, I realized that scholarship does not resolve all issues, and I turned to martial arts instead. Experience has proven that martial arts are indeed beneficial, Fong Lai mused. Glancing at his hands, lost in thought, Wang Dong's expression darkened instantly. I once toiled in the fields, but due to some family matters, I have come here to acquire new skills. Huang Xiaoying mustered her courage to approach and spoke softly. Even Jiang Ming was taken aback. Huang Xiaoying's prowess during the assessment was not typical of a farmer. However, he refrained from prying into her secrets and chose not to inquire further. In the dead of night, within a chamber, Guanfeng listened to the report from his servant, laughing heartily. Youthful exuberance, splendid. This lad piques my interest. Can one truly call themselves young without a bit of audacity? The following morning, at the training ground of the tiger hunting manor, dozens of newcomers donned the issued black training uniforms, standing in neat rows, awaiting a speech from the headhunter, Guanfeng. Within the tiger hunting manor, apart from the esteemed master, who was a first-rate warrior, Guanfeng stood as the most formidable figure, renowned even throughout the entire Dalian prefecture. The daily drills and martial teachings were under his purview. Everyone, he began, what is the essence of martial arts? With no time wasted, he gathered his energy, his voice resonating like thunder. It is neither technique nor mere strength and speed, but rather momentum. The gentle flow of water, the fierce current of a river, the unyielding grip of ice, all are manifestations of the same element, yet possess different momentum, allowing them to serve distinct purposes. Without momentum, one is akin to a puddle of dog urine, quickly evaporated by the sun, rendering them utterly ineffective. Martial arts are no different. While refined techniques may empower a warrior, a practitioner lacking momentum will find themselves paralyzed before a true master. One mere glance can instill fear, thus illustrating the power of momentum. Perhaps due to the influx of newcomers, Guanfeng elaborated extensively to broaden their horizons. The distinction between non-mainstream and mainstream warriors lies in momentum. Only by transitioning from technique to momentum can one circulate their energy throughout the body and ascend to the third tier, thus genuinely stepping into the realm of martial arts. Third-tier warriors possess the strength to bear great burdens and the agility of a steed, making them unrivaled in battle, capable of traversing the Dayun prefecture with ease. Revered by all factions, Jiang Ming experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder he had yet to ascend to the third tier. It was due to his lack of momentum. Perhaps with time, he might naturally comprehend and break through, but with a second-tier warrior personally imparting knowledge, it illuminated Jiang Ming's path forward, considerably shortening the time required for his advancement. Wang Dong, sporting a face swollen like a steamed bun, eagerly inquired, "Headhunter Guan, what comes after mastering technique and momentum?" "Haha, you dare to dream so far ahead without even sensing your blood energy?" Guan Feng chuckled, as several older veterans nearby burst into laughter. "You might practice your whole life, and still never grasp momentum. Who would have thought a pig-headed fellow could harbor such aspirations?" Guan Feng raised his hand, silencing the laughter, ignoring Wang Dong's pig-like visage, and smiled gently. "Having ambitions is commendable. Allow me to elaborate. Once you grasp momentum, you will begin to perceive intention. As the name suggests, it is the realm of perception, transitioning from technique to momentum, where intention resides within momentum, will enable you to manipulate your energy to refine your flesh and sinews, rendering you impervious to blades and spears, thus earning the title of a second-tier warrior." "What is intention?" The crowd was left puzzled. Guan Feng smiled quietly and suddenly turned his gaze towards Wang Dong. "Ah!" Wang Dong let out a startled cry, staggering backward and nearly falling to the ground, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. "I feel as if I just saw a ferocious tiger pounce towards me," he murmured, his heart still trembling, instinctively touching his chest as if he had truly been clawed by a tiger. Everyone was astonished. Was martial arts truly so terrifying at its pinnacle? With but a single glance, one could intimidate a robust martial artist. Jiang Ming was equally shaken. In that fleeting moment, even he felt a chill run through him, as if confronted by immense peril. Is this truly martial arts? Or is it something akin to cultivation? Jiang Ming pondered silently. This is the essence. When you reach this level, you will naturally understand. Those who cannot attain it will never comprehend it in their lifetime, Guan Feng stated succinctly. Over the years, the tiger hunting manor had recruited hundreds, yet the number of those achieving the rank of secondary martial artist could be counted on one's fingers. Words were futile, for such mastery could not simply be taught. Headhunter Guan is formidable, Wang Dong and the others immediately praised. Few in Danyun Prefecture could rival you. Do not speak so recklessly. First-tier martial artists are the true masters. Before the manor lord, I am but a featherweight. Guan Feng shook his head, then added, however, secondary martial artists are indeed capable of dominating a region. If one enters this realm before the age of 30, they can be considered a true genius, with a significant chance of breaking into the first tier. 30? The crowd exclaimed. Who can attain secondary status? They were all martial practitioners, and only those who practiced knew the arduous nature of martial arts. 9 out of 10 would struggle their entire lives to become martial artists, let alone reach the third or even second tier. Guan Feng smiled, though his expression darkened as he remarked, the tiger hunting manor has not produced such talent. But last year, Danyun Prefecture saw the emergence of one, Shi Junwei of the Shi family, who at merely 23 years of age entered the second tier, shattering the records of Danyun Prefecture. She is almost certainly destined to become a first-tier powerhouse, with even greater prospects ahead. The crowd buzzed with discussion. While Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, the Shi family had risen to prominence too swiftly, producing such a genius shortly after their emergence. Yet, observing Guan Feng's demeanor, it appeared that the tiger hunting manor and the Shi family were not on amicable terms. Quite well. I have no affection for the Shi family either. Now, let us not aim too high. Seeing that there were still those wishing to pose questions, Guan Feng cleared his throat and spoke gravely. Do not believe that joining this manor ensures your safety. In a month, I shall personally lead you to Yangming Mountain to hunt tigers. Should anyone lack the skill and perish in the mountains, do not blame me for failing to warn you today. A shiver ran through the crowd as they all nodded in agreement. They had known before arriving that the tiger hunting manor offered martial teachings not as an act of charity. During the hunt, one could encounter all manner of dangers, and every year, the manor suffered fatalities. To gain more, one must endure greater risks. Guan Feng nodded in satisfaction. Next, I shall impart to you the manor's tiger bone technique. This method emphasizes the ferocity of the tiger. Only with a heart as fierce as the tiger and an unwavering spirit can one truly enter its practice. if mastered to perfection. It is sufficient to step into the realm of secondary martial artists. The crowd breathed heavily, astonished by the generosity of the tiger hunting manner, which imparted a martial arts technique that could lead directly to the second tier of combat mastery. Guan Feng, perceiving their thoughts, remarked indifferently, "In truth, the martial arts techniques are not hidden secrets among the major factions. Always remember, the path of martial arts is about honing the individual, not merely the technique. If you cannot reach the second tier, possessing the bullhide and tiger bone technique will be of no use to you. However, should you achieve that level, it will indeed be a fortunate occurrence for my tiger hunting manner." Just as the crowd was about to commend his grand vision, Guan Feng continued, "As for sharing this knowledge, I permit it, though I do not recommend it. For this technique must be practiced in conjunction with our manor's unique training elixirs. Should you recklessly attempt it without proper preparation, injuring your limbs or organs, do not come seeking my assistance." The crowd, left speechless, understood the leverage he held. Subsequently, Guan Feng began to teach the external and internal breathing methods of the bullhide and tiger bone technique. Once he finished, the newcomers commenced their practice in the square. Jiang Ming executed the external training regimen with precision, secretly reflecting, "This bears a resemblance to the tiger subduing fist. Perhaps the tiger subduing fist is merely a lower-tier version of this bullhide and tiger bone technique." With the foundation of the tiger subduing fist, Jiang Ming made rapid progress, quickly finding his rhythm, drawing Guan Feng's attentive gaze. "This lad possesses great potential," Guan Feng mused inwardly, though he must temper his temperament. In the past, there have been newcomers who practiced the tiger subduing fist, believing themselves to be geniuses after achieving some minor success, only to become arrogant and ultimately fade into obscurity. "Peng Lu, engage them," Guan Feng commanded, his voice cutting through the air. A bunch of flowery fists and decorative legs, how vexing to behold. Martial arts are not merely practiced. They are forged through combat, through enduring blows. Without having faced an opponent, without having endured injuries, how can one ignite the fighting spirit? Whoever can withstand 10 exchanges under Peng Lu shall earn a bowl of our training elixir as a reward. Guan Feng scoffed. This was meant to be your reward only after 3 months of your formal stay in the manor. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes gleamed with fervor, each one rushing towards Peng Lu with fervent cries. Training, dining, and performing menial tasks. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The morning breeze was crisp, and the training ground was already filled with practitioners. Jiang Ming, having risen early, came to hone his skills in the bullhide and tiger bone technique. Despite not yet breaking through to the third tier of martial artists after half a month, Jiang Ming remained unperturbed. The martial arts experiences and techniques he acquired here were invaluable, lessons he could never have learned in Ping'an Town. Though he was already a martial artist, he lacked in experience and skills. Yet, he found solace in his solitude, diligently practicing every day, complemented by Peng Lu's rigorous training, which rapidly enhanced his combat capabilities and solidified his vigor. Unfortunately, he lamented silently. He had yet to taste even a single bowl of the training elixir. Peng Lu is a formidable warrior. Even when suppressing his strength, no one has managed to withstand more than 6 or 7 moves under his hand. Initially, I intended to feign luck and blend into the fray once someone surpassed 10 moves, hoping to secure a bowl of medicinal soup for myself. However, since no one has succeeded, Jiang Ming is reluctant to be the one who stands out and draws attention. After all, in merely 3 months, he would have access to the soup, and a few months is but a trifling matter to him. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from behind, akin to a ferocious tiger lunging for its prey. It was, once again, that old adversary, Peng Lu. Jiang Ming silently cursed and turned to throw a punch, only to connect with emptiness. A large, claw-like hand reached for his throat, barely grazing his arm. Guan Lian, realizing who it was, sent a jolt of alarm through Jiang Ming. Had he discovered Jiang Ming's true identity as a warrior? In a split second, without hesitation, Jiang Ming propelled himself forward, transforming his punch into a claw aimed at Guan Feng's heart. It was a reckless gamble of life against life. Yet, Guan Feng swiftly dodged Jiang Ming's assault, positioning himself beside him. "That claw of mine would have easily torn your throat if you had retreated," Guan Feng remarked calmly. "But instead, you advanced, countering my attack with a life-or-death strategy, effectively diminishing its power. Such audacity might even intimidate your adversaries." Jiang Ming, acknowledging the compliment, humbly responded, "I see that I still fall short compared to you, Guan Lian. You have done well." Guan Feng replied with a gentle smile, then inquired, "I heard you were once a herbalist from Ping'an Town?" Jiang Ming nodded in affirmation, momentarily taken aback. Have you ever collected fire cloud grass? A flicker of alarm surged through Jiang Ming's heart, but he feigned regret and shook his head. I have yet to encounter it. However, I have heard that several individuals have found it since last year. Such rare herbs are naturally elusive, Guanfeng said with an enigmatic smile, encouraging him. Continue to practice diligently. You may one day return to Ping'an Town and lead us into the mountains to gather herbs. With that, Guanfeng turned to leave. Yet, a question stirred within Jiang Ming. What was the significance of fire cloud grass, and why were even the hunters from Tiger Hunting Manor so interested? Did it conceal secrets he was unaware of? Furthermore, what did returning to Ping'an Town imply? Jiang Ming recalled the strangers who had spoken of ambitious construction plans in the town before he departed. Could Tiger Hunting Manor be involved? In these chaotic times, it was best to focus on honing his skills. He resolved that the most effective way to avoid trouble was to possess the strength to obliterate it. After breakfast, Jiang Ming and the others dispersed to engage in various chores around the manor. Wang Dong, a hereditary butcher, had been tasked with processing the carcasses of their prey since his arrival, earning the esteemed title of Master Wang. Each day, he was treated to generous portions of meat, far surpassing the fare from the communal kitchen. Every day, Fong Lai instructs the village's young children in the arts of painting and literacy, leading a life of utmost leisure. His martial arts progress is remarkable, as he has begun to occasionally sense the flow of blood energy. Guanfeng believes that within a year, he is likely to refine his blood into vigor and become a true martial artist. As for Huang Xiaoying, she practices martial arts discreetly each day and assists in the kitchen, embodying the essence of humility and diligence. On several occasions, Jiang Ming has seen her quietly practicing her punches in the courtyard, illuminated only by the faint moonlight. However, over the past half-month, her progress seems minimal. This young lady must be burdened by significant family matters, Jiang Ming mused, yet he had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. His sole purpose in coming to the Tiger Hunting Manor was to hone his skills and grow stronger. He awaited the day when Fong Lai would fully sense his blood energy, so he too could make a slight advancement. For only through progress could he gain recognition and access to more martial resources. While Jiang Ming preferred to remain inconspicuous, with a prodigy like Fong Lai leading the way, even a modest improvement on his part would not attract undue attention. As he contemplated, he arrived at a secluded courtyard, where the fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, and a considerable amount of fresh and dried medicinal materials were piled up. The primary business of the Tiger Hunting Manor was hunting in the mountains, but they would also collect medicinal herbs when encountered. Jiang Ming's main task was to assist in sorting and organizing these herbs. The harvest this time was quite good, he remarked, sifting through the fresh herbs with a smile. Ah, Jiang Xiaogu, we've been waiting for you to handle this. An elderly man with graying hair exclaimed as he hurried out upon hearing the commotion. In the courtyard, two teenage girls were helping to sort the herbs, and they rushed over to Jiang Ming, chattering excitedly. Jiang Ming, you are amazing. That inconspicuous little yellow flower you picked last time sold for 300 coins at the neighboring Jisher Hall, touted as a miraculous healing herb. And that gray-line ginseng is incredibly useful for enhancing blood energy. I had never heard of it before. The fragrant breeze enveloped him, yet Jiang Ming remained modest. Having explored countless flora and studied numerous herbs in the Yunming Mountains, his understanding of medicinal plants far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In fact, many herbs unknown to the apothecaries of this world had found their way into his knowledge repository. Merely showcasing his skills had left the semi-adept practitioners of the Tiger Hunting Manor in awe, earning him the admiration of the old apothecary there. These young women were family members of the manor. While they seemed amiable, one could never tell when they might turn hostile due to a fleeting displeasure. Jiang Ming preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements, so he smiled and began organizing the herbs before him. By the way, their essay task this afternoon. I wonder if you would be willing to assist, Jiang Xiaogu, the elderly apothecary said, observing Jiang Ming's focused demeanor. Whatever Master Feng commands, Jiang Ming responded. Fully aware of his modest position as a mere novice at the Tiger Hunting Manor, prioritizing discretion above all else, the esteemed pharmacist Feng smiled with satisfaction and remarked, most of the game we brought back to the Tiger Hunting Manor has been sold to the prominent families in the city. Typically, the men of the manor are responsible for delivering it. This season marks the spring hunt, and many have ventured into the mountains, leaving us short-handed. He winked and continued, this afternoon, a carload of goods is to be delivered to the Wang family. If young Jiang has no pressing matters, he may accompany us. Upon our return, he can come to my place for a bowl of the martial arts elixir. The martial arts elixir? Jiang Ming exclaimed in surprise. It's supposed to be consumed only after 3 months at the tiger hunting manor? He quickly realized that pharmacist Feng was deliberately looking out for him. The invitation to collect the elixir was merely a pretext. While pharmacist Feng managed the distribution of secret medicines within the manor, granting a bowl to anyone was commonplace. However, Jiang Ming, being a newcomer, could not be overly presumptuous. He never anticipated that his diligent and earnest work would yield such rewards. Thank you, pharmacist Feng. Jiang Ming promptly expressed his gratitude. Good, good. Once the medicinal herbs are sorted, prepare to return. I shall brew the elixir, pharmacist Feng chuckled. Thoroughly pleased with this year's newcomer who was unhurried, diligent, and low-key. If he could become a martial artist, that would be even better. As he still had an unmarried granddaughter in the afternoon, Jiang Ming set out with 2 men from the manor, escorting a cart laden with goods to the Wang family. The cart was secured with 3 large earthen jars, each nearly half a person's height. Despite being covered, a strong metallic scent of blood wafted from them. Penggu, what is contained within these jars? Jiang Ming inquired idly. One of the men, Ping Lu, chuckled while patting the jar. They contain the hearts and kidneys of various game. Along with a jar of tiger blood, these are all treasures for martial arts training. Just that jar of tiger blood is worth 100 taels of silver. Jiang Ming clicked his tongue in admiration. Indeed, this was a first-rate martial arts power, yet such wealth was not easily attainable. It was said that the fierce beasts lurking in the depths of Yunming Mountain could even rend martial artists apart, far from ordinary creatures. Even Guanfeng dared not venture into the deepest parts. The trio traversed several streets of the city, ultimately arriving at a spacious, secluded courtyard belonging to the Wang family. Within the Great Cloud Prefecture, aside from the government, the Wang family stood as the most formidable force, having once been guarded by 2 first-rate martial artists, though now only one remained. Nevertheless, their foundation was unmatched by other factions. The task proceeded smoothly. A steward of the Wang family conducted a brief inspection of the goods before handing several banknotes to Peng Lu. That is the Wang family's training ground, Ping Lu noted as they departed, passing through a square where numerous individuals were practicing martial arts. Jiang Ming observed that both the quantity and quality of practitioners surpassed that of the tiger hunting manor. Regrettably, the Wang family is experiencing a generational decline. The younger generation lacks exceptional talent, and the current first-rate martial artist is nearing a century in age, whispered another man, seemingly taking some pleasure in this misfortune. Just as Ping Lu was about to respond, he suddenly caught sight of a figure and hastily said, "Be quiet." To the valiant men of the tiger hunting manor, you have worked hard. A young woman in a simple white dress approached, exuding grace and poise. As Jiang Ming cast his gaze, he beheld a woman of graceful stature, her complexion pale and serene, exuding the elegance characteristic of a refined lady. To his astonishment, she was none other than Miss Wang, the very person he had encountered during his visit to Ping'an Town to release fish. Peng Lu promptly exchanged pleasantries. Recognizing that despite both being from esteemed factions, the Hunter's Lodge and the Wang family were not entirely on equal footing, particularly given Miss Wang's extraordinary lineage. Suddenly, Miss Wang turned her attention to Jiang Ming, her smile radiant as she remarked, "I recall that you once pilfered my fish in Ping'an Town." Jiang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to encountering a specter. How could she remember him from that fleeting glance at the river? Peng Lu, equally bewildered, had heard tales of Jiang Ming's navet, but never imagined he would dare see something from Miss Wang. With a light laugh, Miss Wang reassured him. "Do not be astonished. I bear no grudges, but I have possessed an impeccable memory since childhood." Indeed, her prowess was formidable. Jiang Ming could only offer flattery before explaining that he had diligently practiced martial arts and was fortunate enough to join the Hunter's Lodge. It was only after departing from the Wang estate that Peng Lu exhaled deeply, gazing at Jiang Ming with admiration. "Your audacity is remarkable. You dared to catch the fish released by Miss Wang." Jiang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Life in the town is precarious. Who cares whether they are from the Wang family? Yet, this incident instilled a sense of caution within Jiang Ming. He realized that beyond being vigilant in his actions, he must disguise himself when engaging in any unsavory deeds. The art of disguise he had acquired long ago had yet to be put to practical use, suggesting it was time for him to study it earnestly. Upon returning to the lodge, the 3 of them each received a bowl of secret medicinal concoction to drink, then commenced their training in the practice arena. Neither Peng Lu nor his companion commented on Jiang Ming's receipt of the potion, as they understood the unspoken nature of such matters, especially since their own concoctions were also under the stewardship of Master Feng. The effects of the potion were indeed remarkable. As Jiang Ming practiced the bullhide tiger bone technique, he felt a surge of joy. The potion he had previously obtained from Old Tong primarily focused on enhancing muscle strength and invigorating his vitality. However, upon consuming Master Feng's brew, he sensed his blood energy boiling, the latent vigor within him beginning to stir. Perhaps today, he would achieve a breakthrough. Excitement coursed through Jiang Ming as he repeatedly practiced the bullhide tiger bone technique, his pace deliberately measured. He sought neither to reveal his true strength nor to miss the essence of the ferocious tiger's might embedded within the technique. At this critical juncture, sheer determination alone would not suffice. He needed to grasp that ephemeral, elusive force. As evening descended and the effects of the potion began to wane, Peng Lu and his companion prepared to leave, yet Jiang Ming remained engrossed in his practice. Despite appearing dazed, his dedication to martial arts was nothing short of commendable. Peng Lu watched Jiang Ming, relentless in his pursuit, with a newfound respect. The men of the Hunter-S Lodge did not indulge in pretense. They only revered those stronger than themselves. And Jiang Ming's demonstrated seriousness and perseverance had already won the admiration of many within the lodge, qualities Peng Lu humbly acknowledged he could not match. Gradually, night enveloped the practice arena, leaving it deserted. As Jiang Ming practiced, a sudden epiphany blossomed within him. And the martial art he had been honing seemed to imbue him with a fierce aura. Whereas his previous training in the bullhide tiger bone technique had merely possessed form, he now felt the fusion of form and spirit. The might of a ferocious tiger surged within him, propelling him forward with unwavering determination. Jiang Ming softly murmured, at last stepping into the realm of third-rate practitioners. The blood energy coursed through his body like a relentless river, flowing continuously. Upon reaching his legs, he felt a lightness as if he could cover 100 paces in an instant. When the energy surged to his shoulders and arms, he sensed a strength akin to a spring, capable of lifting a colossal weight. This was the distinction of a third-rate warrior. A stark contrast to those who had yet to reach this level, Jiang Ming lamented. In the days that followed, he maintained a low profile, diligently practicing martial arts and attending to work, occasionally indulging in a bowl of secret medicine from Master Feng. Finally, after a month of their group joining the tiger hunting manor, the day arrived. Tomorrow, they would venture into the mountains to hunt tigers. Guan Feng's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the gathered men. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, it is still not too late. In the depths of the forest, the morning light was faint, accompanied by the chorus of chirping insects and singing birds. The men of the tiger hunting manor lay sprawled, some wounded, their tattered garments reminiscent of beggars. Only a few vigorous individuals patrolled the perimeter, vigilant against potential dangers. In a clear open space, Jiang Ming practiced the bullhide tiger bone technique, each movement slicing through the air with a whistling sound, occasionally erupting with a powerful aura. A few days prior, following Feng Lai's complete attunement to his blood energy, Jiang Ming had also experienced a breakthrough during one morning's training, intermittently sensing the flow of his own vitality. You remain remarkably composed, Guan Feng remarked lightly, approaching Jiang Ming while shouldering a great bow. Jiang Ming paused, assessing his surroundings. I have always traversed the wilds. Perhaps I have adapted. Besides, chaos only breeds further chaos. Strengthening my skills is the best way to confront danger. Yet, he confessed, I had never realized how perilous the depths of Yunming Mountain could be. His expression grew solemn. During his days as a herbalist, he had never ventured this deeply, and the beasts he encountered had always been manageable. This time, however, the forest was entirely different. 5 days had passed since Guan Feng led the new recruits into the mountains, and the confidence of the once enthusiastic group had been severely tested. The further they delved into the wilderness, the more fearsome the beasts became. On the first day, they had been jubilant after hunting a few deer. But by the second day, they were ambushed by a pack of wolves, leaving several newcomers, including Zhao Xiaolu, injured. Just yesterday, a rugged black bear charged into their ranks, tragically crushing 2 newcomers. It was only Guan Feng's swift intervention, as he shot an arrow straight into the bear's heart, that brought the creature down. No one knew the true extent of the Yunming Mountain wilderness. Even the manor's lord likely had not explored its entirety. Guan Feng remarked with a sigh. The beasts in these mountains are exceedingly savage. Some creatures, having consumed rare flora, can effortlessly slay martial artists. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that our tiger hunting manor ventures into these mountains to make a living. Otherwise, how could we sustain a population of hundreds with merely ordinary beasts? A flicker of thought crossed Jiang Ming's mind as he committed the mountainous forest to memory. A locale capable of inducing mutations in beasts is certainly not ordinary. Perhaps it harbors supernatural forces, or perhaps it is related to the pursuit of immortality. In the future, once he has grown stronger, he might yearn to explore it further. Suddenly, Guanfeng inquired, "Would you consider settling in my tiger hunting manor?" Jiang Ming was taken aback. Regardless of whether they were the newly arrived novices or the elderly who had resided in the manor for decades, they were merely laborers for the tiger hunting manor. To settle meant to become an integral part of the manor, akin to its owner, with privileges and resources that were incomparably superior to those of mere workers like Jiang Ming. However, to settle in tiger hunting manor was no simple task. One would at least need to attain the status of a third-rate warrior, much like Ping Lu. Yet, Jiang Ming's current display of strength was limited to sensing blood energy. Could it be that Guanfeng had discerned his true capabilities? Jiang Ming secretly shook his head. It was unlikely. Unless a warrior activated their blood energy, even a first-rate warrior would find it challenging to gauge another's depth. Nevertheless, after a month of interaction with the residents of Tiger Hunting Manor, Jiang Ming had come to understand that they were a group of seemingly rough men who were, in reality, deeply sentimental. Guanfeng had treated him well, and he had no desire to deceive. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ming lifted his head and spoke candidly. "I do not wish to deceive you, Head Guan. My sole purpose for coming to Tiger Hunting Manor was to learn martial arts and grow stronger. While I will wholeheartedly fulfill my responsibilities here without any negligence, my aspirations do not lie within the manor, nor in this forest. Whether as a herb gatherer or a martial arts apprentice, it is all but a chapter in my journey of growth." Jiang Ming appeared as an impetuous youth, yet this was indeed his genuine sentiment. For him, a mere tiger hunting manor could not contain the vastness of his long life. These thoughts were not meant for the ears of outsiders. This declaration was tantamount to a rejection. Guanfeng, astonished, remarked, "Do you realize how fiercely the elders in the manor vie for a chance to settle? The world of martial arts is far from the romantic notions you entertain. With your current strength, venturing out would be a path to certain doom. There is no stability outside of joining Tiger Hunting Manor." Jiang Ming chuckled nonchalantly. "On the first day, you taught me that the might of the tiger should advance without hesitation. Why now speak of stability? Have you been in the manor long enough that your tiger's ferocity is dulled?" Guanfeng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. You are truly the spirited youth I admire, both naive and bold. Rest assured, while you learn martial arts in the manor, I shall impart all that I know. If one day you find success and the manor encounters difficulties, do not forget to lend a hand," he jested. Jiang Ming nodded earnestly. "I certainly will." The many newcomers, weary from the days of toil and deeply asleep, were abruptly roused by Guanfeng's booming voice. Just as they were about to express their anger, they fell silent upon recognizing him. Rustling sounds approached as Peng Lu led a few others, speaking in a low voice. "Boss, the tiger bait has been scattered. Good, this trial concludes here." Guanfeng smiled broadly, saying, "You lead these novices, burdened with the bounties of your hunt, towards Ping'an Town, where assistance awaits. Upon returning to the village, anyone wishing to depart shall be sent away with a mere 100 copper coins. The rest shall accompany me further into the depths, lurking like a fierce tiger." "Are we finally able to descend the mountain?" Zhao Shalu asked, clutching his injured arm, his voice tinged with a sob. Many breathed a sigh of relief, while a few others displayed glimmers of fear in their eyes, no longer wishing to venture into the mountains. Guanfeng observed them with disdain, shaking his head before turning to delve deeper into the forest. Peng Lu directed the newcomers, hoisting deer and hares, while he himself, with a light shout, effortlessly carried a bear taller than 2 men upon his back, striding down the mountain with remarkable speed. "Truly a third-rate warrior," Feng Lai remarked, enviously lifting a string of wild chickens, a deer draped over his shoulder. "I wonder when I will forge my blood essence and become a true warrior." Jiang Ming, dragging a wild boar, inquired curiously, "When did our village establish a foothold in Ping'an Town?" Feng Lai scratched his head, replying, "I've heard that the various factions in the city are busily constructing branches in Ping'an Town. Our village should be involved as well." Jiang Ming nodded, contemplating Ah Fei and old Jiang, thinking it wouldn't be a bad idea to return and see them. In Ping'an Town, the familiar clerk still controlled the entrance, collecting protection fees from every herbalist returning to the town. However, upon seeing Peng Lu swiftly carrying the bear and the group of strong men behind him, the clerk's previously arrogant demeanor shifted instantly to one of flattery and humility. "Ah, the esteemed heroes of the tiger hunting village, please, this way, this way. Your esteemed village's base is located in the prime area of the town. though he was technically a government official. A low-ranking clerk paled in comparison to the powerful warriors of the first-rate faction, Tiger Hunting Village. When Jiang Ming passed by and exchanged a glance with him, the clerk was momentarily stunned, his eyes flashing with panic. It has been a long time. Jiang Ming smiled. The clerk forced a smile more grotesque than tears. Brother Ming, it turns out you've joined Tiger Hunting Village. I was quite a nuisance before. I beseech you to forgive my past transgressions. As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled out a large handful of copper coins from his pocket, intending to offer them to Jiang Ming. Keep it for yourself, Jiang Ming said, shaking his head as he walked away. The one who once lorded over him now groveled, and it seemed meaningless to stoop to the level of such a person. As Jiang Ming wandered through the town, he felt as though he had stepped into another world. The streets had been widened significantly, flanked by one splendid residence after another, bustling with life. Occasionally, one could spot dilapidated thatched houses nestled among the towering estates, seemingly vanishing in their shadows. Everyone, work hard. Once this place flourishes, we'll be able to earn vast fortunes effortlessly. Hey, you there, stop slacking off. The foreman shouted at the laborers to keep working. When he noticed someone resting, his tone shifted to one of harsh reprimand. Master, once this building is completed, will we truly be able to work inside? An honest-looking, stooped old man labored diligently to move the bluestone tiles, veins protruding on his forehead, yet he still managed to grin and inquire, his eyes brimming with anticipation. A glimmer of derision flashed in the supervisor's gaze, but his fleshy face broke into a broad smile. Of course, the city lords casually toss away silver, and you are free to collect it. However, let me warn you, those who engage in underhanded tactics will surely regret it. All right. I shall work hard. The old man revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth, contentedly calculating that by allowing the city lords to build on his land, he had made a wise decision. Not only could he earn a few silver coins, but he could also find work at the lord's residence. Truly, these gentlemen are benevolent souls. Jiang Ming observed this scene with an impassive expression, sighing inwardly. The city lords have come to this small town to erect grand structures, creating a dazzling castle, yet only the lords themselves will reside within its walls. However, should he rush forward to share these thoughts with the laborers, he would likely be drowned in spit, accused of envy. He shook his head and continued onward. A throng of people moving in a grand procession down the main road, soon arriving at the division of the tiger hunting estate, a residence already half constructed, with carriages awaiting outside. Jiang Ming recalled that this estate once stood on a desolate hill, uninhabited. It seems the tiger hunting estate has put considerable effort into clearing the area. Brother Peng, why are we building a division here? Wang Dong, having loaded his catch onto the cart, asked curiously. Ping Lu shot him a glance, about to reprimand him for meddling, but upon noticing the inquisitive expressions of others, he reluctantly shook his head and replied, "This is the master's command. I only heard the last time the head of hunting mentioned. This human mountain and marsh will soon be bustling." The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the meaning. Jiang Ming too felt a stir of suspicion in his heart. What secrets lay within human mountain and marsh? Could it be related to the fire cloud grass? After all, the last time, Guanfeng had specifically inquired about it. Enough speculation. Focus on your own tasks, Peng Lu admonished. Once all the game was loaded onto the cart, he and the others followed suit in departure, while Jiang Ming took a prolonged leave, claiming he wished to return home for a visit. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, he found that due to its remote and difficult access, the city lords likely overlooked this desolate place, and it had not suffered much impact, even appearing quite tidy. It seemed that Fei's wife had lent a hand in the cleaning, for Fei himself was not one for such meticulous tasks. As he pondered this, Jiang Ming ambled slowly toward Old Zhou's home, only to be momentarily taken aback. The place lay in eerie silence, utterly devoid of life, with wild weeds flourishing before the door. A sense of foreboding rose within him. "Ah, Mingo is back," exclaimed a neighbor of Old Zhou, carrying 2 buckets of water, and hurried over to greet him. Jiang Ming pointed toward Old Zhou's residence. "Where is everyone?" Old Zhou, the neighborhood, was momentarily taken aback, then sighed with a complex expression. His health was already precarious, and recently, the Shu family from the capital intended to build a grand residence in the town, seeking to seize his land. Old Zhou confronted them, only to be kicked by a young master of the Shu family. Within days, he was gone. The neighbor lamented, saying that after his granddaughter buried him, she too disappeared, rumored to have gone to the city to learn martial arts. Jiang Ming's body stiffened momentarily before he relaxed and sighed calmly. Life is full of hardships. Indeed, who would disagree? Yet, Old Zhou was rather impulsive. The Lord's seizing land could be beneficial for the development of our peaceful town. The neighbor rambled on, seemingly lost in daydreams of future wealth, imagining himself carrying water with a golden shoulder pole. By the time he regained his senses, Jiang Ming had already walked far away. Once again, the Shu family. Jiang Ming strolled slowly down the street, committing this incident to memory. He had ample time. This grudge would be repaid in due course. Unbeknownst to him, he caught a whiff of wine. Jiang Ming looked up to see that old Jiang's tavern still stood. Though the patrons remained the same familiar faces, sweaty herbalists and old farmers with dirt-encrusted nails, they huddled in the shadows of the old tavern, sipping their aged liquor languidly, as if the bustling scenes outside bore no relevance to them. It was likely that the gentleman from the city would never venture to such a place for a drink. As Jiang Ming entered the tavern, he was met with astonished greetings. Old Jiang, dozing behind the counter, was roused from his slumber. That night, Jiang Ming, old Jiang, and Ah Fei engaged in deep conversation. A bowl of warm wine quietly sat between them. The following morning, Jiang Ming instructed old Jiang, Ah Fei, avoid confrontation with those people if possible. He was preparing to return to the tiger hunting manor and added, if anyone encroaches upon my courtyard, yield it to them. Perhaps after some time, I shall return. Ah Fei nodded in understanding, while old Jiang regarded Jiang Ming and remarked, the Shu family is unlike the old scarred one. They come from a lineage of martial artists. Rest assured, old Jiang. Jiang Ming clasped his hands respectfully. Both were astute individuals, so old Jiang refrained from further comment, watching Jiang Ming depart. At the tiger hunting manor, upon Jiang Ming's return, he found several individuals in the small courtyard. Among those who had arrived with him, only he, Fong Lai, and Huang Xiaoying remained, while those who came earlier were reduced to just Wang Dong. A bunch of cowards. Wang Dong grumbled, his shoulder wrapped in bandages. I thought that Zhao Shalu was a man, but it turns out he is just a weakling. Jiang Ming chuckled. Everyone has their own aspirations. Not everyone can disregard life and death. By the way, Ah Ming, hurry and fetch the medicinal soup. Fong Lai quickly reminded him, this time. The manor has shown leniency. All newcomers participating in the hunt can receive a bowl, which is immensely beneficial for cultivating the bullhide tiger bone technique. Yes, I've already had mine, and I feel like I'll sense my blood energy by tomorrow. Wang Dong exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Huang Xiaoying remained silent. Yet her dark face also bore a hint of redness, clearly stirred by anticipation. Jiang Ming gently touched his nose, unable to confess that he had already consumed several bowls. However, the prospect of indulging in yet another bowl was undeniably enticing. With a facade of excitement, Jiang Ming hurried over to pharmacist Feng, eagerly receiving the medicinal broth and gulping it down. Is it true that Brother Jiang has sensed his blood energy? Pharmacist Feng inquired with a smile. Jiang Ming promptly nodded, asking, what guidance do you have for me, Master Feng? Having cultivated a close relationship with pharmacist Feng, Jiang Ming had taken to addressing him as Master Feng. Are you aware of the saying, medicine and martial arts are inseparable? Pharmacist Feng chuckled. Jiang Ming, familiar with this adage, had only a rudimentary understanding and promptly clasped his fists in respect, urging, I beseech you, Master Feng, enlighten me. The phrase medicine and martial arts are inseparable is, of course, quite comprehensible on the surface. The paths of medicine and martial arts converge, with martial arts strengthening the body and medicine nurturing it, both ultimately leading to the same destination, each reliant upon the other. Stroking his beard, pharmacist Feng elaborated, at a deeper level, martial arts practice revolves around blood energy. Yet, you practitioners of martial arts are often rather simple-minded, merely adhering to your techniques without grasping the true principles of blood energy circulation. Lacking this understanding, your progress is inevitably sluggish, and you may even squander your blood energy. Jiang Ming paused, pondering Feng's words, recognizing the truth in them. Although the bullhide tiger bone technique is indeed a pathway to second-rate martial arts, its interpretation of blood energy remains vague, relying solely on the practitioner's exploration and insight. Even though Jiang Ming had ascended to the rank of a third-rate martial artist, capable of circulating blood energy throughout his body, the process was rather crude, and he expended a significant amount of blood energy each time he refined it. Pharmacist Feng continued, the essence of a healer lies in the regulation of blood energy. When blood energy flows harmoniously, all ailments are eradicated. Healers encounter countless patients, and their research on blood energy far surpasses that of you martial artists in sophistication. If, during your training, you had a skilled physician to guide you in regulating your blood energy, The benefits might outweigh those of consuming martial arts elixirs. Jiang Ming's eyes brightened, as if he were beginning to grasp something profound. Then you. Pharmacist Feng shook his head vigorously. I am merely an old man skilled in brewing medicine. I possess no such knowledge. I've only heard these insights while playing chess with the old man's son from the neighboring Jishir Hall. Typically, he does not share such information, yet he has a fondness for the roast chicken and old yellow wine from the drunken immortal tower. Feng winked. Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback, then expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Master Feng. The following day, Jiang Ming spent the entire morning queuing at the drunken immortal tower until noon, finally parting with a tael of silver to procure 2 portions of their signature roast chicken and old yellow wine. What a ripoff, he thought, recalling how only a few copper coins could buy him a meal at old Zhang's tavern. Yet, for the sake of his martial arts, what did mere money matter? Comforting himself with this notion, Jiang Ming first delivered a portion to pharmacist Feng before hastily making his way to the neighboring Jishir Hall with the other portion in hand. Inside Jishir Hall, the walls were lined with medicine cabinets, and 2 young apprentices busily organized the herbs. The myriad scents of various medicinal plants wafted through the air, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Jiang Ming. As soon as he stepped into the front hall, an aged voice called out, Who brought the roast chicken from the drunken immortal tower? Behind the counter, a plump elderly man with a head of white hair sprang up from his reclining chair, his nose twitching twice as he fixed his gaze intently on the object in Jiang Ming's hand. May I inquire, are you Dr. Sun? Jiang Ming looked at the rotund old man before him and slightly cupped his hands in greeting. I am from Hunter Tiger Manor. You are the Jiang Ming that old Feng spoke of? Dr. Sun's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately lay back down in a huff. That old Feng. He sent you over without my consent. Jiang Ming then realized that Apothecary Feng had already spoken to Dr. Sun in advance. It appeared that without Apothecary Feng's intervention, it would be difficult to summon Dr. Sunday. He felt he owed a significant favor and sighed inwardly, vowing to repay it in due course. A sudden gulp echoed through the air, and Dr. Sun awkwardly sat up again, muttering, I will surely give him a piece of my mind for all this trouble. What are you waiting for? Come to the back courtyard. Place the item down. Dr. Sun grumbled, leading the way to the courtyard where he sat beside a stone table. Jiang Ming promptly followed, placing the item on the table and standing respectfully beside it. Since he had come to seek guidance, it was only fitting to adopt the appropriate demeanor. Knowledge is eternally noble, and a touch of humility is never out of place. Dr. Sun unceremoniously tore open the greasy paper wrapping around a roasted chicken and poured himself a generous bowl of aged yellow wine, indulging in his meal with little regard for decorum. He then gestured with his greasy fingers towards Jiang Ming. Show me your bullhide tiger bone technique. Yes. Jiang Ming replied eagerly, beginning to practice his martial arts in the courtyard. After completing a round, Dr. Sun scoffed, rather mediocre. Please, Dr. Sun, offer your guidance. Jiang Ming implored earnestly. Although he concealed his martial prowess, he believed his technique was executed flawlessly. Dr. Sun glanced at him before nonchalantly stating, regardless of your level, if you practice like this, you will achieve at most 70% of its potential. Why is that? If you and I suffer from the same ailment, can we prescribe the same dosage of medicine? Dr. Sun countered, cracking his knuckles. Certainly not. Our ages and physiques differ. Jiang Ming instinctively replied, suddenly struck by a flash of insight. Dr. Sun nodded. The same applies to martial arts. The techniques taught to you by Guan Feng are tailored to his physique. You may imitate them, but they do not suit your own body. If your blood and qi do not flow harmoniously, over time, it will lead to afflictions. And as for breathing techniques, they are not immutable truths. Some can hold their breath for an entire incense stick, while others can manage only a few breaths. Dr. Sun continued to expound, the principles of martial arts are human inventions. The most suitable methods are those of the original creator. What I aim to teach you is how to adapt your martial practices to better align with your body, even if the compatibility does not match that of the founder. It will be far superior to your current haphazard practice. These insights are beyond what that crude braggart Guanfeng can impart. Dr. Sun spat out a chicken bone and snorted. Back in the day, his rise to the second tier was largely due to my guidance. Dr. Sun is truly remarkable. Jiang Ming showered him with unreserved praise. Once more, but at a slower pace. I shall first identify the significant flaws in your techniques based on your form. Once we rectify those, I will guide you on how to cultivate your vital energy, said Dr. Sun, waving his hand. Jiang Ming promptly assumed position and resumed his practice of the boxing technique, while Dr. Sun attentively offered his guidance from the sidelines. As evening approached, Jiang Ming took his leave, feeling immensely fulfilled. He believed the gains of this single afternoon equaled a month of his usual training. The methods of martial arts are myriad and ever-changing, yet the foundation remains singular: vital energy. When the vital energy flows harmoniously, all techniques become accessible, Jiang Ming mused. Time swiftly passed, spring leaves flourished, and summer blossoms bloomed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ming had spent 3 months at the tiger hunting manor. In the backyard of the Jishir Hall, he practiced the bullhide tiger bone technique, his movements fluid and powerful, embodying the beauty of strength. As if this technique had been tailor-made for him. "My lad, I truly have nothing more to teach you," Old Sun stated while gnawing on a chicken leg and shaking his head. "After all, I am not a true martial artist from here on. It will depend on your own efforts." Jiang Ming ceased his punches and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Dr. Sun." Dr. Sun waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. The chicken legs and fine wine over these months are worth a considerable sum, and I must commend your thoughtfulness. Unlike that miserly Guanfeng, who dared to deceive me with counterfeit wine from the market. Why didn't I think of that?" Jiang Ming's eyes brightened at the thought of Old Sun's mock anger, prompting him to hastily make his escape. Upon returning to the tiger hunting manor, Jiang Ming began to contemplate his future path. Over the past few months, under Dr. Sun's tutelage, he had modified nearly every move of the bullhide tiger bone technique, allowing for exponentially greater efficiency in his training. On the surface, he had already reached a level comparable to seasoned martial artists like Fong Lai in sensing vital energy. Of course, his true prowess had also seen remarkable advancement. His mastery over vital energy had become more refined. Previously, the blood strength cultivated from his entire body's vital energy could only unleash 3 or 4 strikes before depletion. Now, through meticulous control, he could unleash a full 9 strikes, nearly doubling his power. However, further improvements would likely require painstaking effort. Such rapid progress would be difficult to achieve unless he entered the second-tier realm. Jiang Ming shook his head, pondering the arduous journey to becoming a second-tier martial artist, a feat accomplished by only a handful within the tiger hunting manor. Remaining there without a breakthrough would only serve to squander time. Days later, in the Yuming marshes, the afternoon sun filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting dappled shadows. Amidst the tranquil and serene scenery, a sudden, savage roar pierced the air. Roar. A magnificent tiger, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, with razor-sharp claws and a gaping maw, lunged ferociously towards the human before it. It was over. Wang Dong's face turned pale, and he could not evade in time. A fleeting thought racing through his mind. Was I, the esteemed old Wang, destined to perish here? Suddenly, a figure darted from the side, colliding forcefully with the ferocious tiger. "Iron Bull crashing mountain," Jiang Ming silently commanded, as if pouring out all his strength. Vital energy erupted forth. His waist seemed to expand in an instant, delivering a powerful blow to the tiger's rear. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the air as Jiang Ming was propelled like a rubber ball, flailing and tumbling into the distant thicket. The ferocious tiger, suspended midair with no leverage, was also knocked off balance by Jiang Ming's collision, nearly crashing to the ground. Wang Dong seized the moment to roll aside, while Fong Lai, Huang Xiaoying, and others had already seized the opportunity, surrounding the beast with knives drawn, heedless of their aim, striking once before retreating. An injured tiger remains a tiger, and none wished to face its lethal claws. After the beast bled for a time, the group would again charge when the moment was ripe. This tug-of-war persisted for nearly the duration of an incense stick, before the fierce tiger finally collapsed, gasping for breath, and fell silent. Each member bore wounds, and Jiang Ming was no exception, his body marred with blood from the thorns of the underbrush. Having possessed the indomitable source light for over a year, Jiang Ming had begun to exert a measure of control over it, allowing him to alter the speed of his body's healing when injured. This capability alleviated the constant anxiety of being discovered during his recovery. However, it was limited. Any fatal injury would still be mended in an instant by the indomitable source light. Thus, maintaining a low profile remained imperative, Jiang Ming mused. In the distance, Guanfeng and several elders approached with brisk strides, casting a glance at the tragically slain tiger, erupting into hearty laughter. "We performed admirably, did we not?" Wang Dong, bloodied yet brimming with pride, sought accolades. "Admirably. It is truly astonishing. Even if it had plummeted from a 100-meter cliff, it could not have met such a pitiful fate," Guanfeng remarked, his tone laced with sardonic humor, prompting uproarious laughter from the others. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Peng Lu prodded the tiger's carcass with the tip of his blade, commenting, "What a magnificent creature. Its pelt is in tatters. The blood is nearly drained, and not a single organ remains intact. This once 500-tailed tiger is now worth scarcely 100. With each word, the expressions of Wang Dong, Feng Lai, and the other newcomers darkened. Jiang Ming, too, felt a pang of shame. He was no skilled hunter, and even without concealing his abilities, he could only manage a single blow to shatter the tiger's skull. The notion of piercing its eye with an arrow while leaving its hide unscathed felt as distant as a fairy tale to him. It appeared there was much to learn. Jiang Ming reflected, adding hunting to his list of skills to acquire. He had always believed that immortality was devoid of excitement. The true allure lay in witnessing the endless landscapes, savoring a myriad of culinary delights, mastering countless intriguing skills, and pursuing innumerable passions. The realms of medicine and hunting were no different. There was no need to ponder gains or losses. If one wished to learn, they should simply do so. For this life was still long. Whether it be training falcons and hunting tigers, wandering freely in the mountains, or practicing medicine to benefit humanity, all were delightful pursuits. This, too, was a privilege of the immortal. Jiang Ming mused with a gentle smile, reminiscing about a seemingly distant past life, filled with a sense of nostalgia. In the hustle and bustle of life, one could even forget the beauty of the night sky, longing for the days when one could roam freely, unencumbered by any constraints. Alas, it was already commendable that this group of newcomers could unite to bring down a fierce tiger. Guanfeng observed that Peng Lu's vigorous strikes had nearly reached their conclusion, and thus he stepped forward to offer encouragement. Refine your skills further. In time, you shall become the backbone of the Hunter's Lodge. The silver earned from this formidable tiger will be shared among you. Instantly, Wang Dong and the others erupted in cheers. Alas, the earlier blows had been too severe. Soon, however, they felt a pang of regret, lamenting the loss of their precious silver. Guanfeng continued. 3 months have passed. This tiger hunt will serve as your final assessment. Since you have persevered until now, you have truly proven yourselves as men of the Hunter's Lodge. Welcome to our ranks. He offered a few more platitudes before commanding, "Very well, the rest may rest for now. Jiang Ming, accompany me." The two men made their way to the edge of a precipice, where clouds swirled below, obscuring the depths. "Have you truly made up your mind?" Guanfeng inquired. His stature as upright as a pine tree. Jiang Ming nodded, stating, "The Ping'an Town branch requires manpower. As a member of the lodge, I must contribute." A few days prior, Guanfeng had announced the establishment of the Ping'an Town branch and sought volunteers from the lodge. However, most deemed it a desolate place, leading to a meager response. To his surprise, Jiang Ming was the first to volunteer. Guanfeng scrutinized Jiang Ming and snorted, "To me, it appears you are simply seeking a leisurely life back in town. Having just sensed your blood vitality, you indulge so freely. I hope I am not mistaken about you." Jiang Ming met Guanfeng's gaze with sincerity, replying, "You misjudge me, headhunter. I merely feel that my martial progress has stagnated. Perhaps a change of environment and mindset is necessary for further advancement." Guanfeng regarded Jiang Ming for a long moment before shaking his head in resignation. "You, young man, sometimes elude my understanding." Jiang Ming remained steadfast in his gaze, silently reflecting. "What I say is the truth. It is not merely a matter of sensing blood vitality, but rather breaking through to a higher realm." "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I, Guanfeng, do not wish to impose my will upon others. Moreover, the branch is newly established and certainly requires a steady hand. Having sensed your blood vitality, you will indeed be of some use." Guanfeng waved his hand, stating, "Once we sell the game in a few days, you may take your share of the silver and depart." "Thank you, headhunter." Jiang Ming clasped his hands in gratitude, then inquired with confusion, "Why are the major factions establishing branches in Ping'an Town?" Guanfeng chuckled at the question. "That is not a secret. It seems Ping'an Town may soon be renamed Ping'an County." "Ping'an County? What next in Italian canon?" Jiang Ming nearly choked, before asking, "Why is that?" Guanfeng's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. "This order has come from the capital. It is said that the elderly emperor, in his quest for elixirs, is tirelessly seeking alchemists from across the land, digging for treasures in various locales. An alchemist, having unearthed an ancient text from some obscure corner, spoke of a legend that treasures lay hidden in the Yuming Mountains, heralded by the emergence of the fiery cloud herb. In no less than a decade and no more than several decades, divine herbs shall manifest. Thus, the elderly emperor commanded the Great Cloud Prefecture to transition from town to county, embarking on grand construction projects to establish his imperial palace. awaiting the moment fate would deliver him to sail forth. Wait, hold on a moment. A sudden look of perplexity crossed Jiang Ming's face. This legend. I feel as though I have encountered it before. Guanfeng displayed an odd expression. To be honest, I have heard it too. Lang Zhongxian Yuan. Jiang Ming exclaimed in astonishment, suddenly recollecting the tale. It narrated the journey of a young physician who, through benevolence and skill, discovered the fire cloud grass in the marshes of Yuming, gradually ascended to the position of court physician, and ultimately returned home as an elderly man, adorned in finery. Having attained immortality through the celestial herb, isn't this the work of a rather mediocre storyteller from Dayan Prefecture? Jiang Ming pondered, recalling how, upon his arrival in this world, he had perused the tale multiple times to grasp the local customs. He hesitated, questioning, could it be that the storyteller was an immortal? Immortal? Nonsense. Where would such beings exist in this world? Guanfeng scoffed. To be frank, I even attended one of his storytelling sessions. To call his tales garbage would be an overstatement. He perished from starvation on the streets over a decade ago. Then, does this grand construction project stem from that? Jiang Ming suddenly felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. The elderly farmers whose lands were seized, the homeless women and children, and those like old Zhou who perished in this tide, all without leaving a trace. Could it truly be that everything originated from the whimsical fantasies of a lackluster storyteller? Despite his disbelief, Jiang Ming found himself compelled to accept the grim reality, sighing softly. The affairs of the world are indeed absurd. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Ming abruptly realized something, his brow furrowing in confusion. Wait a moment. Even if the emperor has personally sanctioned it, Dayan Prefecture is so distant, and the various factions harbor such differing agendas. Even the medicinal herbs sent to the military have been intercepted multiple times. Would they genuinely heed the imperial decree and wholeheartedly endeavor to construct Ping'an County? The families in Ping'an Town do not seem to be indulging in mere pretenses. Guanfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, murmuring, of course. This is no mere pretense. The Yuming marshes are lush and fertile. Who wouldn't desire to establish their influence at the foot of the mountains? However, the Yunming marshes are regarded as the dragon vein of Yin Kingdom, cherished by emperors throughout the ages, believed to affect the nation's fortune. Any significant construction nearby is strictly forbidden. The modest huts of Ping'an Town are inconsequential, yet anyone daring to overstep would face dire consequences. Even someone as audacious as the Sher family would not dare to provoke such a perilous situation. Yet now, with the emperor's direct approval, the various factions of Dayan Prefecture are naturally eager to build, just like our hunting tiger manor. Having a branch in Ping'an Town will exponentially enhance the speed of our hunting and transportation, resulting in a bountiful influx of silver. And then there is the Sher family, who not only covet our hunting business but also seek to usurp the Wang family's herbal trade. With a foothold in Ping'an Town, their endeavors will be much easier. Moreover, the mountains are rich with minerals, which have long been left untouched. Now, amidst the chaos of this grand construction, a few families may have already set their sights on them. Guanfeng shook his head with a light laugh. It is indeed absurd. The emperor's obsession with the dragon vein far surpasses his concern for training soldiers. He remains unperturbed while the rebels rampage across the northern 3 prefectures and 17 counties. As if the preservation of the dragon vein guarantees the eternal stability of his throne. Jiang Ming mused softly, yet when one's own lifespan is at stake, what significance does the dragon vein hold? Now, should someone dare to establish Ping'an County, if a sorcerer were to suggest that severing the Yunming Mountains could lead to immortality, he would not hesitate for even a moment. Having unraveled the cause and effect, Jiang Ming found the situation less absurd. Perhaps this is the nature of worldly affairs, where various interests, coupled with a foolish emperor, can create a splendid era through an unpredictable and absurd opportunity akin to a celestial encounter. After a moment's sigh, Jiang Ming felt a sense of ennui, disinterested in further contemplation. The Yuming mountains and marshes were vast beyond measure, and he merely wished to delve into their depths to practice martial arts and sip tea, to study medicine and hunt. As for other absurdities, let those foolish enough engage in them. Upon returning to the city from hunting, with the sale requiring a few more days, Jiang Ming relaxed completely. Spending his days indulging in merriment with Ping Lu and Wang Dong, enjoying performances from the theater, and visiting Qingga Tower to watch the maidens dance. Occasionally, he would indulge his interest by bringing roast chicken and fine wine to Jisher Hall to discuss martial arts with Dr. Sun, seeking his wisdom in medicine, and enjoying a bowl of restorative elixir. Dr. Sun's secret potion differed from that of the tiger hunting manor, as it facilitated smoother circulation of blood energy. After consuming it, Jiang Ming felt invigorated while practicing his punches, which greatly enhanced his comprehension of martial techniques. For him, this seemingly mild potion felt even more precious than the one provided by apothecary foam. Although Feng's potion accelerated the enhancement of blood energy, its primary function was to prevent bodily harm caused by the rigorous practice of the Niupai Hu Gu Bone technique. Yet for Jiang Ming, this so-called primary function was entirely unnecessary. If only he could acquire the prescription. Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled. However, this was Dr. Sun's livelihood, and requesting it would be quite challenging. Nevertheless, time is on my side. He sat leisurely in his cramped dormitory, sipping tea at a relaxed pace. As night fell, the grand city of Daqin remained lively. The banks of the drunken Golden River grew increasingly boisterous, with lights from the pavilions reflecting like scattered gold in the water. Enchanting courtesans posed alluringly by the windows, revealing their fair forms. The night market, illuminated by 1,000 lanterns, bustled with patrons in crimson sleeves. Jiang Ming was suddenly struck by emotion, recalling verses from poetry of his past life. Yet this poem had 2 subsequent lines, lamenting the desolation amidst prosperity, the incessant internal strife and rising external threats, rendering stability and peace impossible. What could a mere martial artist do? Jiang Ming shook his head, casting aside these sentiments, and with Wang Dong and Ping Lu, he entered Qinghe Tower. Arms draped over one another, having just received the silver from his hunting endeavors. He planned to return to Ping'an the next day and invited a few familiar faces to join him for a night of revelry. Esteemed officials of Tiger Hunting Manor. Please come in. Please come in. The matron greeted them with enthusiasm as they entered the building. Ping Lu boldly claimed a seat at the front row and bellowed. Why not summon Miss Schwanger to dance? Your radiant smile is of little use. The matron hastily apologized and rushed upstairs to fetch her. Miss Schwanger is currently the star attraction of Qinghe Tower, only making her appearance for top-tier forces like the Hunting Tiger Manor. Jiang Ming's gaze drifted to a corner where a woman, previously known as the proud courtesan Shuer, now nestled in the arms of a greasy, portly man. Indulging in flotation for a few coins, he reminisced about the previous year when he and the sweat-soaked herbalists, including old Zhou and a Fei, crowded into old Zhang's tavern. Drinking and boasting, dreaming of earning enough to visit Qinghe Tower and share a moment with Shuer. Ah, the fleeting nature of youth. Before long, Miss Schwanger gracefully descended the staircase, her movements enchanting as she began to sway on the stage. Her long, shapely legs, partially revealed beneath a sheer skirt, captivated the audience. Such a grand performance, Wang Dong exclaimed, his eyes fixated. The singing is exquisite. Ping Lu clapped in agreement, lamenting the absence of Feng Lai, who foolishly missed out on the spectacle. Jiang Ming reclined in his chair, savoring the lavish display before him, as a voluptuous maid occasionally fed him grapes, each morsel igniting a warm, tender sensation within him. Everything seemed perfect until a raucous voice from outside disrupted the ambience, causing furrowed brows among the patrons. Humph! What trouble could arise in Ping'an Town? With a mere finger, I could crush those simpletons, declared a brash voice. Master Hong, your influence in Ping'an Town is undeniable. Another chimed in. Indeed, those lowly folks aren't even worthy to be in your presence. They dare to provoke you, oblivious to their fate. Tonight, I expect 2 agreeable companions for the night. I, of the Sure family, will certainly not shortchange you. As the flattery and the raucous voice grew closer, several individuals entered Qinghe Tower and settled at a distant table. The leader among them was a tall, slender youth with sharp features, boasting loudly about his exploits in Ping'an Town, as if besting the unremarkable farmers was a monumental achievement. People of the Sure family, murmured an elderly member of the Hunting Tiger Manor beside Jiang Ming. Though he appears somewhat pale, he likely lacks true martial prowess. Peng Lu, his gaze following Miss Schwanger as captivating dance, scoffed, mind your own affairs, let them be. When the court sought medicinal herbs, they were the ones who lost the most. Now that the rebels have taken over the 3 prefectures, their spirits are undeniably high. Moments later, the slender youth dismissed the sycophants, taking 2 curvaceous women upstairs, boasting. You haven't seen me deal with that old warrior. I was merely showing him respect by taking his land. How dare he obstruct me? I sent him sprawling with a single kick. The mention of a warrior sent shivers through the 2 women, their faces paling as they clung to the slender youth. I was utterly astonished. Truly, Master Hong is formidable. Even warriors are no match for him. 2 young women, their voices soft and alluring, tugged at the tall, slender youth and vanished around the corner of the staircase. Jiang Ming watched in admiration as Miss Shuang danced, his smile seemingly growing ever more radiant. Suddenly, he beckoned to the brothel keeper. Tonight, I am in high spirits. Is Miss Shuang available to accompany me? Upon hearing Jiang Ming's call, the brothel keeper's eyes lit up. And without the slightest hesitation, she summoned Miss Shuang, replacing her with a more flamboyant courtesan. Though these courtesans typically prided themselves on their artistry rather than their bodies. Maintaining an air of superiority, they were mere illusions crafted to entice those impoverished souls who counted every coin. It was essential for these destitute men to believe that the women they encountered were not mere mortals, but rather ethereal beings, untouched by the muck of the world. In order to willingly spend their hard-earned money on these so-called courtesans. Yet, in the presence of the formidable powers of Dao Mansion, notions of superiority and propriety were rendered meaningless. As Jiang Ming beheld Miss Shuang approaching him, her countenance pure and flawless, it struck him as eerily familiar. In a previous life, such commodities existed, albeit under a different name, Mingxing. The onlookers at nearby tables could only cast envious, fiery glances as they watched Miss Shuang draw near Jiang Ming. A few young men, witnessing this scene, appeared heartbroken, as if their entire worldview had crumbled. They could hardly believe that the virtuous Miss Shuang would embrace a stranger. They had spent countless fortunes for her affection, never even daring to touch her. No. She must be coerced. One youth suddenly stood up, his eyes red with rage and sorrow. These powerful figures are devoid of compassion, even bullying a frail woman. Miss Shuang's heart must be steeped in despair, trapped in this dark and sordid realm, unable to break free. As he spoke, tears welled in his fierce eyes. And he turned away in anger. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. I shall rescue Miss Shuang from this den of iniquity. Upon hearing his words, Miss Shuang trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting a flicker of hope. Jiang Ming chuckled softly and pulled her closer. Miss Shuang gasped as she found herself seated upon Jiang Ming's lap, her delicate features captivating, exuding a quiet grace that evoked tenderness. Peng Lu chuckled quietly. Ming, you finally opened your eyes. Make sure to engage well. I've heard Miss Shuang is quite the talented lady, capable of poetry and painting. Miss Shuang's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly embraced Jiang Ming's arm, burying her head in his embrace, seemingly unable to withstand the teasing. A talented lady deserves a talented gentleman. Let the tides turn. Jiang Ming laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. In high spirits, he ascended the stairs with Miss Shuang, while Peng Lu and Wang Dong similarly indulged. On the upper floor, in Miss Shuang's chamber, she curiously inquired, Master Jiang, you claim to be a man of talent. Might I ask what skills you possess? My repertoire of skills is quite extensive. Yet my greatest proficiency lies in the realm of idioms. Oh, then, esteemed Master Jiang, allow me to compose. The young lady swung her smiles gently. In the stillness of the night, the room lay enveloped in silence. Master Hong, indeed, what a coincidence, Jiang Ming pondered within. Upon learning of old Zhou's demise, he had gleaned from a Fei and old Jiang that the one who usurped old Zhou's land and caused his untimely death was a debauched scion of the Shi family, known as Shi Junong. Little did Jiang Ming expect to encounter this Master Hong at Qinghe Tower, who brazenly invoked old Zhou's death as a topic of conversation. It would be remiss not to confront the one who sought him out. To arrive at old Zhou's grave empty-handed would be rather pitiful. Perhaps a token of appreciation is in order. Jiang Ming's gaze drifted, recalling how the steward of the Shi family had pressured him on the medicinal market, seizing his herbs, and the indiscriminate slaying of honest herb gatherers. Not to mention the nefarious deeds committed by Old Snake's gang, which ultimately fell upon the Shi family's shoulders. The debts were accumulating, and it was time to collect some interest. However, if one were to kill, it must be executed with precision. Jiang Ming retrieved a small paper pouch from his garments, opening it to extract a fine yellow powder, which he gently blew towards the nostrils of the slumbering figure beside him. Inhaling this enhanced version of soul-stirring powder, laced with over a dozen toxic mushrooms, the individual would remain oblivious for 2 full hours, regardless of any calamity that might befall them. He donned his attire and stepped out of bed, standing before Schwanger's vanity. Without any apparent actions, the muscles of his face began to subtly transform, morphing from a youthful visage into that of a burly man. This art of disguise is indeed marvelous, Jiang Ming mused, touching his face, as even his voice altered entirely. The technique he had acquired from merchants was actually divided into 2 parts. The first part involved applying facial mud, a mere parlor trick employed by those merchants. The second, however, required a third-rate warrior to execute, utilizing their blood energy, manipulating the power of blood energy to reshape facial muscle distribution and vocal cord thickness. Even a close kin would find it impossible to recognize him. It was time to embrace this new identity. Jiang Ming gazed at his reflection, conversing with himself. The most effective method for evading capture after committing murder does not necessarily entail a masked ambush or fleeing to distant lands. For one who possesses the art of disguise and a golden opportunity like Jiang Ming, a far superior approach exists. With the transformation complete, he gently opened the window and leaped out, ensuring the window was securely shut behind him. Within a certain dwelling, Jiang Ming pilfered a set of clothing, changing into it and concealing his own garments in a dilapidated house long abandoned. Moments later, a fearsome and imposing figure emerged, striding forth with the confidence of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Chinga Tower. This way, esteemed sir, greeted the familiar matron with a welcoming smile. The burly man grunted disdainfully, his voice gruff as he replied, I have no desire for women today. Master Shi has urgent matters for me. Where is he currently? Master Shi is in room A1 on the second floor. The matron, intimidated by the man's ferocious demeanor, instinctively replied. The burly man shoved her aside and ascended the stairs with heavy strides. The brothel keeper suddenly regained her senses and hurriedly chased after, exclaiming, Wait, that's not right. Young Master Shi has instructed that even if his father comes, he must not be disturbed. Ha! I am his grandfather. A boisterous laughter erupted, followed by a resounding crash as a door on the second floor was shattered, wooden splinters flying in all directions. Zhang Shan is here, Shi Junhong. Prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous crash, the door splintered, startling 3 pale bodies on the bed. 2 women screamed, hastily covering themselves with blankets. Shi Junhong, his face twisted in rage, glared furiously at Jiang Ming and bellowed, Who dares to barge into my quarters? The intruder. A burly man with a face full of brutish features and fierce eyes, laughed heartily, proclaiming, Shi Junhong, your reign of terror ends today. Grandfather Zhang Shan has come for your head. Shi Junhong paused for a moment, then erupted in mocking laughter. You bastard, dare to claim my head? Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? Just as they exchanged words, 2 figures surged in from outside. A gust of wind accompanying their swift approach as 2 long blades slashed toward the burly man's vital points. Unaware of your impending doom, Shi Junhong sneered, contempt dancing in his eyes as he regarded the unfamiliar brute, convinced he was no match for him. Having committed countless misdeeds, he was acutely aware of the many who sought vengeance against him. He would never leave his quarters without his 2 martial protectors. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the audacious intruder being reduced to a bloody pulp by his guards. However, upon returning, those very guards would receive a sound thrashing and be tossed into the water dungeon. In an instant, a surge of fury ignited within Shi Junhong. How could someone breach his door without being stopped? The burly man seemed startled by the approach of the 2 behind him and shouted angrily, You little thief, how dare you ambush grandfather? He abruptly turned, launching a powerful, straightforward punch without any technique. The force of his fist was mountainous, overwhelming. This is bad, a third-rate martial artist. The 2 assailants were struck with fear. How could this be? Shi Junhong's expression shifted dramatically. Although he was a scion of the Shi family, he was not of the direct line, or he would not have been relegated to that desolate place in Pingan town. His usual guards were merely mediocre martial artists, easily handling ordinary folk. But facing a third-rate martial artist was akin to delivering a meal. Damn it, when did I offend such a formidable opponent? Shi Junhong's complexion paled, despite his arrogance. He was aware of his own limitations, preying on those without connections and never provoking true martial artists. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom where this third-rate martial artist had emerged from. It must be noted that martial artists were not as common as cabbages, especially those of the 3rd rank, who were rare even within the vast province of Dalian. It was improbable for one to suddenly appear. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the burly man's fist, imbued with tremendous force, evaded the blades and struck one of the guards squarely in the chest. With a sickening thud, the flesh exploded like tofu, revealing a pulsing heart within the gaping wound. With a piercing scream, the guard was hurled through the air, silenced mid-flight. Had he overstepped? A glimmer of joy flickered across Shi Junhong's face as he observed the brawny man, unable to redirect his momentum due to the force of his own strike, as another blade approached his throat, seeking his demise. Enraged, the muscular figure, seeming only to have time to evade a fatal blow, braced against the attack with his back. The blade grazed by, instantly spraying a shower of crimson, tearing through his garments to reveal a wound deep enough to expose bone. The guard, elated, proclaimed, I struck him. Shi Junhong also displayed delight. Although third-rate martial artists possessed heightened strength and speed, they had yet to refine their blood energy into their skin and flesh. Being struck by a blade, they were hardly more resilient than an ordinary person. Enraged beyond measure, the brawny man appeared utterly incensed, pivoting to seize the blade with both hands. Then delivering a powerful kick that sent the guard flying, forcibly claiming the long knife for himself. He advanced with fury, bellowing, "Die!" The long knife cleaved downward, slicing through shoulder and entrails, sending half of the guard's body soaring, blood splattering across the corridor. "Humph, mere rabble," the brawny man scoffed, then turned back only to find Shi Junhong, in a state of panic, attempting to escape through the window. With a swift motion, he yanked him back and threw him to the ground. "Spare me, noble warrior." Shi Junhong, sensing the shifting winds, knelt, weeping profusely. "I beg for your mercy. Please consider the honor of the Shi family." With a cold flash, the blade glided across his neck, severing his head, which flew into the air. Eyes wide in death. "Enough of this noise," the brawny man sneered. "I detest pleas for mercy. The likes of your Shi family and the old serpent gang are all cut from the same cloth. I have carved a path through you tyrants who oppress the common folk. Bah, you are no more formidable than the bandit merchants on the official roads." He spat disdainfully, casting a glance at the two terrified women shivering in the corner of the room. He approached them with a hearty laugh, roughly groping them, before discarding the long knife and leaping from the window, leaving a trail of blood on the sill. "Oh no, a murder, a murder." It was not until this moment that the matron outside dared to emit a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. The events unfolded with such swiftness, mere breaths apart, that only now did others begin to emerge from their quarters, and upon hearing the matron's cries, chaos erupted throughout the Qinghe Tower. In the blink of an eye, a crowd had gathered at Shi Junhong's doorway. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley, a figure moved with the speed of lightning, stealthily entering an abandoned house. Moments later, a youthful and handsome lad emerged, blood energy coursing through him as he disappeared into the night after a few agile leaps. Qinghe Tower. The atmosphere was rife with clamor. Miss Schwanger, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, slowly awakened. "What is happening outside? Why is it so noisy?" She glanced beside her to see Jiang Ming hastily leaping out of bed, his bare back glistening. Hurriedly dressing as he excitedly declared, "I heard someone has died. Shall we go take a look?" "What? What a predicament!" Miss Schwanger was startled, her face soon clouded with worry. "This will affect business. And who could it be that has perished?" She hastily requested Jiang Ming to assist her in donning a nightgown, casually draping a sheer skirt over her, and curled up in his embrace as they made their way to the door. The awakening potion proved to be quite effective. Jiang Ming mused internally. As the door swung open, Jiang Ming held Miss Schwanger close, gently stroking her as they proceeded, soon arriving at the scene of the deceased, drawn by the crowd's curiosity. Ah, the brutality of this act rivals that of the notorious bandit from a few months prior. It could very well be the same perpetrator, for that rogue remains at large, and the method bears a striking resemblance, both coarse and vicious. Someone, mustering their courage, stepped into the room and kicked the head of the corpse to reveal the face of the deceased. "This is terrible. It's the young master of the Shi family," the individual exclaimed in shock. A wave of horror swept through the onlookers, their faces reflecting disbelief. A grave incident had transpired. Who is this audacious murderer, daring to slay a scion of the Shi family? With a clatter, Shi Junhong's head rolled a few times before finally resting on the floor. His eyes wide open, bloodied visage turned towards the throng outside. "By heavens, it is quite a fright," Jiang Ming exclaimed in astonishment, while Miss Schwanger pressed closer to him, visibly shaken. "What madness is this?" murmured someone nearby, their expression one of incredulity. "To kill a member of the Shi family. Does one not value their life?" The air buzzed with murmurs, many instinctively recoiling. The Shi family's influence in Dayun Prefecture has been exceedingly formidable in recent years. No one dares to cross them. "What a true hero," someone whispered, suppressing their excitement. "Finally, the Shi family has met their comeuppance." "Hush, are you courting death?" Amidst the clamor of discussion, a sudden commotion erupted from downstairs as a throng of armored soldiers stormed in. "Seal off Qinghe Tower. Not a single fly must escape," barked a middle-aged officer, causing the soldiers behind him to swiftly disperse, securing all entrances of the establishment. "Wait, these aren't the official troops." Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. "The armor of the Dayun officials is not of this kind. Whoever dares harm a member of the Shi family, Shi Chuanyan, will ensure that this murderer is apprehended and their entire lineage obliterated." The officer, resembling a military commander, surveyed Qinghe Tower with chilling intent, each word dripping with menace. his eyes glinting with lethal resolve. The authority of the Shu family brooks no challenge. He must establish his might through this assassin. Inside Qinghe Tower, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. None dared to utter a word, for they knew the Shu family could indeed enact such retribution. The Shu family, it seems, has treason written all over their countenance. Jiang Ming silently shook his head. A mere martial family dares don armor and openly threaten the annihilation of an entire clan, showing utter disdain for the government. However, should the northern rebels ever breach the capital, the Shu family would undoubtedly soar to new heights of power. Subsequently, all guests were ordered back to their rooms. As Shi Chuanyan issued a stern decree, only those who had been interrogated by him could leave Qinghe Tower. Jiang Ming, like the others, wore an expression of dissatisfaction and frustration as he reluctantly returned to the room. Inside Shi Juanhong's quarters, Shi Chuanyan stepped over the scattered remnants of flesh and corpses. Standing by the bed, staring intently at the two trembling women, he spoke in a somber tone, demanding that they recount everything they had witnessed that night, word for word. After a lengthy 2 hours, as dawn broke, Shi Chuanyan wiped the blood from his hands and descended the stairs. On the second floor, the two women, disheveled and bloodied, wore the marks of severe torment. The madam had 2 fingers crushed, leaving her too weak to scream, slumped in a corner. Zhongshan, the old snake gang. The merchants. Shi Chuanyan murmured, his eyes darkening with an increasing intensity. Very well. He coldly inquired, have the orders been given? A nearby man quickly responded, yes, my lord. The authorities have sealed the city, launching a citywide hunt for the perpetrator with a focus on monitoring pharmacies and medical clinics, scrutinizing those with injuries on their backs. Shi Chuanyan nodded, pulling a chair over and sitting down imposingly at the entrance of Qinghe building. Summon each of the female guests. I will personally interrogate them. As the sun rose high in the sky, a knock finally echoed through the air. Jiang Ming descended the stairs with the young woman Shuang'er in tow, casting an irritated glare at Shi Chuanyan. Sir, while you seek the murderer, confining us here is rather excessive. Shi Chuanyan frowned slightly, noticing the tiger head embroidery on Jiang Ming's attire, the emblem of the tiger hunting manor. Despite the Shu family's formidable reputation, they would not dare to act recklessly in the face of other top martial powers. From the tiger hunting manor? My apologies. But the events of last night must be thoroughly examined. As long as you have no connection to the perpetrator, I shall not trouble you, he replied with restrained patience. Had a mere tavern patron dared to speak to him so boldly, he would have kicked them aside without a second thought. Do I look like someone with nothing better to do than associate with such a lunatic? Jiang Ming retorted, incredulous. Shi Chuanyan remained expressionless, commanding, relay to me everything you witnessed last night. Is that so? Jiang Ming glanced at Shuang'er beside him. Sensing Shi Chuanyan's rising anger, he finally replied, we were exceedingly fatigued last night. It was somewhat like this, and like that, and we fell asleep early. When we awoke, we heard the commotion outside regarding a murder, which prompted us to dress and step outside. You can ask Shuang'er. Shuang'er, clad in thin garments, nodded repeatedly. It was indeed like this, and like that. Shi Chuanyan's expression darkened. Such excuses were tiresome. Aside from the madam and those 2 women, no one else in Qinghe building had seen the assailant's visage. You too, remove your clothing and expose your backs, he ordered coldly. What do you intend to do? Jiang Ming asked warily. I am not that sort of person. Strip. Shi Chuanyan, suppressing his fury, barked. Were it not for the fact that the other party belonged to the tiger hunting manor, he would have relished the opportunity to thrash the insolent fool. Jiang Ming, seemingly intimidated, reluctantly removed his clothing, revealing his upper body. Miss Shuang'er complied. Her delicate shoulders trembled slightly as she covered her chest with both hands, timidly inquiring, my lord, shall we continue? Jiang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. The prowess of Miss Shuang'er was truly unparalleled. Shi Chuanyan cast a glance at the 2 individuals with their backs intact and impatiently commanded, get lost. Miss Shuang'er, may we meet again by fate. Jiang Ming reluctantly bid farewell and stepped out of Qinghe Tower. Upon his return to the tiger hunting manor, Jiang Ming was immediately surrounded by Peng Lu and others, who eagerly inquired about the events of the previous night. I heard that Shi Juanhong's head was dunked in a chamber pot? Peng Lu inquired with curiosity. Wang Dong exclaimed joyfully, I heard from a friend that he was cleaved in 2 by the valiant Zhang Shan, with one half dipped in steamed buns and the other half directly consumed for blood. The crowd turned their gaze towards Wang Dong, questioning the caliber of friends he associated with. You all are spouting nonsense. I heard that. The chatter escalated, leaving Jiang Ming feeling overwhelmed. Heaven above, He merely wished to create a righteous outlaw in Zhongshan, not a cannibalistic fiend. It was only when Guanfeng arrived that he rescued Jiang Ming from the throng. The Shi family did not trouble you, did they? Guanfeng asked with a faint smile, seemingly in good spirits. Jiang Ming shook his head, just some inquiries. This time, the Shi family has truly lost face. Guanfeng laughed heartily, shedding his usual composure. This group searched all night without capturing the murderer. It seems as if he vanished from Dalian City altogether. What more could Jiang Ming say? If they could catch him, it would be a miracle, with the winds of fortune blowing fiercely. The Shi family was bound to stir up trouble. After laughing for some time, Guanfeng remarked, "Enough of this. Let them create their ruckus. What are your plans?" "I shall depart today," Jiang Ming answered. "My martial path has stagnated. Remaining here serves no purpose." "You, sigh." Guanfeng appeared to have something to express, but ultimately shook his head. "Very well, you young man. I see that the tiger hunting manor will not be able to retain you for long. Later, visit Old Feng. I have something for you." Guanfeng waved his hand dismissively, bidding Jiang Ming to leave. Jiang Ming respectfully bowed before turning to exit. During his time at Tiger Hunting Manor, Guanfeng had indeed looked after him well. In the small courtyard, Apothecary Feng emerged from his dwelling with a prescription in hand and presented it to Jiang Ming. This was obtained by Guanfeng during his travels. While it does not directly enhance martial prowess, it aids in calming the mind and elevating focus. It can be quite useful in moments of restlessness and emotional turmoil. Apothecary Feng smiled and added, "He knows you are devoted to martial arts, and this is his way of expressing hope in you. Do not let external distractions sway you. Remain steadfast on your martial journey. Please convey my gratitude to head hunter Guan. I shall not disappoint," Jiang Ming replied as he accepted the prescription, bowing in appreciation. "Do not stand on ceremony with me." Apothecary Feng chuckled, then pointed to the prescription. "However, remember this. It should only be consumed once a month at most. Otherwise, you may suffer from excruciating headaches and prolonged fatigue. It is best utilized at crucial moments of breaking through your limitations." "Is it truly that potent?" Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and nodded thoughtfully. After bidding farewell to Physician Feng, he held the prescription in his hands, pondering with a lively imagination, "I wonder what effects it would have if I were to drink it daily." Upon returning to his quaint courtyard, Jiang Ming immediately spotted Feng lie seated beneath a large tree, engrossed in a thick tome he had perused several times, a treatise on governance and world peace. Thicker than a brick. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoying was diligently practicing martial arts by the wall, still unable to sense her inner vitality. Wang Dong had long since joined Ping Lu and others at the tavern in the city, inquiring about the events of last night at Qinghe Tower. Seeing Jiang Ming return, Feng Lai closed his book and approached him with a sigh, saying, "Ah Ming, are you truly set on going to Ping'an Town? What about your martial path? The capital city is where ambitions are realized." Jiang Ming pointed at the book resting at the tree's roots and replied with a smile, "I am but a simple wanderer of the mountains. Perhaps my martial journey lies within the hills, just as your path is forever intertwined with the fervor in your heart." Feng Lai, being merely a teenager, felt his cheeks flush at the words, "What fervor do I possess?" Jiang Ming patted his shoulder, chuckling silently. Huang Xiaoying seemed to move her lips, as if wishing to utter some farewell words, but ultimately kept her head down, continuing her training in silence. Jiang Ming paid her no mind, gathered his belongings, and strode away from the tiger hunting manor. At the Jisher Hall, Jiang Ming brought roasted chicken and aged wine for Dr. Sun, sharing a meal with him before partaking in a nourishing medicinal broth, after which he took his leave. As he wandered the bustling streets of the city, he observed the disorder around him, with rows of government soldiers and private guards from the Shi family conducting searches. The Shi family seemed to be in a frenzy, desperately seeking the murderer. Jiang Ming maintained an expression as calm as a still pond. The actions of the notorious Zhang Shan held no relevance to him, so why should he be flustered? At the city gate, he was once again subjected to a search before being allowed to pass through. Outside the city, Jiang Ming lifted his gaze to the clear skies ahead, unblemished and vast, with the Yunming Mountains in the distance. Having resolved his matters, he felt a sense of liberation, cloaked in anonymity. A smile graced his lips. Mu, an elderly man, his face lined with deep crevices, drove a cart laden with hay past him at a leisurely pace. "Old man, where are you headed?" Jiang Ming called out. The old man, somewhat slow to respond, turned his head, his bewildered gaze settling on Jiang Ming, before he answered dully, "Ping'an Town. Take me along." Jiang Ming tossed a coin, disregarding whether the old man agreed, and climbed onto the cart with a thud, reclining on the hay and casually chewing on a stalk. Resting his hands behind his head, crossing his legs and closing his eyes to relax. The old man examined the coin for a moment, then broke into a grin, urging the cart onward, and even sang a mountain tune when they reached the desolate wilderness halfway. In Ping'an Town, at a small tavern, Jiang Ming leisurely sipped his drink, relishing the smoked tofu he had not tasted in ages. He had returned a few days prior, reporting to the tiger hunting manor branch, and learned that not everyone had gathered yet. Thus, he had retreated into the mountains to forage for herbs and enjoy tea, only returning to town today. A towering figure suddenly approached with purposeful strides and seated himself across from him. Jiang Ming looked up and smiled. Manager Dong, it has been quite some time. At this moment, Jiang Ming was almost certain that this Manager Dong must be a martial artist, for the old snake gang was indeed establishing a proper branch here, necessitating a warrior to oversee it. However, considering that the leader of the old snake gang was merely a second-rate martial artist, it was likely that the dispatched Manager Dong was at best a third-rate, or perhaps even someone of lesser caliber. Jiang Ming had already entered the third-tier realm, so he felt little fear. Even in terms of status, Manager Dong would not dare to harm the people of the Tiger Hunt Manor. Manager Dong's countenance darkened as he said in a low voice, "I once invited you, young Master Jiang, to join the old snake gang. Yet you claim to disdain forming factions. How is it that you have now joined the Tiger Hunt Manor?" Jiang Ming laughed heartily and nonchalantly replied, "Manager Dong's information is indeed astute, but that was then, and this is now. In these chaotic times, a wise bird chooses its perch. What does it matter that I have joined the Tiger Hunt Manor? You." Manager Dong's expression shifted, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. "Are you implying that the old snake gang is lacking? There remains a slight distinction when compared to the Tiger Hunt Manor." Jiang Ming remained unperturbed, boldly declaring, "That slight distinction, what might it be?" Manager Dong should comprehend. "Jiang Ming, you possess great audacity. Manager Dong is a martial artist. What are you?" A subordinate behind Manager Dong could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Don't overstep your bounds. Let me teach you some manners." With that, he swung a slap toward Jiang Ming. Manager Dong remained seated, a cold smile playing on his lips. He certainly did not dare to strike Jiang Ming. But his subordinate was unable to restrain himself. What could he do? At worst, they could beat up my man again. Jiang Ming's expression turned icy as he sat still in his chair. With a flick of his wrist, a wine bowl hurtled forth, striking the subordinate squarely on the bridge of his nose with a resounding crack. The sound of bone shattering echoed. "Ah!" The subordinate let out a pained scream, staggering back several steps, ultimately unable to halt his retreat, and he plopped down onto the ground. Blood and flesh were smeared across his entire nose, with exposed shards of bone, creating a gruesome sight. "Louis, you have indeed chosen a fine name." Jiang Ming looked down coldly at the young subordinate. When the old Scar was in power, Wu Yi was merely an honest mountain gatherer, but after Manager Dong took charge, he clung to the powerful. Jiang Ming still recalled how Wu Yi had once bowed and scraped before him. It was astonishing how, in just a few months, Wu Yi had become truly devoid of righteousness. The surrounding patrons were taken aback. How had Jiang Ming, returning after a few months, become even more audacious than before? Manager Dong, however, fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Ming and spoke in a grave tone. "Have you sensed the blood energy?" What appeared to be a simple act by Jiang Ming was not something just anyone could accomplish. Such force could only be wielded by those who had attuned to their blood energy. Haha, of course. How else would I have the audacity to return to Ping'an Town? Jiang Ming laughed heartily. He met Manager Dong's gaze without fear. He now wore two masks. One is the outlaw Zhang Shan, which must remain hidden, and the other, should the need arise, would necessitate bloodshed. One persona is known as Jiang de Quangren, or Jiang Erlingzi, who must constantly manage his facade. Beneath this guise reside the herbalists of Ping'an Town and the martial arts disciples of the Tiger Hunting Manor. Although they appear brash and domineering, they are devoid of cunning, making them the most susceptible to lowering their guard and least likely to provoke. The last time the old Scar was slain, it was precisely due to Jiang de Quangren's persona that Steward Dong was dissuaded from his suspicions. The true essence of Jiang lies hidden behind these two facades, practicing martial arts and seeking immortality. Indeed, upon hearing this, Steward Dong's lips twitched slightly, and he found himself reluctant to continue bantering with Jiang Ming. At that moment, he merely wished to find a way to extricate himself from the presence of this Jiang de Quangren. If this individual were an ordinary person, Steward Dong would have had his methods to handle him, for although the old snake gang is a second-rate force, backed by the Sher family, dealing with a commoner would not pose much difficulty. However, Jiang Ming has already sensed the blood aura, unless Steward Dong intervenes personally. He truly has no means to subdue him. Damn it, this thorn in my side will inevitably face retribution. Steward Dong cursed inwardly, regretting his decision to provoke this fool today. This fellow, has he really sensed the blood aura? Does he possess such exceptional martial talent? Steward Dong gazed at Jiang Ming, feeling an immense headache. He dared not confront Jiang Ming directly, for otherwise, the old Snake Gang's branch would likely be trampled by those brash fellows from the tiger hunting manor in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ming, leisurely sipping his drink, smiled lightly and said, Steward Dong, our interactions have been fraught with misunderstandings. Why not? Let bygones be bygones. What a damn misunderstanding. Steward Dong cast a glance at Wu Yi, whose face was bloodied and whimpering, feeling his temper rise. Yet, at this juncture, he could only acquiesce. Forcing a smile onto his face, what you say makes sense, Master Jiang. They are all just misunderstandings. Then I shall take my leave. Jiang Ming laughed heartily 3 times and strode out of the tavern. Wu Yi, covering his face, stepped forward, enduring the pain, and said begrudgingly, Steward Dong, are we just going to let him go? Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Steward Dong struck him down with a resounding slap, sending teeth and blood flying from his mouth. Useless wretch, never let me see your face again. Steward Dong barked coldly, internally vowing to hold a grudge against Jiang Ming. What a clever lad, rising to my level in mere months. However, as long as you remain a mere mortal, you are nothing. Just wait. Until the day the old snake gang soars to greatness, the tiger hunting manor and the Wang family will grovel beneath my feet. With that, he rose abruptly and departed without a backward glance. Wu Yi lay on the ground, despondently simmering with jealousy. Why is it that despite my diligent efforts, I still fall short of Jiang Ming? His eyes burned with resentment as he staggered to his feet, like a wounded lone wolf, and ran off into the distance. 3 days later, at the small tavern, Jiang Ming, having trained in the mountains for several days, returned, craving a drink. As soon as he stepped into the tavern, the patrons rose in unison, their expressions filled with reverence, greeting him. Good day, Master Jiang. Master Jiang. The events that transpired at the tavern spread swiftly. The news of Jiang de Quangren's meteoric rise, eclipsing the Lao Shi gang and Master Dong, took flight throughout Ping'an town like a bird released from its cage. The moniker for Ming Guo has been elevated, now referred to as Master Jiang. Seated comfortably, Jiang Ming sipped his drink, reflecting on his journey from Ma Ming to Ming Guo, and now to Master Jiang. I have indeed ascended to the ranks of the masters. En fait, let each of us have a bowl of the house specialty. I shall cover the tab. Jiang Ming gestured, tossing a piece of silver across the room. Given his current stature, it was only natural for him to carry a bit of silver, and no one dared to covet it anymore. Very well. Ah Fei pocketed the silver, bustling about. Behind the counter, old Jiang lay comfortably in a bamboo chair, having already begun his retirement, leaving the daily operations of the tavern to the couple, Ah Fei and his wife. Thank you, Master Jiang. Master Jiang is generous. Compliments echoed around, and a satisfied smile spread across Jiang Ming's face as he casually inquired, have there been any interesting happenings lately? Ah, indeed there have. As Ah Fei poured the drinks, he excitedly exclaimed, you all know about the murder incident at the Qinghe building in town, right? Yes, the bloodthirsty maniac Zhang Shan, my idol. Jiang Ming nearly spat out his drink, exclaiming, what the hell is this murder at the night pot? Bloodthirsty maniac. Others began to debate animatedly, each sharing their own version of events. Enough, let us quiet down. Ah Fei interjected impatiently, I have new information to share. Oh, what new information? The others eagerly asked. Ah Fei, with a mysterious air, declared, I heard from someone in the know. This hero Zhang Shan has committed more than just this one crime. What? Do tell. Ah Fei, no longer teasing, continued, remember last year when several highway robbers were split in half and nailed to trees? I've heard that the manner of death for those involved was strikingly similar. What? That was also the work of hero Zhang Shan? Truly deserving of my idol status. Is that really true? That can't be. Some found it hard to believe. Hey, it's about 80 to 90% certain. Ah Fei chuckled and stated, that night, a friend of mine from the streets was lurking outside the Qinghe building and heard the hero Zhang Shan shout, I kill without regard for the so-called Lao Shi gang. I'm here to cleave through these bastards oppressing the common folk. And, spit, those from the Sure family are no match for those merchants. Bravo. Cheers erupted in the tavern. In Ping'an town, new taverns had risen, adorned with exquisite delicacies and a plethora of fine wines. Those who remained to drink at old Zhang's establishment were the same unfortunate souls from before, now in high spirits, relishing the news. By the way, you mentioned the Lao Shi gang. Did that hero take action against them? I haven't heard of that. Someone suddenly questioned. Haven't heard? Ah Fei's eyes gleamed peculiarly. Don't you recall where the fire broke out at the end of last year? The crowd fell silent, then gasped in astonishment that hero came to Ping'an town. It turns out that the notorious Scar was also slain by this valiant hero. How splendid! When one feels a sense of injustice, drawing one's sword reveals true brilliance. This valiant Zhang Shan is indeed a paragon among men. Jiang Ming seized the moment to extol his hero, bestowing upon his companion an aura of grandeur. Who could argue otherwise? The crowd gasped in admiration. Immediately joining Jiang Ming in his praise, Jiang Yi truly deserves his reputation for having ventured into the city. His eloquence is unmatched. Old Jiang, reclining behind the counter, displayed a flicker of astonishment and confusion on his face. He had long believed that Scar had been killed by Jiang Ming. Could he have been mistaken? For no matter how formidable Jiang Ming was, he could not possibly be a third-rate martial artist. Truly, he was growing senile. Old Jiang shook his head and sighed. By the way, a Fei, where did you acquire such well-informed acquaintances? Suddenly, someone at the table recalled to inquire. A Fei, who had been animatedly recounting tales, faltered at the question. Surely, you haven't fabricated all of this? The individual immediately grew suspicious. Do not tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations. A Fei's face flushed crimson, veins protruding from his forehead. Ultimately, with a deflated demeanor akin to a punctured balloon. He confessed, I once wandered the city and made some acquaintances. That night, someone was rummaging through the trash behind Qing'e Tower. Ha ha. The tavern erupted in laughter, the atmosphere filled with merriment. Jiang Ming too wore a smile, since a Fei had caught wind of the news. The tale of the hero Zhang Shan must have already spread throughout Dao Prefecture. Henceforth, there would be no need to act under Jiang Ming's identity, he mused. For the identity of Jiang Ming was well-rooted and could endure for many years. If unnecessary, he preferred not to draw excessive attention. Moments later, an elderly herbalist, carrying a basket of medicinal herbs, interjected. Speaking of new tidings, this year a pack of wild beasts has appeared in the mountains, competing with us herbalists for our livelihood. Have you seen them? A pack of beasts? What do you mean? Another inquired eagerly. I have seen them. Are you referring to a few mountain deer, an old tiger, several wild boars, and an absurdly plump rabbit that perches atop the tiger's head every day? Yes, I have seen that rabbit too. I searched for ages for golden insect ginseng, only to have it snatched away and devoured by that creature. Truly outrageous. A rabbit riding a tiger rampaging through the mountains. Upon mentioning the chubby rabbit, the tavern buzzed with excitement. Many adamantly claiming they had witnessed the spectacle of a rabbit atop a tiger. However, a significant number remained skeptical, their expressions rife with disbelief. This was more absurd than any legend of mountain deities or spirits. How could it be possible? This is truly, Jiang Ming thought, his expression peculiar. Pondering, Fourth Master, what sort of trickery are you up to? That rabbit is absolutely real. I saw it smack the tiger's head with my own eyes. Have you consumed counterfeit wine? A rabbit striking a tiger? If that were true, I would stand on my head and pull. Enough. Where did such counterfeit wine come from? What peculiar habits? Save the performances for home. Old Jiang interjected, visibly displeased. The tavern was in disarray, with patrons engaged in heated debates over the authenticity of the rabbit. As time passed, the tales grew increasingly bizarre, and no one could convince the other of their perspective. Jiang Ming, displaying a keen interest, interjected occasionally, quickly grasping the situation. It was revealed that since the spring of this year, a curious white, plump rabbit had been spotted in the mountains, seemingly foraging for herbs, prompting some to attempt to capture it for their own. Little did they expect that the clever rabbit would elude them, vanishing deep into the forest and remaining unseen for quite some time, until last month, when it re-emerged, no longer solitary but instead accompanied by a host of companions, even befriending a tiger as its steed, who said only cattle and sheep travel in herds. This Grand Mountain King has lost all dignity, Jiang Ming mused. Not at all surprised that Fourth Master was still alive. Last winter, out of sheer boredom, he had concocted 30 or so beast-taming potions using his own blood, all of which he had fed to Fourth Master. The rabbit's level of intelligence had surpassed that of its predecessors, so its continued existence was hardly surprising. However, the fact that a rabbit could command fierce beasts like tigers and wild boars left Jiang Ming somewhat astonished. Had the creature consumed too many potions and undergone some transformation? He thought it might be a good idea to reconnect with Fourth Master when time allowed. In the tavern, what initially seemed to be an intriguing topic quickly faded from interest, as many deemed the tale too outlandish to believe. suspecting it to be a mere fabrication intended to capture attention. Jiang Ming chuckled to himself. Such peculiar occurrences were not uncommon. With countless bizarre tales of unusual beasts circulating in remote villages, often recounted by villagers with great conviction. Yet, 99% of these stories were false. However, this time, he mused, it might actually be true. Nevertheless, should he find fourth master, it would be prudent to keep things discreet. As the sun climbed higher, patrons who had been drinking the morning away gradually departed, and Jiang Ming prepared to leave as well. Today marked the arrival of the leader of the tiger hunting division, and the branch would officially commence operations, giving him a chance to make an appearance. Jiang, wait a moment, called out old Jiang, rising from his seat to stop him. You can just call me Minggu. You are the elder Jiang, Jiang Ming replied with a smile. Old Jiang chuckled and said, Minggu, do you remember the man who caused a stir here a few days ago? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Wui? Has he suddenly seen the error of his ways? Old Jiang shook his head. He has come to buy liquor several times but never drinks it, merely sells it. I also heard from a fae that he has been lurking around your yard quite often. You should be cautious. Jiang Ming paused for a moment, then sighed. I know he used to be a decent man. I wanted to give him a chance for redemption. Old Jiang, with a complex expression, responded. A decent man can be more dangerous than a rogue when driven by malice. I understand, Elder Jiang. You need not worry. I will handle it, Jiang Ming assured, nodding lightly as he turned to leave the tavern. In Ping'an Town, at the Tiger Hunting Division's branch, more than 20 individuals stood in the spacious courtyard. Before the crowd stood a young man in his 20s, exuding a cold and stern demeanor. His high cheekbones and slightly shadowed gaze contrasted with the fervor of his speech, which echoed themes of unity and ambition. My father could execute a pig more swiftly than this, Wang Dong murmured from the crowd. Disillusioned with his own prospects in martial arts and seeking menial work in slaughtering, only to encounter such a loquacious figure. Jiang Ming, meanwhile, stood still and composed, pretending to listen intently while his mind wandered in a haze, absorbing nothing of the words spoken. This was a skill honed from his past life. After what felt like an eternity, the branch leader, Zhong Shaoan, finally concluded his discourse, prompting the crowd to disperse rapidly. Jiang Ming, stay for a moment. He suddenly called out. Jiang Ming halted, regarding Zhong Shaoan with a smile. What can I do for you, Leader Zhong? He inquired, recalling that the owner of the Tiger Hunt Manor shared the same surname. Despite Zhong Shaoan being a mediocre martial artist, it was clear that his youth and position were likely influenced by his lineage. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhong Shaoan turned slightly away, stating coolly, Guanlahou mentioned you are a promising talent and recommended you as my deputy. Would you be willing to assist me with some of the responsibilities? Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback as his thoughts raced. It was evident that Zhong Shaoan was someone who relished power, and should he foolishly accept this offer due to Guanfeng's influence, trouble would likely follow. He immediately clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, apologetically responding. It is well known among the manor's staff that I am not fond of affairs. It would be best for Leader Zhong to make the necessary decisions regarding the operations of the Ping'an Town branch. I have no other intentions. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of a smile broke across Zhong Shaoan's face, although he feigned disappointment as he replied, Very well, then. I shall have to bear the burden myself. A true model for our generation, Leader Zhong, Jiang Ming quickly expressed his admiration, offering a few flattering remarks before departing. This, indeed, was fortuitous. He would remain unencumbered. Exiting the Tiger Hunt Manor branch, a smile crept across Jiang Ming's face as he suddenly comprehended Guanfeng's rationale for recommending him as a deputy. He could hardly be unaware of Zhong Shaoan's character. This was a clever ploy to secure him a position devoid of any interference. Truly ingenious. With only one final matter left to attend to, he could soon retreat to the mountains to devote himself to martial training in peace. Jiang Ming felt elated. Later that night, in a modest courtyard within a thatched cottage, a flickering candle cast shadows across Wu Yi's face, rendering it a mask of menace. Before him lay several jars of strong liquor. Jiang Ming, I shall exact a most severe vengeance upon you. He seethed, teeth gritted and expression dark. While you slumber, I shall set your abode ablaze. I refuse to believe you can survive this. Suddenly, the door was shattered, kicked in with force. Who? Wu Yi gasped in astonishment. Jiang Ming entered without reservation. A mere Wu Yi was hardly worth concealing his identity. Even if Steward Dong were to discover this, he would have no choice but to accept it. What do you intend to do? Upon encountering Jiang Ming, Wu Yi was immediately struck with astonishment. Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at the several jars of liquor, a faint smile playing on his lips as he remarked, burning my house. Is this the extent of your ambition? And no, I did not. Wu Yi's pallor deepened as he vigorously shook his head. I bought it to drink. Please. Spare me this once, I implore you. What merit is there in sparing you for liquor you purchased for drinking? Jiang Ming replied with a calm smile. Wu Yi froze, realizing he had spoken out of turn. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, frantically bowing his head as he pleaded, this time I was in the wrong. You possess magnanimity, please let me go. Jiang Ming, his expression inscrutable, replied coldly, this time? Do you think this is merely a brawl at the village head? Around for you and around for me? Wu Yi, filled with dread, raised his gaze. Jiang Ming casually picked up a shard of wood from the door and effortlessly tossed it forward. Thud, the fragment pierced Wu Yi's brow, blood gushing forth as he fell silent, collapsing to the ground. From the moment you clung to the leg of a person from the rivers and lakes, you should have been prepared for the possibility of dying in this realm. Jiang Ming glanced at the lifeless body before striding away. A few days later, in the Yunming Mountains, after several days of foraging for herbs in the forest, Jiang Ming finally spotted the figure of the fourth master. Snap! Snap in the woods, a plump, round rabbit clutched a ginseng plant with its paws, devouring it with remarkable speed, akin to munching on a carrot. Beneath it, a large, colorful tiger lounged lazily on a rock, soaking up the sun, occasionally shaking its head to dislodge the bits of rabbit food that had fallen onto its fur. Suddenly, the fierce tiger let out a low growl, abruptly rising to its feet, fixating on the thicket ahead. The fat rabbit, startled, quickly tucked the ginseng beneath itself, gripping the tiger's fur tightly with its tiny paws. Rustle, the leaves rustled as a figure slowly emerged from the underbrush. Fourth master, how imposing you are. Jiang Ming chuckled at the scene before him. He had been practicing martial arts and gathering herbs in the mountains for several days. And today he had finally encountered this well-known band of wild beasts. Roar, the tiger opened its massive maw, exuding an aura of menace, preparing to teach this audacious human a lesson. However, the rabbit on its back suddenly leaped away, darting forward and excitedly circling around Jiang Ming's legs. The tiger abruptly halted its advance, its eyes filled with confusion. Gurgle, 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 Jiang Ming watched with amusement as the plump rabbit continuously made sounds, its tiny paws flitting about, pointing this way and that. After several months apart, it seems your intelligence has greatly improved, fourth master, Jiang Ming observed with astonishment, realizing that the beast-taming recipe he had acquired indeed held some merit. Goo goo goo, the plump rabbit pointed at the tiger and then at itself. After a lengthy yet futile attempt at communication due to the language barrier, Jiang Ming finally grasped that this rabbit, having consumed numerous servings of beast-enhancing herbal soup, had undergone some unknown transformation. It now possessed the ability to command certain wild beasts in the mountains to do its bidding. However, such commands appeared to be limited in number and were only temporary, lasting merely a few days before fading away. Therefore, he chose not to exert himself too much and retained only the tiger as a bodyguard. Jiang Ming smiled faintly, well aware of the rabbit's lazy disposition. The plump rabbit eagerly nodded, its face adorned with a foolishly human-like grin, its chubby cheeks trembling with delight. Indeed, it was a case of a rabbit basking in the tiger's might. Jiang Ming was somewhat taken aback by this development, yet he recognized it as a positive sign. After all, the rabbit now possessed a measure of self-defense in the mountains. With such heightened intelligence, could he perhaps teach the fourth master to read in the future? Jiang Ming pondered, stroking his chin. And after learning to read, could the rabbit also practice martial arts? Could it be that this rabbit, if it continued to grow, might eventually become a formidable creature? It was unexpected that the very prescription he had acquired early on might be the closest thing to the realm of immortal cultivation. Jiang Ming mused, noting that unusual occurrences often herald hidden mysteries. This prescription distinctly did not resemble anything of the mundane world. Yet, to this day, he had yet to encounter anyone truly associated with immortal cultivation. It seemed that patience was essential, requiring him to await the right opportunity. Fortunately, he was not lacking in time. He advised the rabbit to remain discreet. If discovered by the outside world, its cleverness would not suffice to escape scrutiny. He then patted the fourth master's head in counsel. The plump rabbit nodded vigorously. After reuniting with the fourth master, Jiang Ming proceeded to the side of the wooden cabin he had once constructed. To his astonishment, it remained remarkably clean. Aside from a layer of dust and some fallen leaves, there was no sign of beast droppings or carcasses. The white fourth master, proudly riding the tiger, paraded before Jiang Ming, eager to take credit for maintaining the area. Jiang Ming chuckled and tidied up a bit before settling back into the wooden cabin. He spent his days foraging for herbs, brewing tea, practicing martial arts and resting, occasionally accompanying the fourth master on herb hunting expeditions while leaving the large tiger to guard the premises. With the fourth master's assistance, the rare medicinal herbs that caught Jiang Ming's eye were now worth at least dozens of copper coins, with even ginseng hardly considered top tier anymore. Additionally, when he ventured into town to sell his wares, no one dared to trouble him. This was the transformation brought about by strength and status. As dawn broke, a figure with an exposed torso tirelessly practiced martial arts by the riverbank outside the cabin. His breaths were long and deep, emanating a palpable aura of fierceness, resembling that of a true ferocious tiger. Beneath the eaves, the tiger lay in a state of perplexity, sensing a strikingly similar energy emanating from the human. It was not until the sun rose high in the sky that Jiang Ming finally ceased his training, accepting the herbal soup presented by the fourth master and drinking it in one gulp. The potency of this secret concoction was diminishing. Jiang Ming felt the blood within him simmering slightly, before falling into a tranquil stillness. The martial arts elixir originally seized from Master Tong was never a particularly sophisticated concoction. Moreover, now that he had advanced to the third-tier martial artist, his vitality was increasing at an ever slower pace, rendering the potion insufficient. However, this was not a pressing concern. With my immortal existence, my lifespan is boundless, my bodily functions will not decline, and my vitality will not wane. As long as I endure patiently, I shall eventually restore my vigor. The foremost challenge now lies in comprehending the realm of intent. Jiang Ming felt a tinge of helplessness, though he possessed longevity. He was no innate martial prodigy. Confronted with the esoteric nature of intent, he often felt his efforts were in vain. Without grasping the essence of intent, it would be arduous to infuse his vitality into his flesh. No matter how potent his vitality, a single cut could still lead to a grievous injury. The prescription from Guanfeng. A sudden spark ignited in Jiang Ming's eyes. Apothecary Feng mentioned that this formula could calm the mind and enhance focus, particularly beneficial during breakthroughs. It might prove useful to me. Furthermore, most of the ingredients listed in the formula could be found in the mountains. I merely needed to procure a few supplementary herbs from the apothecary. He plunged into the river with a splash, took a quick bath, and returned to the apothecary, selecting various herbs to fill his basket before striding down the mountain. In Peaceful Town, Jiang Ming did not visit the herbal market but instead entered an apothecary situated in the town center. This establishment belonged to the Wang family from the capital, rendering any fear of the old snake gang unnecessary. Consequently, the old snake gang's market was left desolate, yet they could do nothing about it. Even the tiger hunters dared not provoke them, let alone the Wang family, the foremost clan of the capital. Master Jiang, what an unexpected visitor. The shopkeeper greeted warmly. Jiang Ming had sold rare herbs there on several occasions, making him a valued patron. Please calculate the cost of these for me. I also require some additional herbs. Jiang Ming handed over the basket and listed several herbs. The shopkeeper, understanding the unspoken protocol, quickly nodded and busied himself, soon presenting Jiang Ming with a few pieces of silver and 2 large bags of herbs. Just as he exited the apothecary, Jiang Ming encountered a robust figure on the street. Master Dong, busy as always, Jiang Ming remarked with a smile, continuing on his way. However, Steward Dong's expression darkened as he blocked Jiang Ming's path. Wui is dead. We do not know who is responsible. Jiang Ming responded with feigned surprise. Surely, you, Mr. Dong, understand the principle that those who engage in wrongdoing will inevitably meet their demise. You ought to rein in your subordinates to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. He chuckled lightly, then bypassed Steward Dong, striding away into the bustling street. Manager Dong clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Well, very well. You have struck the face of our old snake gang. I shall remember this grievance. This Manager Dong was even more narrow-minded than the old scarred one. As Jiang Ming walked home, he silently mused. The old snake gang truly is a nest of snakes and rats. Unfortunately, we are lacking in strength at the moment. Once I advance to the second tier, oh no. Rather, when the valiant Zhang Shan breaks through to the second tier, unbeknownst to Manager Dong, while he harbored resentment towards one individual, that very person was already contemplating how to dismantle his stronghold. As Jiang Ming strolled down the street, a sudden light gasp caught his attention, prompting him to glance in a certain direction. It was the home of old Zhou. Ever since his passing, it had been deserted, yet now it seemed to be filled with life once again. Wisps of smoke were rising from the house. Creaking open the door, Jiang Ming stepped into the courtyard, the shallow pit beneath his feet feeling remarkably familiar. It was the very spot where he had practiced the tiger fist. The cicadas were chirping in the treetops. Last year at this time, he had come here with cicada larvae and wine to learn martial arts from old Zhou. And now, everything had changed. Hearing the noise, someone emerged from the house, and upon seeing Jiang Ming, they froze momentarily, their eyes reddening. Minggu. Jiang Ming gazed at Zhou Wenxiu, the once cheerful and youthful girl, who, just a few months later, now bore a hint of maturity in her features. Her exposed arms and wrists were marked with numerous scars, reminiscent of whiplashes. Jiang Ming understood that she must have endured much suffering in the city. But such hardships were an inevitable part of life for those at the bottom. No one could walk that path for her. Some are born amidst clouds, while others are thrust into the depths of hell, struggling not only against their circumstances, but also enduring the scorn and exploitation of those high above. Countless words formed on his lips, yet only one remained. Have you cooked enough? Please bring me a bowl. Zhou Wenxiu gritted her teeth and nodded, hurriedly rushing into the house. After a while, she re-emerged, her eyes red, presenting Jiang Ming with a dry pancake and boiled wild vegetables. Sitting on a low stool, Jiang Ming devoured the food as if he had not eaten for days, finally letting out a satisfying burp. You've eaten all my pancakes. Zhou Wenxiu sat across from Jiang Ming, propping her elbows on her knees, her hands cradling her head in a huff. Jiang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Zhou Wenxiu had regained some of her former spirit. Anyway, I didn't bring any money. Jiang Ming stood up and smiled. How about I teach you to practice martial arts in exchange for this meal? How does that sound? In the past, old Zhou had never allowed his granddaughter to train, fearing she might injure herself. Yet, he failed to understand that in this world, it is not the fear of injury that matters, but the danger of being too weak. By the time old Zhou grasped this truth, it was already too late. Zhou Wenxiu was momentarily taken aback by his suggestion, and then, bending her legs, she prepared to kneel on the ground. Jiang Ming, quick to react, pulled her back up, shaking his head. You cook for me, and I'll teach you martial arts. We owe nothing to each other. If you bow to me, do you expect me to bow back? Are we playing a wedding ceremony? Zhou Wenxiu's cheeks instantly flushed. Jiang Ming coughed lightly and reassured her. Do not feel embarrassed. As long as I am in the town, I shall prepare 3 meals a day for you. You shall not miss a single one. Zhou Wenxiu appeared momentarily dazed. What are you daydreaming about? Let us begin. The first move. Fierce tiger sits on the mountain. Jiang Ming reminisced about the teachings of the old Zhou, articulating slowly. This is the fundamental technique of the Fuhu fist. Moments later, the courtyard resonated with the sound of fists whooshing through the air, reminiscent of days long past. Ascending the mountain to gather medicinal herbs. Descending to impart martial arts. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. The yellow leaves danced in the air, and a chilling wind swept through. Before the small cabin in the mountains, a somewhat plump tiger fixated on the human by the riverbank, its tail tightly clamped against its body. The aura of that human grew increasingly formidable, instilling a sense of fear in the Tiger King, who pondered why the esteemed rabbit had not taken it far away to safety. By the riverside, Jiang Ming's fists surged with vitality, flowing freely and unrestrained, no longer bound by mere forms. Yet, there existed an underlying structure, as fluid and harmonious as flowing clouds and running water, devoid of any disarray. The essence of the fierce tiger was nearly perfected, his vitality reaching its zenith, yet the fierce tiger's realm remained elusive and intangible. Jiang Ming gently shook his head. The path of martial arts became increasingly arduous as one advanced. Since his last trip down the mountain to procure several hefty bags of medicinal materials, he had taken to consuming 3 bowls daily, yielding notable effects that calmed his mind and enhanced his focus, allowing him to practice with remarkable efficiency, gradually elevating the essence of the fierce tiger and his vitality to their utmost limits. Presently, Jiang Ming could be considered a third-rate master. Coupled with his fearless nature in combat, he believed that unless confronted by a second-rate warrior like Guan Feng, he would face no rival in the Dayun prefecture. However, transcending from third-rate to second-rate required deeper contemplation and insight, no longer achievable through mere relentless practice. Countless third-rate warriors remained ensnared at this juncture throughout their lives. Jiang Ming had prepared himself for the possibility of being trapped at this threshold for 3 to 5 years, or even longer. Calculating the time, he mused that Guan and the others should be entering the mountains soon to join in the excitement. Over the past few months, although Jiang Ming refrained from engaging in the affairs of the tiger hunting branch, he occasionally participated in hunts led by Guan. The founder of the bullhide tiger bone technique had originally mimicked the stances of the ferocious bull and tiger in battling the fierce tiger. He gained profound insights into the essence of the fierce tiger. Alas, though a tiger resided at home, It could not be used for combat and must remain as a guardian. Jiang Ming cast a glance at the plump tiger beneath the eaves, shook his head, and took a finely crafted iron short knife before departing the wooden cabin, venturing deeper into the forest. What is that human staring at me for? The dim-witted plump tiger felt a sudden tightening sensation. In the depths of the Yunming Mountains, Jiang Ming reached a resting point where he reunited with Guanfeng and the others. Why isn't Huang Xiaoying here today? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, recalling that the young lady had never missed a single hunt since passing the tiger hunting team's assessment. Feng Lai shook his head and sighed. Just a few days ago, she had only begun to sense her blood energy. I was genuinely happy for her, but unexpectedly, the very next day, she packed her belongings and departed, claiming she felt guilty towards everyone. Her sole purpose for coming here was to learn martial arts for free, and now that she has achieved her goal, she has chosen to leave. Jiang Ming, puzzled, inquired, if her aim was to learn martial arts, why not continue her studies? Is merely sensing her blood energy sufficient for her? Feng Lai shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Guanfeng, reclining against a large tree with his eyes closed in contemplation, suddenly remarked, the only requirement of the Tsongshan Army's siege team is to sense blood energy. The mention of the Tsongshan Army startled everyone. Jiang Ming, too, was taken aback, struggling to grasp the reality. The Tsongshan Army was notorious as the rebellious force that had overthrown 3 prefectures in the north, now led by someone who had proclaimed himself the king of Tsongshan, enjoying a meteoric rise as they captured cities and lands. Among the Tsongshan Army, a particular siege team was renowned for instilling fear. They had once set a record by breaching a city within 3 hours. Initially composed of martial artists, the team had grown in strength, with standards elevated to the necessity of sensing blood energy. Yet, including Jiang Ming, everyone found it hard to believe that the unassuming and honest Huang Xiaoying would choose to join the rebels. She sought me out on the day she left. Guanfeng stated matter-of-factly her family resided in Qinglin Prefecture, just north of Dalian Prefecture. They had crossed the local officials, resulting in their complete annihilation, with even a 70-year-old matriarch not spared. Only she managed to escape to Dalian Prefecture. Her sole desire in life now is to storm into Qinglin Prefecture and exact vengeance upon the officials who slaughtered her family. A heavy silence enveloped the group. After a prolonged pause, someone finally sighed, this wretched world. Suddenly, a voice resonated from ahead, indeed, this wretched world. Several figures emerged slowly from the thicket, revealing themselves to the group. Who are you? Ping Luding rose, a look of caution etched upon his face. From the opposing side, a youth who appeared to be in his 20s stepped forward, smiling faintly. Wei Yin. What? Exclaimed the crowd. You're the Butcher of 100? A wave of gasps erupted from the direction of the hunter's lodge. In the depths of the forest, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Jiang Ming gazed at the young man before him, recalling his first arrival in the capital city, where he had seen the notice posted at the city gate. The most wanted individual depicted therein was none other than the notorious 100-man slayer, Wei Yin, accused of committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and pillage. However, Jiang Ming found it utterly impossible to connect the fearsome visage of the bearded brute in the portrait with the refined countenance of the youthful scholar standing in front of him. The notion of apprehending such a figure seemed absurd. Jiang Ming could not help but deride the idleness of the painters. The 100-man slayer? The young man merely shook his head and chuckled, saying, these officials have truly bestowed upon me a splendid reputation. I have merely seized some provisions and taken a bit of official silver. The members of the tiger hunting manor were rendered speechless. This was simply too alarming. Even a first-rate martial force like theirs would not dare to undertake such deeds. How could he speak of it so nonchalantly? Peng Lu grew anxious, turning to Guanfeng, for this was indeed a felon sought by the authorities. Yet Guanfeng, maintaining a serene demeanor, replied, I have long admired your esteemed name. Pray tell, what brings you to seek out the tiger hunting manor? It was then that many realized the truth. This was no mere chance encounter in the mountains. The young man had deliberately sought them out. Indeed, in the vast expanse of the Yunming Mountains, such serendipity was hardly likely. Haha, truly. You are the renowned Guan of the tiger hunting manor, with discerning eyes. Wei Yin chuckled lightly before clasping his hands in greeting. Let me be direct then. I represent Feiyan Fortress and wish to discuss a collaboration with the tiger hunting manor. You hail from Feiyan Fortress? Even Guanfeng could not suppress a flicker of surprise. Feiyan Fortress was rumored to be a formidable power traversing the Yunming Mountains, gaining considerable notoriety in recent years. Tales spoke of Feiyan Fortress engaging in acts of robbing the wealthy to aid the poor, even having slain corrupt officials in villages and dismantled several bands of marauders terrorizing local towns. Their reputation had spread far and wide among the common folk of Dalian Prefecture and its neighboring counties. Indeed, Wei Yin nodded, about to elaborate further. However, Guanfeng interrupted with a wave of his hand. Speak plainly. We are simple folk accustomed to straightforwardness. Jiang Ming inwardly chuckled. Guanfeng was hardly a crude individual, but rather cautious of Fei and Fortress, feigning simplicity to disrupt the young man's rhythm. As anticipated, Wei Yin opened his mouth, only to find his carefully crafted words rendered moot, leading him to offer a wry smile. In that case, I shall not waste further words. Here is a letter. I kindly ask you to deliver it to Master Zhong. Upon reading it, he will understand. With that, Wei Yin gestured, and an unassuming middle-aged man stepped forward, handing a letter to Guanfeng. Guanfeng received it with an expression of calm, but suddenly extended a hand and struck forward. The middle-aged man remained unfazed, countering with a strike of his own. A resounding thud echoed, akin to a colossal stone crashing to the ground, as a fierce gust of wind swept through, scattering sand and leaves. The spectators felt their eardrums throb, some struggling to maintain their footing. Both Guanfeng and the middle-aged man staggered slightly before retreating to their respective positions. A second-rate warrior actually holds such reverence towards a young man who has never practiced martial arts. Guanfeng did not cast a glance at the middle-aged man, but rather fixed his gaze meaningfully upon Wei Yin. Suddenly laughing, could it be that you are the enigmatic lord of Fei and Fortress? Ha. Guan the headhunter truly has a sense of humor. Wei Yin chuckled softly, then promptly replied with solemnity. Guan the headhunter is an astute individual. Whether this letter is delivered or not is entirely at your discretion. Ping Lu and the others were left in confusion. Why would you deliver a letter and then say it's optional? Jiang Ming, however, began to grasp the situation. This so-called Fei and Fortress, traversing through mountains and fields, primarily engages in robbing the rich to aid the poor, expanding its influence while accumulating reputation among the common folk. This series of maneuvers clearly exceeds the typical bandit-ass threshold. As for its true purpose, it has become increasingly evident, and the reason for seeking out the tiger hunting manner is, I believe, as clear to Guan the headhunter as a mirror. Guanfeng nodded, not immediately declining, but tossed over a wineskin filled to the brim. Regardless of whether this collaboration comes to fruition, since we have met, let us share a toast. Guan the headhunter has truly humbled me. Wei Yin laughed heartily, disregarding appearances as he sat on the ground and took 2 large swigs from the wineskin. Only then did Guanfeng say, I have heard that Feiyun Fortress roams through several territories, its movements as fleeting as the clouds, undoubtedly possessing experiences far beyond our own. Have you encountered the Songshan army from the north? Everyone pricked up their ears. The northern rebels had been in rebellion for over a year, and many wondered if a change of dynasty was possible. Yet no one had truly seen the legendary Songshan army. Wei Yin smiled. Indeed, I have seen them, and have shared wine with the soldiers in their camp, where they are robust and well supplied. But I must speak frankly, this so-called Songshan army is unlikely to amount to anything. Why? Guanfeng's gaze was calm. Wei Yin continued. Only 4 words suffice. The time is not yet ripe. The crowd was perplexed, but Guanfeng pondered for a moment before asking, when do you believe that Songshan King will falter? The site of defeat lies within this Dalian Prefecture. Wei Yin pointed to the surrounding mountains, smiling lightly. That Songshan King approaches from the north, seeking to enter the capital. Yet his army must traverse through the Dalian Prefecture, a terrain akin to a pocket. Once the Songshan King ventures in, the capital will dispatch troops to intercept, decisively crushing the rebel forces. Does the royal family still possess usable troops? Guanfeng frowned. The decline of the Yin royal family was no secret. Otherwise, no one would dare to rebel. This Yin state is not merely the royal family's Yin state, but rather the Yin state of the aristocracy. Wei Yin chuckled wryly. The treasures aboard this old ship have yet to be fully plundered. Those noble families will not allow it to sink without a fight. It is only when this vessel is utterly beyond repair that it will meet its demise. However, even though the old ship has sunk, those aboard must seek a new vessel early on to survive. Wei Yin spoke with a hint of depth. Guanfeng was taken aback, lingering in thought before he sighed deeply and looked up at Wei Yin. What if the new ship also capsizes? Wei Yin gazed calmly, stating that no boatman would dare claim that his vessel would never capsize, yet there are many new ships. Those awaiting passage need not confine themselves to a single vessel. Guanfeng regarded Wei Yin for a moment before finally breaking into a smile. Very well, your letter. I shall deliver it. Thank you, Headhunter Guan. Wei Yin's face also brightened with a smile. As they descended the mountain, Guanfeng walked alongside Jiang Ming, casually remarking, What do you think of this new ship? My vision is limited. I cannot see through it. Jiang Ming shook his head, responding honestly. Although he could discern the other party's intentions, his own insight was not prescient enough to comprehend the complexities involved. However, with this letter dispatched, the tiger hunting manor would be drawn into the fray. Jiang Ming noted that regardless of whether they agreed to collaborate, the tiger hunting manor could no longer remain aloof. Indeed, Guanfeng sighed softly, yet the transition between the old and the new is inevitable. If we do not engage now, it may soon be too late. This situation is fraught with peril, and I hope that on this new vessel, I might still share a toast with head hunter Guan in the future. Jiang Ming spoke earnestly. Guanfeng smiled in response. Thank you for your kind words. I must certainly see the scenery aboard this new ship. In Pingantown, Jiang Ming sold the medicinal herbs he had gathered over the past days at Wang's apothecary and, with an empty basket on his back, made his way to Old Zhang's tavern. Since the outbreak of war in the north, prices had soared, making business increasingly difficult. Yet these herbs consistently found buyers. With their prices rising steadily, Jiang Ming tucked a few taels of silver into his pocket, though his expression remained one of muted excitement. If the flames of war were to reach him, could he still find peace in the mountains to gather herbs and sip tea? It was uncertain. One must plan ahead. If he could break through to the second tier, he would possess sufficient means for self-preservation, but alas, such a feat was daunting. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he stepped into the tavern, only to hear patrons lamenting. Old Jiang, how has the price of your running tongue, a dish, risen to 2 copper coins a bowl? We are all regulars here. Old Jiang dashed out from behind the counter, wearing a wry smile. Even at 2 copper coins, I earn less than I used to. With rice and flour prices doubling, can the price of wine not follow suit? I wonder when this will come to an end. If grain prices continue to rise, I may not even be able to brew wine anymore. Old Jiang speaks wisely. I trust you. I'll have 2 bowls of running tongue and a plate of smoked tofu. Jiang Ming exclaimed, taking a seat with a laugh. The others fell silent. If even Jiang, who had joined the tiger hunting manor, expressed such sentiments, they had no grounds for dissent and could only vent their frustrations towards the war. If this continues, we won't be able to survive at all. I say, let the Tsongshan army march into the capital and eliminate those in power. Perhaps our lives would improve. The throne flows like water, but the plow is as solid as iron. Even if a new emperor arises, our situation won't change. Let us just tend to our fields. Listening to the clamor of discussions, Jiang Ming let out a soft sigh. By the time the war reaches this point, one fears there may not even be wine to drink. He purchased 2 jin of wine and procured some pork from the butcher, carrying it home to summon Zhou Wenxiu to prepare a meal and brew medicine. While he relaxed with wine and meat, instructing her in her martial practice. Half a month later, Fong Lai arrived in Pingantown from the capital. Is the matter settled? In the secluded courtyard, Jiang Ming and Fong Lai sat facing each other. It's about time. After the encounter with Wei Yin, Fong Lai seemed to have matured considerably overnight. Nodding, he explained, the village has engaged in trade with Feiyun Fortress, which provides us with game and treasures, while we, in turn, supply them with weapons, salt, and clothing. If the Tsongshan army indeed approaches, the trading will cease. Jiang Ming nodded in agreement. After all, the manpower of the tiger hunting village was limited, and sometimes the yields from the mountains were meager. With the assistance of Feiyun Fortress, the profits should increase significantly. And coupled with the treasures, the wealth of tiger hunting village would burgeon rapidly, further strengthening their influence. In times of chaos, gold and silver are always the hard currency. Weapons and salt, those might be challenging to procure, Jiang Ming frowned. Given the current turmoil, even the officials of Dalian Prefecture were contemplating their options. Who had the luxury to be concerned about such matters? The blacksmiths in the city were nearly working themselves to the bone. Fong Lai shook his head in disbelief. Moreover, some of the battle blades we purchased even bear the markings of the government. It's unclear who in the warehouse is engaging in this illicit trade. Jiang Ming fell silent, contemplating. Even if the Tsongshan king falls, peace may not return to the Yin kingdom. This matter concerns the headhunter's instructions. Do not disclose it to the branch members. Fong Lai added. The delivery route into the mountains will differ. The fewer who know, the better. Jiang Ming nodded. No matter how eloquently one spoke of new ships or old ships, rebellion was still rebellion. It was imperative to act discreetly. By the way, Feiyun Fortress has provided us with a method of survival, purportedly as a gesture of sincerity. Fong Lai said, pulling out a manuscript from his bosom. This is my transcription. The village chief has decreed, anyone who can sense the blood qi may cultivate it. Jiang Ming took the manuscript and saw 4 large characters inscribed on the cover, Burning Blood Blade Technique. It sounded somewhat formidable. Jiang Ming chuckled. Fang Lai's expression was peculiar. You should read it through. It's not just formidable. These rebels are utterly reckless. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Ming began to peruse the secrets of this blade technique page by page. As he read, his expression grew increasingly astonished. When he finally closed the book, he exhaled deeply. Is there truly such a domineering and ruthless technique? This blade technique allowed a martial artist to fight beyond their rank. Yet it required the burning of blood chi to execute. Each strike would harm the practitioner's essence, at the very least shortening their lifespan by a year. Moreover, each blow necessitated months of recuperation. If used consecutively, it could even lead to immediate death. Fang Lai could not help but exclaim, "What a bunch of lunatics, daring to practice such forbidden martial arts." Jiang Ming laughed. "Then will you practice it?" "Of course." Fang Lai's gaze was fervent. "I have a premonition that Feiyan Fortress may be the new ship that carries me toward my dreams. And this burning blood blade technique is the weapon that will help me forge ahead and realize my ideals. What about you?" Fang Lai turned to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. "I will practice." He silently vowed to himself, "Even if none of you choose to train, I shall do so. This is undoubtedly the most precious gift I have received since arriving in this world." Ascending through adversity, does this not imply that he can now contend with second-rate warriors? The cost of a shortened lifespan and premature demise holds little significance for him if a single strike cannot fell an opponent. Why not deliver 10 or even 100 blows? Once he attains the rank of a second-rate warrior, he shall engage in combat with first-rate warriors within the grand estate of Dyn. There shall be none capable of restraining him. Moreover, the bloodfire blade technique, having been transmitted from Feiyan Fortress, surely has numerous practitioners, even if he deploys it in battle, as long as he conceals his true identity. None would be able to discern who he is. After bidding farewell to Fang Lai, Jiang Ming retreated into the mountains, promptly commencing his training in the bloodfire blade technique. As chaos looms, this method of self-preservation must be mastered swiftly. As autumn fades into winter, another year draws to a close. Before the wooden cabin in the mountains, fine snowflakes dance through the air. Jiang Ming wields a finely forged iron blade, practicing the bloodfire blade technique, sending snowflakes spiraling around him. Slash! He calls out softly, and a crimson mist erupts around him. With a mighty swing, the blade cleaves downwards, carrying with it immense force, striking a massive boulder that stands half his height. Boom! The boulder shatters violently, splitting into 2. Yet Jiang Ming does not cease. He continues to unleash a second and third strike. It is not until the 9th strike that his arm trembles, and the blade falls from his grasp. Still inadequate, Jiang Ming furrows his brow. With each slash, his blood energy surges. By the 9th strike, the boiling blood energy becomes nearly uncontrollable. This is his limit. He fears neither the toll on his lifespan nor the harm to his essence, but the boiling blood energy is beyond his control. Jiang Ming plunges into the icy river, washing away the blood mist from his body while pondering how to suppress the surging blood energy. After much deliberation, it appears that the only method he knows is the prescription for nurturing blood energy provided by Dr. Sun. It seems it is time for a trip to the city. In Dyn City, Jiang Ming purchases roasted chicken and fine wine at the Zuaxian building, carrying them as he heads toward the Jishir Hall. Along the way, from the city gates to the streets within, soldiers patrol vigilantly, clad in armor, their eyes scanning every passerby with alertness. The street vendors have diminished significantly, with some small shops even shuttered. It is rumored that those with means have fled further south. A palpable sense of unrest permeates the air. At the entrance of the Hunter-S Lodge, 2 unfamiliar men stand guard, seemingly recent recruits. Ever since the collaboration with Feiyan Fortress, the lodge's foundation has grown ever stronger, secretly developing and reportedly increasing its number of third-rate warriors. Though first-rate and second-rate warriors are mightier, it is the third-rate warriors that constitute the backbone of a force. Only with a sufficient number of them can the Hunter-S Lodge qualify to steer the new ship, lest they merely fish for scraps. Yet, who knows how far the ship of Feiyan Fortress can sail? Jiang Ming sighs inwardly. The struggles of this chaotic era are exceedingly fierce, and none can confidently claim they will emerge victorious. With little purpose in returning to the lodge, Jiang Ming decides to continue onward. Jishir Hall. As Jiang Ming stepped inside, he immediately spotted Dr. Sun instructing his apprentice on how to prepare medicine. Upon seeing him, Dr. Sun broke into a smile. "Ah, you rascal. Living it up in Ping'an Town. It's been quite a while since you last paid me a visit. You've become quite the idle wanderer." Jiang Ming chuckled and clasped his hands in greeting, placing a selection of wine and meat on the counter. Dr. Sun swallowed audibly and, rubbing his hands together, remarked, "Now that you're here, why bring anything? I truly have little left to teach you. I passed by the drunken immortal pavilion and noticed the absence of a queue. So I brought you a portion," Jiang Ming replied nonchalantly. Alas, what a world we live in. The common folk are either hoarding grain or fleeing. Who has the inclination to indulge in roast chicken? Dr. Sun sighed, his hand already reaching for the chicken. Jiang Ming laughed. "You may forego the roast chicken, but you cannot neglect your nourishing soup. Do pour me a bowl. It's quite disheartening not to have your medicinal broth in town." The nourishing soup was the secret remedy Jiang Ming had been consuming at Jishir Hall. Although it did not directly enhance martial prowess, it remarkably improved the circulation of vital energy, greatly benefiting a warrior's potential. With daily consumption of this remedy, Jiang Ming's control over his vital energy would significantly increase, allowing him to temper the surging energy within, possibly enabling him to unleash more of his Blood Blade technique. Upon hearing this, Dr. Sun paused, gradually retracting his hand. His gaze deeply fixed on Jiang Ming. "You, young man, have come to deliver wine, yet your intentions are far from pure." Jiang Ming, unashamed, replied candidly, "Dr. Sun, your keen insight is undeniable. I shall not beat around the bush. I have come here today, specifically for your medicinal formula. Name your price." "You." Dr. Sun pointed at Jiang Ming, momentarily incensed, but ultimately shook his head with a wry smile. "Do you know what has sustained my clinic all these years? It is these exclusive formulas that I do not share with just anyone. How could I possibly sell them to you? I am well aware. Yet your collection of secret remedies surely extends beyond this one," Jiang Ming said, unperturbed, smiling. "This nourishing soup indeed boasts remarkable effects, but for the majority of warriors, the pursuit of enhancing their vital energy consumes all their resources and attention. Matters of nurturing and raising their limits are often neglected. Your nourishing soup may hardly sell a few bowls in a month, and in these tumultuous times, rather than hoarding such a precious formula, it would be wiser to exchange it for silver, allowing one to navigate this chaotic world with greater ease." Jiang Ming spoke steadily, while Dr. Sun's expression fluctuated between contemplation and uncertainty. After a long silence, he finally let out a heavy sigh. "Tell me, how did this world suddenly descend into chaos?" Dr. Sun murmured. "In my apprentice days, the world was at peace, the people prosperous. How could it all change in just a few decades?" "Indeed. Times have transformed," Jiang Ming sighed in response. "The prosperity of the people is not necessarily a boon. When abundance ignites envy, the lords will inevitably sharpen their blades." Dr. Sun forced a wry smile, feeling a chill run down his spine at your words, fearing that some noble might come to take his life. In times of chaos, he realized the futility of all things, far inferior to those skilled in martial arts. He lamented, "Were it not for the turmoil of the world, you would not dare to covet my prescription. I would have certainly expelled you." Jiang Ming smiled in response. "Thank you, Dr. Sunday." After a prolonged silence, Dr. Sun's gaze turned sorrowful as he sighed deeply. "This decision goes against the will of our ancestors. The price cannot be too low." Moments later, Jiang Ming exited the Jishir Hall, tucking a handwritten prescription into his bosom before striding away. Inside the hall, Dr. Sun, clutching a heavy pouch of coins, sighed repeatedly before gritting his teeth, as if he had made a momentous decision. In tumultuous times, adaptability is essential for survival. If things continue this way, my clinic may well face closure. It is prudent to accumulate more silver. Having commenced, I might as well sell a few more prescriptions. Shall we reach out to our esteemed clients? Unbeknownst to Jiang Ming, the business-savvy Dr. Sun had begun to wildly contravene the dictates of his forebears, yet he remained indifferent, satisfied with acquiring what he desired. He then visited several apothecaries in the city, purchasing substantial quantities of rare herbs difficult to procure from the mountains, before returning to Ping'an town laden with bounty. After a brief stay of 2 days, during which he offered guidance to Zhou Wenxiu in martial training, Jiang Ming once again ventured into the depths of Yumeng Mountain. With the chaos drawing ever closer, he felt compelled to enhance his strength further. The encounters he had faced were perilous. Had his adversaries been a mere fraction stronger, he might have been captured and dismantled. An alarming thought. He needed to become more formidable. Only when he could eliminate all witnesses with a single strike would he truly feel secure. Outside the wooden cabin, Jiang Ming downed a bowl of qi-nourishing soup, sensing the invigorating flow of energy within him, before picking up his battle blade to continue practicing the fiery Blood Blade Technique. 1 strike, 2 strikes. A mist of crimson blood erupted around him until he completed the 10th slash, at which point he paused. Indeed, it was effective. Jiang Ming's entire body was drenched in blood, resembling a sanguine gourd, yet his expression was one of delight. Then, a peculiar thought struck him. Merely practicing the blade had surely cost him decades of lifespan. Longevity is truly splendid, allowing one to act as one pleases. He subsequently cast aside the battle blade and returned indoors to consume another bowl of medicinal soup, beginning his practice of the bullhide tiger bone technique. The potion provided by Guan Feng proved miraculous. The more he consumed, the more effective it became. Now, with just one bowl, it cleared his mind of distractions, enabling him to maintain an unparalleled focus, seemingly drawing closer to that elusive state of enlightenment. He whimsically named it the Clarity Soup. Jiang Ming casually bestowed a title upon this unnamed elixir, and with the daily regimen of Clarity Soup and Qi-nourishing soup, one enhancing his fiery blood blade technique, the other aiding his comprehension of the fierce tiger's essence, his days passed swiftly. In the depths of winter, amidst 1,000 miles of ice, Ping'an Town lay nestled within a bamboo fence courtyard. Thick layers of snow accumulated on the eaves, while a neatly swept path meandered through the courtyard. Strings of cured meats and dried vegetables hung in an orderly fashion beneath the roof, each item meticulously arranged. Inside, the hearth blazed warmly, and a teapot bubbled, releasing wisps of steam. A modestly dressed, graceful young woman expertly brewed tea, serving it in front of a reclining chair. Jiang Ming cradled a medical tome close to his chest as he accepted the tea, savoring a delightful sip. Such a life was truly comfortable. Jiang Ming hummed a gentle tune, gazing at the snow-draped scenery outside, utterly content. It was no wonder that gentlemen of old surrounded themselves with numerous maidservants. The ease of having everything at one's fingertips was simply exquisite. As the year drew to a close, Jiang Ming returned from the mountains to Ping'an Town, momentarily setting aside martial pursuits to indulge in complete relaxation. His blood-burning blade technique had advanced to the point where he could deliver 15 consecutive strikes, and he felt confident in his ability to contend with seasoned second-tier martial artists like Guan Feng. Even in the face of war encroaching upon Dayun Mansion, he believed he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. Moreover, he had deeply grasped the essence of the tiger's might, as if a single step would bring him to the true understanding of its nature. Yet, that step loomed like an impenetrable wall, and Jiang Ming found himself unable to breach it. Thus, he resolved to temporarily set it aside, recognizing that such enlightenment could not be attained through mere diligence. Perhaps a relaxed state of mind was necessary for comprehension. Unbeknownst to him, he had been in this world for nearly 2 years. Yet this year's festivities would likely be less joyous than those of the previous year. Jiang Ming sighed inwardly, instructing Zhou Wenxiu to diligently practice her boxing at home while he gathered medicinal herbs and ventured toward the tiger hunting lodge branch. Over the past 2 years, he had encountered a plethora of herbs, and, having learned a few medical skills from Dr. Sun, he often played the role of a rural healer during his leisure, prescribing remedies for the injured men at the branch. The streets were bustling with numerous shops and stalls, vibrant with life compared to before. Ping'an Town had nearly completed its expansion, awaiting only an official decree from the court to be designated as Ping'an County. However, he doubted that such a decree would arrive anytime soon. Jiang Ming mused. In the face of war, even the most foolish emperor in the capital would likely have little time to ponder matters of longevity and celestial connections. Yet today, as he walked through the streets, he was taken aback to see many charming young women, seemingly pampered daughters of noble families, who had also been sent to this remote Ping'an Town. Upon entering the Tiger Hunting Lodge branch, Jiang Ming was astonished to find many of the lodge's women and elderly present, apparently having just arrived and busy organizing their belongings. "Master Feng, what brings you here?" Jiang Ming exclaimed upon spotting a familiar figure, hastening to assist with his luggage. "Ah, they no longer want me." Master Feng replied with a half-joking tone as they walked toward the designated accommodations. "What on earth is going on?" Jiang Ming inquired, puzzled. Sighing, Master Feng finally explained. "According to news from the hunting head, Qinglin Mansion was breached last night. The Tsongshan King has declared that the next target is Dayun Mansion. The master fears that the city will not withstand the assault, endangering the lodge, which is why they sent us, the elderly and infirm, here to escape the flames of war." Such swift news. It must have originated from Feiyan Fort, Jiang Ming mused, realizing that other factions also possessed their own channels of information. He then inquired with confusion, "Will Ping'an Town be spared from calamity?" Feng Yao sure replied in a somber tone, "You are unaware that the Tsongshan army prides itself on serving the people, daring to call for a new dawn. Wherever they tread, they cherish the populace as their own kin, never harming the innocent. Even in the event of conquering a city, they strictly prohibit arson, murder, and plunder. Several counties have surrendered without a fight, and the Tsongshan army has upheld its promises, sparing not a single soldier but merely disarming and dispersing them. Ping'an Town has no stationed troops, thus, the Tsongshan army will not squander their forces here. However, Dagwang Prefecture is different. It is a crucial stronghold in the south, and the court will undoubtedly deploy heavy troops to defend it, resulting in a devastating conflict. Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the Tsongshan army to be a force of righteousness. Yet, in the next instant, he recalled Wei Yan's assessment of the Tsongshan army, deeming them unlikely to achieve greatness. Righteousness serves as the finest tool and slogan for those in power, yet it becomes a fatal flaw for rebel forces. Jiang Ming sighed softly, but then reconsidered. This might indeed be a blessing for Ping'an Town. Days later, news of the Tsongshan army's conquest of Qinglin Prefecture gradually reached the ears of the townsfolk, triggering widespread panic. After all, regardless of how favorably the Tsongshan army was portrayed, they were ultimately a band of rebels, and no one could guarantee what chaos would ensue should they reach this place. In stark contrast to others, the people from the Shi family and the Old Snake Gang became immediately arrogant. Steward Dong strutted through the town, his nostrils nearly pointing towards the heavens. Upon encountering Jiang Ming several times, Steward Dong indulged in scornful jests, mocking Jiang Ming for his lack of awareness. Jiang Ming, of course, dismissed him. For now, laughter holds no true victory. The ultimate triumph belongs to those who endure until the end. Time passed day by day, and before long, the new year arrived. Yet the Tsongshan army seemed to have fallen silent, stagnating in Qilin Prefecture. Nevertheless, everyone could sense an impending storm brewing. It appeared that the Tsongshan king was not foolish. He knew that Dagwang Prefecture was the battlefield of destiny, where life and death, soaring to greatness or facing demise, all hinged upon this decisive confrontation. Jiang Ming shook his head. He had relaxed long enough and resumed his training in the mountains. He felt an inkling that the essence of the ferocious tiger was now within arm's reach. In early spring, the riverbanks were adorned in tender green, and a gentle rain had lingered throughout the day, only just ceasing. As the sun began its descent, Jiang Ming's silhouette emerged like a darkened shadow, stretching freely amidst the blood-red twilight, a fierce and potent aura slowly emanating from him. The river shimmered with glimmers of light, while time slipped away unnoticed. As the last rays of sunlight faded, darkness enveloped the earth. With one final punch, Jiang Ming abruptly opened his eyes. In the obscurity, it seemed as though two bolts of lightning flashed. The essence of the ferocious tiger had been realized. Jiang Ming let out a resounding roar, startling a flock of birds into flight. From this day forth, I, the lawless Zhang Shan, shall be recognized as a second-tier martial artist. It seems that more than a month has passed since the new year, and I am uncertain about the current situation. After the initial excitement, Jiang Ming has calmed his spirit and decided to descend the mountain for a closer look. The night is devoid of stars and the moon, enveloped in a profound silence. As Jiang Ming makes his way back to Ping'an Town, upon reaching the mountainside near the town, he notices a flickering campfire at the town's edge, its size surpassing that of Ping'an Town itself. To his astonishment, could it be that the Tsongshan army has arrived? Wasn't it said that they would not affect Ping'an Town? With narrowed eyes, Jiang Ming observes for a moment, yet he continues his descent. He discerns that the campfire, while adjacent to the town, remains distinctly separate from it, suggesting that the Tsongshan army may indeed adhere to certain protocols. However, he wonders if these protocols will hold until the end. Shaking his head, he contemplates the possibility. If they triumph, all will be well, but if they falter, the defeated troops would likely disregard any semblance of order. In the dead of night, Jiang Ming stealthily returns home. He pushes open the door, only to find it stubbornly closed, accompanied by the sound of a teacup shattering on the floor. A panicked voice calls out, "Who is it?" Jiang Ming replies, "This is my home. Why do you ask who I am?" Irritated, he adds, "Zhou Wenxiu, you've grown quite bold." After a moment, Zhou Wenxiu, slightly flushed, sits in front of Jiang Ming and stammers, "With the chaos outside, I feared the rebels might burst in at any moment. You are now Master Jiang of the Tiger Hunt Manor. No one dares intrude upon your home. I thought I could hide here for a while." Jiang Ming is at a loss for words but understands her sentiment. Despite the Tsongshan army's bravado and strict military discipline, they are ultimately a motley crew of rebels, and the journey would undoubtedly be fraught with unsavory incidents. He glances at the neatly made bed and the disheveled bedding on the floor, sighing. "It's not that I don't wish to accommodate you, but having you stay here would utterly ruin my reputation." I couldn't care less about reputation. Zhou Wenxiu immediately retorts. What use is a reputation? Last year, Xingxing had such a good name, yet if it weren't for that hero Zhang Shan's rescue, she would have been abducted and defiled by the Shi family. I wonder if she is still alive. Jiang Ming is momentarily speechless, then gazes at her with a peculiar expression. You seem to hold this hero Zhang Shan in high regard? Of course, Zhou Wenxiu exclaims, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He is righteous and generous, fiercely opposed to evil, and even avenged me against that scoundrel Shi Junhong. I aspire to be like him someday, to eradicate all wickedness I encounter and rectify all injustices. Jiang Ming rubs his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise directed at him. However, it is not feasible for you to share my dwelling. I will find someone to construct an additional room in the next few days, he casually remarks, gesturing towards the bedding on the floor. Now, he is no longer the impoverished herbalist Jiang Ming, but Master Jiang of the Tiger Hunt Manor in Diyan Prefecture. And arranging for a few people is a trivial matter. By the way, tell me about the military camp outside the town. What is the situation there? Jiang Ming inquires. Turning the conversation, Zhou Wenxiu hurriedly said, you have only just entered the mountains, yet you've already heard that the Songshan army, numbering 200,000, has departed from their camp, marching towards Diyan Prefecture. The town has seen an influx of people, many of whom have fled from the capital. Half a month ago, the city abruptly closed its gates, forbidding any entry or exit. 2 days later, the Songshan army gradually arrived, establishing their encampment 50 miles away. As for Pingan Town, it seems to serve as a logistics base, responsible for managing supplies and equipment. For the most part, peace has prevailed here, even the few soldiers who, after indulging in drink, committed acts of violence against local women were swiftly dealt with by their commander, resulting in a significant reduction in disturbances. Jiang Ming nodded. Do you know how the battle is faring? Zhou Wenxiu immediately shook his head. I rarely venture out these days. I've only heard that the siege began a couple of days ago, but I am unaware of the current situation. Jiang Ming did not press further. After all, Diyan Prefecture was one of the prominent cities of the Yin Kingdom and would likely not fall swiftly. However, he wondered if the Shijia and the Old Snake Gang would take the opportunity to collaborate with the rebels outside the city. He dismissed the thought, focusing instead on his own training. As long as he remained unaffected, all would be well. Yet, he lamented that he was merely a second-tier martial artist, and the Niu Pai Hu Guiju could only be cultivated to a second-tier proficiency. To ascend to the first tier, he would need to seek out another method. While the Hunter-Tiger Manor certainly possessed techniques for breaking into the first tier, seeking help there would expose him. If word got out that he had broken through to the second tier within just a year of training, the ensuing troubles would be relentless. Patience was essential. He mused as he lay on his bed, wondering if the flames of war might consume a few first-tier aristocratic families, providing him the chance to navigate the chaos to his advantage. Presently, Jiang Ming was bold and cunning. As long as he avoided the few renowned first-tier martial artists, he could roam freely within Diyan Prefecture. The following day, Jiang Ming rose early to practice the Niu Pai Hu Guiju in the courtyard. Now having entered the second tier, his primary focus was on cultivating his breathing techniques, harnessing the essence of the fierce tiger to refine his skin and muscles with blood energy. The external techniques did not require full exertion, alleviating any fear of drawing attention. Zhou Wenxiu was in a corner of the courtyard, preparing a fire to cook and brewing medicinal soups for Jiang Ming. Before long, a chorus of footsteps approached, accompanied by cheerful laughter. I am Li Yong of the Songshan army. I apologize for the disturbance and kindly ask for your understanding, dear villagers. Today, our kitchen overprepared and made extra porridge. Please, do not hesitate to partake. A handsome young man directed several soldiers to place a large pot of soup on the roadside and warmly invited the local residents. This routine had become commonplace these past few days. Zhou Wenxiu approached, whispering, but I dare not take any. Jiang Ming replied with a smile, everyone else is taking. So why should we hold back? Let us have a couple of bowls ourselves. Sipping on the thick porridge provided by the rebels, Jiang Ming pondered, it seems the supplies for these insurgents are quite ample. Their rear must be well managed. Perhaps this approach of advocating for the people's welfare without causing harm to the common folk ultimately bears some fruit. Of course, all of this hinges on the premise that the imperial court has yet to respond in any significant manner. Finishing the last grain of rice, Jiang Ming tossed the bowl to Zhou Wenxiu and proceeded towards Old Zhang's tavern, intending to glean some intelligence from this hub of information in Pingan Town. The siege is ongoing. They have not yet breached the walls. Reports of elite martial artists breaking out of the city have surfaced, inflicting considerable losses on the rebels. For several consecutive days, The information Jiang Ming received remained consistent. Yet, this was not unusual. In ancient times, a siege lasting several months was deemed normal, with some even extending over a year, leading to dire circumstances such as cannibalism within the city. Meanwhile, in Ping'an town, a sense of tranquility prevailed. After a few days of tension, the townsfolk resumed their usual lives, perhaps even in a slightly improved state. This was largely due to Li Yong, who periodically delivered porridge and fostered a good rapport with these impoverished villagers. He never frequented the strongholds of the local gentry, often regarding them with disdain, and even coldly rebuffed attempts by the manager of the old snake gang, Dong, to cultivate a closer relationship. One morning, as Jiang Ming heard the approaching footsteps of soldiers, he couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow is quite amusing. Suddenly, a series of gongs echoed, summoning the villagers outside. However, the abrupt clang of a gong made Jiang Ming furrow his brow. What was happening? He glanced at Zhou Wenxiu, who shook his head in confusion. Since the arrival of the Zhongshan army, such occurrences had been unheard of. Deciding to investigate, Jiang Ming rose and exited the courtyard, heading toward the source of the gongs. A considerable crowd had already gathered, and anguished cries pierced the air. Pushing through the throng, Jiang Ming soon beheld a figure bound to a tree, receiving lashes. Dong, the manager? Jiang Ming, confronted with this sight of the robust figure ensnared, felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Before Dong stood Li Yong, clad in full armor, standing resolute like a pine, while a lowly soldier, his face twisted with malice, delivered another brutal strike, leaving Dong's flesh torn and bloodied. Accompanied by his anguished wails, Jiang Ming watched this scene, feeling utterly perplexed. Was not the old snake gang allied with the rebels? The other onlookers were equally baffled, especially those who had fled from the capital, who was unaware of the old snake gang's collusion with the Zhongshan army. Since the Zhongshan army had established their presence, these past few days had inflated Dong's arrogance. Although he had received no acknowledgement from the insurgents, he pranced about, exhibiting bravado, even dismissing elite martial factions such as the Hunter's Lodge and the Wang family. There had been instances where he sought to provoke Jiang Ming. How had it come to this in the blink of an eye? Jiang Ming had originally planned to wait until the Zhongshan army breached the city or faced defeat. Amidst the ensuing chaos, to slip into Dong's residence and deliver a decisive blow, ensuring this nuisance would no longer trouble him. Yet here you are, presented with an opportunity, and you prove utterly inept. Jiang Ming silently shook his head. To be suspended and beaten by one's supposed allies truly is a spectacle. At this moment, Li Yong stepped forward, clasped his fists towards the crowd, and declared in a resonant voice, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, the Zhongshan army stands for the people, to halt the violence with decisive action. In order to restore clarity to this realm, and to forge a prosperous and peaceful society for all." Applause erupted before he could finish his statement. Li Yong smiled and continued, "I have heard that Dong Daxiang has illicitly collected medicinal taxes, cruel and malevolent, stirring considerable public outrage in Ping'an town. Today, the Zhongshan army shall act on behalf of the heavens to eliminate this menace." The villagers' cheers escalated, as the long-standing grievances against the old snake gang were finally addressed by the Zhongshan army, naturally evoking widespread approval. Many began to perceive the Zhongshan army in a more favorable light, contemplating that if they were to seize power, it might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Dong, the steward, shrieked in despair, his voice hoarse as he cried out, "I am a member of the old snake gang. We are the insurgents' collaborators within Dayan Prefecture." With a swift crack of the whip, Li Yong retorted with a cold laugh, "As your demise approaches, you still spout nonsense." The other villagers were incensed, spitting at Dong. "Do you even glance in the mirror? How could the Zhongshan army possibly conspire with your old snake gang? Indeed, the nefarious old snake gang should have long been eradicated." Jiang Ming's gaze flickered as he suddenly pondered. Could it be that the Zhongshan army would utilize the old snake gang as mere pawns, discarding them after use to elevate their own reputation? It was evident that those who rebel are hardly virtuous. Jiang Ming scoffed internally. Disinterested in witnessing further, he turned to leave, only to hear Dong still pleading for mercy. However, upon seeing that Li Yong was unfazed and ready to draw his sword, he frantically shouted, "Just wait. Our leader is about to reach first-rate mastery, and he will avenge me." With a swift stroke of the blade, Dong's head fell. The applause resounded, and Jiang Ming paused momentarily before resuming his walk home. The imminent breakthrough to first-rate mastery? This indicated he must possess a first-rate technique. Jiang Ming made a mental note of this. By afternoon, news of Dong's demise spread throughout Ping'an town. His head displayed atop a bamboo pole in the town center. The remaining members of the old snake gang became pariahs, met with beatings whenever spotted. The Shijiao branch in Ping'an Town remained silent, with its doors firmly shut, showing no response. In these times of isolation, who would dare provoke the Zhongshan army? Despite their typically genial demeanor, their swiftness in battle was unmatched. A month later, on a clear morning, Jiang Ming sat at the entrance with a bowl in hand, patiently awaiting his meal. Li Yong arrived, this time carrying a gong instead of a soup pot. Ding ding ding. Fellow villagers, today, the city lord of Dalian Prefecture is dead. Li Yong's first words elicited a chorus of astonishment. Jiang Ming's gaze shifted slightly. It was perplexing how the city lord, a first-rate martial artist, had met his demise while comfortably residing in the lord's mansion. It appeared that after a month of besieging the city, certain individuals within had finally lost their patience upon witnessing the government's delayed reinforcements. They perceived the fate of the Yan kingdom as sealed and brazenly turned against the lord's estate. Li Yong, with an audacious glint in his eyes, proclaimed loudly, "The Zhongshan army shall soon breach the city walls. Those officials in the city have long taken pleasure in bullying you. Is there not a valiant soul amongst you willing to join the Zhongshan army? Tomorrow at dawn, we shall strike camp, slay the soldiers, and seize gold and silver. Let us strive for a life of glory and wealth." Around him, numerous impassioned young men were visibly stirred. This was an opportunity to seize their own destinies. "I volunteer. Count me in." In the blink of an eye, over 10 hands were raised. Li Yong nodded in satisfaction, equipped them with long spears and grass armor. "Follow me into battle." A Fei had somehow wormed his way through the crowd and approached Jiang Ming, whispering, "Brother Ming, with your formidable skills, why not take a chance?" Jiang Ming shot him a glance. "What chance? Do you wish to see whose blood sprays higher? This chaos has only just begun. I intend to retreat into the mountains. You should remain cautious. This is not the same as stealing from Miss Wang. Do not entertain foolish thoughts." Aware of a Fei's reckless nature, Jiang Ming offered a warning before turning to leave, adopting an air of disinterest in entanglements. As Jiang Ming departed, a Fei's excitement waned considerably. He began to realize the gravity of the situation and hurried back home. At Jiang Ming's residence, he informed Zhou Wenxiu, "I will be staying in the mountains for a while. You may remain here. I have already spoken with Wang Dong. The people of the Tiger Hunting Manor will look after you. If matters escalate, you can seek refuge there." With a bundle of medicinal herbs slung over his shoulder, Jiang Ming set off. Jiang, going up the mountain again? Along the way, he encountered several acquaintances, exchanging casual greetings. Jiang Ming, well known for his aversion to trouble and preference for solitude in the mountains, garnered little attention from those around him. Deep within the forest, in a secluded cave, Jiang Ming tossed his medicinal basket into the depths and allowed his blood energy to circulate, transforming his appearance into one that was utterly unremarkable within moments. In the dead of night, outside Ping'an Town, within the supply camp, a cook with a blue cloth wrapped around his head wore an anxious expression as he ventured into the nearby woods to relieve himself. Midstream, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and collapsed to the ground. A shadowy figure silently appeared, hoisting the soldier and retreating without a sound. Moments later, the cook re-emerged from the darkness, glanced around, and slipped into his tent. Inside the spacious tent, a dozen other cooks and soldiers crowded together, a pungent odor pervading the air. The cook, expressionless, surveyed the surroundings before finding his spot to lie down, soon drifting into a deep slumber. At dawn the following day, with a command from Li Yong, the supply camp struck camp and, in coordination with the other divisions of the Zhongshan army, advanced like a gathering storm towards the city of Danfu. The siege has reached a fever pitch, and the supply camp must follow closely behind the main army, ready to provide essential provisions such as horses, grain, and other military supplies at a moment's notice. Even from a distance, Jiang Ming could hear the sounds of battle, the shouts of combatants, the beating of drums, and the ominous plumes of black smoke rising from burning oil, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. "Xiao Wu, stop staring." A weathered old portly man patted his shoulder, gesturing towards the city. "If you're brave enough, follow Lord Li to the vanguard camp. Take some heads and seize the glory." "I dare not. A little pay is sufficient for me." Jiang Ming hastily shook his head and returned to prepare porridge and meals. The supply camp traditionally refrains from engaging in direct assaults, maintaining the lowest casualty rate. Many who cannot survive elsewhere flock to this camp for a meager meal. However, victories yield little reward, as spoils are divided equally after battles, often amounting to a mere pittance. Li Yong, as the commander of the supply camp, should not abandon his post. Yet the rapid rise of the Zhongshan army has led to a mix of soldiers with lax discipline. Each time the city is on the verge of being breached, Li Yong would leverage his connections, taking a group of young and robust logistical soldiers to the front lines to claim merits. Jiang Ming observed the spirited youths from Ping'an town, armed with long spears, eagerly following Li Yong into the fray, and couldn't he help but shake his head. A few bowls of rice porridge could easily lead one astray. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to Jiang Ming. If some wished to gamble on their fate, they could not complain when the enemy's blade was swift. He grasped a wooden spoon and began serving meals to the remaining logistics soldiers. By evening, Li Yong returned to the supply camp, bloodied and battered, his contingent of soldiers reduced by nearly half since the morning. Damn it, these hard-headed bastards are tough to chew. Li Yong, no longer exuding the amiable demeanor he had in Ping'an town, wore a fierce expression as he cursed. Tomorrow, I will definitely ascend the city wall and smash them to pieces. Jiang Ming and the others quickly served rice and brought it to Li Yong's tent. Just then, a young man, bearing wounds and clutching a grass-covered spear, timidly entered. Who allowed you to barge into the military tent? Li Yong, already in a foul mood, barked sharply. Jiang Ming glanced over, recognizing the young man as one who had joined the Songshan army alongside Li Yong the previous day. The youth fell to his knees with a thud, lamenting, "My lord, you spoke of leading brothers to slay the enemy and earn glory. Yet several have fallen in just a day. I wish to return home to farm." With a sigh, Jiang Ming arranged the dishes and, lowering his head, retreated out of the tent. From within, Li Yong's cold voice pierced the air. "Deserting in battle disrupts our morale. Such a traitor shall be executed. Bring him." "Ah, my lord, spare me. I was wrong." The cries and pleas faded into the distance as Jiang Ming returned to the kitchen. His expression calm as he kneaded dough for steamed buns, preparing the next morning's rations, though he would need to steam fewer than usual. Every endeavor comes with a price, regardless of whether one anticipates such costs. 5 days later, Jiang Ming leisurely consumed a hearty meal of communal stew and sipped on thin rice porridge, observing as Li Yong marched forth with a fresh batch of recruits, hastily drawn from unknown origins, towards the battlefield ahead. Although the siege of Daeunfu had persisted for quite some time without success, the entire Songshan army, Li Yong included, appeared undeterred, their fervor intensifying with each assault. For they all comprehended that the more arduous the battle, the higher the likelihood it was to be the final and decisive confrontation. Once they breached the city, the remaining territory of the Yin kingdom would be akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, easily claimed at will. The prospect of regime change was tantalizingly close. Meanwhile, in the supply camp, I conjectured it would take another 10 days before the city gates would fall. I wagered 10 copper coins that it would stretch to half a month. I found myself among a group of disillusioned cooks and support troops, huddled together in a game of chance. Jiang Ming, having licked his bowl clean, joined in, offering his rudimentary insights to assess the situation. Yet before noon, a figure rushed back with great urgency, their face flushed, shouting, "The city has fallen! The city has fallen!" Jiang Ming sprang to his feet, gazing into the distance where smoke billowed. It seemed he could hear the cries that erupted both within and outside the city at the moment of its conquest. One was a cheer of triumph, while the other resonated with despair. The army had already surged into the city. "Lord Li has commanded. The supply camp is to move into the city," came the call. The supply team promptly sprang into action, preparing their carts and gradually making their way toward the city. At the gates, flames still raged, and the walls bore the scars of battle, riddled with blade marks and shattered by either warriors or siege machinery. The banners atop the city walls had been replaced with those of the Songshan army. Faintly, the sounds of close quarters combat echoed within the city. Jiang Ming tread upon the debris of bricks and stones, stepping over the remnants of the fallen, as he followed the supply team into the city. "Where's that lad, Xiaowu?" suddenly inquired an elder cook, looking around in bewilderment. "That young man. He hasn't been swept away by the heat of battle, has he?" Abandoning his duties, the old cook shook his head, stoking the fire and hastily kneading dough. Inside the city, chaos reigned as the Songshan army clashed with the imperial forces in a brutal street fight. The townsfolk, gripped by fear, huddled within their homes, too terrified to move. As Jiang Ming traversed the streets, he spotted numerous ragged individuals cowering beneath eaves and walls, trembling in fright. Despite many fleeing from Daeunfu, a considerable number of refugees streamed in from the north, finding solace and security in the towering walls. However, once the gates were breached, that sense of safety evaporated into disorder. Everywhere, ruffians took advantage of the turmoil, breaking into homes to pillage and plunder. Soldiers were engaged in combat. Civilians cried out in distress, and villains ran rampant. In short, chaos reigned supreme, even though the Tsongshan army prided itself on sparing civilian lives. Such a tumultuous situation could not be stabilized in a mere moment. Within this pandemonium, the involvement of Tsongshan soldiers was not absent. For they were a motley crew of rebels, their proclamations thunderous, yet the actual execution of their claims remained questionable. In the tranquil town of Pingan, there was peace simply due to the lack of spoils. Best to observe for a couple of days. Jiang Ming did not rush headlong into the lair of the old snake gang. After all, the gang had colluded with the rebel forces, and one could only speculate about the current situation within their ranks. Who could say if there were formidable masters stationed there? Encountering a top-tier martial artist would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary trouble. Instead, he found refuge in a modest courtyard across the street from the old snake gang's stronghold. Hiding within a wood shed, the residence was occupied by an ordinary couple who ran a rice shop, and with Jiang Ming's second-tier martial prowess, they remained blissfully unaware of his presence. This allowed him to eavesdrop and gain insight into the state of affairs in the city. On the 5th day since the city fell, the Tsongshan army had effectively seized control, firmly establishing their dominance over Dalian Prefecture. The Shi family no longer concealed their allegiance and boldly declared their partnership with the Tsongshan army, ascending to power and assuming control of the city lord's estate. With the head of the Shi family concurrently taking the role of city lord, thereby overshadowing the once prominent Wang family. As night descended, Jiang Ming attuned his blood energy to his ears, straining to catch the conversations from the neighboring courtyard. Today, the Tsongshan army had returned, demanding another 10 stone of white rice. The husband sighed, lamenting, "Didn't they say that Tsongshan army would not harm the common folk? I just hope they leave soon." The wife echoed his sentiment with a soft sigh. "Are there any good officials among them?" The husband muttered, "The Tsongshan army is still somewhat tolerable. They merely seek provisions now, and they're extorting gold and silver from the major powers involved in the city's defense. The Wang family has been thoroughly taken to task." Curiously, the greatest trouble in the city now came from the so-called rogue bandits, taking advantage of the chaos to pillage and kill. He had even witnessed members of Guolahu's family masquerading as thieves, storming into shops to seize treasures. "I recognized the steward right away. He has dealt with us for many years in the rice and flour business. Such shamelessness." Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed at the mention of Guolahu. He had heard of him in the tiger hunting manor, where Guolahu had studied the Hugua's secret technique. He had later established himself as a second-tier martial artist, renowned in the prefecture for his robust and fierce demeanor akin to a wild tiger. However, that was over a decade ago, when Guolahu reached second-tier status. He was already in his 40s. Subsequently, he had been preoccupied with business and made no further progress in martial arts. Now, in his old age, his skills had likely diminished significantly. Nonetheless, the Guo family had allied themselves with a powerful benefactor. The last time Jiang Ming was at Qinghe Tower, the sycophants trailing Shi Junong were indeed from the Guo family. The land that old Zhou had lost was ultimately awarded to the Guo family by Shi Junong, now serving as their branch in Pingan Town. Considering his age, Guolahu was now over 70. Although his former prowess still lingered, he would likely falter in a real confrontation. Jiang Ming pondered. The old snake gang had remained strangely quiet. Whether their leader had broken through to become a top-tier martial artist remained a mystery. Patience was essential. He must continue to observe. As the night deepened, listening to the prolonged snores from the neighboring abode, Jiang Ming stealthily emerged from the wood shed and leaped onto the rooftops, soaring away. In the streets of the city, the Tsongshan army's patrols strode confidently through the lanes, swiftly responding to any disturbances caused by local ruffians. In the vast city of the mansion, complete suppression would indeed require some time. The Guo family, with Guolahu relying on his formidable martial prowess, coupled with his ruthless methods and alliance with the Shi family, had amassed considerable wealth, and their residence sprawled over a significant area. At this moment, within the study of the Guo family's backyard, Guolahu was conferring with his eldest son, where the recent actions of the Tsongshan army seem rather unsettling. They have slain several clan leaders. The Shi family might withstand this storm, but our Guo family may not be so fortunate. Tomorrow morning, you must take your wife and children and go into hiding. Altering your appearances is necessary. The household can manage with the servants for now. Once the city gates reopen in a few days, we shall depart this city and make our way to Pingan Town to rebuild. I understand, father. I will prepare at once. A moment later, a young man hurriedly exited the room and left the premises. Inside, Guolahu gently tapped the parcel on the table, quietly contemplating whether he had overlooked anything. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed from outside the door. "Father, The anxious voice of his son Guo Wei penetrated the room, tinged with an unmistakable tension. "What is it? Have you encountered some trouble?" Guo Laohu was taken aback and quickly rose to open the door. Creaking open, the door allowed the night breeze to waft in. Yet Guo Laohu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It seemed that old age truly had its toll. Even a slight chill was enough to affect him. Wrapping his garment tighter around himself, he turned to face his son. Something is amiss." His expression shifted, and his body swayed unsteadily. Anesthesia, the thought flickered through Guo Laohu's mind as he attempted to rally his strength to dispel the effects of the drug. However, before he could react, Guo Wei surged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to Guo Laohu's chest and abdomen. Guo Laohu's countenance changed dramatically, instinctively attempting to defend himself. Yet, weakened by age and caught off guard by his son's assault, the effects of the drug dulled his reflexes, leaving him helpless as the fist broke through his defenses and struck with unimpeded force. It's over this fleeting thought crossed Guo Laohu's mind as he was sent flying like a straw doll, blood gushing from his mouth. As he crashed into a myriad of tables and chairs, lying on the ground, blood oozing from his orifices, his chest a mangled mess. He gazed up at the figure resembling Guo Wei, who stepped forward, panting heavily. "Who are you?" A mere second-rate martial artist daring to deceive to ambush an elderly man over 70 employing such despicable tactics and using anesthesia. Guo Laohu's face contorted with frustration. "I'm merely being prudent. It is my first time killing a second-rate martial artist. After all," Jiang Ming replied, observing that Guo Laohu was indeed struggling for breath. "The fact that your body has not been shattered by my strike indicates the formidable nature of a second-rate martial artist's physique. Were your vitality stronger, it might well be I who lay dead. Of course, this is under the premise that I do not resort to the Blood Blade Technique." Jiang Ming silently supplemented in his heart. However, Guo Laohu was infuriated, rolling his eyes in disbelief. "A bit stronger in blood and energy? You mean 100 times stronger?" In an instant, he could not catch his breath, and shockingly, he expired on the spot, his eyes wide open in death. At that moment, a flurry of panicked footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts. Jiang Ming disregarded the commotion, seized the package atop Guo Laohu's table, and leaped through the window, departing from the Guo residence. Guo Laohu, frail and aged, had seen no capable martial artists emerge from the Guo family in recent years. They were already on the decline. Otherwise, the family steward would not have been reduced to behaving like a rogue. Now, with Guo Laohu's demise, the Guo family resembled a toothless tiger, unaware of the multitude of enemies lurking, eager to carve up this plump prey. Moreover, the Zhongshan army would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. From this moment forth, the Guo family would cease to exist. Yet, whether it be the Guo family or the old snake gang, both were backed by the formidable Shi family. Jiang Ming traversed the night, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. The king of Zhongshan has yet to ascend to the throne, yet the Shi family has emerged, waving their banners in fervor. It truly is somewhat intolerable. Let us see who will ultimately emerge victorious. In the 7th year of Yuan Shou, in May, the Zhongshan army, in collaboration with the old snake gang and other factions, breached the city of Danfu. 2 first-rate martial artists from the imperial army perished in battle, while the remaining forces fled in disarray. 10 days later, the Zhongshan army executed captured generals of the Yan kingdom at Kaishiku, proclaiming to the world that they were acting on behalf of the people to overthrow the tyrant Emperor Yan Zhao. Before the winter snows settle, they vowed to conquer the capital and claim the emperor's head. Henceforth, the Zhongshan army secured dominance over the 5 northern provinces, while the Yin court clung desperately to the 7 southern provinces, with the Yama River serving as a temporary boundary for governance. More than half a month after the fall of the city, in an inconspicuous narrow alley opposite the old snake gang's stronghold, a seemingly ordinary youth was stretching in a small courtyard, gradually practicing the bullhide and tiger bone technique. A faint crimson glow flickered beneath his skin, as the blood energy refined his muscles and flesh. This individual was none other than Jiang Ming. Since disguising himself as a cook to enter the city, he had not revealed his true identity. After all, the Jiang family from Hunter Tiger Village held a modest reputation in the city, particularly among the distinctive taverns along the banks of the drunken Golden River. Speaking of which, those taverns should have reopened by now, Jiang Ming mused, recalling the understanding and compassionate Schwanger. Since the fall of the city, the Zhongshan army had eliminated the remnants of the imperial forces, gradually restoring a semblance of peace. A few days prior, the city gates were reopened, allowing citizens to come and go freely. The taverns and shops within the city, under the Zhongshan army's guidance, had also been repaired and reopened, creating an atmosphere of harmony and renewal. Yet, the ubiquitous ruins and the dismembered limbs and shattered flesh that could be stumbled upon at any moment rendered this serene scene rather implausible. Many well-off individuals, harboring concerns, fled the city of Daeunfu as soon as the gates opened. What remains are the wretched souls of the downtrodden and the homeless. Their abodes in ruins and their bodies barely clothed. For them, life has become a profound suffering. Moving elsewhere seems unlikely to alter their fate. Jiang Ming expended some silver to procure a modest courtyard from an individual preparing to depart from Daeyun Mansion, where he now practices martial arts and enjoys wine, living a life of quietude. His primary purpose, however, remains the observation of the Old Snake Gang. Jiang Ming is in no rush. The Old Snake Gang has committed numerous atrocities, and while not every enemy may be accounted for, their presence is nearly ubiquitous within Daeyun Mansion. It is likely that many share his sentiments. Just last night, he witnessed cloaked figures stealthily infiltrate the grand courtyard of the Old Snake Gang, followed by the harrowing sounds of battle, which soon faded into silence. Patience is a virtue he possesses in abundance. As darkness enveloped the sky, Jiang Ming felt the lifeblood within him dwindle before finally ceasing his practice. He has indeed grown significantly stronger in the second tier. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging vitality within him. He estimated that should he employ the blood-burning blade technique now, he could likely execute over 30 strikes. For the power of intention in controlling and suppressing one's blood energy is incomparable to that of a third-tier martial artist. He mused quietly, wondering who among the fortunate would be the recipient of his first strike. Of course, the true strength of a second-tier martial artist lies not solely in their blood energy but in their physical form. Should they refine their skin and muscles to perfection, they could shatter blades with bare hands, rendering them nearly impervious to the attacks of ordinary warriors. A veritable weapon in human form, a devastating force on the battlefield. Jiang Ming had heard that during the siege, several second-tier warriors from the Tsongshan army braved a rain of falling stones and arrows, fighting valiantly to forcibly breach the city gates. Yet, he contemplated, his own physique could barely withstand a paper cutter. Diligent training remains imperative. He muttered to himself as he returned indoors, pouring the medicinal broth from the stove into a bowl. After allowing it to cool slightly, he drank it in one gulp. The effects of the medicine were indeed remarkable. As he felt the warm medicinal energy surging through his limbs, his depleted vitality quickly revitalized, even growing stronger in the process, prompting a smile to grace his lips. After dispatching Guolahu, Jiang Ming had acquired the travel pack he had prepared for escape. Among its contents, alongside gold leaves and silver notes, the most precious item was a recipe for a martial arts elixir. The formula, known as the blood fortifying soup, is crafted from rare ingredients like tiger blood, deer antler, and golden insect ginseng. It is reputed to enhance the blood energy of a martial artist beyond that of peers. It is no wonder that Guolahu's formidable vitality once commanded respect throughout Daeyun Mansion, thanks to this very recipe. Now, Jiang Ming finds himself in need of an elixir to bolster his blood energy, and it seems that Guolahu was indeed a benefactor, delivering a pillow just as sleep beckoned. However, the ingredients are nearly depleted, and he must procure more on the morrow. In the dead of night, after completing his ablutions, Jiang Ming reclined at his bedside, sipping tea and perusing a book. Suddenly, he was startled by the cacophony of shouts and the clamor of combat outside, culminating in a deep thud and a piercing scream, followed by an unsettling silence. It appears to be the clash of third-tier warriors, he surmised, gauging the commotion with keen discernment. His expression remained calm, for such occurrences were not new to him. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from outside, carried by a surge of blood like thunder. Dare to disturb the Old Snake Gang? Prepare your coffins in advance. If further intrusions occur, I shall annihilate your entire family. The night fell silent. After a brief interval, the sound of a few stray dogs barking broke the stillness, appearing somewhat absurd. It seemed that the Old Snake Gang was genuinely alarmed. Jiang Ming chuckled softly, realizing that such fierce threats were indicative of insecurity. However, anyone in this situation would feel unsettled, having believed they had achieved great success and were poised for ascendance. They found the Tsongshan army indifferent to the Old Snake Gang upon their entry into the city. Even the Sure family had severed ties with the Old Snake Gang recently, with members of the Sure family encountering those from the Old Snake Gang on the streets, wearing expressions of unfamiliarity. Moreover, in recent days, the Tsongshan army had been relentlessly purging the local ruffians and notorious factions. Many speculated that the Tsongshan army might be planning to dismantle the Old Snake Gang's influence. Some audacious individuals attempted to take advantage of the chaos, hoping to seize wealth before the Songshan army struck. Jiang Ming surmised that it was quite possible someone might succeed, though many would also meet their demise on the spot. It was still mere petty skirmishes. Jiang Ming shook his head, dismissing the commotion outside, tossing aside his book. He pulled the covers over his head and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, after completing his morning training, Jiang Ming arose and strolled out of the courtyard, confidently making his way to the tiger hunting manor. Naturally, the quality of tiger blood was unmatched at the tiger hunting manor. Next door to the manor, there was a dedicated shop selling various kinds of beast meat, blood, and bones. During the siege, the gates of the tiger hunting manor remained firmly shut, with no one participating in the battle. However, after the conflict, they donated some beast meat and gold to the Songshan army, and thus faced little trouble. Jiang Ming encountered familiar faces, including Peng Lu, who was on duty at the shop, yet they did not acknowledge each other. Instead, he haggled over prices, nearly provoking Peng Lu to throw him out. After purchasing the tiger blood, Jiang Ming headed towards the Jishir Hall, intending to acquire some medicinal herbs. With the drunken immortal building having been demolished by a stone-throwing catapult, Dr. Sun had not had the pleasure of a good meal these days. As Jiang Ming muttered to himself while entering, he suddenly caught a whiff of a metallic scent. The smell of blood quickened his pace, and he dashed into the medical hall. The room was empty, and without hesitation, he rushed to the backyard, only to be met with a shocking sight. The elderly Dr. Sun, usually frail and trembling, was now wielding his cane, engaged in a fierce struggle with a masked assailant in black. Nearby, two other figures in black lay on the ground, riddled with multiple stab wounds, blood pouring from their bodies. They were beyond saving. So, you with the thick brows and large eyes, you claimed you had no martial skills? Jiang Ming could not help but ponder, just as he was momentarily stunned. Dr. Sun delivered a powerful strike with his cane to the last remaining attacker, sending him crashing against the wall. The assailant's mask fell away, revealing his face. Upon recognizing the individual before him, Jiang Ming was taken aback to discover that it was none other than a mere apprentice from Dr. Sun's clinic, who typically exhibited a humble demeanor. Little did he expect that this individual would engage in such treachery against his own mentor. Li Shi too, you. Dr. Sun's expression darkened with fury. You have failed to impart genuine medical knowledge to me, hence I sought my own path. I never anticipated your insidious nature, concealing your true prowess. The apprentice, Li Shi too, retorted defiantly with a chilling smirk. Alas, it is a path leading to demise. Dr. Sun scoffed, advancing without mercy, his cane thrusting forward with lethal intent, delivering a fatal blow to his wayward disciple. Are you also here to assassinate me and seize my wealth? After eliminating all adversaries, Dr. Sun suddenly turned to Jiang Ming, his voice frosty. At this moment, Jiang Ming was not in his true guise, thus Dr. Sun failed to recognize him. Swiftly, he shook his head and waved his hands. No, 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 I came to purchase medicine. I was here just a couple of days ago. Please, do continue with your business. Perhaps I should take my leave? Having acquired the prescription for the blood-strengthening decoction, Jiang Ming had previously visited the clinic, only to find it had devolved into chaos within mere days. As he feigned leaving, Dr. Sun hastily called him back, warmly exclaiming, "Oh, please, do not depart. How could I forget such a distinguished guest? In my fervor, I momentarily lost control. Fret not. These are all nefarious individuals, and I acted purely in self-defense. You seek golden insect ginseng and crimson bloodvine, yes? How many would you like today, my friend? I shall procure them for you." Casting aside his cane, Dr. Sun scurried to the front hall to gather the requested herbs. "Well, I need 5 portions, if you please," Jiang Ming replied, feigning trepidation while internally lamenting the old man's relentless pursuit of profit. After acquiring the medicinal materials, Jiang Ming hastily tossed some coins and made his escape, leaving Dr. Sun gleefully counting his earnings, calling out, "Xiao Yozi, fetch old Jean to collect a few sheep." In a narrow courtyard, as Jiang Ming brewed the herbal concoction, he reflected on the formidable Dr. Sun with a contemplative gaze. This Diyun prefecture truly conceals exceptional talent. Even a mere physician from a clinic is a third-rate martial artist. It seems Dr. Sun harbors many secrets. Jiang Ming mused. One must wonder what genuine medical expertise could compel an apprentice to turn against his mentor, ultimately costing him his life. It would be wiser to seek fortune elsewhere than to provoke this irascible old man. Jiang Ming shook his head, deeming any medical arts unnecessary for his own pursuits, and resolved not to disturb the volatile elder, although he appeared to be a third-rate warrior. one could never know if he concealed the strength of a second or even first-rate fighter. He centered himself to cultivate his energy. Continuing to practice his martial arts in the secluded courtyard, his vitality steadily growing. 3 days later, news suddenly spread throughout the city. The Zhongshan army proclaimed to the entire populace that since the uprising, they had devoted themselves to the people, eradicating treachery and malevolence. All rumors linking the Zhongshan army to the nefarious gangs within the city were mere fabrications. All wrongdoers would face justice. On that very day, the Zhongshan army extracted over 100 notorious bandits from the dungeons, parading them at the vegetable market, where they met their fate, their blood flowing like a river. At last, the moment had arrived. In the small courtyard, Jiang Ming revealed a smile. The Zhongshan army, having completed the reorganization of Daiyan Prefecture, was now preparing for the impending war against the imperial troops, with winning the hearts of the people being of utmost importance. The most effective way to achieve this was, of course, to decisively deal with the notorious bandits. The actions of the Zhongshan army were sure to have instilled a sense of reassurance in many. At the headquarters of the Old Snake Gang, within a magnificent mansion, a man with a square face and graying hair sat in the main seat. His expression grim as he had already shattered countless cups in frustration. "Boss, what shall we do?" asked the high-ranking members of the Old Snake Gang. Their faces pale with worry. During the siege, they had engaged in numerous underhanded tactics to hinder the imperial forces, hoping that once the Zhongshan army entered the city, they would be rewarded for their efforts. Yet they had not anticipated such an outcome. "What else can we do? We must retreat from the city tonight," the square-faced man declared darkly. "If we remain here any longer, we risk being completely devoured." The Zhongshan army and the Shurjia were ruthless. His gaze turned fierce. Yet he begrudgingly accepted this significant loss. They had thought that Zhongshan army would be an easy target, a source of advantage, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a harsh backlash. At that moment, a series of raucous laughter echoed from outside. "Ha ha, Duan Jinwu. Today marks your demise." Immediately following this, the sounds of walls crashing and screams filled the air. Duan Jinwu's expression shifted dramatically. He had not expected trouble to arrive so swiftly. The members of the Old Snake Gang rushed outside, only to find the courtyard in utter chaos. The clamor of battle and cries of terror overwhelming their senses. Second-rate martial artists. Duan Jinwu's face soured as he listened to the commotion outside, instinctively reaching for something hidden within his robes. It was exceedingly simple for second-rate martial artists to plunder amidst the turmoil. But as they charged into the Old Snake Gang today, it was clear they were not there merely for theft. They had ulterior motives for that particular item. To rob, one must also be prepared to fight for their life. A fierce expression crossed Duan Jinwu's face. "Even if I have not yet reached the first-rate level, as a peak second-rate martial artist, I am not someone to be easily humiliated." Suddenly, a shadowy figure burst through the crumbling screen. A vigorous presence entering the fray. An arrow shot towards his chest, but merely ricocheted off without inflicting any harm. The members of the Old Snake Gang turned pale, another second-rate martial artist. The newcomer paid no heed to anyone else, focusing solely on Duan Jinwu, and charged at him with a grin, declaring, "Old man, prepare to meet your end." Duan Jinwu retaliated with a powerful punch that sent the assailant reeling, proudly asserting, "You think you can stand against me?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a massive foot struck him from behind, causing him to stumble dangerously close to a fall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glared at the newcomer, another second-rate martial artist. In an instant, two additional figures burst into the scene, surrounding Duan Jinwu with 4 formidable second-tier martial artists. In the backyard of the Old Snake Gang, Jiang Ming stealthily crept in, taking refuge atop a rooftop to observe the unfolding events below. For second-tier martial artists, it appears they too are awaiting today's momentous occasion, Jiang Ming mused. Recognizing the rarity of first-tier martial arts, which are exceedingly hard to acquire even for ordinary second-tier practitioners, even if they join a prestigious first-tier faction, this splendid opportunity must be seized without hesitation. He was acquainted with these second-tier fighters, having frequently delivered prey to various martial arts factions while residing in the tiger hunting manor. Their scarcity among the numerous sects ensured their faces were etched in his memory. He pondered whether others, like himself, were lying in wait nearby. Yet it mattered little. When the moment arrived, he would make his dazzling entrance, execute his task, and vanish before anyone could react. Mo Tai, He Lin, Wang Li, Tong He. Splendid. Meanwhile, Duan Jinwu's gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, fiercely sweeping over his adversaries. All foes of the Old Snake Gang, have they finally lost their patience? Should I perish today? I shall take a few of you with me. Haha. Duan, when you annihilated my Red River Society years ago, did you ever foresee my return for vengeance? The first to strike at Duan Jinwu laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with hatred. Duan Jinwu's expression darkened as he scrutinized the 4 second-tier martial artists. Despite being at the pinnacle of his tier, his vitality was not limitless, and given his advanced age and several failed attempts to break into the first tier, his vigor had begun to wane. The 2 recent encounters had already drained a significant portion of his energy. Escaping unscathed seemed impossible now. Yet before his demise, he intended to take a few down with him. Ah, immortal, spare us the charade of seeking revenge. You gather here merely to hunt me, and it all boils down to this. Duan Jinwu said with a slow smile. Producing a tome from his robe, the flowing cloud technique, a path to first-tier martial prowess, I am certain you all covet it dearly. But there is but one copy, whom shall I bestow it upon? As he spoke, a sinister grin crept across his face as he regarded the others. Their expressions shifted slightly, and immortal quickly retorted, do not heed his attempts to sow discord. Let us unite and slay him. We can all transcribe the technique afterward, and harmony shall prevail. We must not falter. If we fail to eliminate him, we can only await his inevitable vengeance. Charge. He added coldly, leading the charge towards Duan Jinwu. The other 2 simultaneously approached from different angles, aiming to restrict Duan Jinwu's capabilities. However, Duan Jinwu merely snorted disdainfully, hurling the tome towards immortal while simultaneously confronting Helin. With a thunderous roar, his eyes widened in fury, and his arm swelled with power as he unleashed a palm strike, colliding fiercely with Helin's punch. Boom. Helin's arm twisted grotesquely, blood gushing forth as bone fragments scattered. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Jinwu surged forward, delivering another palm strike to Helin's chest, caving it in and resulting in his immediate demise. At the side of Duan Jinwu, Tong he delivered a powerful punch, striking his abdomen. With a sharp crack, a rib shattered. Duan Jinwu staggered back, panting heavily. He had summoned all his strength to vanquish a second-rate martial artist. Yet he had lost a third of his vigor in the process, and with a blow to his waist, his power diminished significantly. Like a mud wall, unable to support itself, Jiang Ming glanced over to the other side, where immortal and Wang Li had unexpectedly turned back, both attempting to seize the book. Otherwise, Duan Jinwu would not have dared to act so arrogantly, exposing himself while pursuing Helin. At this moment, immortal and his companion had indeed snatched the book, with one tearing it in half and holding a portion in hand. You deceitful rascal. Immortal looked down and was instantly consumed with rage. It was merely a collection of poetry. Haha. Duan Jinwu laughed heartily, truly foolish. Seeking death. Provoked? Immortal and his companion charged forward with a fierce roar. Yet, a glint of malice flickered in Duan Jinwu's eyes. His arms suddenly extended, releasing a flurry of fine needles, as slender as hair, from his sleeves. Swish, swish, swish. The silver needles shot forth, leaving immortal and his companion no chance to react before they were struck. Humph. Mere trifles. Both men scoffed, though the needles were treacherous. For second-rate martial artists impervious to blades and guns, they were akin to a mere tickle. The silver needles struck their bodies and fell to the ground. But immortal and his companion hesitated only briefly before joining Tong, he in another assault. In an instant, Duan Jinwu found himself beleaguered, and with his energy waning. He bore numerous injuries, one of his legs shattered. However, in a fleeting moment, immortal suddenly faltered, only to be met with a direct punch from Duan Jinwu to his head, resulting in a gruesome explosion akin to a crushed watermelon. You. The silver needles are poisoned, Wang Li exclaimed, realizing too late. The knowledge came too late. Duan Jinwu, panting heavily, sneered. How could the trump card of a second-rate martial artist be so easily dismissed? The needles were coated with a potent toxin that dissolved upon contact, impervious even to second-rate warriors. Wang Li's body turned to jelly, helplessly watching as Duan Jinwu advanced, despair consuming him as a palm struck his crown, splattering his brain matter, leading to his demise. In a heartbeat, among the 4 elite assailants surrounding Duan Jinwu, only Tong he remained. Yet, Tong he wore a look of delight. Duan Jinwu was gravely injured, his strength nearly depleted, and if he played it cautiously, victory would undoubtedly be his. Who? He suddenly turned to look. A burly man with a face full of flesh approached, wielding a long knife, stepping forward with deliberate strides. Zhang Shan, the robust man declared coldly. What? You are Zhang Shan? Tong He's expression shifted. realizing that this reckless individual was a ruthless man who dared to kill the son of the Shi family. The head of Duan Jinwu and his spoils belong to me. The man did not respond, but rather arrogantly pointed the knife tip at Duan Jinwu. Your tone is rather presumptuous. Tong He's face darkened. Duan Jinwu, enraged, laughed. Who dares to kill me? Before I meet my end, I will ensure that someone else falls with me. Enough of this noise. The burly man sneered. Come. Take my blade. In an instant, a surge of bloodthirsty energy erupted from him, sending shivers down the spines of both Duan Jinwu and Tong He. A mist of blood enveloped his body, coalescing toward the blade's edge like a crimson cloud. The blood ignition sword technique? Tong He gasped, clearly recognizing this forbidden martial art. Both men simultaneously thought, this man has lost his mind. The burly man raised his blade and leaped into the air, unleashing an astonishing speed and strength as he aimed a fierce strike towards Duan Jinwu. Damn it, a lunatic! Duan Jinwu cursed inwardly, desperately dodging for his life. Boom! The long blade struck the bluestone floor, cleaving a gaping chasm wide enough for a person to fall into. The shockwave alone caused Duan Jinwu's internal organs to rupture, blood spurting from his mouth. Fortunately, this fool was foolishly reckless to unleash such a terrifying forbidden technique so casually. Although his face turned as pale as paper, Duan Jinwu felt a glimmer of relief. The opponent's use of the forbidden technique had damaged his essence, significantly reducing his strength, thus lessening his threat. His chances of survival had greatly increased. However, before he could ponder further, he sensed that dreadful aura rising behind him once more. Terrified, he turned to see Zhang Shan, now resembling a blood-soaked gourd, once again wielding the blood ignition sword technique, ferociously charging toward him. What have I done to deserve this? Was Duan Jinwu's final thought before his demise. Hiss! Hiss! The blood mist swirled around the blade as Jiang Ming's entire being radiated with bloodthirst, resembling a blood-drenched deity of death, as he swung his blade toward Duan Jinwu. Puff! No matter how resilient Duan Jinwu's body was, it crumbled like thin paper under the strike, blood splattering as his head was severed, falling lifelessly into the grass. Easily defeated, Jiang Ming let out a feigned maniacal laugh before bending down to search Duan Jinwu's corpse. Tong He, utterly stunned, had never witnessed such a reckless madman to casually unleash 2 strikes of his life-preserving technique. That was 2 years of life. Moreover, with his essence damaged, his martial path would be affected, and he might never ascend to the ranks of a first-rate warrior in this lifetime. However, surely he couldn't unleash a 3rd strike. Tong He suddenly came to his senses, gazing at Zhang Shan, who was now rifling through the corpse, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Perhaps now was the perfect moment to act. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the courtyard. I never expected today to be so lively. Witnessing the blood ignition sword technique, the voice drew closer, and a figure landed in the courtyard, chuckling, too bad the man stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. In the end, the victor will be me. Zhengjia. Tong He recognized the man, his expression shifting in alarm. This was a well-known second-rate warrior in the city, and he had shown remarkable restraint. Now, with both Duan Jinwu and himself injured, facing an unscathed second-rate warrior was utterly hopeless. The newly arrived Zhengjia regarded the scene with indifference, as if everything were under his control, calmly stating that Zhang Shan, hand over the items to me, and I will spare you. At this moment, Jiang Ming had already acquired the so-called flowing cloud technique, carelessly tucking it into his bosom before glancing over with an expression akin to that of a fool, then striding towards the courtyard exit. Seeking death, Zhengjia was instantly infuriated, immediately channeling his blood energy and charging at Jiang Ming. Zhang Shan was indeed reckless. Yet it seemed he had little capital left to sustain such audacity. Tong He shook his head in dismay. However, in the next moment, his mouth gaped in astonishment. Zhang Shan, visibly impatient, turned around, and a blood mist erupted around him without hesitation. He raised his long blade fiercely, defiantly confronting the oncoming Zhengjia. Blood-burning blade technique, 3rd slash. This man was courting death. Tong He was utterly bewildered. The continuous execution of the blood-burning blade technique exponentially increased the damage to his own body. After 3 slashes, he would likely lose 10 years of his lifespan. Not to mention the damage to his origin. What use was it for Zhang Shan to seize the flowing cloud technique? Let alone breaking through to the 1st tier, whether he could survive long enough was a question in itself. And this Zhang Shan, as if it were of no consequence, was recklessly employing the blood-burning blade. Had he consumed tainted liquor, or was he simply mad? However, Zhengjia was oblivious to such thoughts. He was filled with confidence as he charged at Zhang Shan, only to be met with this sudden strike, leaving him no time to change tactics. All he could do was raise his blade in a panic, attempting to block the blow. Boom. The blood-burning blade descended, unleashing a terrifying might. Both long blades shattered simultaneously, and countless shards of blade flew forward, instantly transforming Zhang Jia into a bloody pincushion. After a brief, anguished scream, he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. Jiang Ming cast a glance at the remaining hilt, shook his head, and discarded it casually before striding outward. Although the blood-burning blade technique was formidable, this battle blade was forged from mere mortal iron and could not withstand such immense force. It seemed he would need to seek a more suitable weapon in the future. Thus, within the courtyard, only Tonghe remained among the second-tier martial artists. However, even with Jiang Ming's blade shattered, Tonghe dared not entertain any further thoughts regarding the flowing cloud technique. Faced with such a reckless madman, anyone would retreat. While the opportunity to ascend to the first tier was indeed precious, one's own life was even more so. From this day forth, the old snake gang would cease to exist. As Jiang Ming exited the rear courtyard, he observed various audacious martial artists along the way. Seizing the day to storm the old snake gang for a free-for-all, the sounds of battle echoing continuously, while scattered coins and jewels lay everywhere. The air thick with the pungent scent of blood, Jiang Ming casually dispatched 2 assailants targeting him and seized some gold leaves. Before departing the old snake gang directly, covered in blood, Jiang Ming certainly attracted attention. He adeptly concealed himself in an abandoned house until the dead of night before quietly returning to his small courtyard. After bathing and resting, the following morning, Jiang Ming visited a street food stall for some tofu pudding, where he overheard a group of patrons animatedly discussing yesterday's events. The downfall of the old snake gang. The deaths of several second-tier martial artists. The most sensational news, of course, was the return of the outlaw Zhang Shan, who had decapitated the gang leader with a single stroke. I knew it. The gallant hero Zhang Shan harbored a deep-seated enmity for evil. How could he possibly miss such an opportunity to eradicate it? A youth in his teens, his face flushed with fervor, exclaimed with fervent longing to be that heroic figure, vanquishing all the wicked in the world. It was said that this valiant hero had employed a forbidden martial technique, one that would cost him his lifespan, a testament to his indomitable spirit, willing to stake his very life to eradicate the malignant old snake gang, truly deserving of admiration. The crowd nodded in agreement, their respect for him growing ever deeper. Another bowl, with extra sauce. Jiang Ming called out, relishing his tofu pudding while munching on hot, crispy youtiao, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation within. I never intended to cultivate any heroic persona. This is all you're doing, not mine by the way. Have you heard? The Tsangshan army has begun recruiting. One person suddenly interjected. I hear the pay is quite decent, enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably. I think the Tsangshan army is quite commendable. They treat the common folk well and are progressing triumphantly, capturing cities with great momentum. Another chimed in, pointing to the sky with a mischievous grin. Joining now might just lead to a bright future in the capital, enjoying a life of ease upon hearing this. Those who had previously dismissed the idea of joining the Tsangshan army paused momentarily, their interest piqued. Although warfare held its perils, did living as an ordinary citizen not carry its own risks? Rather than endure a life of quiet desperation, perhaps it was worth taking a gamble, if fortune favored them. They could soar to great heights. Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at the 2 who were exchanging banter, choosing not to engage further. He finished his meal and discreetly made his way back to his humble abode. Suddenly, he halted mid-step. A group of soldiers from the Tsangshan army swaggered past, causing the townsfolk to hastily retreat. Among the soldiers, there was an unassuming short figure, with an unremarkable dark complexion, laughing and conversing with his companions. Yet, his countenance bore the unmistakable grimness of one who had endured much bloodshed, his eyes scanning the street like a hawk. Shouting. Jiang Ming merely glanced at her before turning his gaze forward once more. The once timid and quiet girl had transformed remarkably. He chuckled inwardly, though he mused that perhaps this change was not entirely unwelcome. In such turbulent times, survival was paramount. He refrained from rushing to greet Huang Shaoying, feeling a sense of wonder at how, in less than a year, a person could undergo such a profound transformation. If 10 years, 100 years, or even a millennium were to pass, would anything familiar remain in this world? Perhaps only he would endure. With a soft sigh, Jiang Ming chose not to dwell on these thoughts. He purchased some rice, flour, meat, and vegetables from the market, and picked up a watermelon, returning to his modest courtyard. He drew water from the well to prepare his ingredients, tossing the watermelon into the water bucket to chill. He intended to linger in the city for a while longer. The Daqing prefecture had endured nearly a millennium through 4 dynasties, its walls rebuilt yet its name unchanged, rumored to have been bestowed by an ancient immortal. Though the truth of such tales had long been lost to time, listening to storytellers recounting historical or legendary figures, while witnessing performances on stage, held a certain charm. In Ping'an Town, opportunities are scarce. The primary reason, of course, is that these days, Ping'an Town is far from peaceful. It is said that the Tsongshan army has established a logistics camp there, receiving supplies of grain and weapons transported from the north. Now, they are also daily capturing herbalists to venture into the mountains for medicinal plants, preparing for the impending great battle. Damn it, what have we herbalists done to provoke anyone? Jiang Ming, while rolling out his noodles, couldn't help but curse. Overindulging in carbohydrates left him feeling drowsy, and he slept soundly throughout the afternoon, rising only at dusk. He fetched a watermelon from the well, slicing it into large chunks to eat while casually flipping through the Lu Yunju, which he had recovered from the old snake gang. The so-called martial artist must possess a heart for martial arts to advance boldly along the path of martialism. As the light of day dwindled, Jiang Ming found his face nearly pressed against the book, hastily finishing the last page before closing it. He was still far from the pinnacle of the second tier and merely wished to gain an understanding of first-tier martial artists. Nevertheless, this tome had bestowed upon Jiang Ming considerable insights, containing not only the methods for cultivating the Lu Yunju but also the creator's perspectives on martial arts and descriptions of the subsequent path ahead. To his astonishment, first-tier martial artists were indeed formidable. Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled. According to this tome, second-tier practitioners refine their muscles, while first-tier practitioners temper their marrow. A first-tier martial artist infuses their blood essence into their bones, rendering them as resilient as fine iron, capable of rapid recovery even when drained of vitality. Most crucially, a first-tier martial artist can envelop themselves in blood essence, exponentially increasing their combat prowess. Even a peak second-tier warrior cannot withstand a casual strike from a first-tier master. Suddenly, Jiang Ming recalled the Blood Blade Technique, which also shrouds the body in blood essence, enveloping the blade and seemingly mirroring the combat style of first-tier warriors. Perhaps it draws upon a life force debt to access the power available only to first-tier masters. Yet, currently, he merely enveloped himself in blood essence, not yet refining it. He wondered how much the potency of the Blood Blade Technique would increase upon breaking through to the first-tier realm. He was quite eager for this, as practical experience is the only true measure of truth. After yesterday's battle, he discovered that this technique was indeed effective. A single stroke would sever heads, and 2 strokes would bring silence to the world. It was an invaluable ally in the art of survival. He must practice more whenever there is time. While others fearfully reserve their ultimate techniques for life and death situations, Jiang Ming could wield them as casually as a simple attack, and thus he must diligently study, integrate, and master them. Through this tome, Jiang Ming finally understood that beyond first-tier martial artists, there exist the realms of martial masters and martial grandmasters, which were what the old man Zhou had referred to as martial instructors, albeit he himself had only a vague understanding. It is rumored that the king of Tsongshan is a martial grandmaster. Jiang Ming mused. No wonder he dared to rebel. He is indeed a supreme martial artist. Yet, is there truly no path beyond the martial grandmaster? According to the Lu Yunju, the martial grandmaster is the pinnacle of martial arts, unsurpassed for centuries. It seems he must prepare early and seek the path to immortality. Jiang Ming sighed. The beast-taming recipe he had obtained years ago was evidently not a creation of martial artists, yet its origins remained elusive and ethereal. If all else failed, he would traverse the world. He could not fathom how, after living a millennium or so, he might not encounter a practitioner of immortality. That evening, Jiang Ming continued to practice the bullhide and tiger bone technique in his small courtyard, contemplating the essence of the fierce tiger. Although this martial art could only be cultivated to a secondary level, its principles were commendable, unyielding, valiant, and fearlessly advancing, all aligning with the path of martial arts. Even if he ceased to practice this method in the future, he would still derive substantial benefits, maintaining an unwavering mindset that would greatly aid his martial cultivation. He nearly emptied himself of thought, his mind clear and serene, inhaling the moonlight as he immersed himself in the spirit of his fists. Suddenly, an inexplicable annoyance surged in his mind, prompting him to open his eyes and gaze toward a certain spot on the courtyard wall. With a whoosh, a figure clad in black unexpectedly scaled the wall, making not a sound, and with a nimble flip, landed silently on the ground. Then, he beheld Jiang Ming. Damn! The expression of the cloaked figure shifted, and he hastily turned to escape over the wall. Jiang Ming scoffed, kicking a stone that struck the back of the intruder's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. The black-clad man groaned and turned his head, only to find Jiang Ming standing before him. Spare me, great sir. The intruder, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, immediately pleaded for mercy. Jiang Ming replied impassively. I ask, you answer. Yes, yes. The man nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. What is your name, and why have you come to my home? The intruder hastily spilled his tale. I report to you, my lord, my name is Lu Chongjiu. I possess some minor skills and usually engage in petty thievery. Recently, I heard that many courtyards in the city have new owners. I surmised that the gentleman purchasing these properties must possess considerable wealth, so I sought to try my luck. Jiang Ming's gaze remained indifferent as he produced a pouch of powder and poured it into the man's mouth. This is heart corrosion powder, without an antidote. You will die within the hour. Please spare me, my lord. Lu Chongjiu cried, tears streaming down his face. I speak only the truth. After a lengthy interrogation, Jiang Ming finally ceased his questioning, convinced the man was being honest, for he had not wavered even unto death. Casting a glance at the bloodied corpse, Jiang Ming unhesitatingly gathered his belongings and departed the premises. 2 days later, having transformed his appearance, Jiang Ming purchased yet another dilapidated courtyard, retreating once more into obscurity. However, the events of that night lingered in his thoughts. Before Lu Chongjiu had even scaled the wall, Jiang Ming had been engrossed in his training, completely unaware of the disturbance. Yet, as if driven by instinct, he had turned to look, a phenomenon that puzzled him greatly. It felt akin to a perception of impending danger, almost like a sixth sense. It was certainly no mere coincidence. Seated in the courtyard, Jiang Ming pondered deeply, seeking to unravel the source of this heightened awareness. In the capital city, within a dilapidated courtyard, Jiang Ming consumed a bowl of medicinal broth and stood in the courtyard. Practicing his martial arts with each movement becoming increasingly fluid, his mind gradually clearing, casting aside all distractions, and immersing himself in the essence of the fist. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt an intuitive sensation, his body shifting sideways to stand beneath a peach tree in the corner of the yard. In that instant, a malnourished green peach fell, landing perfectly in his hand, as if he had anticipated its descent moments before it occurred. This extraordinary sensitivity surged within him once more. Gazing at the peach in his grasp, Jiang Ming's emotions fluctuated. For days he had been practicing his punches, striving to recapture the sensation he had experienced that day. After countless attempts, he finally re-entered that heightened state, feeling as though he was one with the universe, possessing complete mastery over his surroundings. Furthermore, he seemed to have uncovered the catalyst for this heightened perception. He turned his attention to the wall's base, where a small mountain of medicinal dregs lay, remnants of the ingredients used to brew the calming elixir. After experiencing the heightened awareness, Jiang Ming began to reflect on the techniques he had practiced and the various secret medicines he had utilized, eventually honing in on this particular broth. Initially, the calming elixir merely quieted his mind, yet with each subsequent consumption, he found himself immersed in a wondrous state devoid of distractions, significantly accelerating his comprehension of the martial essence. Twice he had triggered this heightened perception, both times immediately following the consumption of the elixir, further affirming his belief that this secret medicine acquired from Guanfeng possessed an extraordinary origin. Could it be akin to the Beastmaster's elixirs, transcending this mundane realm? Jiang Ming mused silently, aware that this question likely remained unanswered for now. He had consumed 3 bowls of the calming elixir daily for over a year to achieve this heightened state, while other martial artists could only partake once a month, resulting in a lifetime's intake far less than his. It seemed he would need to increase his dosage. Jiang Ming's gaze shifted. Both instances of heightened perception were fleeting moments, yet they revealed the immense power of this ability. In that brief instant, his understanding of the true essence of the tiger felt as though it transcended decades, granting him a profound sense of clarity. Although this sensation was illusory, he nonetheless reaped substantial benefits, feeling a significant enhancement in his comprehension of the tiger's essence. Should he ever be able to maintain this heightened perception consistently, his prowess would undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation. Thus, he resolved to consume 10 bowls daily. Having gleaned insights from old Hu, his fortunes had flourished, allowing him to indulge in secret medicines without concern. Moreover, This calming elixir might indeed be linked to the realm of cultivation, a thread Jiang Ming was determined not to let slip away. As the weather grew warmer, another month passed. Jiang Ming diligently consumed 10 bowls of calming elixir each day, triggering heightened perception 3 more times, leading to remarkable advancements in his understanding of the tiger's essence. His control over his blood energy grew increasingly refined. His body had been thoroughly tempered, rendering the blades of ordinary third-rate martial artists ineffective against his defenses. The second-rate martial artists are generally categorized into 3 tiers, refining the skin, flesh, and meridians. With the assistance of various elixirs, Jiang Ming has managed to step into the second tier. Such progress, I dare say. Even that prodigy from the Shu family could scarcely match my pace, he mused. This heightened perception feels akin to a cheat, an anomaly that should not exist in the ordinary realm of martial arts. Otherwise, one would expect there to be more than just these second-rate warriors in the world. However, it seems it is time to depart. In the 7th year of Yuan Shou, at the end of July, the king of Tsongshan personally arrived at Dalian Prefecture, leading his army across the river, advancing towards the 7 southern prefectures, leaving only a small garrison in Diyun. Is a change of dynasty truly upon us? I believe the king of Tsongshan is capable. In the past 2 months, he has organized Dalian Prefecture with remarkable efficiency, far superior to those old nobles of yore. Beneath a large paulownia tree outside the courtyard, a group of elderly men with graying beards sat enjoying the shade, fanning themselves with large palm leaves while discussing the current situation. "Ah, your move is," one elder suddenly exclaimed, "it's too passive." Across from him, a rather unremarkable-looking youth smiled shyly. "Master Chen, you owe me 3 games now." The old man, fuming, puffed his cheeks and scrambled the pieces, then, still agitated, slapped down 3 copper coins before rising with a scowl. Another elder promptly took his place, rolling up his sleeves. "Watch me. Today I must reclaim my losses from the past few days." "Ah Xing," the old mansion suddenly interjected, "at your young age, why aren't you out there with the Tsongshan army to achieve glory? Spending my days playing chess and drinking tea with you old fellows is indeed a waste of time." The youth replied humbly, "I lack the valor of your son and can only muddle through with carpentry work." The young man added, "When your son becomes a noble and returns home adorned in fine garments, please do not forget us common folk." The other elders quickly echoed their agreement. And old Chen broke into a grin. "Ah Shang, your craftsmanship in making tables and chairs is indeed commendable. My wife praises you. Rest assured, my son is a martial artist. He will certainly remember you." The youth smiled, choosing to remain silent. As evening fell, Jiang Ming returned to the courtyard, jingling the few copper coins he had earned, humming a tune, leaving behind a group of elderly men with grim expressions. The success of the king of Tsongshan cannot be judged solely by the present circumstances. Beneath the peach tree, Jiang Ming gazed at the bubbling teapot, muttering to himself, "Currently, the Tsongshan army is thriving in battle, making everything seem favorable. However, should the tide of war turn against them and they suffer defeat at the hands of the imperial forces, chaos may soon engulf Dalian Prefecture. Drafting able-bodied men for military expansion will be unavoidable, and if the situation grows dire, burning cities and plundering the refugees may not be out of the question. If the city gates close, I will have nowhere to flee. After all, I am merely a martial artist, not an immortal. It appears the time has come to return to Pingan Town, with the majority of the Tsongshan army having departed. There is little risk of encountering troubles for herbal gatherers in Pingan Town now. Moreover, Pingan Town is adjacent to the enchanting Yiming marshes, where one can easily vanish into the depths of the mountains, rendering any troubles inconsequential. Even a formidable army would think twice before venturing into the mountainous terrain. At dawn the following day, Jiang Ming shouldered his pack, preparing to depart from the capital. At the city gate, he observed the soldiers on guard, and one of the commanding figures struck him as somewhat familiar. Wasn't he that Shirkwanian from the Shu family? Jiang Ming recalled the ruthless individual from Qinghe Tower. To his surprise, he had transformed into a general of the Tsongshan army. One could only ponder how long this general would hold his position. Amused, Jiang Ming chuckled to himself, and after a brief inquiry by a few low-ranking soldiers, he strode confidently through the city gates. He sought out a secluded path, stealthily making his way into the Yunming marshes, where he retrieved his medicine basket from a hidden cave, finally revealing his true self as he descended the mountain with purpose. At the foot of the mountain, at the entrance of Pingan Town, Jiang Ming noticed several soldiers clad in wooden armor patrolling the vicinity from a distance. It appeared that Pingan Town had now been claimed as a stronghold by the Tsongshan army. Although the main forces had departed, they still needed some guards to keep watch. To Jiang Ming's surprise, while the notorious old snake gang had been eradicated, it had been replaced by the Zhongshan army. He sighed inwardly, uncertain whether this change was for better or worse. As he approached, one of the soldiers blocked his path and barked, "Gathering herbs? Can't you see where you're going? Where's your fee for descending the mountain?" Jiang Ming was taken aback. Truly, these rough soldiers were blunt indeed. Even the minor officials of the court had not been so forthright. Just then, a plump middle-aged man, appearing to be a leader, rushed over and kicked the obstructing soldier aside. He then clasped his hands together in greeting and said with a smile, "Please forgive us, Master Jiang. The newcomer is just unaware of the customs." Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes, recognizing this man as Zhu Shichang, who had shadowed the logistics commander, Li Yong, during the distribution of porridge. He was well aware that Jiang Ming belonged to the tiger hunting manor. "What's the game here, Zhu Shichang?" he asked with a smile. Zhu Shichang, with a shiny, round face, appeared quite amiable as he replied, "The old snake gang has committed numerous atrocities and has now been completely eradicated. However, with the herb market in chaos and no one to manage it, frequent brawls and bloodshed have ensued. Moreover, Ping'an Town requires guardians. Since Lord Li has led the army on campaign, he has sent us to oversee the herb market, maintain order, and patrol the mountains to guard against bandits. It is also a form of protection for the common folk." Zhu Shichang spoke with righteous fervor. But Jiang Ming couldn't help but think of it as a farce, like a pig wearing a brassiere. What a guise for protection, he mused silently. Li Yong, with his seemingly benevolent demeanor, was indeed ruthless, not only deceiving the people of Ping'an Town to serve as cannon fodder, but also eyeing this lucrative path for himself. Jiang Ming recalled how Li Yong had dealt with the steward Dong. It was likely a move to prepare for taking control of this revenue stream. Although the herb market of a small town might not attract the attention of the vast Zhongshan army, if Li Yong managed to monopolize it under the pretext of guarding the town, it could yield a substantial and continuous profit. Furthermore, the herbs from this town were now primarily sold to the Zhongshan army. If Li Yong instructed his subordinates to manipulate the prices, he would profit handsomely from both ends. Indeed, the throne may change hands, but the laborers of Ping'an Town would always be exploited. It seemed that Zhongshan army believed they had secured their position, showing no pretense of decorum. While contemplating these matters, Jiang Ming maintained a smile on his face. "Since this is the rule, I shall not put Zhu Shichang in a difficult position. How is this fee calculated?" "Oh, others pay 3 copper coins, but given your esteemed status, Master Jiang, of course, you are exempt," Zhu Shichang quickly interjected, firmly refusing. Jiang Ming cast him a sidelong glance, thinking, "I do believe you if I were a fool." In a small tavern, he was greeted with, "Master Jiang, greetings. It has been a while since I last saw you, Master Jiang." As Jiang Ming stepped into the establishment, the surrounding patrons eagerly greeted him, to which he responded with a smile as he made his way to the counter. "You certainly are quite slippery. After spending 3 months in the mountains, it seems all the troubles have passed." Old Jiang, engrossed in his calculations, looked up and chuckled. "Slippery my foot. I just came down and fed 3 coins to the dogs." Jiang Ming scoffed. Old Jiang paused at his words, then sighed. "It's a blessing to be alive. At least the Zhongshan army is somewhat stronger than before." Jiang Ming fell into silence, perhaps sharing the same sentiment as old Jiang, along with many others. For them, the lords were not as ruthless, and with slightly less exploitation of their wealth, they felt satisfied. How could they dare to wish for other ethereal things? Yet, such a way of life may not endure for long. By the way, just a few days ago, someone discovered fire cloud grass. This year has been peculiar. Within just half a year, 3 individuals have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Old Jiang suddenly inquired, "You've been in the mountains daily. Haven't you encountered a single one?" Jiang Ming's heart leapt. The frequency of fire cloud grass discoveries had indeed increased over the past 2 years. Could it be that the clumsy storyteller's words were true? That divine herbs might emerge? It appeared he should return to the mountains for a closer inspection. Jiang Ming mused internally, while his expression remained inscrutable as he sighed. "Perhaps my luck is still not sufficient." In August, the Zhongshan army arrived at Jiangnan Prefecture, boasting that they would conquer another city within half a month. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming remained indifferent to the affairs outside, purchasing various rare herbs from the Wang family apothecary before retreating to his mountain cabin to gather herbs, practice martial arts, and refine his physique. The formidable duo of Baisai and Fat Tiger roamed the mountains with ease, transforming the vicinity of the cabin into a sanctuary for the local wildlife, maintaining an impressive cleanliness. Furthermore, this pair had grown increasingly adept at sourcing herbs. One possessed intellect while the other wielded strength, alleviating much of Jiang Ming's burden. He even contemplated feeding Fat Tiger some beast-taming elixirs, lest he appear like a bumbling fool, which might tarnish their team's image. One day, by the riverside near his wooden cabin, boom, Jiang Ming executed the Blood Ignition Blade Technique, a surge of vital energy flowing ceaselessly from within, coalescing at the blade's edge, unleashing a terrifying force capable of cleaving gold and shattering stone. The 57th strike, Jiang Ming silently counted in his mind, delivering the final blow, and finally exhausting all his vital energy. This Blood Ignition Blade Technique could now be unleashed without restraint. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Ming's face. After numerous moments of heightened awareness, his comprehension of the fierce tiger fist had advanced remarkably, allowing him to manipulate his vital energy with unparalleled ease. Jiang Ming estimated that he had already reached the level of a skilled second-tier warrior. With the mastery of second-tier concepts governing his vital energy, combined with the effects of the blood-fortifying soup and energy-nourishing soup, the speed of refining his physique was indeed astonishing. Upon returning to the mountains, Bai Sai had once again procured a specimen of fire cloud grass for him, and just that morning, he had combined it with various herbs to brew a medicinal concoction. Harnessing the power of the fire cloud grass, Jiang Ming had thoroughly completed the refinement of his flesh and blood, and with only the tendons left to refine, he was on the verge of becoming a true second-tier warrior. The blood-fire sword technique could finally be mastered, unperturbed by the tumult of blood energy. Within him surged enough vitality to unleash over 50 strikes in succession. This series of ordinary yet powerful attacks would be impossible for anyone to endure. Jiang Ming mused that, in the grand estate of Dalian, he could now traverse with confidence. Beneath the first tier, he faced no rivals, and above it, he held no fear. Yet, the act of slaying remained a formidable challenge. The essence of the blood-fire sword technique lay in its capacity to engage foes of higher caliber, but only if they dared to confront him directly. However, first-tier warriors were hardly foolish. Upon witnessing the invocation of forbidden arts, they would surely flee without hesitation. Suddenly, the spirited figure of Bai Sai, the fierce tiger knight, returned from a distance, its tiny paws busily gesturing. Jiang Ming instantly comprehended its signals and exclaimed in astonishment, "Have you discovered the fire cloud grass again?" While excitement surged within him, an unsettling premonition also took root. The frequency of these discoveries felt excessive. As noon approached, the mist in the forest gradually dissipated, yielding to a growing heat. Bai Sai rode atop the plump tiger, swiftly darting ahead, while Jiang Ming trailed behind, his expression tinged with curiosity. According to Bai Sai's earlier description, it was not fire cloud grass that it had found. Yet a scent reminiscent of it lingered, a hint of its essence. Could it be immature fire cloud grass? Jiang Ming's gaze flickered with intrigue at the prospect of what lay ahead. The townsfolk had claimed that since the first appearance of fire cloud grass, no one had witnessed its growth or maturation. Reflecting on the information regarding fire cloud grass, Jiang Ming recalled that each encounter had only revealed its crimson seven-leafed form, as if it had materialized from thin air. If he could behold the immature version, he might unravel the mysteries of its emergence and development. After traversing through the ravine and stream for a quarter of an hour, the sun blazed ever hotter, and the group of wild beasts finally halted. Bai Sai raised its paw, pointing forward. Jiang Ming quickly moved to its side and peered ahead. What he beheld left him momentarily speechless. At the cliff's edge, where the sunlight beat down most fiercely, a diminutive three-leaved grass defiantly thrived amidst the crevices of stone. It was purple root grass. Jiang Ming recognized this common herb, characterized by its deep purple roots, traditionally used to treat spleen deficiency and weakness. Yet, his attention was drawn not to the grass itself, but rather to a minuscule insect resting upon its leaves. This slender, soft-bodied creature bore two short antennae and, at the end of its abdomen, a pair of elongated tail filaments. Its broad, semi-transparent wings shimmered in a fiery red hue. A fire mayfly? Jiang Ming's astonishment was palpable. This ancient insect, prevalent in the depths of the forest, bore its name from the flickering of its wings resembling flames. An ancient species, it lived its life without sustenance, emerging at dawn and perishing by dusk. Jiang Ming gazed at this primitive yet exquisite insect, now radiating an extraordinary warmth akin to that of fire cloud grass. In a moment's time, the fire mayfly fluttered its delicate wings, their translucent membranes refracting a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun, with a faint crimson glow pulsating within, flickering unpredictably. Was it drawing upon the power of the blazing sun? Jiang Ming's astonishment deepened. This fire mayfly was a common sight amidst mountains, rivers, and marshes. Yet he had never heard of such a miraculous transformation. What could possibly provoke such a dramatic change in the fire mayfly? He endeavored to calm his racing thoughts and continued to observe, motionless. As noon approached, the sunlight intensified, and the fire mayfly's wing beats grew increasingly rapid. At last, at the zenith of noon, in the moment of utmost solar intensity, the fire mayfly suddenly took flight toward the sky. The crimson glow within its wings converged into its entire being, emanating a searing force, as if a cataclysmic metamorphosis was occurring within its form. Yet, in but an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from its body, consuming it entirely. Flecks of scarlet light descended like raindrops into the sand, merging with the purple root grass below. The purple root grass, as if bestowed with a miraculous elixir, began to grow at a visible pace, gradually transforming into a fiery red hue and sprouting fresh shoots. In a heartbeat, an unremarkable patch of purple root grass transformed into the fire cloud grass that Jiang Ming had encountered several times before, exuding a faintly scorching aura. Thus, the origins of the fire cloud grass were revealed. Jiang Ming gazed at the gently swaying crimson anomaly and felt a pang of reflection. Who could have imagined that the fire cloud grass, valued at dozens of taels of silver, originated from a fire mayfly, weaker than an ant? The fire mayfly must have relied on the purple root grass to absorb the sun's fierce energy, attempting to undergo metamorphosis. Yet this transformation appeared far from simple. Jiang Ming mused, suddenly contemplating whether, amidst the increasing presence of fire cloud grass in the mountains, a certain fire mayfly had successfully transformed. The fire mayfly that failed in its metamorphosis could give rise to a fire cloud grass. But what would a successfully transformed mayfly become? It seemed that the Yunming mountain marsh was indeed a place of profound mysteries. Jiang Ming pondered, recalling the beasts that had been torn apart by martial artists in another forest where the tiger hunting manor operated. And now, here in this woodland, appeared the enigmatic fire mayfly. Furthermore, the emergence of fire cloud grass was becoming increasingly prevalent. Could it be that a treasure was on the verge of revelation? Jiang Ming reflected, recalling the ancient tales that spoke of bloodshed accompanying the frequent appearance of fire cloud grass. Perhaps the coveted treasure that incited the mutation of the fire mayfly was now drawing near. Regardless, it was clear that he could not linger in the mountains any longer. He swiftly uprooted the fire cloud grass, beginning to formulate plans. Perhaps at this moment, the major powers had yet to respond, but as time passed and the frequency of fire cloud grass increased, everyone would soon realize that treasure awaited in the mountains. Not only the various factions of the Diyun mansion, but even martial experts from distant lands would likely converge upon this place. After all, the fire cloud herb is a treasure that can captivate martial artists. And the potential source of its emergence, such an extraordinary entity is likely to incite even greater frenzy. Although Jiang Ming is merely a second-tier martial artist, possessing abilities comparable to first-tier individuals, he has no intention of participating in this treasure hunt. An unknown artifact is not worth the risk he would have to undertake. Moreover, it is quite possible that even masters of martial arts, those who surpass the first tier, would be drawn to it. It is indeed wise to retreat for now. Jiang Ming returned to his wooden cabin in the mountains, brewed the fire cloud herb into a medicinal concoction, and collected some valuable herbs into his basket before descending the mountain. As for the remaining items, he could discard them without a second thought. He is no longer the impoverished wanderer he once was, and should the chaos subside, he could always procure them anew. Meanwhile, Bai Sai and Fat Tiger, following Jiang Ming's instructions, sought refuge deep within the forest, avoiding unnecessary trouble. A few days later, in a small tavern. Hey, today's treat is on Old Jiang. Let us all indulge. Jiang Ming was having a lively conversation with Ah Fei over drinks when a group of herbal gatherers streamed in. At the center of the group stood an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, surrounded by admirers, his countenance glowing with joy. All right, today's drinks are on me. Everyone, drink freely. Old Jiang boomed, his face radiant with excitement. Jiang Ji, hurry and bring the drinks. I managed to gather fire cloud herb today and sold it to the Songshan army for a whopping 30 taels of silver. Ah, congratulations. Impressive, Old Jiang. The tavern buzzed with admiration as everyone looked enviously at Old Jiang. Nowadays, with the Songshan army in power, things are far more respectable than during the days of the old snake gang. As long as one abides by the rules, herbs are purchased at fair prices. This year, several individuals have struck it rich by finding fire cloud herb. He's the second one. Jiang Ming took a sip of his drink, letting out a soft sigh. In just a few days since his return to the town, 2 people have already discovered the fire cloud herb. Congratulations, old Jiang. Jiang Ming raised his cup toward the jubilant old man. Thank you, Jiang Ji. This drink is on me. Old Jiang grinned. His lifetime of poverty seemingly transformed into sudden wealth. With his 30 taels, I could open a small shop in the city. Or perhaps I should build a grand estate in our town. Amidst the lively atmosphere, several elderly herbalists exchanged glances, their expressions dimming, as if recalling something ominous. Jiang Ming approached the corner of the counter and clinked glasses with old Jiang, whispering, Old Jiang, do you know what it signifies when the fire cloud herb appears so frequently? Old Jiang's face bore no joy. He sighed and replied, When I was young, I heard my elders speak. When the fire cloud herb becomes abundant, it heralds the birth of a medicinal king in the mountains, rumored to extend life and dispel ailments. Beyond that, I know not. Yet one thing is certain. Once the apothecary king emerges, the herb gatherers of Ping'an town may soon face calamity. A flicker of concern crossed the eyes of old Jiang. The apothecary king? Jiang Ming pondered, while others remained oblivious to the origins of the fire cloud grass. He had witnessed firsthand its creation, born from the remnants of a failed transformation of the fire mayfly. Could it be that the so-called apothecary king is merely a successfully transformed fire mayfly, having mutated into the purple rootgrass? No further ventures into the mountains. Jiang Ming mused. Although he held grave suspicions that this apothecary king was entwined with celestial fortunes, he would not allow avarice to cloud his judgment. Even old Jiang was aware of such matters. Perhaps individuals well-informed had already infiltrated the mountains, quietly searching for the so-called apothecary king. He had ample time at his disposal. At worst, he could observe for a while and seek out an apothecary king a century hence. In the following days, Jiang Ming remained in town, honing his meridians at home while instructing Zhou Wenxiu in martial arts. Whenever he found himself vexed by the foolish girl, he would retreat to old Jiang's tavern to listen to news of the southern battles and updates regarding the fire cloud grass. The Jiangnan prefecture was a formidable stronghold. I heard that the Songshan army suffered significant casualties, having never even touched the city walls. I fear it bodes ill. Rumors say that the influential families in Jiangnan prefecture, who had colluded with the Songshan army, have suddenly gone silent. Currently, all major factions within the prefecture have established branches in Ping'an town, and the information among these grassroots villagers has become notably more astute. News of the battles flowed continuously. However, for 5 or 6 consecutive days, there were no further tidings of the fire cloud grass. It was not until the 7th day that, upon entering the tavern, Jiang Ming observed the flushed faces of numerous patrons, seemingly celebrating something. A heaviness settled in his heart. Indeed, a rosy-cheeked herb gatherer, intoxicated with excitement, shouted, Good morning, Jiang Yi. Today, another fire cloud grass has been found. Young Jiang has discovered it. Hey, we herb gatherers are finally on the path to prosperity. The herb gatherers jubilantly surrounded a young boy in the center of the tavern. Many were already rolling up their sleeves, preparing to venture into the mountains for a grand undertaking. 3 days later, 2 more fire cloud grasses, Old Tang and Qian the Deaf, have both found them. In the tavern, even patrons who were not herb gatherers became animated, and even Qian the Deaf, who usually dared not enter the mountains, had managed to procure one. What were they waiting for? Yet, some aged herb gatherers, though joining in the celebrations, exhibited increasingly pronounced shadows in their eyes, as if sensing the impending upheaval. Jiang Yi. I plan to return to the prefecture. Jiang Ming sighed, placing his drink money on the table. Old Jiang nodded knowingly. You wish to take cover, I understand. I understand. Jiang Ming, now a well-known and seasoned herb gatherer in Ping'an town, feared that if powerful forces with substantial backgrounds sought the apothecary king, he would undoubtedly be conscripted as a laborer. Jiang Ming chuckled awkwardly. His nickname, Jiang Pao Pao, had become quite renowned in town. After briefly informing Zhou Wenxiu at home, Jiang Ming shouldered his pack and departed without delay, though he hails from the tiger-hunting manor. Should the Songshan army come to summon him, or should a formidable force beyond the first-tier martial artists from the Dalian prefecture attempt to apprehend him, such background would be of no consequence. Greetings, Master Jiang. Where are you headed? After enduring a prolonged conflict, having been cooped up in the mountains. Now that tranquility has returned to the city and he has managed to save some money, Jiang Ming is eager to indulge in a few days of pleasure. As he strolls through the town, Jiang Ming exchanges pleasantries with others, making his way towards the Dalian prefecture city, exuding an air of someone ready to embrace the joys of urban life. Upon reaching the city gates, Jiang Ming encounters the stationed soldiers of the Shi family, and with a nonchalant demeanor, he strides boldly inside. The streets are bustling with an increased number of soldiers compared to a few days prior, with recruitment notices plastered everywhere, promising generous salaries and bright futures, luring desperate refugees or passionate youths seeking to transform into nobility. It is only a matter of time before conscription ensues, Jiang Ming muses, walking leisurely until he unwittingly ventures into a secluded, narrow alley. Moments later, an unremarkable young man emerges from the alley, making his way towards his small courtyard. Beneath a large parasol tree, several elderly gentlemen are engaged in a game of chess. Ah, Shang, where have you been these past few days? One elder suddenly spots him and calls out. The others turn their attention, and the elder Chen, father of a martial artist, exclaims that Sangshan army is actively recruiting, with bountiful rewards. Have you signed up, Shang? The youth, Shang, offers a wry smile and shakes his head. Master Chen, do not jest. With my frail physique, I would merely be delivering meals to the enemy. I have been hiding to avoid conscription. This city seems increasingly unstable. I thought it prudent to return, tidy up, and perhaps stay in the countryside for a while. With carpentry work, I might manage to get by. Oh, such youth, yet lacking ambition, laments Elder Chen. Another elder, who had been playing chess with him, snorts dismissively and remarks, I believe Xing is quite clever, that Sangshan army may very well meet its demise at any moment. Enough. Elder Chen suddenly erupts, overturning the chessboard, his expression dark as he departs. Well, no more boasting about your martial artist son, one elder scoffs, watching Chen's retreating figure. Farewell, gentlemen. Until we meet again. Shang, seemingly unfazed, bows slightly before turning back to his courtyard. A moment later, the young Shang changes his attire. Shouldering a bulging satchel and carrying a large box filled with carpentry tools, and strides forth with purpose. At the city gates, a soldier spots the youth and immediately blocks his path, barking, Halt. Where do you think you're going? I am Yu Shang. Heading to the countryside for some work, the youth replies respectfully. The soldier scrutinizes him for a moment before impatiently retorting, Go on, but remember to return. Remember to return. Jiang Ming muses silently as he walks towards the city's outskirts, bemused, thinking they are merely waiting for him to come back and be conscripted as cannon fodder. Thanks to the fact that the Sangshan army has not suffered defeat, Jiang Ming dares to return. A day later, in Ping'an town, you shall reside here. Boonju Shizhang, a portly figure, as he laboriously tucked a few pieces of silver into his belt and casually gestured towards a dilapidated courtyard. Very well, thank you, sir. Jiang Ming bowed repeatedly. After bidding farewell to Zhu Shizhang, Jiang Ming surveyed the small courtyard. He recalled the previous owner, a herbalist, who had been conscripted by the imperial army and taken north as a military officer, never to return. A sigh escaped his lips as he dropped his toolbox and backpack, beginning to tidy the yard. From this day forth, I shall be known as the carpenter Yu Ashing. The life of the young Ashing as a carpenter was far from ideal. In these times of turmoil, few villagers were willing to part with their meager funds for tables and chairs, while those gentlemen from the city looked down upon the wares he produced. Nevertheless, he managed to become somewhat familiar to the locals. Jiang Ming rolled up his trousers, squatting in the yard, leisurely marking measurements on a wooden board with ink and chalk, sipping on a cup of darkened tea, before picking up his chisel and plane, embarking on his work. Over the course of more than half a month since he had assumed the identity of Carpenter Ashing, business had been lackluster. Yet he had managed to secure some minor jobs. Additionally, his willingness to repair furniture for neighbors free of charge had earned him a commendable reputation. As a second-rate martial artist now, the circulation of his blood energy had transformed his stature and gait, rendering him less apprehensive about being recognized by acquaintances. By midday, he had prepared a bowl of sauced noodles with dried vegetables gifted by neighbors, filled his belly, and taken a brief nap. It was only as the sun began to set that Jiang Ming gathered 2 completed wooden stools and made his way to old Jiang's tavern. Master Jiang, here are the 2 stools you requested, set aside for you, he called politely, placing the stools beside the table. Oh, let me see. Your craftsmanship is truly commendable. Old Jiang trotted over, beaming with delight, handing Jiang Ming a few copper coins and generously declaring, Tonight, young Yu's drinks are on the house. Fei swiftly poured the drinks. Excellent. Fei remarked while pouring, Brother Ashing, do you know an old fellow named Li Dingshan? He was also a carpenter who came from the city, and his woodwork was exceptional. You think I learned my craft from whom? Jiang Ming mused inwardly. Though he shook his head outwardly, the capital is vast. I have not heard of this master Li. Enough of that. It was ages ago. Old Jiang slapped off Fei's head, the mention of past events igniting the fury of the Shi family, leading to fewer discussions on the matter. Jiang Ming silently sipped his drink, reflecting quietly. Indeed, it had been 2 years since that snowy night, and the Shu family continued to thrive. However, the end is nigh. The final account must eventually be settled. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. A muddy herbalist burst into the tavern, exclaiming with exuberance, "Today, the drinks are on me." The crowd needed no further inquiry and began to offer their congratulations, undoubtedly due to the discovery of the coveted fire cloud grass. Jiang Ming joined in the flattery, securing himself a bowl of complimentary wine. However, moments later, a commotion erupted outside the tavern. Old Sun had independently gathered 3 specimens. The atmosphere within and outside the tavern surged with excitement. A storm was brewing. Jiang Ming silently sipped his wine, casting a glance at the beaming Old Sun who had just entered, his heart filled with speculation. It seemed that Old Sun had likely uncovered the origins of the fire cloud grass. As the quantity of this rare herb increased, others, like Jiang Ming, would surely fortuitously witness its miraculous emergence. Old Sun's collection of 3 specimens, such luck alone seemed implausible. He had probably discovered the secret of the Firefly Ash Trail, following its path to success. Yet after the initial excitement in the tavern, the expressions of the herbalists grew somber as they contemplated the implications of such an abundance of fire cloud grass. Could the legend of the Medicine King possibly be true? Even in the absence of the Medicine King, the escalating presence of fire cloud grass would inevitably attract the attention of the upper echelons. Previously, it took months to find a single specimen, and the nobility had little inclination to exert themselves, but that was no longer the case. If one could average a single specimen daily, that would equate to over 1,000 taels of silver in a month. Even prominent families like the Wang and Shu clans would likely find it difficult to remain idle. Furthermore, if this trend continued, the daily yield would surely exceed 1 specimen, and those nobles seeking herbs would undoubtedly enlist these herbalists as guides. Old Sun, your remarkable achievement of 3 specimens a day will soon gain you renown far and wide, Old Jiang remarked to the still exuberant Old Sun, unable to suppress his caution. A seasoned veteran, Old Jiang surmised that Old Sun must possess some unique skill, and he feared he would be the first to be captured when the time came. Old Sun, startled by the remark, immediately paled and stammered, "Everyone, I have matters to attend to. I must return home." With that, he hurriedly made for the exit. However, just as he reached the door, he collided with a rotund figure, stumbling backward. "Ah, Old Sunday, I hear you've struck it rich. Where are you off to in such a hurry?" Zhu Shichong, grinning broadly, stood at the entrance clad in full armor, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Zhu Shichang. Old Sun was taken aback, his face draining of color. The tavern fell into an immediate hush, the expressions of all present shifting to one of dread. They should have fled sooner. One herbalist lamented under his breath, filled with regret. The human mind is a curious thing. At times, the subconscious knows of impending events, yet clings to illusions. It is only when the moment arrives that one is jolted awake, regretting past inaction. Zhu Shichang, still smiling, spoke in an imperious tone. "All herbalists, come with me." "Sir, my elderly mother is gravely ill at home." A young man stepped forward, attempting to reason with Zhu Shichang. Clang. Zhu Shichang unsheathed a portion of his blade, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he replied, "We may be acquainted, but this blade does not recognize you. Esteemed elders, do not make things difficult for us. For our Songshan army serves the people, and we are not inclined to take lives lightly." As the atmosphere shifted ominously, the tavern became a stage for disquiet. The herbalists, under the watchful eyes of soldiers, filed out one by one. Zhu Shichang surveyed the remaining patrons, ensuring no herbalist lingered, before sheathing his weapon and departing with a purposeful gait. This calamity, it arrives with alarming swiftness, thought old Jiang with a sense of melancholy as he gazed at the now empty tavern. "Master Jiang, I too shall take my leave," Jiang Ming exclaimed, feigning a visage of fright before hastily exiting the establishment. The streets of Pingan town appeared more chaotic than usual. It was not solely the Songshan army in pursuit, but also the Shu family, the Wang family, and even the tiger hunters, all seeking herbalists to venture into the mountains for fortune. The fire cloud grass was merely a secondary objective. The true aim of these factions lay in the elusive Medicine King, whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Suddenly, Jiang Ming spotted a few familiar faces. "Even you all have come to join the fray," he murmured as he brushed past one of them, who turned slightly, sensing something, only to shake his head and continue on. "Feiyun Fortress, Wei Yin." Jiang Ming silently reflected. Since their last encounter in the mountains, he had not seen this group again. The emergence of the Medicine King had evidently drawn them out, and he feared this was merely the beginning. Days later, Ping'an town was in disarray, filled with unfamiliar faces rushing towards the Yuming Mountains. Li Yong, the superior of Zhu Shichang, had returned from the front lines, reportedly accompanied by elite martial artists. Additionally, there were several burly figures from the northern Qinlin prefecture. In the somewhat desolate tavern, a fei was relaying information to the scamp patrons. With most herbalists captured, old Zhang's business had plummeted. News traveled swiftly. Jiang Ming sat in a corner, sipping lightly flavored osmanthus wine and occasionally enjoying crispy, fried river shrimp. Now adopting the humble persona of Yu Ashing, his culinary preferences had also shifted, offering a unique experience. However, Jiang Ming was somewhat taken aback that the Songshan army had dispatched personnel to contend for the Medicine King. With the ongoing conflict proving arduous and the army yet to breach the Jiangnan prefecture, it was surprising that they had the resources to send back such formidable martial artists. Clearly, the Medicine King was of extraordinary significance. In recent days, rumors surrounding the Medicine King had proliferated, suggesting its considerable value to martial masters. Jiang Ming harbored a burgeoning suspicion. Could it be that the Songshan army intended to leverage the Medicine King to cultivate a martial expert? Perhaps even to assist a master at a critical juncture in their path? Currently, the Songshan army boasted only one master, the Songshan King, should another arise. Jiang Ming shook his head, deciding such matters were best left to the emperor's concerns. He wondered if the emperor still harbored thoughts of seeking this celestial opportunity. With his hunger sated, Jiang Ming departed the tavern, ready to leave. On the street, a sudden uproar erupted as two factions collided in the middle. Drawing their blades in an instant, the atmosphere charged with tension. Many villagers of Ping'an town hastily retreated to the sides of the street. And Jiang Ming found himself pushed against the wall by the crowd, observing the scene unfold. In recent days, the town had witnessed an influx of people, resulting in numerous conflicts, with some even leading to untimely deaths. However, today, Jiang Ming spotted a familiar face, Shi Yan, the leader of the Shi family. Known for investigating the Qinghe building murder case, a seasoned second-tier martial artist. Opposing him stood a group of unfamiliar faces, several distinguished young men and women, guarded by a cadre of martial artists, casually observing the Shi family. Young Master Liang Shi Yan glanced warily at a young man across from him, issuing a subtle warning. You are not in the capital now, I advise you not to act recklessly. From the capital? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. In this delicate moment, daring to venture into the territory of the Songshan army to see something suggested these individuals were not of ordinary origin. He wondered just how Shi Yan had offended them. Meanwhile, the stern-faced youth opposite Shi Yan scoffed derisively. Act recklessly? Are you insinuating that the Songshan army can protect you? Shi Yan's expression darkened, choosing not to respond. Indeed, his support was the Songshan army, and he doubted the Liang family would dare to confront him on this ground. Huh? You think that Songshan army can achieve anything? Without the noble families from the capital, they're nothing. Young Master Liang chuckled, yet his demeanor suddenly turned icy as he commanded, Foolish wretches. My Liang family's dogs dare to secretly ally with the Songshan army and betray us attack. In an instant, half of young Master Liang's guards surged forward, their expressions fierce and silent, attacking the Shi family members. Jiang Ming observed the well-trained guards and silently retreated to a more inconspicuous corner. Damn it, kill them! Shi Yan shouted, his fury ignited. The Shi family members charged out, and a brutal clash ensued, blood spraying in an instant, accompanied by anguished cries. Before long, the ground was littered with bodies, most of whom belonged to the Shi family. Shi Yan, gripping his weapon, had refrained from striking until now, but could no longer contain himself. With a fierce roar, he lunged forward, declaring, I will cleave you. Since negotiation had failed, they would have to settle matters with steel. His long blade moved like lightning, swiftly claiming the lives of 2 or 3 adversaries. The other guards quickly shielded young Master Liang, who, with a face full of disdain, commanded, stand aside. He effortlessly seized a long knife from a nearby guard and met Shi Yan head-on, blocking his blade with a resounding clang. Standing firm as a rock, you wield the swallowing wave blade poorly, young Master Liang scoffed. Shi Yan was taken aback, even Shi Junwei, the newly anointed genius of the Shi family, could not so effortlessly parry a strike. How could this young Master Liang, several years younger than Shi Junwei, possess such formidable prowess? You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. Young Master Liang smirked, instantly discerning Shi Chuanjian's thoughts. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Shi Chuanjian's blade flying. Allow me to teach you the swallowing wave blade. Young Master Liang's gaze turned icy as he charged forward, delivering a flurry of strikes upon Shi Kuanjian. The clang of blades resonated, the light of the knives merging into a relentless tide. The speed and force intensifying with each blow. Shi Kuanjian found himself in a precarious position, soon revealing a fatal flaw. The edge of Liang's blade grazed his waist, opening a wound half a foot long from which blood gushed forth. The body of a second-rate martial artist proved as fragile as paper under such an assault. Damn it! Shi Kuanjian, drenched in sweat, braced for death, only to witness young Master Liang retreat like a phantom. With a swift motion, Liang sheathed his long blade. Standing nonchalantly as if nothing had transpired, Shi Kuanjian, suddenly relieved, felt his legs buckle beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, soaked in perspiration. Today, consider this a small lesson, but do remember this debt, Shi family, it shall be settled in due time, Liang remarked coolly. Strolling past a pile of corpses with his companions, departing with an air of grace. His primary aim was to seize the Medicine King, and he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Killing a few expendable guards posed no threat. But slaying a second-rate warrior of the Shi family could invite unwelcome troubles that might jeopardize his objective. My lord, the remaining members of the Shi family rushed to assist Shi Kuanjian. We shall not venture into the mountains today. Hurry back and tend to my wounds. Shi Kuanjian barked, his face contorted with pain. The others frantically sought cloths to staunch his bleeding, helping him toward the Shi family's branch. Phew, today, I have narrowly escaped a calamity, Shi Kuanjian thought, gritting his teeth against the pain. Relieved that he must quickly return to the capital to report this incident to the family head. Yet, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, a figure stumbled into a pit on the roadside, careening unsteadily towards him. Get out of the way. Don't soil my clothes. As Shi Kuanjian's retinue spotted the old farmer. Caked in mud, tumbling towards them, they shouted violently, lifting their feet to kick him away. However, in that instant, the old farmer twisted his body in an astonishing manner. Arms flung wide, and with a powerful clap of his palms, he sent two guards flying backward. The two guards spat blood, their sternums caving in with a resounding thud. Appearing unlikely to survive. After an intense battle for his life, Shi Kuanjian found himself in a state of exhaustion and distraction, utterly unprepared for the audacity of an attack at the Yun mansion. It was only after two of his guards fell that he began to comprehend the peril he was in, as he attempted to summon his remaining vitality to retaliate. The old farmer had already closed the distance, drawing his long knife with an exquisite precision, executing an upward strike from below. A resounding explosion of formidable vitality erupted from the old farmer, enveloping the blade in a terrifying aura. The blood-burning sword technique? Shi Kuanjian was struck with dread. Caught in an inescapable predicament, the trajectory of the strike appeared deceptively mundane, yet effectively sealed off all avenues of retreat. As if the old farmer had anticipated every move he could make, even the rhythm of his own vitality's flow, which was rendered agonizingly difficult to navigate. In his panic, Shi Kuanjian had no time to ponder the origins of his mortal enmity. He merely raised his arms in a desperate attempt to block the incoming blow. The clash of metal rang out, causing several guards to see stars as Shi Kuanjian's sleeve shattered, revealing metal arm guards that barely withstood the strike. Nevertheless, the force transmitted through his arms left them mangled and broken. Flee. Shi Kuanjian was propelled backward, blood spilling from his lips. But he seized the moment to turn and escape. Having already depleted much of his vitality in his previous skirmish with young Master Liang and sustaining significant injuries, he could not afford another confrontation with a second-rate warrior. The old farmer's strike had utterly shattered his courage, not merely due to the terrifying power of the blood-burning sword technique, but also because of the opponent's almost supernatural calculation and judgment, making Shi Kuanjian feel as though he were grappling with a martial arts master steeped in the discipline for a century. Even at my peak, I would likely not prevail against this individual, was the sole thought racing through Shi Kuanjian's mind. He could not fathom how a second-rate warrior could possess such profound martial understanding. Yet, as he continued to suffer severe injuries, he could not outpace an unscathed second-rate warrior. With an expression as calm as still water, the old farmer swiftly pursued Shi Kuanjian, delivering another unrelenting strike with the blood-burning sword, piercing through Shi Kuanjian's heart from behind and forcefully pinning him to the cobblestone street, akin to a skewer pinning a struggling grasshopper. Shi Kuanjian's limbs flailed weakly, yet a faint whisper suddenly reached his ears. Zhang Shan sends his regards. Already at the brink of exhaustion, Shi Kuanjian's eyes flew wide open, and he lifted his gaze in search of the old farmer, but the latter had already vanished into the throng of diverse figures at the end of the street. Shi Chuanyan's eyes opened wide in anger, yet his consciousness swiftly descended into darkness. Several guards from the Shi family stood frozen, their faces pale as they gazed helplessly at Shi Chuanyan, pinned to the ground. He leapt into the river, washing away the blood, and stealthily exchanged his clothes for those of Yu Asheng. After completing this routine, an unremarkable youth reappeared in the town. Asheng, you're back. The table you repaired for me is truly sturdy. I've left some tender corn cobs in your courtyard. Cook them, and they are quite delicious, said Zhao. Thank you. Uncle Zhao, replied Asheng. Asheng, have you eaten? Come to Annie S for a meal. No, thank you, Aunt Wang. Asheng politely declined. This seemingly ordinary boy, Asheng, smiled gently as he greeted the neighbors on his way back to his small courtyard. He chopped firewood and tossed it into the stove, then brewed a pot of strong tea. Jiang Ming let out a long sigh of relief, comfortably seated under the eaves, observing the rising smoke from various households, the clouds rolling over the Jiangming mountains, before he closed his eyes and dozed off. This heightened state of perception was indeed terrifying. Had it not been for the trigger of this heightened sense, that strike would not have been nearly as effective. Jiang Ming reflected on the recent battle. After all, Shi Chuanyan was a second-tier peak martial artist, renowned alongside Guanfeng. Even injured, he was not someone who could be casually slain. Yet, Jiang Ming's strike had landed precisely at the moment Shi Chuanyan had let his guard down. The timing, trajectory, and force were all impeccably executed, resulting in Shi Chuanyan's arm shattering and him sustaining severe injuries. Unfortunately, it was but a fleeting moment. Jiang Ming sighed lightly. After consuming the calming soup for so long, he had significantly increased the probability of triggering this heightened sense, but it was limited to just once a day, lasting only for the briefest instant. Now, as Yu Asheng, he could no longer brazenly indulge in 10 bowls daily. He would have to wait for another opportunity to showcase it. However, even that fleeting moment was sufficient for life and death battles. Jiang Ming mused, feeling somewhat greedy. Most martial artists might never trigger such a heightened sense in their entire lives, yet he managed to do so daily and still felt unsatisfied. If others knew, their faces would surely contort with jealousy. With Shi Chuanyan dead, it would likely stir up quite a tempest. But what concern was it of me, the carpenter Yu Asheng? After resting for a moment, Jiang Ming rose to pour himself a large bowl of strong tea and began to work. The interest owed to the Shi family would be collected here first. When the time was right, he would settle the account. What Jiang Ming feared least was waiting. He could wait for the Zhongshan army to be defeated and the Shi family to collapse. Or he could wait until he himself became a first-tier martial artist and personally exact revenge on the Shi family. The Jiangming mountains grew increasingly lively. Yet all of this was of little concern to Jiang Ming. He remained reclusive, devoted to crafting furniture at home, occasionally venturing out to repair old tables and chairs for the neighbors. It was not until more than half a month later that Jiang Ming returned to Old Zhang's tavern, politely requesting food and drink, and settled into a corner to dine alone. As Jiang Ming had anticipated, the tavern's discussions still revolved around the topics of Huyunko and Yaowang. In recent days, the number of fire cloud grass discovered has soared to over a dozen, yet the elusive Medicine King remains as elusive as ever. The casualties from the ongoing conflicts among various factions are nearly rivaling the count of fire cloud grass. If the Medicine King remains unfound, one might very well be driven to the brink of despair. Speaking of the deceased, one cannot overlook the Stone Clan. Suddenly, a person squinted conspicuously, prompting laughter from the others. A distinguished second-tier martial artist, pinned to the street and unable to extricate himself. Surely the Stone Clan must be distraught. However, some speculate that it was the newcomers from the capital who were responsible. What do you think? I've heard that the martial artist from the Stone Clan had clashed with members of the Liang clan before his demise, resulting in numerous fatalities. If that is the case, it does seem plausible. Jiang Ming, quietly munching on small river shrimp, remained silent, knowing that the blame would not easily shift to the Liang clan in the capital. Nevertheless, with the current chaos in Pingan town, it seems unlikely that the Stone Clan will uncover the true culprit. After listening for a while in the tavern, Jiang Ming gathered that the Liang clan in the capital appeared to be a venerable family, one of the 6 major clans of Yan Kingdom, rumored to be guarded by masters of martial arts, with a legacy spanning centuries. Jiang Ming nodded to himself. It was no wonder that the young master Liang was so formidable, utterly overpowering Stone Quan with ease. A super clan with a heritage lasting hundreds of years likely possesses a foundation that could rival even that of the royal family. The Yan royal family has held power for merely 200 years. Once I achieve the status of a first-tier martial artist, I might need to leave Dayan Prefecture and explore the outside world. Perhaps the capital holds great promise, Jiang Ming contemplated. He had already acquired the first-tier techniques from the old snake gang, and with the aid of various secret medicines. Progressing to a first-tier martial artist was not a daunting task. However, the path to transcending into a martial arts master remained elusive, and he had yet to find any guidance within Dayan Prefecture. If he wished to ascend further, he must leave this novice village and seek opportunities elsewhere. Moreover, the capital, as the center of power in Dayan, might harbor more information about the world of cultivation. This was what Jiang Ming valued most. Suddenly, someone burst into the tavern, eyes alight with excitement, proclaiming, "Big news! There are rumors that the Medicine King has been spotted," and just as someone was about to capture him, the individual, panting heavily, eagerly poured himself a cup of tea. "What is it? Speak up," the others urged impatiently. Finally putting down the teapot, the person grinned and said, "The roots of the Medicine King reportedly sprang from the earth, as if sprouting legs, and in a flash, it vanished without a trace." "What? How is that possible? Who witnessed this?" "Surely, they must have consumed some hallucinogenic mushrooms." "Indubitably, those who ventured into the mountains have succumbed to madness, fervently seeking assistance from formidable forces behind them. Alas, the chaos has only escalated, and my heart aches for the herbalists who have been captured. Caught amidst those lofty martial artists, I have heard that several have already perished. The world is indeed a harsh place." In the tavern, the atmosphere was tumultuous, and Jiang Ming felt a twinge of alarm. If the rumors held any truth, then the influence of this Medicine King was monumental. His thoughts wandered to the Firefly, deepening his curiosity regarding the secrets of the depths of Yunming Mountain. However, curiosity can be perilous, and this time, it may cost many lives. Jiang Ming maintained a calm demeanor, suspecting that the dissemination of this news would attract more than just first-rate martial artists. As a mere second-rate novice, he decided it best to remain discreet. After finishing his drink, he quietly departed, making a detour to purchase some rice, flour, cooking oil, and salt at the eastern end of the town before returning to his humble abode. As he passed by his home, he cast an inconspicuous glance into the courtyard, where a young girl was diligently practicing her martial arts, drenched in sweat. The yard was neat and tidy, adorned with various cured meats and dried vegetables hanging from the eaves, likely gifts from friends at the tiger hunting lodge. There appeared to be no trouble, yet her life seemed more prosperous than his. Jiang Ming smiled softly before slipping away unnoticed. Time flew by, autumn giving way to winter, and heavy snow fell in a flurry, enveloping the world in a blanket of white. Beneath the eaves, Jiang Ming, wrapped in a thick fur coat, sat by the hearth, leisurely sipping hot tea. Yu Asheng, a mere carpenter, could not withstand the cold as martial artists did, clad in little more than a single garment. Although Jiang Ming was not a master of disguise, he endeavored to maintain a low profile. While he remained still, he subtly practiced the inner breathing technique of the bullhide tiger bone art, quietly refining his physical form and meridians. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. Even as an immortal, Jiang Ming must diligently train to progress further. Half a year passed, and after several hours of training each day, he had achieved modest results. His meridians had grown significantly more resilient, and his flesh and skin had also strengthened considerably, though he still had a distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of second-rate prowess. Even a martial artist wielding a sharp blade would struggle to inflict any harm upon him now. Months slipped by, and the tempest surrounding the Medicine King finally subsided. Jiang Ming's gaze flickered. Since the increasing appearances of the fire cloud grass months ago, a myriad of forces had surged into the Yunming mountain area. Following the news of the Medicine King's hasty escape, the martial arts world erupted, drawing countless experts. Rumors circulated of a fierce battle erupting within the mountains, devastating vast stretches of forest as if struck by a meteor. However, since autumn's arrival, the quantity of fire cloud grass had dwindled rapidly, with no one having harvested any for nearly half a month. Yet, there remained no news of the Medicine King's capture. Was it possible that the Medicine King had truly transformed into an elusive entity, or had he been quietly apprehended by some powerful faction? Regardless, it seemed that Jiang the Great Madin was due to return from the capital city. Jiang Ming mused to himself. Since the number of fire cloud grass has drastically diminished, those factions have receded like the ebbing tide. Even the herbalists in the town have been sent back, though some have vanished forever into the mountains. The carpenter, Yu Asheng, originally existed to evade the troubles associated with the Medicine King. Now that the troubles have dissipated, there is no longer any necessity to maintain his disguise. Moreover, if all remains tranquil, allowing Jiang Ming's true self to continue reveling in the town is of little consequence. However, with the situation at the Zhongshan army front increasingly dire, the town has begun to grow unsettled, making it seem rather inappropriate to linger any longer. That night, the young Yuashing shouldered his tools and quietly departed from Ping'an town. As for whether he would attract the attention of any concerned individuals, Jiang Ming harbored no worries. For the past 6 months, the town has been in disarray, with a constant influx and egress of people. Even the site where the old scarred man was burned to death has been occupied by individuals who have set up tents there. The departure of a mere carpenter is hardly noteworthy. Since the weather turned cold, Yuashing's work has dwindled significantly. He has spent his days cooped up at home, appearing less and less in the town. When the day comes that he vanishes without a trace, it is likely that only the elderly neighbors will inquire after him. Beyond that, no one will care. The tavern keeper, Zhu Shi, might even rejoice further, as the premises have been tidied up nicely and can fetch a high price when sold to someone else. A few days after Yuashing's disappearance, as the year drew to a close, Jiang Daquang returned to Ping'an town, laden with goods for the new year, having hitched a ride on a cart from the hunter's lodge. "Your timing is impeccable. There's been a situation at the Zhongshan army front," Guanfeng remarked in a grave tone upon encountering Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming glanced at him, noting that this fellow had been elusive for over a year, mingling with the likes of Wei Yin and other enigmatic figures. The seriousness of his tone suggested that the Zhongshan army had encountered a significant misfortune. "Has the Zhongshan king perished?" Jiang Ming pondered. "Not quite," Guanfeng replied, his expression clouded with concern. The Zhongshan army boasted earlier this year that they would breach the capital before the winter snow fell. Yet here we are, and they haven't even captured Jiangnan Prefecture. Just yesterday, the army's granary was engulfed in flames, destroying enough provisions to sustain 100,000 troops for a month. "The granary was set ablaze?" Jiang Ming exclaimed, astonished. "What sort of ragtag army is this?" The Zhongshan army had besieged Jiangnan Prefecture for months without success, relying on their ample food supplies to starve the city into submission. No one could have anticipated that before they could conquer Jiangnan, their own supplies would be set ablaze. Jiang Ming quickly put the pieces together. Was there a traitor within the Zhongshan army? The granary is a crucial stronghold, typically guarded by skilled personnel. Even if the imperial army sent someone to covertly ignite the supplies, they would be discovered as soon as the flames erupted, and not much damage could be done. The only plausible explanation is the existence of a traitor, and a significant one at that. Otherwise, such a grand act would be impossible to execute. Guanfeng nodded slightly, acknowledging, "You are indeed clever, having guessed it instantly. I have heard that the garrison guarding the granary staged a collective rebellion, executing a few dissenters. And under the cover of night, they stealthily ignited dozens of granaries with oil and spirits. The flames consumed everything in an instant, and they managed to vanish into the night without a trace. Meanwhile, the imperial army of Jiangnan, amidst the blazing inferno, unleashed countless arrows tied with taunting messages, using vile language to deride the Zhongshan army, calling them homeless orphans who boast of their martial prowess, yet fight like cowards. Jiang Ming fell silent, pondering how high-end warfare often requires only the most rudimentary tactics. The Zhongshan army had besieged the city for months without success, and now, in the biting cold, their morale was likely at its lowest ebb. With the loss of supplies and the relentless barrage of insults, the Zhongshan army was undoubtedly in dire straits. One could only commend the imperial army for their ruthlessness, having cultivated the granary garrison as spies, patiently waiting until now to strike. It was merely a sign of the Zhongshan army's youthfulness, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the imperial forces. If the imperial army were to launch a sudden attack at this moment, Jiang Ming interjected. As news returned, the cavalry of the imperial army surged forth from the city. Guanfeng glanced at him and sighed. This time, the Zhongshan army will either perish or suffer greatly. Alas, Jiang Ming also sighed. He held no concern for the fate of the Zhongshan army. But when chaos ensued, the common folk would inevitably suffer alongside them, though he had long suspected that Zhongshan army would falter. The reality of the moment left him feeling somewhat helpless. After a brief moment, Jiang Ming bade farewell to Guanfeng, carrying home the New Year's goods. Upon entering, he tossed a bundle to Zhou Wenqiu, saying, "Practicing martial arts daily has turned you into a wildling. I brought you some clothing and cosmetics for the new year." "I don't want them. They are garish and ugly," Zhou Wenqiu retorted, though her mouth was nearly stretched to her ears in delight. "Foolish girl." Jiang Ming shook his head, tossing the remaining items to her. "Get yourself organized and prepare a meal. I am starving." He then retreated into his room, contentedly brewing fine tea. Entirely unfazed by the fierce glare directed at him from behind, the Tsongshan army now exhibited signs of decline. A defeat seemed inevitable. After tea and a meal, Jiang Ming reclined in a bamboo chair, feigning slumber, yet his thoughts were lively. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Those who once flourished under the Tsongshan army's might were now ripe for reckoning. As a second-rate martial artist, I possess considerable strength. With the aid of the blood-burning blade technique and my heightened senses, I might just stand a chance against a first-rate martial artist. Of course, a direct confrontation was out of the question. The banners atop the city wall may change as I observe the rise and fall of lords. Jiang Ming had no intention of being the one to stick his neck out. It was best to fish in troubled waters. Days later, in a tavern, Jiang Ming sat at the counter, sipping the fine wines specially procured for him by Lao Jiangtu, while listening to various patrons discuss current affairs. The news of the Tsongshan army's granary being set ablaze had finally reached this place 2 days prior, sparking a wave of uproar. The audacity of Zhu Shizhong is unparalleled. He has emptied my rice shop. A middle-aged man, dressed somewhat neatly, seethed with rage, adorned with bruises that made it evident he had been assaulted by Zhu Shizhong's men. Jiang Ming glanced over, recognizing him as a former herbalist who had fortuitously harvested the elusive Huiyun grass during the Wang of medicine turmoil, subsequently opening a shop with his earnings. He had hoped to prosper, only to find himself beset by misfortune. This was merely the beginning, Jiang Ming mused quietly. Word from Guanfeng indicated that the imperial court had dispatched a formidable army from the capital, collaborating with the garrison of Jiangnan Prefecture to muster a total of 500,000 troops, intent on eradicating the Tsongshan army. Meanwhile, the Tsongshan army faced an internal crisis. Many northern clans and merchant associations, once allies, had abruptly severed ties, ceasing their supply of provisions overnight. Numerous northern cities erupted in rebellion, toppling the Tsongshan garrison. And even the once supportive populace had fallen silent. In just a few days, the Tsongshan army seemed to be teetering on the brink of collapse, caught in a tempest. This was the consequence of misplaced benevolence. While the common folk may be swayed by kindness, and the aristocracy may smile in its presence, it is insufficient to tame them. As 4 or 5 more days passed, Pingyang town descended further into chaos. Zhu Shizhong roamed the streets, conscripting able-bodied men and seizing food and silver to send to the front lines. It was said that the capital was even more tumultuous than Pingyang town, with the Tsongshan army resorting to looting and murder, transforming from benevolent protectors to ruthless marauders. "Zhu Shizhong, I have no provisions to spare," Jiang Ming declared one day, blocking the rotund figure of Zhu Shizhong at his doorstep, his brow furrowed. Zhu Shizhong's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse like a torn bellows. "I demand silver. Copper coins, all of it. And you, Jiang, are you willing to fight for glory on the battlefield?" 2 bodyguards stepped forward menacingly behind Zhu Shizhong. "Do not be so rash. Negotiations yield better outcomes. Maihu Tiger Manor has plenty to offer," Jiang Ming replied coolly, unperturbed. A flicker of realization crossed Zhu Shizhong's face as he regarded Jiang Ming for a moment, before turning away, leading his men to other households. "Your methods are untenable," Jiang Ming thought, shaking his head as he watched Zhu Shizhong's retreating figure. The fate of the Tsongshan army was all but sealed. According to intelligence from Feiyun Fort, the advancing army was in disarray, retreating like frightened dogs. Whether they could even withdraw to the northern banks of the river was uncertain. And yet Zhu Shizhong still dared to plunder with such impunity. Jiang Ming recalled Zhu Shizhong's superior, Li Yong. Both men were equally unscrupulous, gravitating towards wealth without an ounce of loyalty to the Tsongshan army. It was likely that Zhu Shizhong's brazen actions were largely motivated by self-interest. Initially, Jiang Ming had intended to head directly to the capital to lay in wait for Shijia. "But since you have the audacity to seek me out, I shall ensure your journey is not without consequence," he resolved silently. Since Zhu Shizhong arrived here, he has not refrained from collecting his protection fees. He has even deceived Yuashing out of several taels of silver. Let us settle this debt today. This fellow is attempting to extort from the Shi family? Jiang Ming observed the direction Zhu Shizhong had taken, his gaze shifting slightly as he devised a plan of action. Informing Zhou Wenxiu of his intent to indulge in a drink, Jiang Ming departed from his home. In Pingyang town, Jiang Ming strolled along the chaotic streets, observing the disarray and the hurried passers-by, letting out a sigh. The earlier skirmishes with the Songshan army were merely trifling disturbances. Now, the true turmoil had commenced. In times of victory, military discipline is upheld. In times of defeat, everything is burned and looted. It is a universal truth. With Zhu Shichang leading a merciless campaign to seize grain and conscript able-bodied men, the atmosphere in Pingan town had grown increasingly tense over the past few days. Although news of the Songshan army's defeat had yet to reach this place, the populace, having endured the oppression of the gentry for so long, possessed a modicum of discernment. Upon witnessing the ugly faces of Zhu Shichang and his ilk, they realized that the situation of the Songshan army was likely dire, and rumors began to circulate. Many perceptive individuals, believing themselves somewhat capable, hastily packed their belongings to seek refuge in the mountains. The proximity to the Yuming Mountains offered a certain advantage. Regardless of the battles raging outside, the officials and soldiers would seldom venture into the mountains. As long as one could hide well, they could evade the chaos of war. Of course, the mountains harbored venomous insects and fierce beasts, or one might encounter small bands of fleeing soldiers. But that was a risk one would have to take. Yet it was far better than awaiting the passage of a defeated army. Some families, with their loved ones in tow, fled further north, though they were uncertain of where they might find safety. The common folk were in a frantic scramble for survival, while the gentry remained leisurely and unconcerned. Jiang Ming passed by several newly established taverns and tea houses, where he observed affluent men and women leisurely sipping tea and engaging in laughter and song, seemingly oblivious to the chaos outside. Jiang Ming recognized them as the offspring of long-established powers within the city. Perhaps such matters posed no significant threat to them. Indeed, no matter how foolishly the Songshan army retreated, they would not dare provoke these foundational forces of the Yan kingdom. To do so would only invite greater calamity. Even should a few reckless soldiers seek trouble, they would be no match for these entrenched powers. Truly, some are born into privilege while others toil their entire lives as mere beasts of burden. As Jiang Ming continued along, he vanished around a street corner. At the Shi family's branch, a certain commotion ensued, with numerous members of the Shi family hurriedly rushing towards the main entrance. An inconspicuous figure, having observed from a secluded wall, quietly slipped inside. Within a certain private room, a young scion of the Shi family was engaged in some intriguing activity when suddenly darkness enveloped him. Moments later, a furious young man emerged from the room, a sharp blade thrust into his embrace as he stormed towards the entrance. At the Shi family's doorstep, a group of uniformly dressed members of the Shi family stood at the threshold, seething with indignation as they glared at the soldiers of the Songshan army blocking their way. Do you dare to demand money from the Shi family? Are you truly unaware of your current predicament? The Shi family members were visibly agitated, their chests heaving with anger. In a town rife with factions, it was nothing short of a profound humiliation that the Songshan army had singled them out. However, Zhu Shichang remained unfazed, letting out a sinister chuckle. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all inextricably linked, like grasshoppers on the same string. If the Songshan army were to falter, do you truly believe the Shi family would continue to thrive? Presently, the masters of the Shi family are holed up in the capital. Do not force our hand. He continued, we only require 1,000 taels of silver. Hand it over, and I shall depart without further ado. The expressions of the Shi family members darkened, their foreheads pulsating with veins of fury. But they felt powerless against the brazen Zhu Shichang. Most of them were merely kin of the Shi family, with only a handful being bona fide warriors. In a physical confrontation, they were unlikely to match the battle-hardened soldiers. This was the crux of the Shi family's predicament. They had risen too swiftly. Although they possessed formidable martial prowess, their foundational strength was woefully inadequate. Previously, only Shi Chuanyan and a few others had secured their position in Pingan town, and they had narrowly escaped annihilation last time, unable to spare any hands for assistance. What they had assumed to be a peaceful town, where no one dared to provoke the Shi family, had turned out to be a miscalculation, especially with the Songshan army stationed nearby. Just as the Shi family members felt trapped and helpless, a youth from their clan, emerging from nowhere, suddenly pushed to the forefront of the crowd. His face ablaze with righteous indignation, he shouted, "What are you? Merely a dog of the Songshan army, daring to extort from the Shi family? Even if I perish here today, I shall not yield a single coin." Well said. Precisely so. The other Shi family youths, pinned up with frustration, erupted in cheers. Their spirits ignited. Very well, I shall see if your resolve is as unyielding as you claim. Zhu Shichang tightened his grip on his blade. Yet his demeanor softened as he addressed the elders among the crowd. Consider your actions wisely, he warned, his voice dripping with menace. Yet, within Zhu Shizhong's mind, a torrent of curses raged. Damn it. Who is this hot-headed youth? I was on the verge of securing my silver. Why not simply comply? Must we truly resort to violence? I have no desire for a bloody brawl. I only seek the silver. If a fight ensues, even if we emerge victorious, we may suffer casualties, possibly even fatalities. Zhu Shizhong, valuing his life above all, could only hope that the elders would refrain from rash actions. His own draw of the blade slowing to a crawl. At last, a gray-haired man sighed softly. Ronger, stand down. As he spoke, he reached for the impassioned youth. The other members of the Shi family sighed inwardly, relieved yet disheartened. After all, while passion may surge, the prospect of life and death was not something they were eager to embrace. They were accustomed to directing others to commit violence, but had seldom engaged in it themselves. With a sigh of relief, Zhu Shizhong's smile was about to bloom anew. This was it. As long as he secured the silver, he would shed this skin and escape far away. Who could possibly find him in such a vast expanse where the heavens were high and the emperor distant? However, just when everyone believed that the conflict was on the verge of resolution, the young man from the Shi family suddenly broke free from the grasp that held him and stepped forward with fervor. His gaze was resolute as he declared with unwavering conviction, "Let heaven and earth bear witness. Has the Shi family not given enough of the Songshan army? We will slay the city lord. We will open the city gates. We will disguise ourselves as bandits, slaughter the innocent, and plunder the merchants. What are we fighting for? Is it not for the grand ambitions of the Songshan army? Yet now we must endure such humiliation. I cannot accept this. I cannot." The youth's voice grew increasingly impassioned, his eyes ablaze with fury, tears welling up within them. Yet, the members of the Shi family grew increasingly uneasy at his words. They could accept the notion of killing the city lord and opening the gates as part of their involvement. But the idea of slaughtering innocents and looting merchants was utterly unfathomable. The Shi family had not sunk to such depths. The steward of the Shi family wore a panicked expression, moving to cover the boy's mouth, but the young man seemed pushed to his limits. With a resounding shout, he proclaimed, "Today, the Shi family shall sever all ties with the Songshan army." With a swift motion, he drew a sharp blade from his bosom and charged at Zhu Shizhong, screaming, "I will kill you." The members of the Shi family erupted into chaos, and Zhu Shizhong was momentarily stunned. The surreal scene at the Shi family's entrance left both sides momentarily taken aback. There was no need for this, brother. This thought echoed in the minds of both parties. It was merely a small sum of silver. Why had they resorted to risking their lives? What worth did dignity truly hold? As Zhu Shizhong watched the youth, brandishing a dagger and rushing toward him in a frenzy, he found himself lacking the will to retaliate. Instinctively, he sought to evade the attack and subdue the boy. He still hoped to avoid escalation. After all, he reasoned, this was merely an impulsive teenager. As long as no one was killed, there was still room for reconciliation. The silver was of utmost importance. Perhaps he could even extort a bit more. As he dodged, Zhu Shizhong's thoughts ran wild. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. As he sidestepped, the dagger seemed to follow him like a shadow, thrusting toward him with relentless precision. The Shi youth continued to charge forward, a visage of madness upon him, seemingly heedless of the consequences, his steps somewhat unsteady. Was it mere coincidence? Zhu Shizhong had no time to ponder further and continued to evade. "I am a warrior of considerable stature. How could I be harmed by a mere child? Wait, this is not good." The dagger struck like a specter, piercing his chest before being swiftly withdrawn, leaving a spray of crimson in its wake. Silence enveloped the scene. The members of the Shi family stood in shock, as if they had witnessed a ghost. How could Shi Yuanrong, who spent his days idling and had never trained in martial arts, possibly injure a seasoned warrior? As Zhu Shizhong's eyes widened in sudden realization, he understood that this individual was far from ordinary. The blade struck with such swiftness that he had no time to react. A bolt of shock coursed through his mind. Everything that had transpired was merely an act, the true intention being to eliminate him and incite a conflict between the Songshan army and the Shi clan. Before he could utter a word, the youth, brandishing a dagger, plunged it relentlessly into him, transforming Zhu Shizhong into a grotesque figure of blood. "I will kill you. Kill you," the boy shouted in a frenzy as he stabbed. Coughing, blood clogged Zhu Shizhong's throat, and ultimately, he was unable to voice anything, collapsing into a pool of crimson. "Ha ha ha, I have avenged the Shi clan." Shi Yuanrong discarded the dagger and sprinted down the street, laughing maniacally, his words a chaotic jumble, as if he had lost his sanity. This spectacle left bystanders petrified, too terrified to move. The man responsible for the Shi clan's affairs stood momentarily stunned, his expression shifting drastically, This is bad. We must retrieve him immediately. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the deranged Shi Juanrong had vanished without a trace. The Shi clan, you have the audacity to await our retribution. The remaining soldiers of the Zhongshan army, now without their leader, exchanged frantic glances and, after muttering a few threats, hurriedly bore Zhu Shichang's lifeless body away. This was a grave predicament. The members of the Shi clan exchanged glances, their expressions dark enough to draw water. The defeat of the Zhongshan army meant that the Shi clan was already facing reckoning from the imperial forces. However, after today's chaos, the bond between the Shi clan and the Zhongshan army had irreparably fractured. When the remnants of the Zhongshan army passed through Dayun Prefecture, the scene would undoubtedly be dire. Moreover, what had he just shouted? Who had taught him such words? An elder of the Shi clan spoke in a low, controlled voice, struggling to contain his fury. What of killing the city lord, opening the city gates, and slaughtering the citizens? Such actions may be one thing, but to speak of them. Moreover, some of these deeds have yet to be committed. The Shi clan's branch resided in the heart of Pingan Town. The bustling thoroughfare moments ago would soon carry the news, and the Shi clan would find themselves with countless enemies overnight, becoming the pariahs of the streets. Even if the Shi clan claimed innocence, their notorious past would overshadow their words, rendering them unbelievable. This was indeed a disaster of monumental proportions. However, as they spoke, the elder's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Shi Juanrong had always been indifferent to matters beyond his pleasures. So when had he transformed into someone so impassioned? Moreover, to have killed a martial artist, it seemed utterly inconceivable, beyond the realm of possibility for him. Wait, we must check on Shi Juanrong. His countenance shifted dramatically, and he bellowed suddenly. The others were taken aback, but soon seemed to grasp the urgency, their faces paling as they rushed toward the courtyard. Moments later, a group stood before the dwelling, gazing at the two lifeless bodies upon the bed, their expressions grim to the extreme. Shi Juanrong is here, but who, pray tell, is the Shi Juanrong that so recently cried for blood? At the Zhongshan military encampment, several soldiers returned, bearing the lifeless body of Captain Zhu, quietly deliberating whether to abscond with the amassed wealth and flee. After all, the tales of utter defeat among the frontline troops had reached them. And with Captain Zhu now dead, they pondered the prospect of splitting the silver and escaping to a life of ease. Indeed, that seemed a fitting plan, and their spirits lifted in anticipation. However, upon entering the courtyard, they were met with a scene that left them utterly aghast. Scattered across the ground lay several corpses of their fellow soldiers, while within the dwelling, the remnants of treasure chests lay strewn about. The hard-won riches they had gathered now completely pilfered. Who could have committed such an atrocity? The soldiers stood there, tears unshed, lamenting the fruit of their labor, snatched away by another. In the dead of night, Captain Zhu had indeed been quite plump. Jiang Ming sat upon his bed, unwrapping a parcel and leisurely counting the spoils of his latest endeavor. Piles of gold and jewels lay before him, and he estimated their worth to be no less than 3,000 taels of silver. It appeared that for the foreseeable future, he need not worry about the cost of medicine. Among the treasures was a tome. What secrets might it hold? Jiang Ming picked up a nameless book, its cover as dark as night, and concluded that it must possess some significance if it was hidden alongside the jewels. Could it be a manual of martial arts secrets? As he perused its pages, he found himself momentarily stunned. A diary? Who in this day and age still keeps a diary? He continued to read with patience. In the 23rd year of the Great Yin, during the 12th month, at the Chisong snowfield of Bainang Prefecture, I visited the sword master by Mo, seeking the secret of the sword's echo in the depths of the snowy valley. The biting cold intensified. We had yet to reach the innermost recesses. In the 31st year of the Great Yin, at Jiulong Lake in Jiangnan Prefecture, I sought the legendary spirit stone of the lake, to no avail. In the 60th year of the Great Yin, I became a master, entering the Yuyun mountain marsh of Dayun Prefecture, witnessing the secret of the fire cloud grass's birth, encountering the king of medicine, pursuing him deeper into the woods, only to find a horde of ordinary insects. Occasionally, there were anomalies, but where could one find any celestial destiny? In the 93rd year of the Great Yin, my lifespan, prolonged by the king of medicine, is finally drawing to a close. Where is the immortal? Does true immortality exist in this world? The diary's entries abruptly ceased in the 93rd year of the Great Yin, leaving behind the final page marred by ink stains. As if imbued with an endless yearning, it seemed that either an accident had befallen the author, or they had succumbed to decay. Jiang Ming mused. The Great Yin had been established for nearly 2 centuries. Even the blood of a martial arts master could not withstand the passage of time. By now, They were likely nothing more than dust returning to dust. One could only wonder how many hands had passed this diary before it ended up in the possession of Captain Zhu and his men. Where are the immortals? Does a celestial fate truly elude this vast realm of Yin? Jiang Ming gazed at the last frenzied scrawl and murmured to himself. The master had reached the pinnacle of martial arts yet still found no path forward. Such a realization was indeed disheartening. However, perhaps there remained hope yet. Jiang Ming composed himself, his gaze tinged with contemplation. The lands he sought, such as the Snow Plains, Nine Dragons Lake, and the mystical marshes of Yunming, might harbor secrets yet undiscovered. Human endeavor is inevitably limited. Even a grandmaster can only grace this world for a little over a century. The intervals between the appearances of the Medicine King in the marshes of Yunming span over 100 years. Perhaps other such locales possess similar opportunities, with intervals stretching even longer, too prolonged for a grandmaster to witness in a single lifetime. Jiang Ming committed to memory all the secret places recorded in the diary. He was in no rush, for time was abundant. Once he ascended to the status of a grandmaster, he could pursue each one, even if it meant residing for centuries, delving deep into the earth. Moreover, this martial arts master, Zhou Jingyu, claimed to have gathered mysterious artifacts and scriptures during his quest for immortality. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ming shook his head, harboring little hope. This master had perished over a century ago, and having spent his life in pursuit of the divine, he had not established a following. Those treasures were likely lost to time. His immediate priority remained the cultivation of martial arts. Only by reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess and becoming a grandmaster could he earn the privilege to seek such relics. 3 days later, the news of the Tsongshan army's defeat finally reached Dalian Prefecture, igniting a flurry of rumors and chaos. Various factions that had previously shown interest in the Tsongshan army now found themselves restless. What sentiment stirred within the Shi family? In their courtyard, Jiang Ming completed his training and leisurely sipped the tea brewed by Zhou Wenqiu. Just days prior, a Shi family scion had brazenly executed the Tsongshan army's leader in the streets, and news of the Shi family's impending severance with the Tsongshan army had spread throughout the city. Additionally, some mischievous souls circulated rumors that the Shi family awaited the retreating soldiers of the Tsongshan army, poised to ambush them as a means of atonement to the imperial forces. This rumor spread rapidly, embellished with each retelling until it became increasingly absurd. It could only be said that the Shi family had lost the favor of the people. Jiang Ming merely intended to create a bit of trouble for the Shi family. Never anticipating such an escalation, it seemed the Shi family was truly out of favor, with countless individuals hoping for their downfall. Yet, it was not yet time to take action. Jiang Ming took another sip of tea, unhurried. Regardless of the circumstances, the Shi family was still a prominent martial force. To think they would falter merely due to rumors was rather childish. The Tsongshan army was not foolish enough to blindly trust such gossip. They were preoccupied with their own survival and had no time to engage in feudal conflicts with local forces like the Shi family. Furthermore, the Shi family held another layer of identity, being mere pawns of the Liang family from the capital. If the Tsongshan army fell, it would only be the soldiers who suffered. Those scheming officials might still be waiting for a day of amnesty, ready to transform their fortunes and perhaps find themselves allies with the Liang family, thus unlikely to recklessly eliminate the Liang family's pawns. However, the Shi family would undoubtedly suffer some consequences from this passing storm. Jiang Ming mused, resolved to continue observing. Yet, idleness was not an option. On that very day, Jiang Ming ventured to the Wang family apothecary to procure an abundance of medicinal herbs. Resolutely continuing his daily regimen of 10 bowls of calming soup and 3 bowls of blood-boosting broth, striving to further elevate the frequency of his heightened senses. As another fortnight elapsed, a throng of deserters from the Tsongshan army finally infiltrated the borders of Dalian Prefecture, chaotically streaming northward. These fleeing soldiers had shed the amiability they once displayed while heading south. Now, they were stripped of their armor, seizing what they could along the way, and resorting to violence against those who displeased them. The prefectural city and county towns were engulfed in turmoil, with countless citizens displaced and fleeing, their plight more harrowing than during the Tsongshan army's southern offensive. However, Ping'an town fared slightly better, shielded by formidable martial artists from various factions. A few bands of deserters attempted to pillage, but were swiftly silenced before they could make any significant move. Yet, even amidst this relative safety, numerous villagers still fell victim to robbery, as the affluent cared only for their own welfare, indifferent to the suffering of those just a wall away. Amidst the chaos, a group of enigmatic heroes of the Green Forest quietly emerged in the tumultuous county towns. They identified themselves as subordinates of Feiyun Fortress, eschewing grand proclamations. Upon encountering the rampaging deserters, they charged forth, dispatching them with lethal efficiency and distributing the spoils among the displaced populace. Their swift, decisive actions left an indelible impression on all who witnessed. Gradually, the reputation of Feiyun Fortress spread rapidly through the surrounding county towns of Dalian Prefecture, with many beginning to hope for the day the fortress would grace their own villages. What a masterful strategy! Upon hearing this news, Jiang Ming was reminded of the refined young man, Wei Yan. Although lacking concrete intelligence, he had an instinctive feeling that such a ploy was orchestrated by Wei Yan himself. After honing his skills for over a decade, the time had come for him to shine. Feiyun Fortress awaited this very opportunity to establish its prestige upon the corpses of the Tsongshan army, aspiring to carve out its own dominion. The rise of one general often comes at the cost of countless lives. It remained to be seen if the remnants of the Tsongshan army could indeed serve as the foundation for the new vessel that was Feiyun Fortress. 2 days later, news concerning the Shi family reached the town. A general of the Tsongshan army returned with his troops, and upon hearing the rumors regarding the Shi family, he erupted in fury, encircling the Shi residence and personally confronting the family head. The clash resulted in the destruction of over a dozen courtyards before he finally relented. It was rumored that the head of the Shi family sustained grave injuries, forced to compensate the Tsongshan army with over 10,000 taels of silver. In addition to a vast array of jewels, weapons, and provisions, patience was key. Jiang Ming's gaze was contemplative. The Shi family's rapid ascent could not have been achieved without some hidden trump card. If others were itching to act, let them be the ones to take the lead. Currently, the Tsongshan army was retreating northward to Baining Prefecture, preparing to fortify their northern frontier. The Imperial army would arrive in Dalian Prefecture within days. And when that time came, it would be the perfect moment to exploit the ensuing chaos. As snowflakes cascaded down, marking the approach of the new year, the northern regions of Yin Kingdom were engulfed in pandemonium. The Tsongshan army, like a swarm of locusts, ravaged all in their path, indulging in wanton destruction, leaving countless civilians displaced and perishing in the biting cold of the winter storm. On the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, a vanguard force of several hundred soldiers from the imperial court arrived at Dalian Prefecture. Without a hint of resistance, they seized control of the city, swiftly apprehending a considerable number of individuals, sending them directly to the guillotine. Heads rolled and blood flowed like a river, not as a means of punishment, but merely to establish authority. At Kaishaku, an elderly beggar, unsteady on his feet, blended into the crowd of onlookers, gazing at the bound traitors upon the execution platform. Sighing inwardly, among those executed, some indeed had colluded with the Tsongshan army, yet many appeared to be mere shopkeepers, their assistants, martial artists from local schools, and even laborers from the docks. They had no substantial connection to the Tsongshan army whatsoever. However, the imperial soldiers could not be bothered to concoct charges. Any suspicion or mere disfavor was sufficient grounds for arrest and execution. All were indiscriminately labeled as traitors of the Tsongshan army. Voices cried out in fervent protest, claiming injustice, yet no one paid them heed. The imperial soldiers, steeped in a murderous fervor, continued their grim task, one head following another, dulling the blades of their executioners in the process. It seemed they sought to vent their long-held grievances over previous defeats. Meanwhile, the onlookers remained numb, devoid of sympathy for the gruesome spectacle. Some even rummaged through their pockets for sunflower seeds, munching contentedly as they watched. This was, after all, one of the few moments of entertainment for the common folk. Each time a head fell and blood sprayed into the air, the crowd erupted in cheers. Well done. These wicked people have received their just deserts. As to what constituted good or evil, few cared. With the imperial soldiers in power, they were, of course, deemed virtuous, and those they executed were undoubtedly malevolent. Disguised as an old beggar, Jiang Ming observed for a moment before turning away. He wandered through the streets and alleys, eventually curling up in a sheltered corner, seeking warmth among fellow beggars. This spot conveniently allowed him to glimpse the Shijia manor. Ever since the Tsongshan army made their grand passage northward, the prefecture had fallen into a brief period of tranquility. Jiang Ming seized this opportunity to infiltrate the area, periodically adopting different appearances to keep watch over the Shijia family. Having endured considerable turmoil at the hands of the Tsongshan army, the Shijia had sustained significant injuries. Jiang Ming squinted, since news of the Shijia patriarch's severe injury had spread. The manor had remained tightly shut, neither allowing entry nor exit, leaving the true state of affairs within a mystery. Jiang Ming speculated that the Shijia might be contemplating escape, yet dared not attempt it. Over the years of their rise, they had offended countless enemies. It was said that when the news of the Songshan army's defeat first emerged, the Shijia dispatched a group of family members to slip out of the city secretly, hoping to secure a safe retreat. But as soon as they crossed the city limits, they were all ambushed and slain by mysterious assailants on the official road outside, including the second-rate martial artist leading them. This incident only exacerbated the Shijia's already dwindling number of skilled fighters. Since then, the Shijia had refrained from any reckless moves, retreating into the confines of the prefecture, hoping to leverage the formidable presence of their patriarch, a top-tier martial artist, to intimidate potential threats. Now they had completely sealed their gates, denying the outside world even a glimpse of their situation. However, this merely signifies a slow demise. Once the elite warriors of the imperial army arrive at the Shijia state, the fate of the Shi family will undoubtedly worsen. Jiang Ming mused to himself. The commander of the imperial forces entering the city was merely a second-rate expert, hesitant to engage the Shi family. Yet in a few days, this could change. He deduced that the Shi family would inevitably take action in the near future. Days later, in the dead of night, a group of beggars, their lips turned purple from the cold, huddled together beneath tattered animal hides, seeking warmth and slumber. An elderly beggar's ears perked up, suddenly opening his eyes. He gazed towards the Shi estate, shrouded in the silence of the night. Silently, he rose, his figure darting up to a towering tree, standing atop its branches to survey the scene below. In the darkness, a contingent of riders abruptly surged forth from the grand entrance of the Shi family. A dozen or so mounted figures racing down the street towards the city gates. Following closely behind were the second and third waves. Some ran on foot, while others urged their carriages into a frantic gallop, embodying a desperate flight for survival, scattering in all directions. Around the Shi estate, a commotion erupted as silhouettes sprang into action, pursuing the Shi family's fleeing forces. Clearly, Jiang Ming was not the only one lying in wait. Have they finally been unable to contain themselves, attempting to disperse and seize a fleeting chance for survival? Jiang Ming's gaze remained calm. Yet he refrained from pursuing the escaping figures. Knowing the Shi family's nature, those fleeing were likely expendable pawns of the numerous squads. A significant portion would not escape the city and would be ruthlessly eliminated, leaving scant opportunity for survival. These were merely decoys. The core of the Shi family must still be biding their time or seeking an escape route. A sudden unease gripped Jiang Ming. He felt a stirring within him and instinctively activated his heightened perception. There, in this state, Jiang Ming seemed to merge with the very essence of the world. His focus zeroed in on a remote courtyard in the distance, tucked away in a narrow alley, utterly inconspicuous. Could there be individuals or items related to the Shi family hidden there? Thoughts raced through Jiang Ming's mind. His heightened senses had grown increasingly acute. Not only could he activate them twice daily, but even in ordinary moments, he occasionally felt an instinctive pull towards matters pertinent to himself. At present, his sole concern was the Shi family. His gaze shifted slightly, and without hesitation, he took flight towards the courtyard sensed in his heightened awareness. Moments later, Jiang Ming concealed himself behind a rooftop, staring in astonishment at the courtyard 100 meters away. The moonlight bathed the vast expanse of snow, illuminating the scene within the courtyard, where silhouettes were stealthily emerging from an abandoned well. Among them were Shi Junming, Shi Junwei, Shi Quantang, and the head of the Shi family, Shi Jitai, who appeared to be grievously wounded. Jiang Ming meticulously etched the faces of these individuals into his memory, paying particular attention to the frail, white-haired elder being supported by others, murmuring to himself, the direct descendants of the Shi family across 3 generations are all gathered here. It's quite the comprehensive capture. To counter the Shi family, Jiang Ming had invested considerable time acquiring information on their direct lineage. Yet he had not anticipated encountering nearly all of them in one fell swoop today. His expression turned peculiar. He pondered whether the Shi family was foolish or greedy, allowing their expendables to draw attention while all the principal members congregated together, digging a tunnel in a bid to escape collectively. Should they succeed, it would indeed be a cause for celebration, perhaps even a chance for resurgence. However, if discovered, it would spell utter annihilation. Human greed is insatiable. Jiang Ming mused softly, recognizing this as typical of the Shi family's modus operandi, avaricious and arrogant, yet lacking the wisdom of discernment. Had it not been for his heightened senses, they might have truly managed to flee. But now that he had uncovered their scheme, he would ensure their demise. Jiang Ming trailed the group of furtive figures as they exited the courtyard, unhurriedly following. This account shall finally be settled. At the western gate of the city, Several soldiers leaned against the city wall, drowsily succumbing to sleep. With the Tsongshan army defeated, the defense of the city had become merely a formality. Who would dare disturb the imperial soldiers at this juncture? That would be akin to courting death. Additionally, the western gate served as a supply route, rarely seeing traffic, further contributing to its desolation. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed as a substantial object fell to the ground, startling a sleepy sentry into immediate alertness as he peered towards the source of the sound, only to behold a lifeless body bleeding profusely on the ground. His eyes widened in shock, and just as he opened his mouth to scream, darkness enveloped him, plunging him into unconsciousness. In mere moments, the guards stationed at the city were eliminated without a trace. A figure emerged from the shadows, inspecting the surroundings to ensure no one remained alive before quietly commanding move. Dozens of figures surged forth, swiftly opening the city gates and darting outside. Trailing behind this group was an inconspicuous figure who also slipped out of the city. Meanwhile, within the city, a cacophony of chaos erupted as various factions relentlessly hunted down the Shu family, gradually converging towards the east and south gates, oblivious to the commotion occurring at the western gate. 2 hours later, the night remained shrouded in darkness. A secluded path leading to the Yunming Mountains lay overgrown and desolate, rarely traversed even during the day, let alone at night. However, today, this path was bustling with activity. The underbrush trampled and askew. A group of individuals hurriedly passed by, their faces reflecting a sense of relief from their narrow escape. Shortly thereafter, a burly man with a face full of flesh ambled along the same route. The outlaw, Zhang Shan, has emerged from the Shujia clan, destined to deliver your demise. Jiang Ming walked with an unhurried demeanor. Ahead, there was no trace of human presence, yet he remained composed. The Shujia members, burdened with their families, hastened their escape. But to him, their pace was trivial. The signs they left behind were all too conspicuous. Having honed his hunting skills at the tiger hunting manor, he could ascertain the condition of those ahead with just a casual glance. He pondered, the injury of Shi Jintai is likely genuine. Following him from the city, Jiang Ming's focus remained primarily on Shi Jintai. Even in flight, he was being supported, which impeded the entire group's speed. If this was a ruse, the risk was excessively high and of no benefit. Discovery would lead to certain death. Nevertheless, caution was imperative. Jiang Ming's gaze was steady. Prudence was always wise. Even an injured Shi Jintai was a formidable first-rate martial artist, far beyond the capabilities of the likes of the old Snake Gang leader. Currently, Jiang Ming was merely a second-rate martial artist. Despite his mastery of the blood-burning blade technique and heightened senses, he could not guarantee the defeat of a first-rate warrior, let alone the multiple martial artists within the Shujia clan. Thus, some strategy was essential. He felt within his pocket. Over the years, the variety of medicinal powders he had developed had grown considerably. Observing the footprints, it appeared the pampered family members were beginning to falter. Jiang Ming glanced at the erratic, uneven tracks, gauging the passage of time. Several hours had elapsed, coupled with the heightened tension of fleeing. It was likely that some could no longer endure. He softened his footsteps, slipping into the adjacent forest, moving silently forward, merging seamlessly with the night, nearly soundless. This too was a skill learned at the tiger hunting manor. During a hunt, one must be as elusive as a specter, striking only at the moment of execution. In a nearby clearing, the Shujia family lay sprawled upon the ground, some seated, others reclining, their lips trembling and pale, gasping for breath. They, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never endured such an intense flight. Merely reaching this point was commendable. Father, why must we flee? Did we not ally with the Tsongshan army, merely to follow the Liang family's lead? Now the Liang family does not protect the Shujia? A youth with a harsh visage expressed his discontent. Why are we accused of betraying them? Did we not merely retain a few jade stones? Silence. A middle-aged man admonished in a hushed tone. From this day forth, there is no longer a Shujia, and you shall no longer bear the name Shi Ming. The young man clenched his fists but dared not argue with the older man, swiftly turning towards the woods. I need to relieve myself. Father, do not take offense. He is merely struggling to cope with the sudden change. A spirited young woman approached, offering her counsel. It appears that he is not the only one who finds it unbearable. The middle-aged man, Shi Quantang, cast a glance around at the pampered men and women. Sighing, Junwei, you are now a late-stage second-tier martial artist. The future of the Shi family rests upon your shoulders. Once you attain the status of a martial arts master, our family shall surely rise again, surpassing our former glory. Shi Junwei nodded, her eyes ablaze with determination. Moments later, Jiang Ming emerged slowly from the depths of the forest, seemingly still in a huff, as he plopped down onto a towering piece of bluestone, burying his head in silence. The others could only shake their heads at the sight. In the dead of night, a chill wind rustled through the lush foliage of the woods, producing a disquieting whisper that sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Ming, be careful not to catch a chill. Come down quickly, Shi Junwei called out, noticing Jiang Ming sitting in the wind's path. He is a martial artist. What does he have to fear from the cold? Shi Quan'ang retorted, his eyes widening with irritation. Jiang Ming remained silent, but obediently jumped down from the stone, settling onto the ground. However, no one noticed the 2 small paper packets he discreetly concealed in his hand. Oh dear, I simply cannot go on. The more I rest, the more fatigued I become, lamented a woman in her 30s or 40s. Her fair skin adorned with gold and silver jewelry around her neck and wrists. Who could disagree? I can barely lift my legs. The mountain path is utterly treacherous. Many echoed her sentiments. A bunch of useless fools, stand up and prepare to depart. If you squander your time like this, you will be the first to perish when faced with enemies. Shi Quan'ang admonished, his frustration palpable. Suddenly, Shi Tai, the head of the Shi family, who had been sitting quietly with his eyes closed, opened them abruptly, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Hold your breath. This is a sleeping poison. What? Are we being pursued? The Shi family members were thrown into chaos, as none had ever faced such a dire situation. Panic-stricken, they attempted to rise and flee, only to find their limbs weak and unresponsive. Only Shi Junwei and the other martial artists of the Shi family could forcibly suppress the effects of the sleeping poison with their vital energy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the consumption of their vital energy was alarmingly swift. Within the depths of the forest, an atmosphere of panic enveloped the surroundings, as an unseen adversary lurked in the shadows, rendering a significant portion of the Shi family incapacitated. Arm yourselves. Gather these people together and protect them. Shi Tai sprang to his feet, circulating his vital energy, his gaze sharp as lightning as he surveyed the area. Do not panic. The enemy employs such despicable tactics, indicating their strength is vastly inferior to ours and that they dare not confront us head-on, though his intention was to steady the hearts of those present. His words indeed held a semblance of truth. The martial artists, including Shi Junwei, felt a slight calming of their spirits and hurried to assist the families. Jiang Ming also sprang into action, fastening his long knife to his waist, aiding in the relocation of a family member. Upon returning, he found himself inadvertently beside Shi Tai. Muttering, while I was away, I seem to have glimpsed someone. What? Where? A crack appeared in Shi Tai's previously steadfast concentration. Boom. At that instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Jiang Ming, his long knife unsheathed, striking out in a swift arc towards Shi Tai's face. The blood flame sword technique unleashed its fury in an instant. You. Shi Tai's expression changed dramatically. There was no time to block with his weapon, and he could only raise his arms, his blood energy enveloping him instantaneously, bracing for the impending blow. The ultimate skill of a first-rate martial artist. This blood energy was akin to iron and gold. Boom. The clash of the long knife against flesh produced a fearsome sound, waves of force radiating outward, scattering sand and stones. The surrounding grass was violently torn away. Cough. A figure staggered back, coughing violently, leaving a trail of blood upon the ground. Father. Family head. It was only at this moment that the Shi family members reacted, rushing to the side of the retreating individual, who was none other than the head of the family, Shi Tai. A first-rate martial artist, he had been repelled by a single blow, and though he was already injured, this was sufficient to illustrate the formidable nature of their foe. Shi Tai's lips bled as he glanced at his blood-soaked arms, his expression a mix of shock and fury as he glared at the figure before him. Who on earth are you? Shi Junwei and the others looked on in astonishment at Jiang Ming, their bodies chilled with dread, questioning the identity of the kin with whom they had fled for so long. All present summoned their blood energy, standing vigilant as they scrutinized the seemingly effeminate young man. Only now did they observe with greater clarity that this individual bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Ming, yet upon closer inspection, numerous subtle differences became apparent, unnoticed until this moment. Truly worthy of being a first-rate martial artist, to withstand my strike without succumbing. Jiang Ming, however, refrained from further aggression, offering a calm smile. Internally, he marveled at the might of the blood flame sword technique, confirming its capacity to withstand a first-rate martial artist's assault. Who dares to come and confront me, yet does not reveal their true identity? Shi Tai demanded in a low voice. secretly channeling his blood energy to quell the disturbance caused by the recent strike. What is there to fear? Shi Jianming's expression gradually shifted, revealing a visage marked by a multitude of scars. Zhang Shan is here, come to deliver the final rites for the Shi family today. Zhang Shan, is it you? The members of the Shi family gasped in unison, their eyes ignited with fury. The Shi family harbored a profound hatred for this Zhang Shan, who had become the embodiment of their grievances. The tragic incident at Qinghe Tower had sent shockwaves throughout Dalian Mansion, yet the perpetrator, Zhang Shan, had evaded capture, leaving the Shi family utterly humiliated. You were also responsible for Shi Quan's demise, weren't you? And that commander from Tsongshan army, Zhu Shichang. Shi Jintai suddenly interjected, his gaze coldly fixed on Zhang Shan. In that instant, he came to understand many things: mastery of disguise, and the possession of the forbidden technique known as the blood-burning blade, coupled with the fact that the Shi family had consistently faced misfortune. Jiang Ming laughed heartily, and what of it? Today, I, Zhang Shan, shall rid Dalian Mansion of the greatest scourge, the Shi family. If you have any final words, speak them now. You are merely stalling for time, attempting to calm your tumultuous spirit, Shi Jintai remarked suddenly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he scrutinized Jiang Ming, a second-rate martial artist, somehow managing to wield the blood-burning blade without restraint. There must be a cost. Even a master cannot withstand such consumption. Astute. Jiang Ming acknowledged with a glance of admiration towards Shi Jintai. You have disowned my ploy, yet are you not guilty of the same? Tell me, can you restore your spirit? What do you mean? Shi Jintai's expression shifted, and moments later, he was stricken with alarm. My spirit, why is it depleting? Jiang Ming nodded inwardly. This was a newly developed powder of his, capable of accelerating the depletion of one's spirit when activated. It seemed effective even against first-rate martial artists. This was indeed a rare clinical material, worth observing closely and documenting later. Do not activate your spirit. Shi Jintai, a seasoned expert, quickly realized, bellowing in warning. The others promptly halted, but then Shi Junwei's complexion changed dramatically. But if we do not activate our spirit, the effects of the drug will permeate our bodies. Before she could finish, her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, followed by the others in a similar fate. Well played. Shi Jintai's eyes blazed with wrath as he glared intensely at Jiang Ming. It appears that today, I, Shi Jintai, cannot escape this calamity, having already sustained significant injuries. Combined with his earlier exertion of the blood-burning blade, his condition had deteriorated further. Even without Jiang Ming's intervention, he feared he would not survive for many months. However, even in death, you shall not live, Junwei. Do not act recklessly. Shi Jintai gritted his teeth, and a familiar aura erupted from within him. Can you withstand my blood-burning blade? His hair and beard bristled with rage, his body enveloped in a crimson energy, resembling a warrior clad in blood armor. With a fierce roar, he swung his blade towards Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was not surprised, though the blood-burning blade was a forbidden technique. Acquiring it was not beyond the reach of a family as prominent as the Shi. Master, the members of the Shi family gasped in horror, given their leader's current condition. Using the blood-burning blade was akin to courting death. Many wept, recognizing that their master was risking his life in a desperate bid for their survival. Shi Junwei and the others had red-rimmed eyes, yet they dared not expend their vitality any further, for the road ahead remained long. If they squandered their strength here, the sacrifice of their family head would be in vain. Moreover, even if they engaged in combat, the outcome would scarcely change, and it might even serve to restrain their leader. Jiang Ming, however, acted without hesitation, once again wielding the blood-fire blade to defend himself. A thunderous clash resounded as both blades shattered simultaneously. Jiang Ming was sent hurtling through the air, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Very well, let us continue, he declared, adopting a desperate posture as he sprang from the ground, substituting his blade with his fists. Without a second thought, he reignited the blood-fire blade, recklessly charging forward. Shi Jintai, consumed by bloodlust, lunged at Jiang Ming, yet he found himself unable to activate the blood-fire blade once more, causing his momentum to wane considerably. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows fiercely, a tumult of strikes echoing through the nearby forest, ancient trees and rocks shattering under their ferocity. Yet, with each clash, Shi Jintai sensed something amiss. He had anticipated that after executing two blood-fire blade techniques, his opponent would surely be weakened. Indeed, Zhang Shan's condition deteriorated with each exchange, his wounds multiplied. Blood seeping from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, resembling a blood-soaked gourd as he gasped for breath, on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, Shi Jintai found himself utterly exhausted, while the wavering Zhang Shan remained steadfast. "Why won't you die?" Shi Jintai bellowed in a fit of rage, his outburst exacerbating his injuries, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood, his vitality waning significantly. "It must be nearly over." Jiang Ming observed Shi Jintai's demeanor, confirming that he was nearing his limit. A quick glance revealed no one from the Shi family had followed. In that moment, an instinctual surge ignited within him. His fists enveloped in swirling blood energy. The full force of the blood-fire blade erupted. The left flank was a vulnerable spot. With a resounding crash, an exquisitely precise punch landed fiercely between Shi Jintai's waist and abdomen. Even as a first-rate martial artist, the impact rendered him a mass of mangled flesh. Bones protruded grotesquely, while entrails spilled onto the ground. "Ha! Ha ha!" Shi Jintai stared in shock at Jiang Ming, uttering incomprehensible sounds, yet words eluded him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Jiang Ming frowned, unease prompting him to deliver another heavy punch to Shi Jintai's head, obliterating it, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Above first rate, I suppose this counts as a trade," he mused with a light chuckle. Despite the myriad circumstances surrounding this encounter, he, Jiang Ming, had indeed vanquished a first-rate martial artist. On the rugged roadside, a group of members from the Shi family huddled together, trembling as they awaited the return of Shi Jintai. This accursed Zhang Shan, what on earth did he employ? The effects of the drug are insufferably difficult to dispel. Shi Quantong leaned against a stone, his countenance grim. Every attempt to counteract the narcotic with his vital energy resulted in rapid depletion, likely unable to sustain him for even a quarter of an hour yet, should he cease. The effects of the drug would resurge, rendering him helpless upon the ground. Individually, neither of these substances posed a fatal threat, but together they could incapacitate a warrior entirely. Could the family head possibly contend with Zhang Shan? A bejeweled matron expressed her unease, her voice trembling. The other family members were equally apprehensive. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they had never encountered such a dire situation. Save for their own cruel amusements at the expense of others. What is Zhang Shan? Merely a second-rate warrior, resorting to despicable tactics and relying on forbidden arts to forcibly elevate his abilities. Shi Quantong's expression darkened as he declared, had it not been for the family head's injury, a single strike would have sufficed to eliminate him. Even now, vanquishing Zhang Shan remains well within reach. Shi Junwei and the other warriors maintained their composure. Perhaps the family head would perish in this battle, yet defeat was not an option. The longer one practiced martial arts, the more one comprehended the formidable might of a first-rate warrior in the Daqing prefecture. A first-rate warrior is akin to a deity, regardless of Zhang Shan's ruckus. He would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of the family head. Moments later, the rustle of footsteps echoed from the nearby thicket. The group perked up, glancing eagerly in that direction. It seemed the family head had triumphed. Shi Quantong wore a look of confident assurance. Shi Junwei gazed intently towards the source of the footsteps, her expression tinged with worry. "I wonder how severely the family head is injured." As they conversed, a blood-soaked figure slowly emerged from the forest. He stood before the Shi family members, gazing down upon them like a fierce tiger surveying a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The confidence on Shi Quantong's face was obliterated in an instant. "Impossible," he uttered instinctively. "How could this be?" The expressions of the Shi family members shifted dramatically, disbelief etched upon their faces as they beheld the man before them. Why has Zhang Shan returned alive? The family head is immensely powerful. How could he be defeated by a second-rate warrior? Someone murmured in dazed disbelief, unable to accept this outcome. Did you imprison the family head?" A warrior, losing his composure, shouted in fury. Jiang Ming grinned. "If you say so, then so be it. Soon, you shall join him." He strode forward, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Shi Jintai was dead, and Jiang Ming could hardly be bothered to waste words on these minions. It would suffice to eliminate them all. Having slain the family head, he was undoubtedly exhausted. There was no point in waiting idly. It was time to fight back. As Shi Quantong regained his senses, he let out a thunderous roar, rising without hesitation. The fervor of his blood surged forth as he struck a palm towards Jiang Ming's chest. Shi Junwei and other warriors of the Shi clan also summoned their blood energy, charging at Jiang Ming with grief and fury. With their patriarch deceased, they could not allow this mountain to live. They would not spare him under any circumstances. If they did not survive the night, what future could they hope for? Their only chance lay in a desperate struggle for survival. "Alas, I have not yet exhausted my resolve," Jiang Ming thought, his gaze impassive as the fiery blood blade energy coiled around his fist, infused with tremendous power, colliding with Shi Chuantong's palm. With a resounding crack, Shi Chuantong's arm shattered, flesh and bone exploding into a gruesome spectacle. Yet Jiang Ming's fist continued its relentless trajectory, crashing into Shi Chuantong's shoulder. The force of the blow erupted, instantly obliterating half of Shi Chuantong's body, sending a mist of blood into the air. A once proud head soared high, tumbling into the distant grass, rolling down the mountainside. Shi Junwei looked on in horror, exclaiming, "How can you still wield forbidden techniques? This defies all reason." The Shi family possessed a far deeper understanding of forbidden arts than ordinary warriors, leaving Shi Junwei utterly perplexed at how someone could wield such power as if it were an ordinary technique. How could they possibly contend with that? Jiang Ming's face twisted into a more menacing expression as he declared, "Even if I must expend my entire lifespan today, I shall obliterate your Shi family." Yet inwardly, he mused, "With the fiery blood blade energy I possess, I could unleash dozens more. Is this surprising? What vendetta does my family hold against you?" Unable to restrain herself, Shi Junwei questioned, "What enmity do our families share?" But Jiang Ming, disinterested in conversation, merely scoffed and charged forth. It must be said that Shi Junwei, the youngest prodigy of the Shi family, was indeed formidable, surpassing even Shi Kuan-Eng in strength. She had managed to refine her blood energy into her meridians, evading several of Jiang Ming's strikes with her agile movements. Regrettably, it was still insufficient. Perhaps in her next life, she might choose a better lineage. At last, Jiang Ming cornered Shi Junwei into an inescapable position, seizing the moment to deliver a punch to her chest. The impact echoed with a sickening crunch as flesh was shattered, leaving nothing behind. "Your defenses cannot withstand my basic attack," Jiang Ming remarked, casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, smirking slightly. Suddenly, he noticed something glimmering amidst the remnants of Shi Junwei's flesh, objects that did not appear to be bone. However, there was no time for investigation. He committed the sight to memory and swiftly darted towards the remaining warriors. What followed was a merciless slaughter, Jiang Ming transforming into an unyielding assassin. Eliminating one warrior after another, the number of corpses on the ground steadily increasing. A few warriors, seizing their chance to flee, found themselves unable to escape Jiang Ming's relentless pursuit, especially within the hunter's domain of the forest. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jiang Ming had eradicated every last warrior. There were a total of 26 martial artists and 49 family members. As he calculated the number of lives he had taken, finding it matched the count he had recorded at the start of his pursuit, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Blood streamed down his body, both that of his enemies and his own, resembling a ghastly apparition adorned with flesh and gore. As he approached, the cowering family members sprawled on the ground. "Please, do not kill us." The delicate men and women, their faces ashen as if painted in the hue of fear, quivered. Some were so terrified that they lost control, releasing an unpleasant stench into the air. "I have never committed any wrongdoing. I am merely a member of the Shi family. I have never been involved in their affairs." A noble woman, bedecked in extravagant jewelry, lamented with tears streaming down her face. "Whenever they ventured out to do evil, I remained at home, praying and burning incense, hoping the Buddha would absolve them of their sins." Absolve? You think that after committing evil deeds, offering incense will grant you peace of mind? Jiang Ming chuckled darkly. "No wonder you gentlemen hold such reverence for the Buddha." The noble woman attempted to further explain, but a sudden flash of a blade cut through the air. With a sickening thud, a head fell to the ground, and the pearl and gemstone necklace shattered, sinking into the pool of blood. Short, piercing screams echoed through the night sky. Moments later, Jiang Ming stood alone in the wilderness. The entire lineage of the Shi family extinguished in this nameless desolation. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and dismembered limbs lay scattered across the ground, casting a terrifying shadow in the night. Jiang Ming, resembling a diligent farmer inspecting his crops, methodically examined each corpse, and upon finding two still gasping for breath, he unhesitatingly severed their heads. Once he confirmed that no one remained alive, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Surely no one will rise from this pile of bodies to seek revenge decades later. Jiang Ming murmured to himself, recalling certain melodramatic plots. Yet, he thought, if someone did seek vengeance, it mattered little to him. After all, the lives claimed by Zhang Shan had nothing to do with Jiang Ming. With complete assurance, he surveyed the carnage around him and reflected. Who could have imagined that all the direct descendants of the most powerful faction in Dayan Prefecture would meet such an unnoticed demise in this desolate wilderness? With his moment of sentimentality concluded, Jiang Ming rolled up his sleeves and began to engage in his traditional craft, searching the bodies. I hope to uncover some valuable treasures. I would hate to have shed blood for nothing. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. These were the direct descendants of the Shu family, and whatever they carried for their flight would surely reflect the family's hidden wealth. He began his search among the family members, discovering gold leaves and jewels, filling a bundle that added to his already considerable fortune. However, he found nothing particularly extraordinary. Jiang Ming was not surprised, for they were merely ordinary people, and to them, gold and silver were of utmost importance. Crowdfunding is indeed the swiftest route to riches, he thought contentedly as he slung the heavy bundle over his shoulder and strode towards the group of Shu family warriors. Warriors are the true foundation of a clan, and if any treasures are to be found, they will undoubtedly be on them. Already a discovery with the first one? Jiang Ming. Upon discovering the lifeless body of the second-rate warrior Shi Yang, directly extracted a tome from it. The tidal-swallowing wave blade captured his attention, igniting a spark of joy within him. Previously, in Pingan Town, he had witnessed Shi Tang and that young master Liang engage in combat utilizing this very technique, a blade art renowned for its dual offensive and defensive capabilities. It was rumored to be the signature martial art of the Shi family, valuable enough to rival the methods capable of cultivating a first-rate warrior. The mere possession of this manual was already a significant gain. He tucked it into his bosom and continued his search. Among his findings were secret medicinal formulas, shop deeds, the Shi family's first-rate martial techniques, and annotations from Shi Dao Tai, treasures indeed. As he rummaged through the remnants, his bounty grew increasingly substantial. However, he discarded the property deeds without a second thought. Although the Shi family had essentially been eradicated, possessing such properties would only attract unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives, a venture not worth pursuing. Eventually, he made his way deeper into the forest, approaching the side of the shattered Shi Dao Tai. A wave of regret washed over him. He hoped he hadn't inadvertently destroyed any profound martial formula capable of leading one to mastery. Yet, the battle had been so intense that he had not had a moment's respite to hold back. With a hint of unease, he crouched down and began to explore. To his surprise, he indeed uncovered something. Moments later, he retrieved a thin piece of tan beast skin from beneath Shi Dao Tai's garments. As he unfolded it, he found it to be quite substantial, densely inscribed with tiny characters. Affixed to the far right were 3 bold, ancient characters: Essence Seizing Technique. Jiang Ming's heart raced with a mix of astonishment and delight as he quickly folded it and concealed it within his garments. This secret technique must surely represent the very foundation of the Shi family. His heart pounded fiercely, urging him to flee to a secure location for careful study. However, there was one more matter he nearly forgot. He retraced his steps to the roadside and hurried over to Shi Junwei. Amidst the gruesome scene, the stark whiteness of bones was glaringly apparent. Yet, what caught Jiang Ming's attention were the small, yellowish crystals embedded within the mangled flesh. Crouching down, he picked up several of these crystals and wiped the blood off on Shi Junwei's clothing before scrutinizing them closely. The crystals had clear fracture lines, suggesting they had broken off from a larger, intact object, yet they were certainly not bones. Testing their resilience, Jiang Ming exerted his full strength as a second-rate warrior. Yet he found he could not crush them. This item held significant importance. Without hesitation, he struck Shi Junwei with a swift palm. Moments later, Jiang Ming gathered a handful of yellow crystals of varying sizes, wrapping them in a piece of tattered cloth before stowing them away. He then rose and departed with purposeful strides. The following day, in the grand city of Dayun, whispers of a shocking revelation swept through the streets like a tempest. The explosive news spread. An entire first-rate warrior faction, the Shi family's direct lineage, had fled only to be utterly annihilated. The news you possess is utterly flawed. I have already heard it, and it is merely a fabrication. The true lineage of the Shi family has long since fled beyond the city's borders, leaving no trace. You are mistaken. I refer to those who have successfully escaped, the third generation of the Shi family's direct descendants. What warriors? Their entire kin has perished. Even the head of the Shi family, Shi Dao Tai, has had half his body obliterated. What? Is this true? Who is so ruthless as to annihilate the entire Shi lineage? This cannot be false. It was discovered by a traveling merchant entering the city this morning. The imperial troops have already been dispatched to handle the situation. Surely it cannot be the Wang family or the Tiger Hun estate behind this. I would rather believe that it was the valiant Zhang Shan who did it. In an instant, chaos erupted within the city. With the Shi residence becoming a scene of pillage, countless audacious warriors seized the opportunity to storm in, committing acts of arson and looting. In their haste to maintain secrecy, Shi Tai and others did not even inform the ordinary members of the Shi family while fleeing. Today, many of the Shi family members, roused from slumber, were met with a swift death, cleaved in two by blades. How dare you intrude upon the Shi residence? Are you courting death? One member of the Shi family, still trying to comprehend the situation, attempted to intimidate the assailants. What, do you wish to eradicate my entire clan? A foe, filled with malice, retorted and struck the Shi family member with a single, devastating blow. Such scenes were unfolding continuously throughout the Shi estate. The enemies the Shi family had made were not limited to the entirety of Dalian Prefecture, but at the very least, half of it. Today's Shi residents suffered a fate worse than that of the former Serpent Gang, with blood flowing freely and screams resonating throughout the estate. In Pingantown, at the bamboo fence courtyard, Creek, Jiang Ming opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, gradually performing a set of ordinary health-preserving martial arts in the morning mist. His movements fluid and graceful, exuding an ethereal quality. No one could fathom that such a youth was the mastermind behind the massacre of the Shi family. Yet Jiang Ming's thoughts were far removed from the Shi family. His mind was consumed by the arcane techniques inscribed upon that animal hide. The technique of essence seizing. This could be considered the second genuine forbidden martial art following the blood-burning blade technique. The technique of essence seizing, which captures the essence of others. Defying destiny. Jiang Ming recalled the records on the hide. The name alone reveals much. This is a brutally domineering method of auxiliary cultivation, enabling the practitioner to seize the life essence of others, often referred to as the source or vital essence. Though intangible, it undeniably exists. Once a warrior is deprived of their essence, they are perilously close to death. After seizing this essence, it can be refined into what is known as vital force, merging with one's flesh and blood, significantly accelerating one's cultivation speed. Moreover, should one continually utilize the technique of essence seizing for cultivation, they would no longer encounter bottlenecks on their martial path, advancing straight to the realm of martial masters. Additionally, the stronger the target from whom the essence is seized, the richer the essence obtained, resulting in an even faster cultivation speed. Even those of inferior talent can, with the aid of this technique, become warriors in a remarkably short period. However, despite the technique of essence seizing's ability to enhance a warrior's cultivation speed, it is excessively domineering. Thus it bears a fatal flaw. Each time it is employed, it diminishes one's lifespan by 10 days. During the process of cultivation, it is essential to utilize the corresponding secret elixirs. Otherwise, the reduction of 10 days of life can only be mitigated to 3. This renders the technique a forbidden art. And it is fortunate that this is the case. Otherwise, the Shi family would have ascended to unimaginable heights. Jiang Ming understood clearly now. No wonder Shi Tai appeared so aged at the mere age of 60 or 70. For a first-rate martial artist, 60 or 70 is typically considered middle age. Yet he bore a face riddled with wrinkles, resembling someone well into their 70s. It seems that the reason behind this is indeed the practice of such a technique. If one were to calculate the effects of employing the yuan seizing technique once a day, each day would equate to a loss of 4 days of life. Practicing for a year would result in a 4-year reduction, and after 10 years, regardless of whether one becomes renowned, they would find themselves with 1 foot in the grave. Who could endure such a fate? It is likely that no one could practice this technique to the level of a master, let alone achieve the rank of a grandmaster. Shi Tai, having endured the toll of aging, barely managed to become a first-rate martial artist. If he continued, he might very well exhaust himself before reaching mastery. However, I can endure. Jiang Ming blinked, realizing that these forbidden techniques were tailor-made for him. Yet, although I do not require the secret elixirs of the yuan seizing technique, I have not yet discovered the corresponding formulas. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow. Suddenly recalling the background of the Shi family, they rose to prominence with the support of the Liang family in the capital. Could it be that the yuan seizing technique was bestowed upon the Shi family by the Liang family, while the formulas for the secret elixirs remained under their control? Is this a means to manipulate the Shi family? He nodded inwardly. If this were the case, it would make sense. It appears that the so-called 6 great families in the capital indeed possess significant influence. I wonder what other treasures lie within the repositories of these 6 great families. Once I become a master, I must explore this further. Jiang Ming mused. If there truly are celestial opportunities in the Yin Kingdom, it is most likely that they are held within these families with history spanning centuries. Next, it is time to test the yuan seizing technique and see if it aligns with my expectations. According to the description on the animal hide, The yuan seizing technique serves merely as an auxiliary method of cultivation and must be complemented by martial arts principles. Jiang Ming is currently practicing the ox skin and tiger bone technique, along with a first-rate method he has studied for quite some time, the flowing cloud technique. In addition to the martial arts manuals recently acquired from the Shu family, he is not lacking in resources. The primary concern now is whether he can successfully employ this yuan seizing technique. Engaging in rampant slaughter of other martial artists to seize their vital energy is certainly impractical and unstable, likely to attract trouble. Jiang Ming seeks a sustainable path. I wonder if my speculated approach will work. His gaze flickered as he recalled the yuan seizing technique in his mind several times, ensuring there were no mistakes. With a deep breath, he began to channel his blood energy and activate the yuan seizing technique. A thread of peculiar crimson light began to coalesce between Jiang Ming's fingertips, yet it soon wavered and dissipated. Undeterred, Jiang Ming made another attempt, after all. This is a forbidden technique, and success cannot be easily attained. 3 days later, within the confines of his room, Jiang Ming's gaze was resolute as he slowly channeled his blood energy. Strands of crimson light began to gather, ultimately forming a radiant orb in the palm of his hand, subtly swirling and emanating an extraordinary power. At last, it has succeeded. Jiang Ming rejoiced, unhesitatingly commencing the application of the yuan seizing technique. I seize, he quietly murmured to himself. Then with a resounding smack, he struck his own chest. Indeed, Jiang Ming's method was to draw upon his own vital energy. After perusing the vital energy extraction technique several times, Jiang Ming uncovered a flaw. Though the incantation was ostensibly meant for others, it never explicitly stated it could not be applied to oneself. The reason no one dared to employ it on themselves was due to the inherent risk. Utilizing it even once would shorten one's life by 3 days. And to then siphon one's own energy for personal use seemed a cruel irony. After 2 applications, one would become akin to a withered husk, rendering further cultivation futile. However, such constraints held no sway over Jiang Ming. With my indomitable source of light, I can replenish what I lose. I fear no consequence. Am I truly one to lack in vital energy? Yet, Jiang Ming felt a twinge of uncertainty about the efficacy of this method, as it remained purely theoretical and had yet to be practically tested. With a flourish, as he activated the vital energy extraction technique, he felt as though something within him had been hollowed out, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed onto the ground. Yet, concurrently, he sensed a pure and potent force gradually flowing into his palm, swiftly permeating his limbs and dissipating within. Soon after, Jiang Ming felt the indomitable source of light within his mind blaze forth. The energy he had just lost was instantly restored, returning him to his former state. It truly works. Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The force that infused his limbs was indeed what one referred to as vital energy. Eagerly, he commenced practicing the internal breathing method of the bullhide and tiger bone technique. Threads of blood energy surged into his meridians with astonishing rapidity, astounding Jiang Ming as they began to refine his channels at a speed that far surpassed anything he had previously experienced. This pace was magnified manifold. Excellent, excellent, excellent. With a firm determination, Jiang Ming focused his mind and, while the vital energy still coursed through him, endeavored to refine his meridians to the fullest. After 3 full hours of practice, this extraordinary sensation of advancement began to slowly dissipate. The effort of just 3 hours was roughly equivalent to nearly half a month of usual refinement. Jiang Ming assessed the degree to which his meridians had been enhanced and was utterly astonished, relishing the exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing strength. He could no longer tolerate the snail's pace of ordinary cultivation. Without hesitation, he struck his palm once more, invoking the vital energy extraction technique anew. What is this once-a-day nonsense? Do I truly lack so much lifespan? Bang, bang, bang. Darkness enveloped him, power surged within, light returned, and he emerged once more, a renewed warrior. This is what true cultivation feels like. Jiang Ming immersed himself in this infinite cycle of self-extraction, plunging headlong into rigorous training. A month later, as the ice melted and life began anew, the dawn of a new year arrived. The war-torn Yin kingdom gradually settled into peace. The imperial army advanced unimpeded, taking control of the northern provinces. The Tsongshan forces were utterly routed, with rumors circulating that the Tsongshan king had sustained grave injuries while besieged by 2 martial masters, retreating to the fortified northern Ning prefecture, leveraging the glacial natural defenses of the Qisong snowfield to stand against the imperial forces in a temporary standoff. In Dayan prefecture, Sporadic remnants of defeated soldiers could still be apprehended as they wreaked havoc in villages and towns, yet overall, the threat had diminished significantly. Ping'an Town. At the entrance of the town, a small pond stood, seemingly waiting for the herbalists descending from the mountains. Life continued much as it always had. A struggle to get by, or so many would say. Yet, these sentiments came from those who survived. If the souls who perished amidst the chaos of war and the biting cold could voice their thoughts once more, their words would likely differ. Jiang Ming entered the tavern run by old Jiang, ordered a pot of wine and a few side dishes, and settled at a wooden table by the window. Indulging in his meal with leisure, one must still savor life's pleasures. The sun warmed his face, and as Jiang Ming squinted his eyes in relaxation, he engaged in casual conversation with the drunken patrons around him. A month prior, having recently mastered the art of energy extraction, Jiang Ming resembled a famished man who had not tasted meat in decades, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he devoted himself tirelessly to practice. His strength had indeed surged remarkably. However, he soon found the toll of such endeavors overwhelming, not physically, but psychologically. The suffocating sensation of nearing death each time his energy was seized was unbearable, akin to the queasiness of feasting excessively on rich meats. Within the confines of Dalian Prefecture, there was no one left to threaten him. Coupled with his newfound immortality, Jiang Ming pondered the purpose of enduring such torment. From that moment forth, he resolved to employ the energy extraction technique merely thrice daily, a limitation he intended to uphold. At this rate, he anticipated reaching the pinnacle of a second-rate martial artist within 3 months, at which point he would be ready to engage in greater challenges. Having established a training regimen, Jiang Ming commenced his disciplined practice. Even with his self-imposed constraint of 3 uses per day, his progress was equivalent to more than a month of prior training, an already impressive pace. Since his arrival in this world, he had remained steadfast and diligent in his martial pursuits. Yet now, with the demise of the Shi family and the defeat of the rebel forces, and bolstered by his affiliation with the tiger hunting manor, he was on the verge of becoming a recognized martial artist in Ping'an Town, a figure of some significance. As long as he refrained from reckless pursuits and did not involve himself in conflicts, he believed there would be little chance of encountering trouble in Dalian Prefecture. After all, what was the purpose of cultivation if not to live comfortably, to enjoy a drink, and to listen to operatic performances? Jiang Ming took a leisurely sip of wine, closed his eyes, and savored the flavors within. Meanwhile, patrons in the tavern engaged in fervent discussions about recent events. The Shi family had been utterly annihilated, with survivors few and far between. Even the Shi estate had been doused in oil and set ablaze. It was rumored that the Liang family from the capital had arrived at Dalian Prefecture, infuriated by the Shi family's demise, offering a bounty for the capture of the perpetrators, vowing to publicly display their heads. Was it not said that the Shi family had betrayed the Liang family? Should they not be elated? Yet, could one truly rejoice if their own dog bit them and then was slain by an outsider? One must take matters into their own hands. However, I have heard that the Liang family's fury may stem from deeper reasons, as whispers suggest that the Shi family has absconded with something of the Liang family. I have also heard that the Liang family instructed the Shi family to venture into Yunming Mountain in search of treasures, only for the Shi family to secretly keep what they found. Numerous rumors abound, blurring the lines between truth and fiction, yet no one seems to care. Such discussions are merely a diversion during idle moments, becoming increasingly fervent. Suddenly, Jiang Ming opened his eyes, struck by a realization. Over the past month, he had been meticulously organizing and studying various artifacts obtained from the Shi family, sacred texts and medicinal formulas, which are the true essence of a powerful clan. While they may not be monetary wealth, proclaiming their worth as invaluable would not be an exaggeration. Among all that the Shi family possessed, one particular item remained elusive to Jiang Ming's understanding: the several yellow crystals extracted from Shi Junwei's body. Regardless of the methods he employed, be it smashing with a hammer, soaking in water, or burning in fierce flames, even his attempts at heightened perception yielded no remarkable findings beyond their unusual hardness. One thing, however, was certain: when these yellow crystals were brought close to the body, they seemed to accelerate one's vital energy, suggesting a potential enhancement to martial practice. Could it be that Shi Junwei's embedding of these crystals within her flesh rendered them even more potent? Jiang Ming speculated that her rise as the foremost prodigy of Dalian Prefecture was likely attributed to these crystals. Nonetheless, he had no intention of experimenting. With the technique of Yuan seizing at his disposal, what use would he have for these crystals? Moreover, Their mysterious nature hinted at a significance beyond mere enhancement. Could it be that these yellow crystals were the coveted treasures the Shi family had concealed? A stirring in Jiang Ming's heart suggested that the Shi family's other possessions could not possibly incite such interest from the colossal Liang family. The singular reason must lie within these yellow crystals. If the rumors held any truth, and the Shi family had indeed discovered these yellow crystals from the mountains, they might very well be connected to the secrets of Yunming Mountain. With patience, thorough research would eventually unveil their purpose, perhaps even leading him to a path of celestial fortune. Jiang Ming mused, feeling no urgency. If the Liang family were to support the Shi family, it would undoubtedly be for the treasures of Yunming Mountain. They would certainly have subsequent actions planned, and he need only observe their unfolding drama. Regardless, it seemed that peace might finally reign for a while. As Jiang Ming listened to the laughter and chatter within the tavern, a smile graced his lips. He drained his cup and stepped out of the tavern. After purchasing an axe in the town, he set off towards Yunming Mountain. The once familiar wooden cabin had suffered through several tribulations, possibly damaged by some reckless individual during a brawl. Jiang Ming intended to rebuild it, yearning to continue his secluded life of sipping tea, admiring the scenery, and honing his skills in herbal gathering. In addition to his training regimen, my beast-taming initiative must also be prioritized. As he walked, Jiang Ming pondered the plans to procure medicinal materials once the cabin was rebuilt, preparing to draw blood for potion making. Previously, he had been too indifferent to engage in daily bloodletting for alchemical purposes, content with having produced enough to suffice. However, it was now imperative to expand his organization of beasts. Since the Cloud Dream Mountains indeed possess an air of mystery, Jiang Ming naturally yearned to embark on an exploration. However, venturing personally into the depths of the mountains was out of the question. He could only dispatch some woodland creatures to scout the way. For the greater good, he felt compelled to request their sacrifice. Jiang Ming mused to himself, devoid of any compassion or remorse. When indulging in snake stew or roasted game, no one seemed to lament the plight of these innocent animals. Their utility to humans represented their utmost value. Amidst the forest, the young man journeyed alone, treading upon the tender new grass, passing by ancient trees steeped in wisdom, and traversing the majestic, undulating mountain ranges, ultimately vanishing into the ethereal mists that engulfed the depths. The mountains are tranquil, reminiscent of ancient times, and daily life flows like a minor festival. With the absence of war and strife, Jiang Ming diligently practices martial arts and forages for herbs, engaging in bloodletting and alchemy. Although somewhat monotonous, his days are fulfilling and carefree. Currently, it is the season for vibrant mushrooms to flourish, and Jiang Ming has taken to preparing mushroom soup daily. He has become adept at distinguishing between poisonous and non-poisonous varieties, discarding the safe ones and reserving the toxic ones for his soups. His palate has become increasingly discerning. Mushrooms devoid of toxins no longer suffice, as their flavor pales in comparison. His martial arts cultivation and beast taming plans are progressing steadily, everything unfolding as intended. Now, he awaits any developments from the Yunming Mountains and marshes. Jiang Ming is convinced that beyond the rare Medicine King, who appears once every century, there are undiscovered secrets within these lands, potentially linked to the Medicine King and of even greater value. Otherwise, the illustrious Liang family would not expend such effort nurturing the Shi family in Dao Prefecture to uncover the mysteries of Yunming. Yet, the Liang family likely did not foresee that the hounds they trained would meet an untimely demise, with even the treasures they unearthed snatched away. Following the obliteration of the Shi family, the Liang family has pursued the culprit with a frenzy akin to a cornered beast, displaying an unusual zeal for avenging their hounds, which is quite rare for such masters of the craft. This urgency must stem from the yellow crystals, indicating their significance. Regrettably, I have yet to ascertain their purpose. In the tavern, Jiang Ming, disheveled and clad in tattered garments akin to a beggar, sips his drink, lost in thought. It has been over 2 months since he ascended the mountain, and his progress in martial arts has surpassed his expectations. This morning, he perfected the Hu Bone technique, completing his meridian refinement and stepping into the realm of second-tier mastery. In a moment of stillness, he resolved to descend the mountain for a brief respite, intending to procure herbs unavailable in the mountains and to hear the latest gossip from the neighboring villages. During his time at the tavern, he learned that the Liang family has dispatched wave after wave of individuals to Dao Prefecture over the past few months to investigate the annihilation of the Shi family. Even the Wang family and elite martial factions, such as the Hunter's Lodge, have faced inquiries from the Liang family. If I could locate the site where the Shi family discovered the yellow crystals, perhaps I could unveil their secrets. Jiang Ming mused, recognizing the urgent need to expand his beast legion. Exploring the wilderness requires not merely individual strength, but a formidable number. 3 days later, Jiang Ming donned a herb basket and shouldered a bundle of herbs and grains, once again plunging into the mountains. He is wholly unperturbed by the attention, having showcased his passion for studying herbal properties since shortly after his arrival. Years have passed, and Jiang Ming, with his profound understanding of medicinal herbs, has seen his medical skills gradually improve. While he may not rival the esteemed Dr. Sun, he has certainly gained a reputation in Ping'an Town. His peculiar obsession with researching herbs is hardly considered eccentric in his case. Yet, one cannot help but wonder when the Liang family will venture into the mountains. Jiang Ming is somewhat intrigued. The Liang family has dispatched individuals to Dayun Prefecture for quite some time, seemingly focused solely on tracking down the culprit, without extensively exploring the Yunming Mountains. Is there a specific opportunity akin to the emergence of the Medicine King? Jiang Ming's gaze remains calm, regardless of the timing. He possesses the patience to wait. Who could possibly be more adept at waiting than he? Time is long, and there are many matters to attend to. There is no need to rush. Jiang Ming contemplates his upcoming endeavors. Each morning, he practices bloodletting and delves into the flowing cloud technique he acquired from the old snake gang, all in preparation to advance to the ranks of a first-class martial artist. The martial arts techniques from the Shu family are commendable, yet when a first-class martial artist strikes, the unique characteristics of the technique inevitably become apparent. The Shu family's ambitions are too grand. Jiang Ming does not wish to become a mere bystander in their pursuits. The annotations made by Shi Jintai are indeed worthy of reference. As for the techniques, he shall reserve them for a future occasion when they might be gifted to someone deserving. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ming chuckles softly, pondering which worthy individual might one day cross paths with these techniques. Suddenly, a gentle rain begins to fall, enveloping the mountains in a misty shroud, obscuring the path ahead. Jiang Ming dons his straw hat, snugly clutching the rice flour against his chest, and jogs forward, plunging into the veil of rain. Amidst the mountains, time is a forgotten concept, and the chill of winter passes unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years swiftly elapse. In the spring of the 11th year of the Yuan Shou era, one of the dual lords of literature and martial prowess in the Yin Kingdom, the martial lord Zhou Pingshi, returns after years of wandering. Hearing that remnants of the Tsongshan army still occupy Beining Prefecture, the martial lord angrily chastises the ineptitude of his ministers in the court. Seizing the tiger talisman from the hands of the elderly emperor, he leads an army northward to quell the rebellion. In merely 3 months, the martial lord's forces decisively crush Beining Prefecture, claiming the lives of over 100,000 enemies, leaving only the Tsongshan king and a handful of followers to flee the city, their whereabouts unknown. Enraged, the martial lord orders a 3-day massacre of the city, plundering its treasures and women, resulting in rivers of blood, and leaving scarcely 1 in 10 of the townsfolk alive. The nation is taken aback. While some boisterous warriors extol the martial lord's unmatched might, others, in a fit of indignation, condemn Zhou Pingshi for his brutal and shameless conduct, delighting in the slaughter of innocents. Nevertheless, the martial lord's name shines brilliantly, even possessing the miraculous ability to soothe crying children, garnering unparalleled acclaim throughout the Yin Kingdom. Following this campaign, countless once restless factions that had stirred in the wake of the Tsongshan army's turmoil have abruptly quieted, and the entire Yin Kingdom experiences a renewed tranquility and prosperity reminiscent of days gone by. Deep within the Yunming Mountains, in a humble wooden cabin, a small stove burns brightly. The water in the pot has been simmering for a while and begins to bubble gently. A fluffy little white paw swiftly reached out, gingerly lifting the teapot and pouring a generous bowl of strong tea, which it carefully carried outside. Its rotund body rendered its tiny paws nearly invisible, resembling a mass of glutinous rice wriggling across the ground. As it passed beneath the eaves, a plump tiger, feigning slumber, perked up upon hearing the commotion. It caught sight of the comical scene before it and immediately began to roll on the ground in laughter, emitting strange, guttural sounds while revealing its ample belly. Grr. The glutinous rice ball huffed in indignation, its ruby-like eyes narrowing at the tiger, which promptly froze in place, its chubby forepaws covering its head. Too intimidated to make a sound. Satisfied, the rice ball huffed once more and turned back to continue its journey with the tea. The mountain stream surged powerfully, rushing with vigor. A figure stood poised on the riverbank, practicing a series of martial arts movements, as water cascaded around its feet, sending up a fine spray. The martial arts form was fluid and graceful, exuding a sense of effortless beauty akin to clouds drifting across a clear sky, bestowing upon the practitioner an ethereal quality. Like the flow of clouds, ever-changing, gathering and dispersing at will, the movement suddenly intensified, unleashing a sound akin to 1,000 horses charging, reminiscent of thunderous rain pounding against the earth, projecting an overwhelming force that seemed insurmountable. With a resounding impact, the fist, enveloped in a swirling crimson energy, struck the water, creating strange ripples that exploded into a massive crater, sending water soaring several meters high like a tornado. Consequently, Jiang Ming was drenched, resembling a drenched chicken. Standing there with his fist withdrawn, he paid no heed to his soaked attire and could not suppress a triumphant roar that startled the birds into flight. Ha ha. 3 years. Who could fathom the trials I have endured during this time? At last, I have comprehended the true essence of the flowing cloud technique. Jiang Ming chuckled to himself, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement, having grasped the meaning of the flowing clouds. He could now be deemed a genuine first-class martial artist. With the yuan seizing technique, elevating his strength to the pinnacle of martial prowess was no longer a challenge. Just a few months after reaching the peak of the second tier, he refined his blood essence to strengthen his bones, achieving a state where his blood energy enveloped him, successfully stepping into the realm of first-class martial artists. Yet, possessing the might of a first-class warrior without comprehending the true essence of martial arts would render one a mere facade. Lacking the capacity to unleash the genuine power of martial techniques, relying solely on brute force in combat, akin to a false first-class warrior. However, once endowed with the strength of a first-class martial artist, understanding the corresponding martial truths became significantly easier, akin to sailing along a gentle current. Otherwise, with Jiang Ming's unremarkable talent for martial training, he might not have been able to break through to the first tier on his own, even after a decade of effort. Regardless, achieving the status of a true first-class martial artist in just 3 years surpassed the pace of over 90% of his peers. Jiang Ming mused. For aside from himself, no one else could utilize the yuan seizing technique as a part of their daily training. He suspected that within the Liang family, it was merely employed to cultivate cannon fodder, and truly capable members of the Liang family likely never practiced it. After all, it is a thing that shortens one's lifespan, greatly diminishing its value. Otherwise, it would not remain concealed. Henceforth, it is merely a matter of methodically refining one's essence and cultivating to the pinnacle of the first tier. With the assistance of the yuan seizing technique, this poses no challenge. As for surpassing the first tier, the realm of martial masters, Jiang Ming has yet to acquire a proper scripture, so he must prepare for that in advance. The Shi family is merely a hound raised by the Liang family. Having grown bold for just 2 years, it is already withered, so it is only natural that they lack master-level scriptures. However, the Wang family and other long-standing forces may possess such treasures. After all, the distance between a first-tier martial artist and a martial master is akin to the chasm between 169 and 170. Yet, one will always strive to ascend in any conceivable manner. The established first-tier forces in Dayun Prefecture, having occupied their positions for many years, will undoubtedly seek to obtain master-level scriptures. As for the tiger hunting manor, Jiang Ming had once subtly inquired about Guanfeng while indulging in drink, only to learn that the master-level scripture of the manor is a family heirloom that will never be disclosed. It appears that the ancestors of the tiger hunting manor once enjoyed prosperity. Jiang Ming decided not to consider the tiger hunting manor any further. After all, he could not simply storm in with a sword and seize it by force. His gaze was serene. There is no need to rush. Patiently waiting will surely yield opportunities. Dynasties fall, and realms change. Anything is possible. By the riverbank, a rather corpulent white rabbit approached with tea, making a few gurgling sounds. Jiang Ming squeezed the water from his clothes and stepped ashore, accepting the teacup and downing its contents before inquiring, "Fourth Master, how goes it? Have the messages from these past days been compiled? Any new discoveries?" The plump rabbit shook its head vigorously, its ears flopping about. As its small paws scrawled in the mud, 3 new caves have been explored. No abnormalities. Jiang Ming glanced at it, nodded, and used his foot to erase the markings. Over the past 3 years, he had consistently bled to concoct the beast control elixir and had finally gained command over a host of wild beasts from the mountains, such as the swift birds of the forest, rain swallows, as well as wolves, lynxes, and other agile creatures. He had even amassed dozens of various fish from the waters. As for venomous snakes, Jiang Ming had not bothered. His purpose was not to confront foes, but rather to explore the mountains, and the presence of these swift animals sufficed. However, Most had only received the elixir 3 to 5 times, being used as mere tools, while only a select few with promising potential were nurtured further. Even the mount of fourth master Bai, the rotund tiger, had consumed no fewer than dozens of bowls of the medicinal broth, now exhibiting intelligence akin to that of a teenage boy. With these continuously nurtured animals as leaders, overseeing all other utility beasts, Jiang Ming gradually unfurled an intelligence network throughout the Yunming Mountains, enabling him to explore the entire forest, yielding modest rewards over the past 3 years. At the very least, he had collected a fair amount of coins and fragmented silver. More valuable were the martial scriptures and weapons left behind by warriors in the mountains, most of which were incomplete. Occasionally, he would come across a few sets of fist techniques and sword skills, yet he had yet to find what he truly sought. Must he venture into the forbidden zones? As Jiang Ming softly spoke, he categorized the human mountain and marsh into 3 distinct regions. The safe zone, frequented by ordinary herbalists and mountain travelers, was a place where even encounters with wild beasts were limited to the commonplace. The dangerous zone, inhabited by the martial artists of the tiger hunting village, was home to extraordinary beasts capable of injuring even second-rate warriors. Their thick hides and immense strength rendered them akin to monsters. As for the forbidden zone, it lay at the depths of the human mountain and marsh, where all animals dispatched for reconnaissance vanished without a trace, as if they had sunk into the sea of mud, never to return. Jiang Ming raised his gaze towards the towering mountains deep within the human expanse, his eyes shimmering faintly. It seemed that the ultimate secret of this realm resided there. However, venturing into that territory was out of the question. He remained outside, continuously sending forth expendable scouts to test the waters, to determine whether this forbidden zone had existed longer than he, Jiang Ming, had lived. With a dismissive snort, Jiang Ming turned away from the riverbank, retrieving a dagger as dark as ink, and resumed his practice of swordplay. This weapon, collected from the mountains, was his beastly legion's armament. It bore no extraordinary traits aside from its indestructibility and size, which was perfectly suited for concealment, just to Jiang Ming's liking. With a thunderous sound, the dagger danced through the air as Jiang Ming unleashed the blood-burning sword technique. Yet, the technique he now practiced had undergone a complete transformation from its initial form, evolving into a superlative version of the blood-burning sword technique, one that would leave its creator astounded upon witnessing. The crimson blade light surged incessantly, coiling into a series of waves akin to a relentless tide of red water, seemingly never ceasing. After a year of research and practice, Jiang Ming had integrated the blood-burning sword technique with the Shijia swallowing wave sword, culminating in a newly formed sword formula. The essence of the blood-burning sword technique was merely a singular strike, with the crux lying in the method of circulating one's blood energy and igniting the blood essence. Though the movements were rather rudimentary, conversely, the swallowing wave sword was an exquisitely refined technique that compensated for this flaw, rendering it a flawless sword formula. However, such a technique could only have been birthed by Jiang Ming himself. After all, even its original creator could not have possibly executed dozens or even hundreds of strikes while risking their life to explore the swordplay. Perhaps this was the reason the blood-burning sword technique appeared so coarse. The technique had long remained nameless, and Jiang Ming casually dubbed it the blood wave sword. For the blood energy surged like a tide, unending. This blood wave sword became his ultimate secret weapon, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, with its power multiplied several times, capable of exhausting his foes to their demise. Of course, if an adversary of extraordinary strength were to effortlessly dispel his blade waves with a mere slap, then he would consider it as if he had never uttered a word. In light of this, it seemed prudent to seek a superior form of movement. If he could not overpower them, at least he must be able to outrun them. That would be the most comprehensive strategy. Jiang Ming mused within himself, recognizing that he was now capable of enduring and striking. If he could also evade, it would be nothing short of perfection. He was deeply engrossed in his practice when, unbeknownst to him, dusk fell. Suddenly, Bai Sisi dashed to the riverbank, clucking as if sensing something amiss. Was there trouble? Jiang Ming quickly sheathed his dagger and hurried to the shore. Only then did they see Lord Bai Si inscribing a crooked line of words in the earth. Danger zone. Stone tomb. Stone tomb. Weapons. Many books. His small paws continued to scratch at the ground. These few simple phrases instantly sparked interest in Jiang Ming's eyes. While various corpses were not uncommon in the mountains, those that were interred in graves were exceedingly rare. Even when they existed, they were often mere mounds hastily constructed by villagers. In the past 3 years, he had yet to encounter a stone tomb. Moreover, the mention of books suggested that the tomb's owner had some standing in life. The books in this world were not overly expensive. Yet hiding numerous volumes within a burial site was not the act of an ordinary individual. Such leisure and contemplation were beyond the reach of the average person. Let us take a look. Jiang Ming secured his short blade at his waist and commanded, leading the way toward the danger zone. Given his current prowess, the so-called danger zone posed little threat to him. As long as he steered clear of the forbidden area, there was hardly any risk involved. Fat Tiger, excited by the prospect of a collective outing, let out a jubilant cry and dashed over from a distance, scooping up Lord by sea and bounding into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, the treetops in the surrounding woods rustled with the movements of birds, which quietly dispersed in all directions. A few large gray eagles soared into the sky overhead, surveying the vast expanse of the forest below. In the river, fish swam gracefully, with several inconspicuous little fish colliding and relaying messages, sending signals upstream and downstream. In this current moment, Jiang Ming, while not invincible in the Yunming marshes, was certainly thriving, no longer needing to tread cautiously nor conceal his exceptional martial prowess. Wherever he ventured, he had his companion beast scouting the path ahead, avoiding any potential troubles in advance. Moreover, he could sense the presence of any newcomers in the woods immediately. However, the past 3 years had been remarkably tranquil in the Yunming marshes. Aside from herbal gatherers and the occasional skirmish between martial artists from various villages and towns, no significant events had unfolded. Yet, he had heard that since the beginning of this year, the Liang family had stationed more personnel in Daohuang Prefecture, recruiting a considerable number of martial artists with substantial rewards. Jiang Ming pondered, perhaps the wait would not be prolonged. While the Liang family had not unearthed the treasures hoarded by the Shi family, it was likely they possessed other resources, preparing to explore the Yunming marshes. However, Jiang Ming had no intention of fleeing this time. This was not a quest for the Medicine King, and a force of the Liang family's caliber was unlikely to regard them, the humble herbal gatherers, as worthy adversaries. As long as they did not stir trouble, they should remain undisturbed. Furthermore, Jiang Ming needed not to intervene directly, he could simply remain in the town, remotely guiding the forest creatures to gather intelligence, and should a suitable opportunity arise, he could act decisively. Besides the Liang family, it seemed that other unfamiliar forces had quietly arrived in Daohuang Prefecture. Jiang Ming's gaze flickered with intrigue, for he welcomed such developments. In the intricate terrain of Yunming Mountain Marsh, the more chaotic the surroundings, the greater the opportunity for Jiang Ming to seize a chance amidst the turmoil. Yet, he remained oblivious to the secrets harbored by this enigmatic region. He had not unearthed any information thus far. Could it be that someone is digging a deep pit here? This fleeting thought crossed Jiang Ming's mind but was swiftly dismissed. Regardless, once you step into the mountains, you enter my domain. If I can catch a substantial fish in this murky water, it would not have been in vain for me to wait 3 years in this novice village. A smile crept across Jiang Ming's face, akin to a landlord meticulously setting the table, eagerly awaiting guests for a banquet. Unintentionally glancing back, Fat Tiger caught sight of that human smile, causing his fur to bristle in alarm, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread, prompting him to sprint forward with all his might. After half an hour, Jiang Ming finally arrived at his destination. It was a soft, earthen slope where, following a heavy rain, soil and stones had cascaded down, revealing a partially collapsed greenstone tomb. Sunlight streamed into the tomb, suggesting its considerable expanse. The one who discovered this tomb was a small squirrel, with fur of a purplish-gray hue. Upon seeing Jiang Ming approach, it nimbly leaped onto his shoulder, its fluffy tail swaying as if proudly claiming credit for the find. Jiang Ming chuckled, offering a segment of golden worm ginseng to send it on its way, before leaping into the green stone tomb. Inside the tomb, darkness enveloped the space, with a considerable amount of sand and earth having infiltrated. Nonetheless, the general layout was discernible. Had someone once lived here? Jiang Ming's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Not only was there a row of bookshelves, but tables, chairs, and beds were also present, alongside walls blackened by smoke, clear indicators of human habitation. Were it not for the crude stone coffin positioned at the far end of the tomb, Jiang Ming would have nearly believed he had stumbled upon a concealed dwelling. Perhaps it was indeed so, living and dying alone in this place. How inappropriate. Jiang Ming approached the stone coffin first, gently pushing open its lid. Within lay a skeleton, quietly resting in the dim light. The bones gleamed, exhibiting a lustrous sheen reminiscent of jade. The immortal bones of a master. Jiang Ming's gaze sharpened in surprise. He had not anticipated that this nameless tomb housed the remains of a martial arts grandmaster. His attention shifted to the grayish-white beast's skin gripped between the crossed hands of the skeleton. He took out the animal skin, unfurling it to peruse. I am Li Tai. Having become a martial artist at the tender age of 14 and entering the ranks of the elite at 20 by 35. I attained the status of a grandmaster at 50. I stood at the pinnacle of grandmasters, sweeping through the realm undefeated, standing at the zenith of martial arts. My spirit soared, yearning to advance further, to unveil the vistas beyond grandmasterhood at 80. I still felt youthful, invincible across the land, yet I found myself stagnating. For the path ahead remained obscured by the age of 130, my hair had turned white, and despair crept into my heart. Is grandmaster truly the end? Why is fate so cruel at 150? My vigor waned, and I felt the approach of age. I had heard tales from the Yin kingdom of the Yunming Mountains, where one could seek immortality. Journeying from 3,000 miles away at 176, I could wait no longer. Oh, martial arts, I have devoted my life to you. Why must you be so merciless? After a long moment, Jiang Ming closed the animal skin with a soft sigh. Before him were Zhou Jingyu and now Li Tai, two unparalleled grandmasters. Both having perished in the pursuit of immortality. Is the culmination of martial arts truly confined to grandmasters, with no further path? Yet, judging by Li Tai's account, he may have discovered the so-called fated connection to immortality. Having lived here for over 20 years without encountering the right moment, Jiang Ming's gaze flickered as he approached the solitary table within the tomb, upon which lay a disarray of animal skins, books, and other items, alongside numerous hasty scribbles. On that table, Jiang Ming was struck by the sight of a familiar object. Is this what it originally looked like? The tomb was cluttered with dust-laden items, yet one object remained untouched, nestled within an open wooden box, emanating a faint, crystalline glow. It was a round, bright yellow orb, roughly the size of a thumb, clear and translucent, resembling crystal. Though the yellow orb exuded no aura, Jiang Ming immediately recognized it as being of the same origin as the yellow crystal fragments he had extracted from Shi Junwei. I had thought it to be a spirit stone from the realm of immortals. Not expecting it to be such an object, Jiang Ming exhibited a look of astonishment as he grasped the orb firmly, only to find it immovable. One wonders how the crystals within Shi Junwei had shattered, so perhaps only a grandmaster could have wrought such destruction. Nevertheless, it appears that this enigmatic yellow orb is indeed connected to the secrets of the Yunming Mountains. It is only natural that a peerless grandmaster would possess such an item, given that even the Shi family could uncover fragments. Jiang Ming tucked the yellow orb into his robe and continued to sift through the animal skins and books on the table. Many tomes had decayed and crumbled over the years, and much of the text on the animal skins was indistinct, yet some remained barely legible. As he flipped through several, his gaze finally rested upon a neatly inscribed piece of animal skin. Yunming Mountains, immortal in eternal slumber, possessing the immortal's token, one may attain the fated connection. It seemed that this grandmaster had compiled some insights. As Jiang Ming read on, a look of enlightenment dawned upon him. It appeared there existed a legend that an immortal lay in slumber within the Yunming Mountains, awakening once every few centuries. Upon the awakening of the immortal, one may enter the realm of the slumbering sage, provided they hold the token of the immortal. In pursuit of great fortune, some discover treasures, others seek martial arts techniques, while some aspire for longevity. The yellow orb, known as the yellow jade pearl, is the fabled token of the immortal, scattered across the world. However, after centuries, even masters have changed multiple times. And only by possessing this yellow jade pearl and coincidentally encountering the immortal's awakening can one access this hallowed ground. Few can await such a celestial opportunity, rendering the legend increasingly implausible. It is no wonder that Zhou Jingyu failed to find it, and Li Tai has waited until he became nothing but a withered skeleton. Jiang Ming observed a moment of silence for these two masters who sought the path, yet found it elusive. Such is the lament of insufficient lifespan. Musing on the fleeting nature of life, he felt no envy, or perhaps there was nothing to envy. Yet now, with the current stirring within the Great Cloud Prefecture, could it be that the time for the immortal to rise from slumber has arrived? A sudden suspicion gripped Jiang Ming, as he sensed something amiss. Even if the uncertain legends held truth, according to lore, the immortal's need for relief is unpredictable, and no one could ascertain how many centuries might pass before he awakens. How then could the Liang family and other powers discern that this moment is indeed the time of the immortal's rise? The news has spread so widely, stirring the Great Cloud Prefecture. Jiang Ming murmured, recognizing that such conviction from a lineage of masters like the Liang family must stem from a formidable source. Could it be that the emperor was instigating this? After all, he seemed particularly invested in the celestial fortunes of the Yunming Mountains. Shaking his head, Jiang Ming pondered that perhaps he was overthinking it. The lineage of masters had endured for centuries. Perhaps they truly possessed a schedule of the immortal's awakenings. He was about to tear the animal hide into pieces, but suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and decided to stow it away. Subsequently, Jiang Ming began to examine the other artifacts within the tomb, discovering various tomes and animal skins, most of which pertained to the lore of the Yunming Mountains, with few complete volumes remaining. As for the martial arts techniques and battle skills he sought, not a single one was to be found. The entire tomb appeared rather humble and impoverished, devoid of gold, silver, or jewels as burial offerings. A master, unmatched in the world, had met his end in such an unremarkable manner within this mountain hollow. According to Li Tai's account, he had no wife or descendants, dedicating his life solely to martial arts. Single-minded in his pursuit, undistracted, Jiang Ming felt a surge of respect for this martial master he had never met. After sealing the stone coffin once more, Jiang Ming leaped from the tomb, striking down large clumps of earth and stone to enclose the azure stone sepulchre anew. For the paths you have yet to traverse, allow me, a seeker of longevity, to seek on your behalf. Jiang Ming bowed respectfully before turning and striding down the mountain. Having just entered the ranks of the esteemed, one ought to celebrate. Indulging in wine and feasting is the essence of life, and today has already felt like overtime. Suddenly, a swift rain swallow, slightly longer than a hand, darted from the distance like a streak of black lightning, landing upon Jiang Ming's shoulder. The swallow chirped excitedly, prompting Jiang Ming to glance at Bai Sai, who promptly retrieved a paper scroll and a charcoal pen crafted from willow twigs from a bag on the back of the rotund, who, swiftly translating the messages. Why is it that animals can communicate with one another, yet humans cannot? Jiang Ming found himself at a loss for words. After a brief moment, he picked up a book and began to read. Two individuals had ventured into the mountains, both under the age of 30. Their attire bore the emblem of the Liang family. There were no other humans within a 10-mile radius. Their conversation revealed, thanks to our Liang family, we received word and ambushed the Li family of Jinghua, thereby reclaiming a yellow jade pearl. It was said that the Li family was descended from the legendary master Li Tai. However, they had indeed fallen into decline, sending merely a martial arts master to vie for celestial fortune. If we search the mountains, perhaps we might also discover a yellow jade pearl and achieve great merit. As Jiang Ming absorbed this dialogue, he felt his body stiffen in disbelief. Wasn't that esteemed master Li Tai supposed to have no descendants? Where did this Jinghua Li family emerge from? Could it be that someone was masquerading as them? And to what end? Merely to present the Liang family with a yellow jade pearl, prompting them to compete for celestial fortune? Something felt amiss. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched, and he increasingly sensed that this Yunming mountain region resembled a deep, bottomless pit. I should make my escape. He hurried back to the wooden cabin in the mountains, gathered his belongings, and slipped down the mountain. After all, with the watchful eyes of Bai Sai and Fat Tiger, he would learn of any events occurring in the mountains at the first opportunity. What sort of old silver coin would not attend to the celestial being's rising, yet insist on rousing so many others? Jiang Ming became ever more convinced that this upheaval in Yunming Mountain was the result of deliberate information leakage. What could they be after? Jiang Ming pondered, but soon decided to cease his speculation. Whoever obtained the celestial fortune, he would simply follow in their wake, and within a century or so, when that old silver coin meets its end, digging through graves, would not the celestial fortune still belong to him? At last, he had returned. From a distance, he spotted the smoke rising from a thatched cottage, and he breathed a sigh of relief, deciding not to venture back into the mountains just yet. Has Ping'an Town finally changed its name? Jiang Ming glanced toward the town entrance, where a newly erected stone tablet boldly proclaimed the name Ping'an County. It seemed the emperor was finally taking action. Reflecting on the days spent laughing and chatting with Guanfeng about celestial fortunes, Jiang Ming felt a twinge of nostalgia for the ever-changing nature of life. Who would have thought that within the Yunming mountain region, there truly existed celestial fortune? Yet whether this fortune was genuine remained an enigma. Jiang Ming shook his head, shouldering his medicinal basket as he entered the town. Oh no! He was stepping into the county. Upon entering Ping'an County, Jiang Ming noticed that the streets bustled far more than they had 3 years prior, with an abundance of shops lining the thoroughfares, including tea houses, workshops, and fabric stores. On the streets, numerous vendors hawked their wares, selling meals, bamboo products, and wild mountain mushrooms. After the ravages of war, the Yin kingdom appeared to have shed its afflictions, gradually revealing a prosperity even greater than before. The emperor had reduced taxes and constructed granaries to aid the populace. Even the villagers of Ping'an County had seen their lives improve considerably. It was a case of mending the fold after the sheep were lost. Jiang Ming sighed as he made his way to a tavern. Ascending to the second floor, where he requested a well-lit spot by the window and ordered food and drink, indulging heartily. Now, old Jiang has completely retired, becoming a hands-off manager. Ah Fei, having saved some money, sent someone to renovate the tavern, which now boasts a refreshing new atmosphere and thriving business. Nearby, several patrons, their faces flushed and necks thickened from drink, are engaged in their customary discourse regarding recent events. The revered Wu Ho is indeed a remarkable figure, with a single battle. He astonished the world and quelled the unruly factions. Humph, merely a butcher with a penchant for slaughter, lacking the people's support, he shall inevitably face retribution. How dare you speak such nonsense? Suddenly, the tavern erupts into chaos as tables and bowls go flying. Jiang Ming hurriedly shields his food and retreats to the opposite side of the table to avoid being splattered. Moments later, two brawlers are seized by a burly man with a red face and tossed out of the tavern like chicks, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. This red-faced giant returns to the second floor, taking a seat opposite Jiang Ming. Brother Ming, it's been quite some time. How have you come to be the enforcer of this tavern? Jiang Ming smiles, recognizing Wang Dong, a comrade from the days at Tiger Hunting Manor. 3 years have passed. Jiang Ming's prowess has risen to that of a low-tier warrior, while Wang Dong remains at the threshold, merely sensing his blood energy. Just to earn a bit more silver, Wang Dong takes a hearty gulp of his drink, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. Only through martial practice do I realize the arduousness of the path. I fear I lack the talent, and I am too indolent to serve the great clans. So I have inherited my father's old trade and opened a butcher shop in Ping'an County. Didn't you marry last year? This year, you'll have a child. Right? Times are tough, so I'm taking on extra work. Wang Dong rambles on, and Jiang Ming listens quietly, pondering that this may be the eventual fate of most martial practitioners. Alas, from our cohort, it seems only you and Fong Lai have truly become warriors, Wang Dong suddenly remarks. Just a few days ago, Fong Lai successfully harnessed his blood energy and stepped into the third tier. Is that so? Jiang Ming replies with a smile. I must find the time to congratulate him. Now he is quite busy, following Guan the headhunter. Elusive as a dragon, Wang Dong murmurs, his gaze drifting as he reminisces about their days hunting tigers together. Jiang Ming pats his shoulder, orders another 2 gin of strong liquor and several gin of pig's head meat, and the two indulge until they are thoroughly intoxicated before parting ways. However, Jiang Ming does not head straight home, but diverts to a secluded apothecary. The shop, named Bai Chao Hall, is modest in size and somewhat out of the way, yet due to its comprehensive selection of medicinal herbs, it attracts a decent clientele. Upon entering, several customers purchasing medicine greet him warmly. Boss Jiang, it's been a while. What treasures do you have this time? Nothing much, just some golden insect ginseng. I'll tidy it up. Those interested can come by another day, Jiang Ming responds with a smile. Bai Chao Hall is indeed his establishment, and with his current standing, running a pharmacy is hardly a feat. He usually sells the herbs he gathers here, supplemented by purchasing from other gatherers, which provides a modest income. Off to drink again. Zhou Wenxiu dismissed the guests and stepped out from behind the counter, glaring discontentedly at Jiang Ming. With a hurried chuckle, Jiang Ming emptied the basket of herbs and swiftly turned to flee, exclaiming, I'm heading home now. The following morning, Jiang Ming stood in his modest courtyard, practicing a simple set of martial arts to stretch his limbs. Wow, brother Jiang Ming is home. A sudden exclamation resonated from the neighboring yard beyond the fence. Jiang Ming turned to see a little girl, not much taller than White Fourth Master, perched on the fence between their yards, holding a finely crafted wooden bowl brimming with freshly fried cicadas. The girl's face radiated delight, her coarse, faded cloth attire stained with dirt, and her rosy cheeks smeared with oil and mud, resembling a mischievous little sprite. Tian Yan, have you been playing in the mud again? Jiang Ming approached, tugging at the hem of her dress, pointing at the mud spots. Your mother will scold you when she returns. Ah, the little girl looked down in shock. I wasn't playing in the mud. This isn't my dress. Jiang Ming nearly choked. He had seen a little imp splashing in a puddle just as he stepped outside. Could it have been a ghost? Yet, Tian Yan seemed to forget the incident in an instant, her dirty little hand shoving a cicada into her mouth, crunching away happily, then offering another to Jiang Ming. Amused, Jiang Ming was unconcerned about the filthy hand and reached out to take it. However, Tian Yan quickly withdrew her hand, her face brimming with curiosity. Brother Jiang Ming, do you think the stones on the mountain are beautiful? Jiang Ming chuckled, returning inside to rummage through his basket. retrieving a few colorful pebbles and placing them into Tian Yan's bowl. Only then did she hand over the cicada she had been holding. "You little materialist," Jiang Ming remarked without restraint. "Humph." Tian Yan gleefully played with the pebbles before scampering off, leaving Jiang Ming with just her retreating figure. Shaking his head, he chose not to quibble with the little girl, munching on the cicadas as he ambled toward the apothecary. Zhou Wenxiu had already opened the shop, busily organizing the herbs. Jiang Ming settled into a bamboo chair in the inner chamber, beginning to savor the comforts of a healer's life, reminiscent of Dr. Sun from Jishitang. "Shopkeeper, I wish to purchase medicine." Suddenly, a man wearing a conical hat entered the apothecary, his features obscured. Jiang Ming paid him little mind, sending Zhou Wenxiu to attend to the sale, for such masked patrons were common. Everyone harbored some secrets best kept hidden. However, as the man named several medicinal herbs, Jiang Ming could no longer remain indifferent. Mountain longan, snake flower root, cicada slough, dried leech, 9 fragrance insect. Instantly, Jiang Ming's memory was transported back to when he first traversed into this realm, recalling the prescription from the infamous Huang Laogui. This was where it all began. As the man listed the herbs, Zhou Wenxiu maintained her composure, responding, "How much do you need? Some of these herbs are in limited supply." The man in the conical hat kept a watchful eye on Zhou Wenxiu's demeanor, and upon noticing no signs of distress, he seemed to breathe a secret sigh of relief. "Take as much as you need. I have ample funds." With an air of distinction, he slapped down 2 pieces of 50 taels of silver onto the table. "Excellent. Please hold on a moment." Zhou Wenxiu's face lit up with a radiant smile as she began to gather the herbs. Jiang Ming, seated in the back hall, casually glanced at the man in the hat through the corridor connecting the front and back rooms, before returning his focus to the medical text before him, occasionally sipping tea. However, his mind was a flurry of thoughts. These medicinal ingredients are indeed part of the beast-taming formula. Years ago, he had wrested this formula from the old Huang, and it had netted him his first fortune. Yet, he would not naively assume that this was the only beast-taming formula in existence. It was merely the first time he encountered such a combination of herbs, especially at this fortuitous moment amidst the brewing turmoil of the Yunming Mountains. "Thank goodness I procured the herbs while disguised at the Wang family's apothecary," Jiang Ming mused inwardly. "Otherwise, if I had been sourcing these herbs from home, Zhou Wenxiu might have caught on today." He decided to remain patient and observe further. Glancing at a bird's nest under the eaves, he noticed a brood of swifts residing within. Soon, the man in the hat hurriedly departed, laden with bundles of medicinal herbs. Zhou Wenxiu joyfully bounded into the back hall, eager to boast about her day's accomplishments. Jiang Ming offered her a few words of praise before sending her on her way, then summoned Little Yu. A swift darted from its nest and landed in his palm, a bird he had trained from the very beginning, quick-witted and an adept tracker. He whispered a few words to the swift, gently stroking its feathers before releasing it, as it spiraled into the air and soared away. Jiang Ming reflected on the man's every action, a person of considerable means, yet somewhat naive in his dealings, unlike a seasoned power player. He seemed more akin to a novice who had unexpectedly come into wealth. To casually produce 100 taels of silver without uttering a word is hardly the conduct of a rational individual. Even if one possesses formidable strength, such recklessness is uncommon. It appeared rather ostentatious. "Fortunately, I am not a villain tempted by greed." Jiang Ming quietly commended himself before closing his eyes in feigned slumber. As evening fell, Jiang Ming instructed Zhou Wenxiu to return home while he kept vigil over the apothecary. "Be safe," she managed, biting her lip as she turned away. He cast a glance at her retreating figure, pondering the mystery of his own elusive comings and goings. She likely suspected he harbored secrets, yet she had never inquired. "It is not my desire to conceal, but rather my inability." Jiang Ming sighed softly, shaking his head to dispel further thoughts. In the dead of night, he sat quietly in a bamboo chair, the flickering candlelight casting a wavering glow upon his face. Suddenly, a swift flew in through the window, landing on the table before him, and ejected a tightly rolled piece of paper from its beak. Jiang Ming opened the note to find the unmistakable, jagged handwriting of the 4th master. "Enter the Yunming Mountains. Bloodletting for alchemical purposes." Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the individual possessed knowledge of the beast-controlling elixir and was also in search of celestial encounters. Suddenly, another swift swallow returned. 2 disciples from the Liang family had followed this person into the Yunming Mountains. Jiang Ming frowned. The Liang family truly was a meddlesome lot, always involved in every affair. "Investigate further and report back." Jiang Ming waved his hand, sending the 2 swallows on their way. The following evening, Jiang Ming tossed another crumpled paper into the teapot at his feet, and the flames leapt up, reducing it to ashes. He had already received over 30 messages, and it appeared that the man in the straw hat was indeed an inexperienced novice, oblivious to the Liang family's disciples tailing him into the mountains, who were now covertly observing his alchemical process. However, it seemed this fellow had little experience with alchemy. In just one day, he had lost 5 or 6 vials of blood, his arms marred with crimson trails. If the potion was completed, he might very well be dead. Jiang Ming sighed. Failure would lead to death from blood loss, while success might result in being silenced by the Liang disciples. He shook his head, deciding not to wade into this murky water for the time being. Although neither party appeared to be particularly skilled, he already possessed the elixir formula and saw no need to entangle himself in unrelated troubles, especially since he was disinclined to venture out. Time to head home for dinner. Jiang Ming brushed himself off and stood up, instructing Xiao Yu to relay a message to the 4th master that daily reports thrice would suffice, as he was currently on leave and wished to avoid matters of governance. Yet, could the beast-controlling elixir truly have emerged from the mountains? As he walked, Jiang Ming's thoughts wandered. In the sweltering evenings of July and August, even at the foot of the mountains, the heat was stifling. Many individuals carried large fans, sitting at their doorsteps to enjoy the cool air. A group of small children, bare-bottomed, frolicked in the shade of the trees. Jiang Ming spotted the mud-loving Tian Yan, who was running about with a small wooden bucket, occasionally squatting down, seemingly engrossed in some unknown activity. Suddenly, as Jiang Ming strolled, he felt his foot crush something beneath. He looked down to see a half-dead cicada struggling for life. Nearby, a filthy little hand reached halfway towards the cicada, then halted in midair. Jiang Ming glanced at the owner of the hand. Tian Yan wore a sorrowful expression, then incredulously turned to Jiang Ming. Brother Jiang Ming, you are hurting a small life. Jiang Ming cast a glance at Tian Yan's wooden bucket, which contained over a dozen plump cicadas, now drowned in a shallow layer of water. With an impassive expression, he asked, how did these little lives perish? Huh? What little lives? Tian Yan was perplexed by his words. Jiang Ming felt a wave of frustration. I'll catch 10 more to replace them for you. Tian Yan clung to his pant leg. You are hurting. Jiang Ming conceded. All right, I'll take you for rice noodles. You. Tian Yan immediately wrapped her arms around his leg. I want 3 bowls. It suck, not say. Jiang Ming corrected, prying her grimy hands off and insisting she return the cicada home. Tian Yan joyfully spread her arms wide, soaring like a little bird back home, only to emerge moments later, cradling her delicate wooden bowl. At the gate of the courtyard, a woman with her hair neatly tied up waved cheerfully, urging Jiang Ming to take Tian Yan out to play, while she herself carried a small bucket to catch cicadas. Upon hearing about the plan to indulge in rice noodles, Zhou Wenxiu also prepared to set off, calling out to the neighbor woman, Sister Qingqing, would you like a bowl? The woman gently shook her head and smiled. No need. You all go ahead. Jiang Ming exchanged a glance with her, nodded, and hoisted the exuberant Tian Yan onto his shoulder as they made their way to the night market in the county town. The warm glow of dusk enveloped them. Walking side by side, Zhou Wenxiu suddenly remarked, Sister Qingqing has changed so much since the past. Jiang Ming reflected, with life's experiences, one inevitably transforms. He recalled the winter years ago when he first met Li Qingqing, a vibrant and cheerful carpenter's daughter. After 4 or 5 years apart, she had become a serene and reserved woman. 3 years prior, after the fall of Shijia, Li Qingqing had returned with her infant daughter, taking residence in the neighboring courtyard. Yet, the skilled and helpful old Li had not returned, nor had Li Qingqing's husband. Only the pair of mother and daughter remained to rely on each other. The longing for home persisted, but the place felt foreign now. A century from now, how many of these friends, with whom one shares laughter over wine, will remain? Jiang Ming's small courtyard was a bit distant from the main street, so they took a shortcut along a few dark alleys, causing Tian Yan to nearly tug out Jiang Ming's hair in fright before they finally spotted the lights of the night market in the distance. At that moment, the stalls were just setting up, steam wafting everywhere, and an array of enticing aromas enveloped them, awakening their appetites. Jiang Ming located a rice noodle stall, gently placing the squirming little one down onto a nearby bench before calling out to the vendor, 2 large bowls of noodles. Whatever ingredients you have, just pile them in. Zhou Wenxiu shot him a disapproving glance. How embarrassing. Jiang Ming laughed heartily, and when the rice noodles arrived, he filled Tian Yan's small bowl generously, and they began a spirited competition to see who could eat faster. Before leaving, Tian Yan carefully filled another wooden bowl, cradling it in her hands, eager to let her mother taste it. The bowl is full of your saliva. It's not clean. Jiang Ming remarked with a sidelong glance. Brother Jiang Ming is so silly. How could a washed bowl be unclean? Tian Yan gazed at him in astonishment. Who saw you wash it? She retorted, puffing out her chest in defiance. I licked it clean with my tongue. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Wenxiu. Jiang Ming. Zhou Wenxiu. As the night market gradually buzzed with activity, the trio wandered aimlessly for a while longer, indulging in snacks like roasted sweet potatoes until their bellies were round and full, meandering slowly back home. On the way back, they again took the shortcut. The night was deep and quiet, with not a soul in sight. Suddenly, Jiang Ming spotted a black dog with a bald tail running along the roadside ahead. The large black dog, with its robust muscles subtly visible beneath its dark coat, resembled a powerful calf. Jiang Ming's gaze sharpened as he handed Tian Yan to Zhou Wenxiu, allowing her to hold the child. Jiang Ming, astonished, fixated on the black dog, a canine adept in martial arts. Over the past 3 years, he had continuously consumed the calming elixir, and now his heightened senses could be sustained for nearly the duration of a tea break. Even without engaging his extraordinary perception, he possessed a keen awareness of the surrounding energies, able to vaguely discern the realm of martial artists. This was why, upon encountering the man in the conical hat purchasing beast-controlling herbs at the apothecary, Jiang Ming felt no fear. He recognized the man's abilities as merely third-rate, posing no threat to him. Yet, the black dog before him exuded a vigorous aura of life force, standing out in his eyes like a beacon in the night. Surely, it must possess the capabilities of a third-rate martial artist? In this day and age, even dogs could practice martial arts? As Jiang Ming scrutinized the black dog, it too locked its gaze on him, seemingly sensing the danger emanating from this human. Woof! The black dog barked and then turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? With no one else around, Jiang Ming lunged forward, his expression impassive as he delivered a powerful punch to the dog's forehead. A martial arts-capable dog outside his door was intolerable. He needed to subdue it first. Thud. The sound echoed as the dog yelped and was sent tumbling, landing beside the ridge, shaking its head before managing to rise once more. Jiang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, although he had held back slightly. Striking down a third-rate martial artist should have been effortless. How was it possible that this dog remained unscathed? This dog possesses some remarkable qualities. Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt reluctant to let it die and regarded the black dog with a gentler gaze. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss matters. There is no need for violence. However, upon seeing the kindness in Jiang Ming's eyes, the black dog bristled in fear, scrambling in a panic to escape. Yet, after only a couple of steps, Jiang Ming seized it by the scruff of its neck, lifting it effortlessly. Awoo! The black dog attempted to struggle. Bang! Jiang Ming delivered a punch that knocked it unconscious and dragged it home, soon arriving at his doorstep. Tian Yan, holding Xiao Wan, stood at the entrance of her home, gazing longingly at the black dog. Summoning her courage, she asked, Brother Jiang Ming, are you going to eat this dog? Jiang Ming looked at her. Do you wish to eat it? No, no, no. The dog is so adorable, I would never eat it. Tian Yan exclaimed, horrified, shaking her head and rushing back inside. But soon, a small head peeked out again. Brother Jiang Ming, you can't secretly eat dog meat. Could you perhaps teach something more appropriate? Li Qingqing, hands on her hips, stepped forward, shooting Jiang Ming a fierce glare as she scooped Tian Yan up like a chick and took her back inside. Jiang Ming, exasperated, thought, what does this have to do with me? He shook his head and continued to drag the large black dog back into his home, dropping it onto the floor. Thud. The black dog crashed to the ground, slowly regaining consciousness, its alert eyes darting around in search of an escape route. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, You cannot possibly be a dog that has consumed the Beast Master elixir, can you? First, there was a fellow seeking the recipe for the elixir, and then a martial arts adept dog appears. Such coincidences are hardly believable. The black dog stiffened slightly, its expression turning to one of confusion. Seemingly oblivious to Jiang Ming's insinuations, the Beast Master elixir is known to awaken the intelligence of animals, and given your apparent ignorance, it is evident you have never partaken of it. Jiang Ming shook his head and turned to the black dog. Is that not true? The dog, filled with uncontainable joy, eagerly nodded in affirmation. Jiang Ming remarked, And yet you claim you have not consumed it? After a moment's contemplation, he deduced that this was merely a somewhat foolish yet clever dog, one he could not bear to kill, yet could not let escape either. With the likes of Zhou Wenxiu, that dim-witted girl, it was unlikely she could keep watch over this creature. Perhaps a touch of Hextech would suffice. Jiang Ming delivered a forceful blow, leaving the black dog dazed, and in its moment of disorientation, He swiftly inserted a pitch-black pill into its mouth. This was the soul erosion pill. Without an antidote, it would result in the dog's demise within 3 days through the corrosion of its very marrow. Jiang Ming explained proudly, "You are the first to experience this. Do inform me of any clinical reactions." The black dog could only stare blankly. In the small room, Jiang Ming seemed oblivious to the dog's mournful gaze and nonchalantly stated, "As long as you take your medicine on time, you shall not perish. Can you write?" The black dog gazed at Jiang Ming for a long moment, seemingly struggling to bare its teeth in defiance. Ultimately, it recalled the man's ruthless methods and could only concede with a reluctant nod. Jiang Ming was not surprised. If he could teach Fourth Master to read, then the one who trained this black dog surely had similar capabilities. He promptly tossed over some rice paper and charcoal, demanding, "I ask, you answer. Your name, your origins, where is your master, and why have you come to kill me?" "We are not here to kill you," the black dog exclaimed in alarm, hastily scribbling. How audacious, still attempting to argue. Jiang Ming recalled scenes he had witnessed and slammed the table. "If you dare to lie again, I shall have your legs chopped off and stew them for dinner. Reveal all you know." The black dog's eyes widened in terror, feeling the piercing gaze of its captor roving across its hind legs. It quickly seized the rice paper and began to write furiously. "My name is Heido. I hail from the Yu Kingdom. My master has ventured into the Yuming Mountains. I was on my way to pursue him. We truly did not come to kill you. Do not speak of irrelevant matters. What is your master's name, appearance, and cultivation level?" Jiang Ming interjected, not waiting for the dog to finish writing. "Disclose everything regarding you and your master. Should you dare to withhold information, I shall cease my inquiries." His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he scrutinized the black dog intently. Heido's face turned pale with fear as it hastily scribbled, "My master's name is Wu Rong. 24 years old, tall and thin, a third-rate martial artist. His ancestors once mastered the Beast Master technique, and the Wu family has produced a Grand Master in the past. However, the family has fallen into decline, leaving only my master as the last hope." Hearing of the celestial opportunities returning to the Yunming Mountains, he sought to try his luck. The black dog continued to write frantically, filling sheet after sheet with its tail, while Jiang Ming perused the documents with growing satisfaction, gradually unraveling the origins of this black dog. If the black dog speaks the truth, then the man in the conical hat who purchased beast-taming herbs from Baichao Hall must indeed be Wu Rong, the master of this black dog. According to the dog's account, the ancestor of the Wu family lived nearly a millennium ago, having acquired the art of beast taming within the marshes of Yuming Mountain. Relying on this skill, the family flourished immensely within 3 generations. However, as is often the case, great prosperity is followed by decline. The art of beast taming, being merely an auxiliary path, could not shield the Wu family from the envy of others. Centuries passed, marked by wars and turmoil, leading to the gradual decay of the Wu lineage. Despite their survival through evasion, by the time of Wu Rong's, he was left as the sole remnant of his family. This black dog was a guardian crafted by Wu Rong's father, using Wu Rong's blood to create a protector, alongside leaving behind some wealth to ensure Wu Rong's peaceful existence. Unfortunately, Wu Rong lacked significant ability and was rather prideful. As per the black dog's narrative, Wu Rong, unwilling to accept his family's obscurity, deemed the art of beast taming insufficiently powerful and sought a genuine path to immortality within the depths of Yuming Mountain, aiming to restore his family's former glory. Yet, not wishing to place the black dog in peril, he drugged it midway and left it behind. Fortuitously, the dog's keen sense of smell guided it to follow him. As for why a fragmented beast taming recipe still circulates at the foot of Yuming Mountain, that is beyond the knowledge of the black dog. Perhaps there were other members of the Wu family who sought opportunities in Yunming Mountain in the past. Jiang Ming shook his head, disinterested in further speculation. Regarding the insufficiency of the beast-taming art, it is not a matter of strength, but rather a reflection of the inadequacies in your possession. Jiang Ming mused, even a master warrior possesses invaluable vitality that cannot withstand daily depletion. Nonetheless, it appears that Yunming Mountain indeed harbors some celestial destiny. From the black dog's account, Jiang Ming gained a clearer understanding of the so-called celestial opportunities at Yunming Mountain. The ancient texts of the Wu family recount that their ancestor, after establishing the family, would annually gather rare celestial materials and extraordinary herbs, personally delivering them deep into Yunming Mountain until his death ceased such practices. This celestial destiny resembles more of a transaction, Jiang Ming pondered. The slumbering immortal resembles a mountain deity, receiving tributes and bestowing opportunities. However, if he were truly an immortal, Why would he require such exertion? Shouldn't he procure what he needs himself? A master can effortlessly establish a vast dominion, commanding others to serve him. Why then does this immortal hide in the mountains, relying on others to act on his behalf? An immortal appearing once every few centuries, are they wounded or sealed away? Jiang Ming contemplated. Yet an entity capable of enduring for millennia is unlikely to be feeble. The annual tributes from the Wu ancestor might have been compelled by some means employed by the immortal, forcing compliance. Jiang Ming considered whether his indomitable source of light could provide immunity against the immortal's influence. Never mind, it is perhaps wiser to remain patient, after all. Even celestial beings may one day succumb to the trials of existence. Yet, I do possess a collection of yellow jade fragments, which could prove useful. By the way, do you happen to have the complete beast taming technique? Jiang Ming inquired suddenly. If he were Wu Rong's father, he would undoubtedly pass down the family's mystical arts to this black dog, for what could be more secure than such a method? According to the black dog's description, the full beast taming technique not only facilitates communication between humans and animals, but also encompasses martial arts techniques for creatures, provided there are sufficient resources. Even ordinary animals can cultivate their vital essence and become warriors. This explains why the black bean has attained the status of a third-rate martial artist. Such a technique far surpasses my own beast-taming elixir. Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, the black dog shook its head vehemently, writing quickly. Jiang Ming nodded. Realizing he had not erred, it indeed possessed something valuable. Yet, it appeared this tailless dog was quite loyal to the Wu family. How to deceive it would be a challenge. Suddenly, a sound of birds soaring through the air pierced the silence. Bang! Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. And with a swift and decisive motion, he struck the black dog, rendering it unconscious. A swift swallow darted through the window, seemingly in a state of urgency, and quickly spat out a crumpled piece of paper. The alchemist has been killed. 2 members of the Liang family are injured and are making their way down the mountain, expected to exit in 3 days. Before his death, the alchemist was subjected to severe interrogation and casually mentioned that the prescription was left at the herbal pavilion. Jiang Ming immediately felt a sense of foreboding. The man's demise was unfortunate enough without dragging him into the mire. Even under duress, one should refrain from speaking recklessly. Do I possess the prescription? Indeed, I do, but it is certainly not yours. How absurd it is that misfortune should descend upon me while I am at home. Furthermore, how did the Liang family acquire such information to know that Wu Rong possessed the beast-taming prescription? Nevertheless, pondering such matters now serves little purpose. The pressing task at hand is to extinguish this trouble before it burgeons. He rose to leave, but caught sight of the black dog once more, his eyes narrowing as he incinerated the note. After all, those 2 are injured and will not be able to leave for the time being. Jiang Ming settled at the table, his mind already crafting a narrative. The following morning, the black bean awoke groggily. You have traveled far and are clearly fatigued. I wish for you to rest a while longer. Jiang Ming said with a benevolent expression. It was all a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize. I have come to a sudden realization. Your loyalty and honesty are commendable, and we bear no enmity. You surely did not come to harm me. Your unwavering devotion to your master is truly touching. Why not let us venture into the mountains together to assist you in finding your master? The black bean, somewhat moved, scratched its aching head but did not dare to act. Very well, it is settled then. Jiang Ming smiled, placing the black dog into a medicinal basket to keep it still, before hoisting the basket onto his back and heading into the mountains. Yunming Mountain is perpetually shrouded in mist, with treacherous terrain deep within, and ferocious beasts abound. Few herbalists dare to venture into its depths. And the true nature of the mountains remains a mystery. An unremarkable young man, adorned with a straw hat and burdened with a medicinal basket, accompanied by a tailless dog, treaded deeper into the forest, indistinguishable from an ordinary herbalist. The black dog occasionally sniffed left and right, tracking the scent of its owner. Entirely oblivious to the few swifts that flew overhead, Jiang Ming casually glanced upward. Noting the direction in which the swifts had departed coincided with that of the black dog's search, and thus remained silent. From time to time, Jiang Ming would voice his concerns for the safety of the black dog's owner, along with his prior actions of striking. No, hitting a dog was certainly wrong. If there was any way he could assist in the future, he would absolutely not refuse. Upon hearing this, the black dog was immediately moved to tears, sensing that there had indeed been a misunderstanding. Where could one find such a good-hearted individual in this world? The last stranger encountered along the way had nearly pulled out its tail. Once I locate my owner, I shall repay your kindness. The black dog inscribed on the ground, its expression earnest. I am genuinely benevolent and eager to help. How could my actions be motivated by a desire for recompense? You insult my character. Jiang Ming immediately shook his head in displeasure. The black dog's eyes brimmed with tears. Is this performance becoming excessive? Jiang Ming contemplated feeling guilty, yet found himself unable to do so. After all, who was it that had led him into this predicament? Both man and dog, being martial artists, quickened their pace as they ventured deeper into the forest, reaching its innermost regions within half a day. Upon arrival, the black dog began to slow down, as the presence of wild beasts in the area interfered with its sense of smell. Look, there are traces of human passage here. It must have been recent. Jiang Ming pointed out, indicating a bush that had been trampled. I am a herbalist, and I possess some experience in this regard. The black dog was elated, dashing towards that direction. Jiang Ming followed closely behind when suddenly, a squirrel leaped from the treetops, causing a cascade of dry branches and leaves to fall, along with a crumpled piece of paper. Liang family, 10 miles. Jiang Ming's expression remained unchanged as he continued onward. A quarter of an hour later, woof woof, the black dog glared at the two unfamiliar figures before it, baring its teeth and barking furiously. It detected the scent of its owner's blood on these two individuals. Jiang Ming observed the Liang family members, both in their 20s, marked by injuries. One with a broken leg, which explained their slow pace. They appeared to be mere second-rate novices, seeking to claim credit for their exploits without reporting to the clan's martial artists. Had they not encountered him, they would have truly, as a herbalist, manage your dog and come carry me down the mountain, or I shall kill you. The young man with the broken leg glared icily, reprimanding them. The black dog growled, baring its fangs, and Jiang Ming quickly restrained it, adopting a friendly demeanor as he addressed the Liang family members. Let us discuss this matter amicably, without resorting to violence. I have come into the mountains in search of my brother. Have you seen a tall, slender man dressed in black? Though he was already aware these two were responsible for the killing, the performance had to continue. Indeed, both Liang family members' expressions turned cold. Do you know that deceased? Who are you? What? You killed my brother? I had yet to properly apologize to him. Jiang Ming's face was filled with rage and sorrow. I will fight you to the end. He suddenly exerted force beneath his feet and charged towards the two individuals. Upon witnessing this, the black dog was overwhelmed with anger, and a surge of warmth coursed through its body as it howled and lunged forward. The warriors from the Liang family were taken aback. Bang! Jiang Ming's fist struck one of them, sending him flying into the dense forest, and he swiftly followed suit. Meanwhile, the black dog pounced upon the man with the severed leg, biting fiercely. This creature, it is not merely a dog. Ah! The man with the severed leg screamed in terror, striking the black dog with a punch. Why did it not shatter under his blow? After all, he was merely a third-rate warrior. Soon enough, his throat was torn open by the dog, rendering him lifeless. The black dog dashed into the nearby thicket but failed to locate Jiang Ming, hastily following the scent instead. In a mountainous area several miles away, Jiang Ming fixed his gaze upon the Liang family man, whose limbs had been shattered. He coldly demanded, "From where did you acquire the beast-taming formula?" The Liang family man, his face etched with fear, began to confess it was the order of Elder Liang Xianyan. Ever since the rumors of a rabbit riding a tiger emerged from the Yunming Marsh, Elder Xianyan suspected that a successor of the beast-taming technique had appeared in this vicinity. However, the news of that rabbit quickly vanished. To avoid alarming the snake, Elder Xianyan commanded us to refrain from taking impulsive actions. Until a few days ago, when Wu Rong appeared in Daiyan Prefecture, unintentionally displaying the ability to understand beast language, my companion and I happened to discover this. Eager to achieve merit, we pursued him into the mountains, hoping to steal his beast-taming method, but unfortunately he had no formula on him. However, he mentioned that he left the formula with the owner of Baijiao Hall. Spare my life, and I shall lead you to retrieve it. The Liang family man recalled something in a panic. Then why would I not go myself? Jiang Ming regarded him as if he were a fool, his palm pressing against the man's chest, unleashing a peculiar force. This is my family's yuan seizing technique. The Liang family man's expression turned to one of horror. Who are you? But before he could receive an answer, he visibly withered, his vitality extinguished, and he perished. This amounts to the energy of my cultivation for 7 or 8 days. Jiang Ming shook his head. This was his first time employing the yuan seizing technique on another. As a first-rate warrior now, seizing the energy of a third-rate warrior did not yield significant benefits. But it was better than nothing. The Liang family, Liang Xinyan. Jiang Ming's gaze darkened slightly. Upon receiving news of Lord Bai, he had immediately advised caution, but he had not anticipated being targeted. To be eyed by a family of masters was far from a pleasant affair. He made a mental note of it. Bang! Jiang Ming kicked the corpse into the ravine before turning to make his way back, soon encountering the pursuing black dog. "Do not worry, I have avenged you by ending his life," Jiang Ming coughed, his complexion turning slightly pale. "Quickly, go find your master." The black dog, tears streaming down its face, nodded earnestly and dashed into the mountains. By evening, at the entrance of a cave, the black dog lay over a corpse, which had long since bled dry, its eyes filled with sorrow. "Alas, I am too late. It is all my fault," Jiang Ming lamented. Amidst profound sorrow, the black dog rose and inscribed on the ground, "Do not grieve. Its master has long since passed. Had I not encountered you, I would have been unable to save him, nor would I have discovered his remains. Thank you." Jiang Ming sighed deeply, choosing silence thereafter. The following day, Jiang Ming excavated a grave for the black dog's master, interring him within the mountains. "You nearly led me to my demise, yet here I am, digging your pit." "Quite generous, wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Ming mused as he gazed upon the earthen mound. Moments later, the man and dog began their descent down the mountain. "What are your plans for the future?" Jiang Ming suddenly inquired. The black dog's gaze appeared to waver. Jiang Ming, smiting his forehead as if struck by a revelation, tossed a white pill to the black dog. "This is an antidote. It will suffice for a while. Just come to me regularly for more." The black dog collapsed onto the ground, its paws digging into the earth, a life of drifting, lamenting never having met a worthy master. The summer sun blazed. In a small bamboo courtyard, a large black dog lay languidly asleep, occasionally rolling over to seek shade. In the adjacent yard, a small head peeked through the gaps in the bamboo fence, wide eyes fixated on the black dog for a moment. After glancing around to ensure there was no sign of cooking oil being heated today, the child, disappointed, retreated with a small wooden bucket. Shortly thereafter, a frantic shout erupted from the neighboring house. "Tian Yan, who told you to dump a bucket of mud into the bedding?" Jiang Ming reclined comfortably in a bamboo chair, offering a moment of prayer for some unfortunate fool, before resuming his perusal of a substantial stack of grass paper, upon which were scrawled a myriad of characters. The complete beast taming technique. Jiang Ming's face lit with satisfaction. The black dog, evidently grateful, returned home and meticulously transcribed the beast taming technique, apologizing for its earlier concealment. Jiang Ming expressed understanding, advocating for transparency henceforth. Soon, having perused the entire stack, Jiang Ming's expression shifted to astonishment. It turned out that the beast taming technique comprised 3 prescriptions and a martial arts method. The beast taming prescription he had previously acquired was merely the foundational formula, concocted from the blood of the beast tamer, enabling the awakening of intelligence in beast kind, compelling them to obey the blood-providing tamer. The second prescription required the blood of 9 different creatures, tiger, leopard, eagle, fish, among others, supplemented by numerous herbs, to create a pill that, when ingested by the beast tamer, would allow comprehension of beastly language. With this prescription, there would be no need to trouble fourth master for messages. Jiang Ming nodded. Even this singular prescription represented a considerable gain, facilitating more timely communications in the future. However, the most remarkable was the third prescription, which, like the first, was a pill crafted from the beast tamer's blood. This could be administered to beasts that had already consumed the first prescription, thereby establishing a mental link between them. The beast tamer would have the chance to entrust their consciousness to the beast, commanding it as if it were an extension of themselves. However, according to the Yodo's recollections, the notion of entrusting one's spirit to beasts is merely a legend. The Wu family has carried on its lineage for generations. Yet no one has ever succeeded in this endeavor. Jiang Ming speculated that this third prescription, with its enigmatic nature, likely pertains to the realm of immortals, something ordinary martial artists could never hope to achieve. Nevertheless, he mused that it might be worth a try, as he was not particularly concerned about the cost. What if he succeeded? As for the final martial arts technique, it could only be cultivated by beasts, leading directly to the realm of masters. It appeared quite formidable. Yet the Wu family, despite their utmost efforts, had only managed to nurture first-rate martial artists, perpetually unable to transcend the constraints of martial masters. He pondered what level Bai Sire and Fat Tiger might reach if they trained in it. However, given the recent stirrings, he decided against any rash actions for the time being. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile. Jiang Ming recalled the 2 members of the Liang family he had encountered in the mountains and the words they spoke, causing a chill to run through him. The Liang family was searching for a successor to the beast-taming techniques of Yunming Mountain. Was he not the very individual they sought? Although they aimed to capture him, they would first need to pry open by Sire's lips, which necessitated capturing him first. To do so, they would have to evade the myriad eyes watching over Yunming Mountain, and to avoid those countless watchful eyes, they would almost have to annihilate the local fauna. The difficulty of this task seemed considerable. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, then his expression grew serious, yet he could not afford to be complacent. Even a slim chance could result in dire consequences, and he must be prepared for anything. Unbeknownst to him, he had attracted the attention of a family of masters. An unprecedented terror. It was truly frightening. Jiang Ming's gaze flickered as he resolved. It seemed he would have to begin training diligently once more. Being targeted would inevitably lead to trouble, and trouble often results in calamity. If that occurred, he would no longer be able to survive. No one could thwart his resolve to endure. Jiang Ming's expression turned somewhat frigid. Not even the family of masters could stand in his way. I mean it. In a corner of the courtyard, Heido suddenly shivered, seemingly sensing an aura of malice. In the following days, Jiang Ming doubled his training regimen, practicing the Yuan seizing technique 10 times a day, relentlessly striking himself, his martial prowess advancing by leaps and bounds, rapidly approaching the pinnacle of first-rate mastery. In addition, Jiang Ming altered his appearance and discreetly visited various apothecaries in the county town to procure the necessary herbs for the latter 2 prescriptions, diligently studying the methods for concocting the 2 beast-taming pills. Days passed, the weather grew increasingly sweltering, and the number of unfamiliar martial artists gathering in the grand city of Dayun also rose, the entire realm simmering with a palpable sense of unrest. On August 17th, in the small courtyard, Zhou Wenxia wiped the sweat from her brow, grumbling, "What is wrong with this year's weather? It's getting hotter by the day. Is there no end in sight?" Jiang Ming and Tian Yan sat facing each other on the ground, wide-eyed and intently staring at one another, fervently devouring watermelons freshly pulled from the well, entirely ignoring Zhou Wenxia's complaints. Suddenly, a swiftlet appeared from nowhere, landing in a nest under the eaves and chirping excitedly. Jiang Ming lowered his head, gnawing on a watermelon, while the calls of the swallows naturally resonated in his mind. The warriors of the Liang family had entered the mountains, heading straight for the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Ming's gaze sharpened. Was this the onset of the fabled celestial fortune? In the days that followed, news poured in relentlessly. The Zhang family, the Qin family, warriors from the 6 great master clans of Yan Nation departed from Dayuan City today, venturing into the Yuming marshes. An unknown caravan arrived from the capital, with guards wielding blades that cleaved the air, slaying over a dozen bandits. Jiang Ming inhaled sharply. The blade's aura, transformed from blood chi, was a unique technique of the masters. To have a master as a guard was a privilege even the heads of master clans could not claim. The identity of those within the carriage was likely of great significance. Yet, he pondered, was this individual truly present? If they were to meet their demise here, it would surely bring great amusement to the Yan Nation. As time wore on and September approached, the weather grew increasingly sweltering and strangely abnormal. Meanwhile, the Yuming marshes buzzed with activity. The news of the celestial fortune's emergence spread like wildfire, attracting countless warriors from afar, all converging on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. Although the celestial fortune had yet to materialize, skirmishes erupted frequently. According to the accounts of the swallows, even masters had intervened, collapsing a mountain peak, and some were injured, coughing up blood. Who could be behind such upheaval? Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. This news could not have spread without intent and seemed to herald great calamity. He resigned himself to a more detached stance, deciding to leave this celestial fortune to the others. Recently, the masters clashed over a suddenly blooming extraordinary flower, and just yesterday, a shimmering purple rootgrass had emerged, inciting a bloodbath that claimed the lives of over 30 warriors. Within a 10-mile radius of the Forbidden Zone, vegetation thrived at an accelerated pace. A dead lightning struck tree sprouted new shoots, and a warrior resting upon it suddenly broke through their bottleneck. In the following days, as Jiang Ming absorbed the intelligence from the swallows, his astonishment grew. Was a revival of spiritual energy imminent? If so, he would welcome it, as it would spare him the trouble of seeking cultivation techniques. He could simply exist and absorb the energy. Regrettably, several more days passed, and the revival of flora and the breakthroughs of warriors remained confined to a 5-mile radius around the Forbidden Zone. Nearly all warriors surged into this area, battling fiercely for the various mutated plants, and within just a few days, the death toll exceeded several hundred. It appeared that this was not a revival of spiritual energy, but rather the result of some aura leaking from within the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, Could it be that the resting place of that enigmatic immortal is a region rich in spiritual energy, now on the verge of awakening or having a formation activated, causing a leakage of energy that stirred the surrounding environment? Suddenly, another swallow returned. A warrior had entered the forbidden zone holding a yellow jade pearl and emerged alive, bearing a small tree bearing fruit. Seemingly more precious than the strange flowers and plants outside the forbidden zone, which was swiftly seized by the Liang family, possessing the power of the yellow jade orbs. Many have ventured into the forbidden zone. Yet, it appears that each orb can only safeguard a mere 3 to 5 individuals, leaving the majority still engaged in fierce battles outside, vying for mutated flora. It seems that the fated encounter with immortality has indeed arrived, Jiang Ming murmured, releasing the swift swallow back into the mountains, and then set off towards the tavern. One must maintain tranquility, and steadiness is paramount. As he walked, Jiang Ming adjusted his breathing, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He had merely attained longevity, not existed for countless millennia, faced with such an opportunity. How could he remain indifferent? However, at this moment, it was crucial to remain composed. While the chance for immortality was significant, discretion was even more vital. This particular opportunity was evidently unusual, with someone deliberately stirring up commotion to incite conflict among warriors. Who could say what ulterior motives lay beneath? It had already been confirmed that true opportunities for immortality existed here, and with the yellow jade orb in his possession, he could discreetly seek these chances in the mountains centuries hence, without needing to wade through these murky waters. As he walked, a few old farmers carrying hoes passed by, engaging in animated discussions. I never expected that we would have an old immortal residing in our remote valley. Indeed, who knows, with a mere wave of the immortal's hand, gold and jewels might spring forth from the fields. Then we would be wealthy. I heard that the old yin from the east sneaked into the mountains. I wonder if he will manage to bring back a nugget of gold. Jiang Ming shook his head. Even the farmers in the fields and the street vendors could exchange tales of the emergence of immortality, let alone the impetuous warriors. Countless individuals were sharpening their blades, ready to charge into the Yunyuan Mountains. The current uproar was undoubtedly magnitudes greater than the previous upheaval surrounding the medicinal king. Inside the tavern, chaos reigned as numerous impassioned men lingered, preparing to enter the mountains. Damn it, what does it matter if a master is involved? Who says that immortality will surely be claimed by a master? What if I seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil and become an immortal myself? What could a master do then, but kneel and call me grandfather? Indeed, well said, lad. Let us form a team. Count me in. I hail from Jianglan Prefecture. Where do you come from? Various accents blended together as warriors from all corners of the world congregated, forming groups as if they were headed to a grand market. In Jiang Ming's eyes, it resembled a herd rushing towards a meat grinder. Ascending to the second floor, he chanced upon a familiar face. Feng Lai. It has been a long time. Jiang Ming approached and sat opposite him, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Once, they had journeyed together to the tiger hunting manor. And now only Feng Lai and he remained. Moreover, in truth, he had somewhat distanced himself from the manor. If you wish to see me daily, you should return to the manor. Feng Lai chuckled, a faint scar tracing his face, and his gaze had sharpened considerably over the years, indicating significant growth. Jiang Ming couldn't help but smile, then inquired, has there been any movement from the tiger hunting manor? Feng Lai nodded. The manor's master has led Guan and several second-tier warriors into the mountains. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Sensing his concern, Feng Lai reassured him. There is no need to worry. We now possess a force that can be deemed master level. Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled Fei and Fort, astonished to discover that such a low-key faction was actually guarded by a master. He subsequently felt a wave of relief. After all, without a master to oversee, who would dare to vie for supremacy? However, it appeared that Hunter Manor had firmly allied itself with Fei and Fort. Yet this upheaval seemed rather unusual, Jiang Ming noted. Feng Lai smiled. Wei Yin has said the same. We will exercise caution. Jiang Ming was thoroughly reassured. That seemingly unassuming youth possessed a profound cunning. And with his strategic input, there would be no cause for concern. Following this turmoil, Hunter Manor was poised to leave Dayun Prefecture, Feng Lai suddenly remarked. Jiang Ming paused for a moment, then began to comprehend. In this time of great drought, with public grievances rising, and coupled with the current upheaval, countless martial artists were bound to suffer casualties. Perhaps even a few masters might fall. The chaos among the aristocratic families was nearly unavoidable. In such turmoil, the moment for rebellion was ripe. It had only been a few years of peaceful existence. Jiang Ming sighed inwardly. Yet he understood that peace did not necessarily equate to prosperous times. Many lived in tranquility out of sheer necessity. If everyone were to enjoy a stable life, the Songshan army from years past would never have been able to raise such a formidable banner, marching all the way to Jiang'an Prefecture, almost ravaging the estates of the gentry before being quelled. As the revelry dwindled and the guests dispersed, Jiang Ming returned home, diligently practicing martial arts, entertaining his dog and studying medicinal formulas, all while listening for news from the mountains. One day, as he was slurping noodles, a swiftlet suddenly landed on the table, chirping excitedly. A significant event seemed to have transpired within the Forbidden Zone. All martial artists possessing the yellow jade pearls had entered it. The Liang family owned 2 yellow jade pearls, and their master, along with all martial arts experts, had ventured into the Forbidden Zone, dispatching several top-tier warriors to covertly escort the rare herbs and flowers they had acquired, with no one the wiser. Jiang Ming's noodle slurping abruptly halted as a glint of intrigue sparked in his eyes. He contemplated. It appeared that the masters and martial arts experts had entered the Forbidden Zone to vie for celestial fortunes, yet were wary of desperate individuals seizing the Liang family's treasures, prompting them to act with stealth. It was likely that the Liang family had not initially anticipated acquiring such rare herbs, and thus had not made thorough preparations. Now, faced with unexpected developments in the Forbidden Zone, they were compelled to dispatch several elite warriors for protection. Given these circumstances, to refrain from action would be utterly unreasonable. Jiang Ming's gaze sharpened. Ready to seize the opportunity, he had resolved to annihilate the Liang family, and collecting some interest now was not excessive. Nevertheless, prudence was paramount. Jiang Ming refrained from hasty actions, sending the swiftlet to keep a constant watch, while he scrutinized the surroundings of the Liang family's escorting party, ensuring it was not a trap. On the following night, Jiang Ming sat quietly in his room, holding a short blade. A swiftlet returned stealthily, confirming that only elite warriors were present, all of whom had displayed their prowess in the mountains. The chosen route was secluded and arduous, with no signs of human presence within a 10-mile radius, expected to emerge from the Yunming marshes by dawn. Excellent. Jiang Ming nodded, his gaze calm. When it is time to endure, one must endure. When it is time to strike, one must strike. This was indeed the moment to act. He rose, leaping through the window, brandishing a knife as he plunged into the embrace of the night. In the nocturnal embrace of the forest, 8 shadowy figures clad in black darted swiftly, their movements as swift as lightning, silently racing towards the outskirts of the Yunming Mountains. Among them, 3 individuals were subtly shielded at the center, each burdened with a bulging pack from which wafted an unusual, fragrant aroma. These herbs could very well allow the Liang family to cultivate 1, if not 2, martial arts masters. To think that such a fortuitous find would occur before encountering any celestial destiny is indeed a delightful surprise. One of the cloaked figures lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling with barely concealed excitement. Another, filled with aspirations, remarked, "This is merely the beginning. Should our ancestor seize this celestial opportunity and ascend beyond the realm of mastery, the Liang family would truly soar to unprecedented heights, standing atop the mortal world. Keep your voices down and remain vigilant." The leader, with streaks of gray in his hair, admonished in a hoarse whisper. "The celestial cave has opened, and our ancestor alongside the elders are fiercely vying for the celestial opportunity, leaving us unattended. If we fail in this task, we may as well sever our own heads. Master Chen, you are overly cautious. Not to mention our movements have gone undetected, even if we were discovered. With 8 top-tier martial artists and the combined prowess of the swallowing wave blade technique, even a martial arts master might struggle against us." A younger voice scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the leader. A flicker of ire crossed Master Chen's gaze, but he managed to suppress it. Though an outsider, he had fought valiantly for the Liang family all his life, earning their trust. With his extensive experience in the martial world, he had been temporarily appointed to oversee this mission, yet he dared not display anger towards these proud individuals. However, as they journeyed forth, no signs of human presence were detected, and none had triggered the traps he had set. It was highly likely that all was well. Master Chen continued to scan the surroundings with vigilant eyes, though his heart began to ease slightly. As a family of martial masters, the Liang clan already dominated a vast area within the forest, and none dared to approach. They moved with utmost stealth, selecting the most concealed and steep paths, rendering detection nearly impossible. As for any ordinary villagers encountered along the way, they would simply be dispatched without a second thought. The group pressed on at a rapid pace, the stillness of the forest occasionally pierced by the calls of birds and beasts. Such sounds were perfectly ordinary and raised no suspicion. The tension was exhausting. Suddenly, one of the burdened figures murmured, "This is bad. It's a narcotic. We're under attack." Master Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Form the blade formation." Though the Liang warriors held a certain disdain for Master Chen, they recognized his capabilities. Upon hearing his command, their expressions turned grave, and in an instant, the 8 individuals huddled together, drawing their steel blades while scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. Boom. A blade, ablaze with a crimson aura of blood, suddenly cleaved down from a towering ancient tree, crashing towards the Liang family members with immense force. The blood-burning blade technique? Master Chen's eyes widened in surprise, yet he remained composed, commanding, "Ninth wave crash." Swish, swish, swish blades. Each one enveloped in a torrent of blood energy, interwove like waves, colliding with the descending light of swords in a layered spectacle. Boom, 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 a terrifying force erupted. The invisible energy slicing through the surrounding flora, leaving gashes in its wake. Yet, this might was ultimately thwarted, diminished by the cascading waves of sword light, until it vanished completely. With a whoosh, a figure shot forth, landing lightly on the ground, their countenance grotesque and fierce, coldly glaring at the members of the Liang family. Truly, the Liang family was formidable. Jiang Ming felt no surprise. The effects of the narcotic were limited against top-tier martial artists. Last time, he had succeeded against the Shi family patriarch only because the latter was injured, but facing these seasoned Liang martial artists was a different matter altogether. The opposing formation, the swallowing wave sword array, was indeed intriguing, but only to a point. "Who are you?" Master Chen demanded, his gaze fixed on the fearsome figure. This individual had clearly been lurking here for some time. How could this be possible? There was no sign of anyone tracking them. So how did this person know they would pass through here? "Enough of your ramblings," Jiang Ming retorted coldly, leaping into action, igniting the blood ignition sword technique as he swung his blade. What a reckless fool! How laughable! Master Chen, furious to the point of laughter, discerned that the opponent's blood energy was merely at the elite level. How dare he attack them, 8 elite martial artists, with such arrogance? Relying on the blood ignition sword technique? What a jester! Boom! The long blades clashed once more, blood energy erupting, scattering blinding crimson sparks into the night sky. Both sides staggered back, but the members of the Liang family turned pale, their breaths uneven. After all, they were merely elite martial artists. Whereas Jiang Ming was an elite bolstered by forbidden techniques, his power far exceeding theirs. Hold on. With his forbidden technique, he cannot sustain it for long. Master Chen shouted, maintaining his composure. "Once he is exhausted, we shall finish him and leave this place." The group rallied with renewed vigor. Jiang Ming, however, wore a peculiar smile. "Not for long, you say?" Boom! The blood ignition sword technique unleashed once more, crashing against the opposing blade array with a deafening metallic screech. Yet it failed to break through. Just as Master Chen and the others were about to breathe a sigh of relief, another blade of light surged forth. Clang, clang. Clang, one blade after another, like a torrent of crimson waves crashing relentlessly against the Liang family's swallowing wave sword array. The force was magnitudes more terrifying than before. Bearing down in an instant, Puff, a youthful member of the Liang family, could not withstand the sudden surge of pressure, spewing blood, and in a staggering motion, narrowly escaped having his head cleaved off by Jiang Ming's blade. Master Chen and the others' faces flushed crimson, desperately maintaining the sword array, their expressions filled with horror. What manner of monster was this? Was the blood ignition sword technique truly capable of such feats? How had he not yet fallen victim to the backlash of forbidden techniques? No, this is the swallowing wave sword, the one who annihilated the Shi family. Master Chen suddenly realized, shouting furiously, "You dare steal the Liang family sword technique? You seek death. Your claims are absurd. It is your swallowing wave sword that is pilfered from mine." Jiang Ming, with reckless abandon, continued to slash fiercely. "Let us have a one-on-one duel and see whose swallowing wave blade is masculine and whose is feminine." Master Chen felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, which he forcefully swallowed. In mere moments, all of the Liang family's warriors, including Master Chen, were bleeding from their 7 orifices, their internal organs dislocated and veins ruptured from such a desperate fighting style. "It's over," Master Chen thought despairingly. If they had scattered and fled at the start, perhaps a few might have survived. But now, it was too late to escape. With injuries all over, where could they flee? Maintaining the blade formation could prolong their lives a bit longer, but to what avail? Suddenly, the blood energy sustaining one of the long blades could no longer hold, revealing its steel body, which Jiang Ming promptly shattered with his obsidian dagger. These battle blades, if not for the blood energy reinforcement, could not withstand a top-tier warrior's assault. Now that the blood energy dissipated, they were utterly defenseless. With the first blade shattered, the second and third followed suit one by one. The long blades exploded, leading to the complete collapse of the blade formation. With each flash of the blade, heads began to soar into the air, blood splattering several dozen meters around, reminiscent of a fire hydrant bursting. Moments later, only Master Qin remained. "It appears your swallowing wave blade is feminine," Jiang Ming remarked nonchalantly. With that, the last head fell to the ground, and silence enveloped the forest. "What are you dawdling for? Load up the goods." Jiang Ming beckoned to the side. Reluctantly, a black dog emerged from the shadows, its sides strapped with custom bamboo baskets. Jiang Ming tossed 2 heavy bundles into the baskets, transforming the dog into a miniature pack donkey. Jiang Ming hoisted the last bundle and swiftly departed the scene with the dog. In the small courtyard, the door was tightly shut, and the light dim. Black Bean, with its bobtail swaying, stealthily patrolled the window, its gaze vigilantly scanning the outside. Jiang Ming cast a glance at it, nodding in satisfaction. The transition from a pack donkey to a guard dog was seamless and unobstructed, indicating its potential. With Lord by Sea commanding the beasts of the mountain, Black Bean's role as a watchdog remained unobtrusive, saving him much worry. Jiang Ming then placed one of the bundles onto the table and began to unwrap it. Eager to discover the peculiar properties of the exotic flora he had gone to such lengths to procure. "Let us see what makes these rare flowers and herbs so special," Jiang Ming murmured as he examined them closely. Inside the bundle were various plants that resembled those found in the mountains but were remarkably robust, shimmering with a faint luminous glow in the darkness, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Jiang Ming activated his heightened senses, perceiving a remarkably pure and strange energy contained within these flowers and herbs, although it felt extremely faint, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Could this be spiritual energy? Jiang Ming pondered. After a brief contemplation, he plucked a petal and tossed it into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. During his initial foraging for medicinal herbs, Jiang Ming had sampled a myriad of plants in the mountains. Becoming accustomed to this most rudimentary method of experimentation, it seemed to have slightly refined his vitality, though the effect was not overt. Consuming merely 2 or 3 plants would hardly equate to a bowl of invigorating blood tonic. Moments later, Jiang Ming mused to himself. Nonetheless, this was astonishing. The commonplace wildflowers he had tasted exhibited effects surpassing those of traditional herbs. With meticulous study, one could uncover even more properties. If ordinary flora possessed such remarkable capabilities, what extraordinary effects could be expected from rare and mutated plants? Upon this realization, Jiang Ming promptly unwrapped the second parcel, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Within this bundle lay dozens of mutated herbs, the dark, inky hue of polyporus and the golden shimmer of Jin Chongshin, as if crafted from pure gold. He eagerly sliced off a small piece of Jin Chongshin and placed it in his mouth. An immediate surge of potent medicinal energy coursed through him, igniting his entire blood essence, causing his skin to flush slightly. Breathless, Jiang Ming sprang to his feet, hastily activating the flowing cloud technique, utilizing this abundant vitality to refine his marrow. It took the duration of an incense stick for his blood energy to settle. The medicinal potency of that single piece of Jin Chongshin rivaled that of an entire fire cloud grass. Astonishment flickered in Jiang Ming's eyes. The efficacy of these mutated herbs was truly remarkable, and the unique properties they contained not only enhanced his vitality but also rendered it more refined and concentrated. The muscles and bones, after being tempered, became significantly more resilient. If we liken martial cultivation to constructing a house, a typical warrior would utilize wood, while those from illustrious families might employ secret elixirs akin to bricks, making the structure more resistant to the elements. Now, having ingested this piece of Jin Chongshin, as he refined his marrow, it felt as though he were forged from fine steel, granting him the sensation of his marrow being as indestructible as tempered steel. If I were to use these mutated herbs to refine my entire physique anew, reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess, even without forbidden techniques, I could surely contend with the masters of conventional martial arts. Jiang Ming gazed at the herbs with a resolute determination. Should these be transported back to the Liang family, they would never be lavishly employed on a single individual. Yet, in Jiang Ming's hands, he could indulge as he pleased. Before embarking on the path of immortality, I must first sculpt a formidable physique, Jiang Ming muttered. Who does not harbor the dream of shattering 1,000 foes with a single punch? Lost in such fantasies, he unwrapped the final parcel. Within the third bundle was a solitary plant, a miniature tree laden with fruit, which he counted to be 9 in total. though small. The fruit tree was heavy, its trunk resembling finely crafted gold. The 9 fruits, glistening a vibrant crimson, were no larger than Longan, radiating a golden-red sheen. This must be the fruit tree that thrived in the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Ming plucked one of the fruits and tossed it into his mouth, casually chewing a few times before swallowing. To his surprise, he had braced himself for an overwhelming surge of medicinal power, yet found it to be quite the opposite. A gentle surge of medicinal power flowed directly into his head, instantly invigorating him, enhancing his senses remarkably. The subtle fluctuations of the dim oil lamp in the room, the swirling dust motes, and the stealthy movements of a black bean all vividly materialized within his perception. This sensation faded almost as swiftly as it arrived. Yet Jiang Ming's awareness remained significantly sharper than before, as if he had consumed countless bowls of the revitalizing broth. Upon further attunement, he could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. Should he trigger his heightened senses again, he would likely experience a boost of approximately 50%. The effects of the revitalizing broth had been gradually diminishing since a few months ago. My heightened perception has not improved for quite some time. Jiang Ming fixed his gaze upon the small tree, realizing that the value of these few fruits likely surpassed that of any mutated herbs. If the Liang family were to discover their worth, they would undoubtedly send more than just a handful of elite warriors to escort them. My control over blood energy has also become increasingly refined. Jiang Ming extended his fingers like a blade, a surge of blood energy enveloping his fingertips. At the tips, strands of blood energy flickered and danced, attempting to extend outward, reminiscent of a crimson serpent's flickering tongue. Yet, it was still ineffective. Beads of sweat adorned Jiang Ming's forehead as he withdrew the blood energy, excitement glimmering in his eyes. But I am close. As his perception sharpened, Jiang Ming realized his control over blood energy was strengthening, even hinting at the potential for external projection, though he had yet to succeed. However, after consuming a crimson fruit today, he had nearly achieved it. It is important to note that external projection of blood energy is a hallmark of martial arts masters. Only through further refinement of blood energy aided by master-level techniques could one accomplish such a feat. Yet now, even before reaching the pinnacle of first-tier mastery, Jiang Ming had come tantalizingly close to external projection through his formidable perception. If he were to consume the remaining fruits, perhaps he could truly succeed. Jiang Ming mused, considering that if he could achieve this, combined with the use of mutated herbs to refine his blood energy, he might even have the potential to defeat a martial arts master in a one-on-one encounter. He then began to contemplate the nature of his so-called heightened perception. Could it be a transformation of the soul? In the realm of cultivation, would it be referred to as the spirit or divine consciousness, or something else entirely? Jiang Ming was hesitant to assert anything, but felt that his speculation held merit. Both the revitalizing broth and the extraordinary crimson fruit seemed to enhance his heightened perception, rendering him increasingly acute and allowing for more intricate control over his blood energy. None of this appeared to be a change in the physical body. The only plausible explanation was a metamorphosis of the soul. Am I to possess a divine consciousness even before embarking on the path of cultivation? Jiang Ming pondered, then shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. At present, uncertainty clouded his mind. Mere conjectures would yield no answers. He could only await the day he uncovered true cultivation techniques to gain clarity. Speaking of cultivation methods, he wondered how the celestial opportunities in the mountains were faring. Although Jiang Ming did not plan to partake directly, he remained vigilant, monitoring the unfolding events. All those who entered the mountains had been duly registered in his records, particularly those wielding the yellow jade beads who had ventured into restricted areas, making them subjects of heightened scrutiny. Recording in my little notebook, no matter who takes what, they shall not escape my watchful gaze. Jiang Ming murmured as he concealed several bundles in a large pit beneath the table, instructing Haida to rest atop them, and soon he himself succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Jiang Ming, seated at a breakfast stall, unceremoniously called out, "Another 3 baskets of buns and a bowl of tofu pudding, with chili. You've already consumed 5 baskets. There's no need to be so considerate of my business," Li Qingqing said, her hands dusted with flour as she brought over the tofu pudding and steamed buns, exasperation evident in her tone. "What are you talking about? A martial artist refines their essence. This is mere sustenance. I know a certain Guolid, a second-rate martial artist, who is a true glutton. He could devour an entire cow." Jiang Ming jested, casting unwarranted aspersions on Guofeng, who remained in the mountains. Li Qingqing shook her head, unwilling to engage further, shooting him a glance before returning to her duties. Jiang Ming chuckled softly, continuing to savor his buns. Yet moments later, an inexplicable tremor stirred within him. He abruptly raised his head, fixating on the depths of Yunming Mountain. After a few breaths, a distant rumble akin to thunder seemed to emanate from the mountains. Is it going to rain? I believe I heard thunder, Li Qingqing exclaimed, peering out from the stall in surprise. No, the weather is splendid. Jiang Ming replied, maintaining his composure and offering a smile. He gulped down the last bun, left a coin, and swiftly returned home, closing the door behind him. Sitting quietly in anticipation. Within a mere quarter of an hour, swish a swift rain swallow darted in like lightning, landing on the windowsill and chirping urgently. An explosive incident occurred within the forbidden zone. A red light erupted, dispersing the smoke that shrouded it, revealing a valley encircled by mountains. One mountain peak collapsed, resulting in countless casualties, and the patriarch of the Zheng family, one of the 6 great clans, was obliterated on the spot. Powerful beasts surged forth from the depths of the forbidden zone, seemingly enraged, engaging in fierce combat with human martial artists. A colossal silver-gray wolf and a resplendent golden monkey, both on par with grandmasters, battled fiercely against 2 human grandmasters. The rules of the forbidden zone appeared to have unraveled, allowing all beings to enter. Countless human martial artists rushed into the depths, clashing with those beasts in a bid to seize their fortune. Jiang Ming's gaze flickered. It seemed that the mastermind behind the rumors, drawing martial artists from all corners to Yunming Mountain, had finally made a move. This audacious act sent his heart racing. What was the shadowy figure attempting to achieve? To destroy this land of fortune, or to seize it by force? Even if the beings lying in wait within the mountains were not immortals, they were undoubtedly formidable entities. This mastermind was far too audacious, daring to target such ancient existences that had endured for millennia. As for the presence of Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts within the mountains, Jiang Ming was not surprised. He had long suspected that the art of beast taming had originated from these mountains, and if even Haida could become a third-rate martial artist. It was not astonishing to think that the so-called immortals could produce a few grandmasters. Woof woof. Haida suddenly lifted its head. Red light? Has anyone died unexpectedly recently? Jiang Ming furrowed his brow. Where has death not occurred? What do you mean? Blackbean hastily remarked. It is not merely 1 or 2 deaths, rather. Within just a few days, thousands, perhaps even more, have perished. Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression abruptly shifted. Baining Prefecture. The martial marquis advanced northward, achieving a resounding victory, decimating the Songshan army without leaving a single prisoner, and reportedly slaughtering tens of thousands of civilians in Baining, turning the land into a river of blood. Furthermore, the martial marquis has yet to return to court, with rumors suggesting he continues to pursue the Songshan king and his remnants in the Qisong snowfield. The Wu family ancestral texts recount that centuries ago, there existed a nefarious technique that harnessed the bloodthirsty aura to forge the 10,000 blood pearl, possessing unparalleled destructive power capable of even vanquishing masters. This was the most terrifying method of killing in existence. One of the masters from the Wu family succumbed to such a treacherous force, and thus the records are meticulously detailed. Blackbean swiftly relayed the information he possessed. The bloodthirsty aura can only coalesce in places where countless lives are lost in a short span, such as a battlefield. A jolt of realization struck Jiang Ming. The previous questions he harbored suddenly crystallized. Undoubtedly, the shadowy figure orchestrating this turmoil was none other than the martial marquis Zhou Pingshi. At the cost of the lives of the people of Baining, he aimed to forge the 10,000 blood pearl, igniting the fateful land of the Yunming marshes, inciting conflict between the celestial beings and the mundane martial artists. And if one were to ponder his intentions, they were indeed rather chilling. Did he intend to forcibly seize the celestial fortune from that immortal? Jiang Ming muttered, sensing that this could only be the act of an unprecedentedly ruthless individual or a complete madman. Not impossible. Blackbean suddenly interjected. The Wu family's legacy contains obscure references, suggesting that the spiritual essence of this realm is depleted, the path of immortality non-existent, and the pinnacle of worldly power lies within the masters. Because of this, no one has been able to transcend the mastery threshold, even if an immortal were to descend. They would be subject to these limitations. Should they wish to exert power beyond that of a master, it would require incurring severe injuries or even death. This Yunming Marshes is likely an exceedingly rare sanctuary where spiritual energy sporadically bursts forth, which explains why the so-called immortal hides here. However, if the legends hold true, and the world is indeed flawed, even with the aid of spiritual energy, that a mortal would not be able to harness much power beyond that of a master. Jiang Ming listened quietly, and finally cast a glance at Black Bean. "You seem rather astute today. At your service, at your service." Black Bean barked eagerly. Jiang Ming, dismissing him, closed his eyes in contemplation. If these tidings are indeed accurate, then the martial marquis rallying so many martial masters and grandmasters could very well succeed. Yet, the immortal must possess numerous means of self-preservation. The victor remains uncertain, given that hatred has already been incited. The ancestors of the Liang family and other martial masters are now inextricably entangled. Escape is not an option unless they eliminate the immortal. Otherwise, none shall sleep soundly. Moreover, those martial artists daring to partake in this conflict are all formidable figures, each with blood on their hands, their intent being the pursuit of celestial fortune. With the opportunity to eliminate the immortal and seize the celestial treasure, there are bound to be many willing to take the risk. Thankfully, I am not among them. Jiang Ming sighed in relief, his demeanor becoming more relaxed. He now eagerly awaits the swift return of the swallows, hoping they shall deliver timely reports. May success be theirs, and in the future, let us raise our glasses in celebration. This heartfelt wish emanated from Jiang Ming. He then unfurled a tome, perusing the numerous names of factions inscribed within, a smile as warm as a wolf grandmother's gracing his countenance. The Liang family of the capital, the Guo family of the Qinglin Manor, Fei and Fort, the Wang family of Dayuan Manor. I shall graciously bestow upon you elixirs and potions. And should there be martial arts techniques or weaponry, we shall savor them together once I ascend to the status of a grandmaster. Suddenly, a swallow returned with haste. Deep within the forbidden zone, a cavern had been shattered, and many martial artists surged inside, the sound of fierce combat echoing forth, accompanied by the clamor of contention over treasures. In the midst of chaos, the head of the Qin family from Jiangnan fled the cave, evading detection as he sprinted away, occasionally clutching his bosom with a smile of satisfaction. What a lack of martial ethics! While others engage in battle, you steal away first. Jiang Ming pursed his lips, continuing to peruse the tome, adding a few strokes beside the Qin family's name in the Jiangnan records. The head of the Qin family is a martial arts master. The risks of theft are far too great. Perhaps it is wiser to wait a few years. Jiang Ming remained composed, entirely unperturbed. Your possessions are indeed valuable now, but in the future, as dawn broke, the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs awakened the entirety of Pingan County. Wisps of smoke spiraled upwards as early vendors set up their stalls, and old farmers trudged into the fields with their hoes. In a small courtyard, Jiang Ming stood with his fists clenched and released, a flicker of unusual light glimmering in his eyes. These mutated herbs are truly extraordinary. Nearly 2 days have passed since he consumed several pieces of the mutated golden worm ginseng, and he felt substantial changes within his physique. His blood energy grew increasingly refined and vigorous, as if undergoing an evolution. However, there seems to be no opportunity for action. Over the past 2 days, the competition for celestial fortunes deep within the Yunming Mountains has escalated into a gruesome bloodbath. Blood flows freely both inside and outside the forbidden zone, with several martial arts masters meeting their demise. Individuals who could have established their own sects and dominated regions in ordinary times, now perishing in horrific fashion. All items of even slight value have been seized by the prominent families, with only occasional individuals managing to escape with a mutated flower or herb. Yet Jiang Ming could not be bothered to pursue them. His stock of medicinal herbs at home was already sufficient, not worth the risk. That so-called immortal is likely nearing his end, according to the tidings from the swallows. The Grandmasters have slain all master-level ferocious beasts and have plunged into the deepest valleys of the Forbidden Zone, clashing with a human emerging from the cavern. This individual donned ancient and unfamiliar attire, missing an arm, with his body resembling cracked porcelain yet exuding formidable combat prowess, radiating light as he battled 13 martial arts Grandmasters to a standstill. However, perhaps due to severe injuries or the oppressive forces of heaven and earth, he ultimately retreated, coughing blood, seemingly on the brink of extinguished vitality. As noon approached, the swallows returned. Jiang Ming looked up, sensing a portent. This celestial fortune uproar seems poised to conclude. Indeed, the swift swallows began to chirp. The ancient being who emerged from the Forbidden Zone perished. Yet before his demise, he unleashed a technique of flying swords, instantaneously slaying 3 masters. Furthermore, employing an unknown secret art to enhance his strength, he obliterated 2 more masters, only to succumb moments later, drenched in blood, his flesh shattered. It truly was a slaughter. Jiang Ming gasped, astonished. Although he surmised that the entity lurking within the forbidden zone was unlikely to be an immortal, perhaps merely a practitioner of cultivation, he undoubtedly surpassed the masters by a considerable margin, likely hiding in the Yunming Mountains to recuperate. Who would have thought that after millennia of healing, he would be unceremoniously ambushed by a cadre of mundane masters and ultimately slain? What a tragic fate. Too many ants can indeed take down an elephant. Jiang Ming shook his head. Following this, the ensuing scramble for the immortal's relics would likely escalate into a bloody conflict. I cherish peace and cannot bear witness to such events. Thus I shall refrain from participating. Jiang Ming shook his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled towards Li Qingqing's stall to savor some buns. Tian Yan sat on a small stool by the counter, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ming as he devoured one bun after another. After a while, she murmured sincerely, "Mother, big brother Jiang Ming is just like the rice bucket you spoke of." Splutter. Jiang Ming nearly spurted out his soy milk. Rising in indignation to tousle Tian Yan's meticulously arranged hair into a chaotic mess, before contentedly placing 5 copper coins on the counter and departing. By evening, subsequent news trickled in. The masters had clashed, pillaging the immortal's corpse. The immortal's cave had collapsed, and aside from the deceased Zheng family, the Liang, Zhao, and Su families, among others, had all made gains, carrying away mysterious iron boxes and leather bundles. Moreover, formidable martial masters had seized the opportunity to infiltrate the cave and subsequently escape, fleeing into the mountains. According to their prior exchanges, they hailed from the Qinglin Prefecture Longshan Martial Arts Academy and the Jingwatong family. As the swallows relayed the reports, Jiang Ming meticulously jotted down notes in his little notebook. Ultimately, he closed the notebook with satisfaction, carefully stowing it away. He paused for a brief moment to pay silent homage to the unknown immortal, before meandering off to the tavern for a drink. In the ensuing days, he diligently recorded entries in his notebook, refining his physique with mutated herbs. A month later, the weather turned cooler, prompting many to don thin cotton garments. This weather is quite intriguing. During the days when the land of celestial fortune opened, the surge of spiritual energy coincided with the most oppressive heat. Jiang Ming mused. Could there be some connection? However, it is of no concern to me for now. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. According to various legends, the intervals between the openings of celestial fortune span several centuries. Even if another anomaly were to occur in this place, it would not be for hundreds of years. By that time, it would not be too late to investigate. With that, Jiang Ming closed the tome in his hands and stepped outside. He had not recorded new information in several days. The dissipation of the land of celestial fortune and the complete plundering of the immortal treasures had led to the vanishing of the spiritual energy that had caused the floral anomalies. This tumultuous wave of celestial fortune, affecting countless families and martial artists both within and outside Yen, had finally subsided. Some rejoice while others lament. There are fortunate young warriors who have managed to escape with the rare mutated herbs, while unfortunate clans like the Zheng family have met with tragic fates. Before even catching a glimpse of the immortal, their ancestor was struck dead by a cataclysmic lightning bolt. Yet amidst the turmoil, there have been no reports of anyone encountering the martial hero. Could it be that my conjecture is flawed? Perhaps not entirely. Even I have acquired the art of disguise. A figure of the martial hero's stature, standing at the pinnacle of the mundane world, possesses strength and influence, making it feasible to conceal one's identity. He may have already reaped significant benefits. If my speculation holds true, he would indeed be a most formidable individual, even more cunning than I. In a tavern, Jiang Ming sat by the window on the second floor, indulging in solitary libations. Jiang Ming, a robust figure, strode in with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, laughing heartily as he approached, and abruptly took a seat opposite Jiang Ming. Guan Laitu. Jiang Ming greeted him with a smile. Indeed, Wei Yin proved to be perceptive, discerning the anomalies early on. The warriors under Feiyan Fortress operated solely in the forbidden zones, and although they did not seize any treasures from the immortals, they pillaged countless mutated herbs with negligible casualties. These herbs could sufficiently cultivate a formidable cadre of warriors for Feiyan Fortress, and even some esteemed clans may not have fared as well this time. Over the past month, Jiang Ming had been reveling with old friends from the Tiger Hunting Lodge, enjoying abundant feasts and merriment. Today marked the final banquet. Who knows when we shall drink together again? Guanfeng unceremoniously poured himself a large bowl of wine and suddenly declared. Jiang Ming, having anticipated this, raised his cup and said, "Then I wish Guan Laitu safe travels." In the wake of this celestial upheaval, countless warriors have perished, masters have fallen, and the clans are in disarray, leaving the kingdom of Yin in a state of turmoil. This dynasty, which has endured for over 200 years, seems to be approaching its end, yet this so-called celestial opportunity is merely a spark from the moment that Songshan army raised its banner. The kingdom of Yin has entered its countdown. The two drank heartily until deep into the night, thoroughly satisfied before parting ways. On the following morning, all members of the Tiger Hunting Lodge prepared for departure. Jiang Ming came to bid farewell and found Guanfeng, presenting him with a package. I have gathered herbs in the mountains, studied pharmacology, and compiled a treatise on medicinal plants. Warfare inevitably brings injuries. I hope it may prove useful. Jiang Ming remarked with a smile. Having benefited from learning martial arts at the Tiger Hunting Lodge without contributing much beyond hunting some game, he felt this was a fitting compensation. Guanfeng initially intended to decline, but upon hearing it was merely a pharmacological manuscript compiled by Jiang Ming, he nodded in acceptance. Little did he know, Jiang Ming's treatise on medicinal herbs was likely more valuable than many first-rate martial arts techniques, containing records of numerous herbs and their properties that had never before been documented. Subsequently, Jiang Ming bid farewell to his familiar friends, including Fong Lai and Ping Lu. Physician Feng was also among the group, his thinning gray hair even more sparse, yet he too was determined to face the unknown ahead in this final endeavor. Farewell, esteemed friends, until we meet again. Jiang Ming stood by the roadside, watching as carriages departed one after another. The tumult surrounding the celestial fate had completely dissipated, and life in Ping'an County remained as tranquil as ever, save for a few dreamers who had ventured into the mountains and never returned. Jiang Ming's life had also relaxed. He spent his days practicing martial arts, enjoying fine wines, and engaging in amusing activities within the capital, living a life of ease and contentment. Yet, even with the apparent demise of the immortal, Jiang had no intention of exploring that mystical realm. Who knew what secrets lay therein? At the very least, he resolved to wait until he had attained mastery before embarking on such an inquiry. According to the intelligence relayed by the swallows, the immortal had employed powers surpassing that of a master, resulting in the complete shattering of his form. It seemed that this realm indeed harbored strange rules that forbade the existence of beings beyond the master level. Only upon achieving mastery could one possess the means to explore hidden places. However, he never anticipated being transported to such an enigmatic land. Jiang shook his head, bemused. Yet, there was a certain appeal in this situation. While all martial artists were confined to the realm of masters, if he were to reach the pinnacle of mastery, could he risk bodily destruction in pursuit of even higher realms? If so, would he not become invincible in this world? Jiang pondered as he slowly made his way into the tavern. Ah, the illustrious Wu Ho. His methods are astonishing, drawing the 6 great houses to the celestial fate. Nearly ensnaring them all, exclaimed a rugged-looking man, 1 foot perched upon a stool. These houses had entrenched themselves in Yin for centuries, plundering the populace and committing countless misdeeds. It seemed that a few were finally on the verge of downfall. Where did you hear such rumors? Wu Ho is pursuing the remnants of the Songshan army in Baining Prefecture. What connection does the celestial fate have with him? In the tavern, several patrons were engaged in spirited discussions. Jiang raised an eyebrow at their words and chose a nearby table to quietly sip his drink. Although the uproar over the celestial fate had subsided, it remained a topic of chatter among the common folk, and anyone who could share peculiar and extraordinary tales would earn their moment of glory at the table. Impossible. The 6 great houses are no fools. They cannot be so easily deceived. One individual shook his head in disbelief. It depends on how the deception is executed. It is said that the emperor was so enamored with the celestial fate that he renamed Ping'an Town to Ping'an County in pursuit of the mountain's mysteries. Just before the recent tumult, some claimed to have seen a master escorting a carriage from the capital to Yunming Mountain, believing the emperor himself had arrived. Yet to this day, who had seen the emperor in the mountains? No one. All had been misled by the emperor's fate. It was merely a ploy to collaborate with Wu Ho, setting a grand scheme in motion to overturn those lofty houses. Without these houses, would you not be doomed? Stop spouting nonsense. One man interjected, glaring incredulously at the speaker, utterly unconvinced by his wild tales. Laughter erupted throughout the tavern, and the rugged man blushed, muttering something about the many possible truths behind events. Jiang, meanwhile, twirled his wine bowl, and after a moment, a smile emerged upon his face. Sometimes, the truth of a matter might just be the most absurd of all. The state of Yin has long been beyond salvation. Perhaps the emperor, whom the world deems debauched and tyrannical, is, in fact, a ruler earnest in his desire to rescue his nation but powerless to effect change. In his frustration, he might wish to personally escort the soon-to-be doomed vessel of Yin to its demise, dragging down with it those influential families, masters of the art, who dance on the periphery, impervious to drowning. Is it truly so? Jiang Ming shook his head, uncertain, yet the matter felt inconsequential. After finishing the wine in his bowl, he rose and departed, heading towards the capital of Dayou. In the capital of Dayou, within the Wang residence, Jiang Ming had disguised himself as an ordinary man. Seated in a tea house opposite the grand and ancient estate, the Wang family stands as one of the oldest and most esteemed martial arts factions in Dayou. Despite recent rumors regarding the frail condition of the family patriarch, few dared to provoke them, for the secrets of this lineage, over a century old, remained inscrutable. However, times have grown dire for the Wang family. At some unknown juncture, whispers began to circulate that the patriarch, in a gamble for the future, had met his demise amidst the turmoil of celestial fortunes. Now, without a first-rate martial artist at the helm, the family resembled a toothless tiger. Initially, these claims were met with skepticism, but as time passed, the patriarch's continued absence gave rise to increasing speculation. Despite the family's vehement denials and claims that the patriarch was sequestered in pursuit of mastery, belief in their assertions waned. It seemed the patriarch had indeed vanished. This news spread like wildfire throughout Dayou. Initially, the family's various establishments faced vandalism at the hands of strangers, and soon thereafter, even second-rate martial artists dared to infiltrate the Wang residence. Though they were repelled, they escaped unscathed, unchallenged by any first-rate masters. Such troubles multiplied in the following days. The downfall of the Wang family appeared imminent. Jiang Ming's gaze remained serene. Yet in such tumultuous times, to lack strength is the gravest of errors. Furthermore, the Wang family, despite receiving less scorn than the Shi family, could hardly claim to be free from moral corruption. Numerous enemies undoubtedly lined up against them, compounded by the greedy souls eager to partake in the spoils. To guard such a vast estate without a first-rate martial artist was nothing but a delusion. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon the patriarch for losing his fateful gamble. While the news was not disseminated by Jiang Ming, it did not hinder him from seizing an opportunity. His singular aim was to acquire the martial arts techniques of a master level. It was rumored that the Wang patriarch had invested heavily in acquiring such techniques, but had remained ensnared at the pinnacle of first-rate martial prowess for far too long. Unable to break through, Jiang Ming had been contemplating how to